Chapter 1 Bornesis Supreme Being, the Body of Ultimate Da. Chang'an. North City Gate. Figure astute, solemn lie gate. Thyre expression steely, and the atmosphere around Tim decidedly oppressive. Amid alleged diunuka cladin brown robeshal data Korean hishant, his voice piercing the air with a shrill command. The crown princely muty eye sunworthy of his position henceforth, shall proceed to the northern border of Liang to defend the frontier. Without the decree, heis forever bered from returning to Chang'an. Theunuk scold and indifferent gaz fell upon the youthful child kneeling before him, listening to the edict. The child, with hished bow dandias closed, was no neothirthanth crown prince of great dynasty, Limu. Thestern unyielding voice off Tim middle-lega dunu keko edenly museers. Drowsily, he opened his eyes, only to find everything around him mutter lie unfamiliar. Limu raised disbrowsing confusion, pursing his lips. Where is this place? I said Hengdian. Yet the people before him did not resemble actor Synthelia asked. Take, for instance, Themid Liga Dunuch, holding weight appeared to be decreased demeanor was for to doing a to bimmery acting. Theunuk sora was undeniably authentic. Or perhaps, hasha crossed over? Limu pondered this in his mind. In the next moment, a torrent of unfathomable information surged through his consciousness. Soon, his mind calmed, and his gas grew clear, shimmering with new-found brilliance. By heavens! I have vetrally crossed over. Annie have becometh crown prince of great dynasty. Born as first grade Jesuanreal expert, blessed with the supreme body of ultimate Tao. In this world where practitioners abound, the Sison deniably a peak start from birth. A first grade Jesuan realm expertiser era among theorems of 9 provinces. In the 9 provinces, martial arts are categorized into 10 grades, with the first grader presenting the peak. The first grade has 4 realm Hidao, Jixian, Tianlong, and the celestial being soft human world. Limu is born as a first grade Jizwan expert, endowed with the supreme body of the ultimate Tao, and as the crown prince, the future ruler of Great Zhou. Logically, Heshud Havs a red to greatness, rivaling Thezan Anthaman. However, at the tender age of 3, Hefel Gravliel, teetering on Thebering cough death. Theroy physician sexer de devere Yeffer to pull him back from the clutches of underworld. Yet, after his recovery, his first grade Suan cultivation inexplicably vanished, and dispota Beckham frail and sickly. Since then, he has suffered from an ailment every 3 days and majoralness of every 5 days. Surviving to the present geophatus nothing short of miracle. A genius turned into ostless waste? The subpoening seems rather familiar. Am I to lament that thirtai? Your synthi stand thirtai, your sinuist, one should not dish pizzao than poverty? By the way, what toff tebroken engagement? Limu's expression turned somewhat bitter. His brow steel furrowed as she couldn't help but murmur in his shiart, feeling gutturally helpless. A sforto days decree, I am dispatched to the northern border of Liang to guard the frontier. The claim so funworthy Nisarimer live for their soft world. Damn it, I have been framed. Therum nant soft western chu escaping from change and have nothing to dowad metherum nants were not released bethephemerly mu. The formerly mumerly happened to be present taths in oft harem nants escape, witnessing their departure. At that moment, an expert from Thipolos arrived, seeing the formerly mu with therum nants and observing therum nants expressed. Oh dear, Theoviden sees irrefutable. Limu's implicate in these scape heath western shormnants. Thurathoth great Zhao sovereignus fire sethis, a decrease insmedoth the northern border of Liang. And then, there ruisna for their development. Lima Shukashed, swiftly accepting theoreality of fis crossing and identity, summarizing Thevens of today. In essence, he had been framed. How could a natai-year-old child possibly conspire with Therum Nance oft western Chu? His mind clearly recollect the Thehad no association with Therum Nance and had never very dead higher escape from Chang'an. Yet, how could a natai-year-old articulate these? None would believe him, especially in the expert soft hepalas had whiteness then. Limu felt away va veil plisness washoverhum. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, please accept the decree. The Hurus Lady Itis Demito set forth. Noticingly muslaco frespence, the middle-lega frone slight lion spoke again. Despite high full appearance, this mid-liege dunuc was, byage, already on the verge of the grave. In theorem of practitioners, those of profound cultivation kunal ter thyropirenses withius. This man, surnamed Han, is the head of the 100,000 Sanjanuk soft great, Jo dynasty, known as Hanthcat. As Li Mu, lost in thought, hard the voice, has snapped back to reality, raising ish to meet the gaze of Hanthcat with his bright, round eyes. Held the dismal hand, taking Theta Cree from Hanthcat's grasp. Then, Heracito his feet. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, it is the meadowed part. Hanthcat regarded Li Mu with a cold expression, urging him inward. However, Li Mu no respond them. Instead, Hestardat hedi Krian hishend, a complex feeling willingup wit hinium, his nostinged with bitterness. It seemed Heffelte twin Jov sympathy for the former Li Mu. Thought the former Li Mu was merely 80 years old. The Li Mu hohud crossed over possessed the thought so finagelt. Hair remained motionless, silent for a long while. Ha! Indeed, the heart of Fane Emperor is subtly earthless. Li Mu Zuden Lechuk led self-deprecatingly, raising Azurski. After fouling Illit Theogoth III, had become frail and sickly. Rather than recuperate in Chang'an, he was dispatched by decree to the northern border of Liang. The northern frontier is fraught with dangers, home to Theking Domsif Bay Mangan Tusia, as well as 3,000 barbarian tribes, where a conflict SARS frequently. 4 and 8-year-old, cyclic to guard the northern border Sakan Toadiad sentence. If Hestil possessed his first grade Jesuan cultivation, defending the northern border would pose noisu. Even a Tiger does not consumites young. Osoverinov, great Joe, your heart is strula cold. Li Musgaze darkendash looked towards Thichitiof Chang'an. Hiji Alth Fulv was resonated with unwavering determination, revealing gap profound obstinacy. This statement was directed not on Liath himself butyl sot, tesovirig noft great Joe. Here Feredto theme peroris thesovirig noft great Joe, perhaps still grappling with acceptance or born resentment. At the tender age of fate, Li Mu was merely 80 years old. Children from ordinary family as a Thizajir is still plain Gathir parents, Nisavinov Thyre, Itis and Lamet with her permand. Yet Li Mu Zitai Irsa spent in the desolate northern lands, defending the northern border against foreign incursions. In the Paralaus north, Hekud very well perish there. Even a Tijera frains from arming its sound cubs. The sovereignoth great Zoer is more ruthless Hannah Tiger. What a heartless emperor. What a cruel father. Before long, Li Mu tight lie grasped Thedacrean Ternedifus the north. Tothi northly shis future, his Destinian the northern border. Buzz. There are golden houses within Thebooks, and Beatus within the tomes. The supreme divine book system has awakened. Divine book sin compass the universe a the golden brush touches the pages. With that stroke, the world is astonished. All things in heaven and earth can be summoned. Just as Li Mu turned, a voice sudden lyre sonate in his mind. In an instant, Li Mu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. A golden finger. Though belated, Ithis arrived. Chapter 2 The Dragon Knights off Northern Liang Dominative World. The Supreme Divine Book System? Li Mu's eyes gimmed with excitement, his shirt swelling with joy. Thank goodness for this golden finger otherwise, how could Dane Tai Earld face the northern border, guarding against foreign threats? A warm smell gracefully must face, reminiscent of the gentle soon of spring. With Amara thought. A mysterious golden ancient book materialized in his mind, radiating gas-off golden light, exuding gonorrheo fancient mystery. It was evident that thighs was an ordinary object. Thiz mist Beth supreme divine book. Li must focus settled on the golden ancient book, contemplating. A shisthotes aligned, golden characters began to appear on Thuathared Pidge soft ancient tome. The supreme divine booksaman southings in heaven and earth. There were golden houses within the books, and beats within the tomes. Beauties within thedoms? Could it be Diaochan, Zhaojun, or Shishir? Ah, this may not be appropriate. A flurry of thoughts surged in Li Musmond. Bah, what am I thinking? Iman Lietai ear sold thizis too early for such musings. Li Mushakish's head internally, dismissing those distractions. Then, his thoughts turned to the crux of temeter. All things in heaven and earth can be summoned without a own summon? A shis thoughts duke flight, they golden divine book begin to open, revealing blank page shimmering with golden light. Thepages beretha golden characters. With the stroke of the divine brush, one may summon. The character sapir dan quickly dissipated. With the stroke of the divine brush, one may summon, bootweris the brush. What shall use to write? Li muffroned slightly, feeling some waffleplus. In Hismond, theruis and light enigmatic holden ancient book, yetheruis no brush tobe found. Buzz. However, just as the thought crossed his mind, a golden light flickered within his consciousness. An ancient jade brush, inscribed with river sand mountains, sun and moon, float above a the divine book, glowing with a soft golden radiance. The spring and autumn brush. Lemieux instantly recognized the brush. The thad suddenly appeared in his mind, and Donata said to a character described in it, spring and autumn. The spring and autumn brush, could it bethatai antaridith spring and autumn annals? Lemieux pondered himself, filled with a sense of anticipation. Could it be thought the heavens sanderth could indeed be summoned? Shall it tree? Then Latuz attempted. With a flicker oft, Lemieux gently o'erth spring and autumn brush into thepage soft supreme divine. Where he trusted motionless. It was that spring and autumn brush refused to move, butrether that Lemieux remained deep in contemplation. Ishaldernito Baelyong, Togard the border sand defend against the northern savages. Tosifigard Thessity gates, were acquire no tonly valiant generals buddles a iron-clad caval rithat, thrive east and fire seabuddles. Baelyong, Baelyong, Baelyong. Baelyong dragon riders, armor off Baelyong. Indeed, it shall be him. A flurry of tots raced throughly musmond, and Thena brilliant light ignite in his eyes. He delved into his consciousness, conveying his intent. The spring and autumn brushed Hinden sedge upon the pages, inscribing baldan forceful golden characters. Baelyong dragon riders, invincible on the battlefield. As the characters were completed, the spring and autumn brush suddenly vanished in thin air. Yet, in the next moment, the 8 golden character syrup in radiant golden light, dazzling and resplendent, enveloping the pigeon obscure and discontents. Soon, the golden light dissipated. And thwards Baelyong dragon riders, invincible on the battlefield dad vanished. Thepagelibear, devoid of any inscription. Is the tall? The myriad beings off heaven and earth can be summoned? Upon witnessing the imp typageth supreme divine tome, Lima furrow dedisbro, hishert filled with doubt. He had expected supreme divine tome systemtoba farmer formidable. If it cold not some month Baelyong dragon riders, how could it claim the talthing scood be called firth? Lemieux could na thelp scoff inwardly. However, at that moment, ethereal golden characters begin toslo materialize pont the supreme divine ta. The Baelyong iron cavalry dominates T-world Baelyong dragon rider Saratha pretty off Baelyong. 10,000 Baelyong dragon rider Shavy assembled and awaited her 10 miles away a Bama slope. It worked. Ashes and said he emergency of the golden characters. Lemieux wouldn't involuntarily, his gaze ablaze with fervor. His throat Babadesha swallowed hard. 10,000 Baelyong dragon riders. With a 7,000 Baelyong dragon riders, Baelyong shall be solidasa fortress. Immerly was shed to test it, yet it astrally succeeded, summoning 10,000 Baelyong dragon riders. If Baelyong dragon riders shave be summoned, then how far called Jinchin and Doldwangbi? Lemieux's excitement surged, prompting him to draw inferences from success. While Lemieux remained still, communicating with Supreme Divine Tomathruff his consciousness, those around Hymapared perplexed. Casting curious glance seizeth him. What is the matter with Crown Prince? Could it be the can attack sept theoryality of going to Thbalian borders, and Ismind has faltered? An 8-year-old child, confronted with such matters, would surely struggle to comprehend. In Baelyong, the mountain windshole, and Theclamata Sharsh Crown Prince, frailinsically, would find diet difficult to escape with the clutch esophyllness, even if you were to survive a the battlefield. The Crown Prince sistrally unfortunate, born into a royal family, which is often the most truthless, especially if a heartless father. Whispers Philidthere, some voices barely audible, for certain truths must be spoken aloud. Your Highness, Thedemi Haskamu must set forth. If Weedlay, the Emperor may express his displeasure. Themid Liga Dunuch, Honrin Mao, with his eyelids drooping, regarded Thesslander, bright figure of Lemieux, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. As Li Mu heard Han Rinmea's voice, he snapped back to reality, his eyes flashing with a killer glare. I am the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. When did the action so funuka, incomplete stature, warrant such interference? Li Mu turned, confronting Han Rinmao, the head of Heaton Thou Sandrunux, with Thanos Demianer. His gaze as harp as a blade, on de new foundry gal presence emanated from him. A dignity that the previous Li Mu had lacked. What authority do I say na tai earl child possess? Yet, at this moment, Li must hot shad matured beyond this years. Observing the spirit and vigor emanating from Li Mu, Han Rinmanero etahizes, astonished. What the shapaned to Li Mu? Hesims like key different person. Especially Hizes, deep hand-spirited, showing na trace off Yarba for the head off Heaton Thou Sandux. How curious! Han Rinmeo squinted at Li Mu. But Li Mu a son phase be Han Rinmao, event hot healater was the head off Heaton Thou Sandrunux. Though Han Rinmeo was powerful, he would not dare to slay a prince. The identity of the crown prince washes shield. Neither cold harm Han Rinmao, nor cold Han Rinma harm him, unless the latter resort to handed tactics. Noticing Han Rinma's momentary distraction, Li Mu lifted his Mulfutan, took a step forward, exuding the imposing Gao Reo Fa Prince. Vishna left those around him utter dumbfounded. Each own was taken aback, Thyrius Wadia saucers, rooted to Thespit. Nani expecteth crown princely muto dare confront Han Rinmao, the head of Fint House and Ux. It is well known that Han Rinma was ruthless, notorious for his merciless nature. In Chang'an, few dared to challenge Han Rinmao. Deuced the crown prince not fear being secret like a lead behemoth? Thegazes directed at Li Muno, Weldon and Toff sympathy and pity, but Li Mu paid them no heed. For had a purpose. A shepherd parad to leave Changan for Baelyang, Hesupt Tali Behinda protective represent for his family in Chang'an. A swella Sathret thought would instill fear in Thegran figures off Chang'an. Chapter 3. In another year, if I were the Azure Emperor at the city gate, two figures, one large and one small, locked eyes in a moment of profound silence. In that instant, the world around them fell eerily quiet. With not a whisper to be heard, bystanders held their breath, fixated on the crown Prince Li Mu and the head of the 10,000 eunuchs, Han Rinmao, too intimidated to even exhale. The atmosphere was palpably delicate. Who could have anticipated that an 8-year-old child would dare to challenge the foremost eunuch in the empire? Or was it merely the unfiltered candor of youth? As time trickled by, approximately 100 breaths later, a low, resonant voice shattered the stillness. I, too, am acting on the emperor's orders. If I have offended you in any way, I humbly ask for your highness's forgiveness. I acknowledge my missteps. Ultimately, Han Rinmao chose to relent. Bowing slightly to Li Mu, his expression composed, a person of great ambition knows when to yield. After all, he was the head of 10,000 eunuchs and had no need to quarrel with an 8-year-old child. Li Mu inclined his head slightly, about to turn away, when suddenly a petulant voice pierced the AI art Li Mu. You have gone too far. It was Han Rinmao, acting on the emperor's command. What wrongdoing is there in that? Li Mu turned his gaze to see two figures descending from a recently halted carriage, two children who appeared to be of similar age to him. The one on the left was the second Prince Li Qiu, and the one on the right was the third Prince Li Yi. The latter had just spoken. Li Mu, you are about to head to Baelyang. It would be wise for you to refrain from wielding your princely status as a weapon. If you provoke certain individuals in Chang'an, you might find that their lives become quite difficult. Without an imperial edict, you may never return to Chang'an, and who knows, you might even meet your demise in Baelyang. Li Yi strode forward, chest puffed out, one hand on his hip and the other pointed accusatorily at Li Mu, his words laced with disdain and mockery. He and Li Mu had never gotten along, often taking advantage of the latter's frail constitution. Today, he had come merely to ridicule Li Mu. Li Mu's icy gaze fell upon Li Yi as he retorted, Li Yi, even if I were to perish, the position of crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty would not fall to you. Furthermore, regardless of my location, as long as Father Emperor has not demoted me to a commoner, I remain the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty. Han Rinmao is merely a eunuch, ignorant of the hierarchies, and has shown me disrespect. That is his fault. And you? Do you understand the concepts of seniority and respect? I am the crown prince of the great Zhou. And you are the third prince. Be why the rules of propriety. You ought to address me as elder brother. If you are unaware of these customs, I can have someone from the Ministry of Rights enlighten you. Li Mu showed no deference to the third prince, boldly firing back in the memories of the original owner. There were instances of being bullied by Li Yi, hence Li Mu felt no obligation to be courteous. You! Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide as saucers. Was this truly Li Mu? Li Yi regarded him with a strange expression, utterly unprepared for such a retort. What do you mean you? Address me as elder brother. Li Mu's expression darkened as he stepped forward, exuding an air of authority, towering half a head over Li Yi. If a younger brother misbehaves, it is the duty of an elder brother to discipline him. Feeling the intensity of Li Mu's presence, Li Yi involuntarily took a step back, his gaze now tinged with a hint of fear, as if confronting an adult. The previous Li Mu had been meek, never exhibiting such assertiveness. It was precisely this weakness that had emboldened Li Yi to bully him repeatedly. But now, Li Mu seemed transformed. Address me as elder brother. Noticing Li Yi's slight bow of his head, Li Mu advanced another step, his demeanor still commanding. Li Yi retreated, his brows furrowing as he muttered timidly, elder brother. Li Yi was only 7 years old, and in the face of Li Mu's assertiveness, he felt a flicker of fear. This compelled him to utter the title, though his small hands were clenched into fists, brimming with indignation. Typically, it was he who tormented Li Mu. Today, however, he had been schooled. And how could he not be incensed? Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he dared not retaliate. Remember this. From now on, when you see me, you shall address me as elder brother. Li Mu gazed coldly at the bowed Li Yi. His voice frigid and unyielding. Li Yi remained silent, his head lowered, his face a portrait of stubbornness, clearly unwilling to accept the situation. The onlookers, witnessing this exchange, dared not voice their thoughts, though they were taken aback. It was not inappropriate for an elder brother to chastise a younger sibling. They had heard tales of the crown Prince Li Mu being gentle-natured, yet today he exhibited a remarkable assertiveness. Was there truth to the rumors? Elder brother. At that moment, Li Qiu, adorned in splendid brocade robes, stepped forward, calling out to Li Mu. Li Mu turned to see a child nearly his height, Li Qiu, the second prince. He instantly recognized him, memories of their camaraderie surfacing. Unlike Li Yi, Li Qiu emanated an air of refinement and had often played with Li Mu, their relationship one of mutual affection. Do not mind my younger brother. He is still quite young and lacks understanding. I ask you not to hold it against him. I apologize on his behalf, Li Qiu said, his smile warm and courteous. Your words are too kind. Second brother, I am somewhat older than the third prince, and as your elder brother, I naturally shall not hold any grievances against him, Li Mu replied with a smile. Since Li Qiu had come to Li Yi's defense, Li Mu felt no need to press the matter further, recognizing their bond. That is well, Li Qiu nodded with a grin, though soon his expression turned serious. Elder brother, today you embark on a journey to the northern borders of Bailiang to safeguard the frontier. I have come to see you off and have prepared some provisions for your journey. Bring them forth. Li Qiu signaled to the carriage behind him. As he spoke, 2 eunuchs approached, each carrying a wooden tray. Li Mu was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated such thoughtful gifts from his younger brother. This second brother was indeed worth forging a deep connection with. Here, elder brother, the climate in Bailiang is harsh and frigid. I have prepared a fine fox fur coat to keep you warm. The border is rife with danger from marauding tribes. Thus, I have also procured a set of soft armor for your protection. Though it may be a tad large, Li Qiu explained, presenting the items. One tray held the fox fur coat, while the other contained the gilded soft armor. Fox fur and soft armor. This is a profound gesture. My second brother is truly worthy of a deep alliance. Li Mu's heart swelled with appreciation, recognizing the significance behind such gifts in this sensitive time, as he was dispatched to Bailiang, a period fraught with peril. Many would shy away, yet Li Qiu had come to offer both warmth and protection. Such gestures were indeed worth cherishing. Your thoughtfulness is greatly appreciated. I shall accept these gifts with gratitude, Li Mu replied. His smile genuined as he finished speaking, A companion clad in armor stepped forward to receive the fox fur and soft armor from the eunuchs. "There is no need for such formality, elder brother." Li Qiu chuckled. Then he hesitated slightly before continuing, "Elder brother, may I speak freely?" "Feel free to speak your mind," Li Mu encouraged. Taking a deep breath, Li Qiu lowered his voice. "Elder brother, please do not take offense. But you were somewhat too forceful earlier. In this city of Chang'an, there are countless unseen threats targeting the royal family. While your resolute demeanor may serve you well in Beiliang, consider the implications for Qingchan and Shaoyuan. If you anger certain individuals in Chang'an, like Han Renmao, you may not need to worry for yourself while away, but their lives will undoubtedly become challenging. Han Renmao is ruthless, known for his cunning. He could easily bring harm to Qingchan and Shaoyuan." Li Qiu's words dripped with concern for their siblings. Li Qingchan and Li Yuan Li Mu's defiance had drawn the ire of Han Renmao. And if the latter bore a grudge, the consequences for their younger siblings could be dire. "Do not fret, second brother. I have my plans," Li Mu replied lightly, his smile unwavering. For him, the more audacious and assertive he appeared, the less likely Han Renmao would dare to act against Li Qingchan and Li Yuan. The people of Chang'an would surely think twice before crossing him, for he was the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty, the future sovereign. According to the rules, upon the late emperor's passing, the eldest son would ascend the throne. As long as he lived, the influential figures of Chang'an would tread carefully. Thus, his assertiveness was not merely an exhibition of his stance, but also a proclamation to the powers that be in Chang'an. The crown prince is not to be trifled with. "Second brother, the more I assert my dominance, the less courage Han Renmao will have to lay a hand on Qingchan and Shaoyuan. He is not a fool." Li Mu gazed at Li Qiu, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "If Han Renmao dares to lay a hand on Li Qingchan and Li Yuan, once I ascend the throne, he shall be the first to meet his demise." However, Li Qiu remained utterly perplexed by Li Mu's words, unable to comprehend their meaning. "Well, the hour grows late. I must take my leave," he continued. "Second brother, during my absence from Chang'an, please take care of Qingchan and little Yuan." Li Mu lifted his gaze to survey the surrounding crowd, leaving behind a final remark before turning away and striding towards the carriage. "May you have a safe journey, royal brother," Li Qiu called out. Waving his hand as he watched Li Mu's retreating figure, Li Mu returned the gesture, his voice resonating with youthful vigor. The autumn winds blow fiercely, filling the courtyard with their chill. The flowers bloom in the cold. Yet the butterflies cannot alight with each step. He recited his lines with an air of pride and nonchalance, channeling his grievances into poetry. The brisk autumn breeze sweeps through, swaying the chrysanthemums in the garden, their fragrance enduring the harshness of winter. The butterflies and bees can scarcely come. Was this not a reflection of his own life experiences? Feeble and frail, he had endured oppression, and now he was to journey to the frontier. In Li Mu's heart, there was a profound sense of injustice. His silhouette was so desolate and melancholic that it tugged at one's heartstrings. He was but 8 years old. Those around him fell silent, absorbing the poignant verses he recited, a wave of sorrow washing over them. Suddenly, Li Mu raised his voice, declaring solemnly, "If in years to come I were to become the Azure Emperor, I would ensure the peach blossoms bloom in unison." The declaration struck the audience like a thunderclap, reverberating in their minds, causing their bodies to tremble and their scalps to prickle. Their gazes towards Li Mu shifted, now infused with a mix of awe and trepidation. His proclamation, "If in years to come I were to become the Azure Emperor," compelled those present to reassess their understanding of this imperial prince. Li Mu was sending a message to the powerful figures of Chang'an, to those who conspired against him. He was destined to become the sovereign of the great Zhou. Who would dare to challenge him? As long as he lived, no one would dare harm his siblings or mother in Chang'an, except for the sovereign of the great Zhou. This was his means of safeguarding his loved ones in Chang'an, while simultaneously issuing a veiled threat. He had no fear of offending the sovereign, who had already sent him to the borders. Moreover, the sovereign would not retaliate against Li Qingchan and the others, for he had an uncle named Su, a high-ranking minister. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Li Mu ascended the carriage. Before stepping inside, he turned to take one last look at Chang'an, his eyes reflecting profound thoughts, before entering the carriage. Although he was merely 8 years old, His demeanor and conduct bore the hallmark of maturity. The sun blazed high in the sky. The northern expedition commenced. 10 miles away, at White Horse Slope, a cry of alarm pierced the air. Enemies ahead. Suddenly, a soldier in armor shouted, and in the next moment, all soldiers drew their weapons, alert and poised. The atmosphere turned tense, for they beheld a battalion of gleaming white-armored cavalry, emanating an aura of unparalleled martial spirit and deadly intent. Elite. This was the cream of the crop. Upon sighting the white-armored cavalry, the soldiers could not help but think they were facing the enemy on the carriage. Li Mu lifted the curtain and immediately caught sight of the brilliant white scenery atop White Horse Slope. The North Liang Dragon Riders. In an instant, Li Mu recalled the North Liang Dragon Riders. It seemed they sensed his presence as well, casting respectful glances towards the carriage, bowing their heads slightly. The North Liang Dragon Riders were summoned by Li Mu, and there existed a mysterious connection between them. Li Mu smiled and lowered the curtain, his calm voice resonating from within the carriage. There is no need for alarm. This is the army escorting us north. Continue onward. As the sky turned a deep azure, the autumn winds blew northward. 1,000 North Liang Dragon Riders safeguarding an 8-year-old child on his journey to North Liang. A grand procession. Chapter 4. I stand guard in the north. Defending North Liang without end. The Great Zhou Dynasty. Northern frontier. Liangzhou. The setting sun resembled blood, and the northern winds howled. 100,000 North Liang Iron Riders were stationed in Liangzhou, guarding against barbarian incursions. In the evening, at the North Liang Military Command, a deep hum resonated. For 13 years, he had guarded North Liang, each spring and autumn recording a new chapter, ready to summon in an ancient and elegant chamber. Flickering candlelight danced gently, revealing a handsome young man who slowly opened his eyes. His youthful visage was defined and chiseled, as though carved from stone, his features harmoniously proportioned, and a pair of starry eyes beneath a set of sword-like brows radiated vitality. A stranger akin to jade, a paragon among men. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, the young man rose, allowing his jet-black hair to cascade over his shoulders as he donned a cerulean robe and approached the window. Standing by the window, his gaze was bright and spirited, looking out towards the distant, darkening sky. Unbeknownst to him, 13 years had already passed. As he gazed towards the horizon, he could not help but reflect. 13 years, a fleeting moment. When he first arrived in Liangzhou, he was but 8 years old. This youthful and handsome figure was none other than Li Mu, the crown prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. At the age of 8, he had journeyed to Liangzhou under the protection of the Great Snow Dragon Riders due to an imperial decree. 13 years later, that frail child had transformed into a formidable warrior capable of subduing dragons. Revered as the god of war by the barbarian tribes, he stood guard in the north, ensuring Liangzhou remained unscathed. Who could have anticipated that the sickly child of Ur would evolve into the god of war in North Liang after 13 years? With 300,000 North Liang Iron Riders, 10,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, 8,000 Tongluo Iron Riders, 5,000 Iron Pagodas, and the legendary 18 Riders of Yinyun, he commanded an unmatched force within the Great Zhou Dynasty. Over the course of these 13 years, Li Mu had truly matured into a formidable figure. It is worth noting that had the schemers who plotted against him 13 years ago foreseen his future, they would never have allowed him to venture to North Liang. Had Li Mu himself anticipated such a transformation, without the Supreme Divine Book system, he might have perished on the battlefield long ago. This Supreme Divine Book system was indeed remarkable. By inscribing with the spring and autumn brush upon its pages, one could summon forth. The pages were limitless, however. The usage of the spring and autumn brush was restricted. One had to slay enemies to earn opportunities for its use, although guarding the borders also yielded rewards. Thus, Li Mu inscribed word after word on the Supreme Divine Book in the first year in Liangzhou. He summoned the North Liang Dragon Riders, the Elder Gung of the Sword Sheathed in the second year. He summoned the Sword Godly, who opened the gates of heaven, and the Iron Pagoda that crossed mountains and rivers. In the third year, he summoned the Celestial Phoenix, and the 18 Riders of Yinyun emerged from North Liang. Year after year passed, and Li Mu had inscribed no less than several dozen pages on the Supreme Divine Book. In the world of martial arts and among the practitioners, he had his allies. Within the court, he had his supporters. and among the eminent families across the realm, he had laid his plans over these 13 years. He had grown increasingly powerful, for he understood that only by becoming strong could he ensure the safety of those he cared for in Chang'an. He still had family. If he remained weak, his siblings and mother in Chang'an would undoubtedly suffer. By becoming strong, he could intimidate wrongdoers, instilling fear and respect within their hearts. Though he had traversed time, he was not devoid of emotions or loyalties. He retained memories from his life before the age of 8, thus holding affection for his mother, Li Qingchan, and Li Yuan, who resided far away in Chang'an. After all, they shared the same blood. This bond, thicker than water, was something only those who lived through such experiences could truly appreciate. The helplessness he felt at the age of 8 was an experience he never wished to relive. Thus, he resolved to grow stronger, to become the unparalleled god of war in Northern Liang. Only then could he avoid the fate of a loser. Li Mu took a deep breath, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. With a single thought, a golden-hued jade brush floated into his consciousness. This was the spring and autumn brush. Beneath the spring and autumn brush lay the supreme divine book. What to summon this time? Li Mu furrowed his brow, momentarily stumped. Although the supreme divine book claimed one could summon anything from the heavens and the earth, it could not be too far-fetched. For instance, on a whim, Li Mu once inscribed on the supreme divine book, 30 million great snow dragon riders, sweeping across the 9 provinces. That page spontaneously combusted. 30 million great snow dragon riders did not appear, and he lost an opportunity to inscribe in summary. It was a significant loss. Since then, Li Mu had been careful to deliberate before each summoning, to avoid squandering this precious chance. Ahem. As Li Mu pondered, a chill wind swept over him, causing him to shiver unexpectedly and cough lightly. The cold in Liangzhou was becoming increasingly biting. I fear the cold poison within me may be about to flare up again. Li Mu's brows knitted together, revealing a trace of concern as he sighed helplessly. This cold poison was a remnant of an illness he suffered at the age of 3. Initially, he thought it merely a chill. But as he grew older, he sensed something was amiss. The cold poison wreaked havoc within him, seemingly connected to the disappearance of his innate cultivation. Yet, this cold poison was exceedingly tenacious and elusive. Over the years, he had contemplated numerous remedies but had yet to expel it. How absurd! An idea struck him. Focusing on the cold poison, Li Mu's eyes brightened as inspiration dawned upon him. He directed his thoughts. And the spring and autumn brush inscribed upon the supreme divine book, slowly moving it. Soon, 11 golden characters floated upon the pages of the supreme divine book. Ancient beasts, the epitome of strength and light. Conquer the cold poison. 11 golden characters shimmered with radiant light, reminiscent of the effulgence of dawn. With a breath, the golden symbols vanished, and Li Mu's attention was entirely captivated by the pages of the supreme divine book. His gaze fixed intently upon them, uncertainty gnawing at his heart. In the next moment, golden characters materialized upon the page. The undying celestial phoenix of ancient beasts, a descendant of the primordial phoenix. Feasting on the flesh of dragons and drinking the blood of Cheilants, its claws capable of shattering the void, and flames that scorch the heavens. As the words emerged, Li Mu's eyes widened involuntarily, and he could not suppress a gulp. It worked, merely a test, yet it truly succeeded. To feast on dragon flesh and drink Chelan blood. Such a notion exuded an overwhelming majesty. Li Mu's focus shifted from the supreme divine book, and he sensed a golden glow materializing behind him. He turned to behold a creature descending. A chicken, or rather, the undying celestial phoenix, gracefully alighting. Though he had never witnessed the undying celestial phoenix before, he could surmise that this plump, rotund bird resembled one. Was this truly the form of the undying celestial phoenix? How could it appear so akin to a hefty chicken? Li Mu observed the creature standing on the ground, its bewildered gaze sweeping the surroundings. His expression turned quizzical, unable to restrain his incredulity. Despite his outward skepticism, he found himself begrudgingly accepting the reality. As the grand bird appeared, the entire room radiated warmth. This undying celestial phoenix was still in its juvenile stage. Li Mu summoned it not for any grand ambition, but merely to procure its blood. a little phoenix blood to bolster his constitution and counteract the frigid poison within him. Lowering his gaze, he met the eyes of the undying celestial phoenix, which mirrored his own. A curious standoff ensued, each regarding the other with a mixture of wonder and inquiry. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated as a figure clad in a flowing white gown, exuding an air of spirited elegance, rushed into the room. She exclaimed, unable to contain a startled scream upon entering. Her exquisitely refined features flushed crimson as she quickly turned away, having caught sight of Li Mu's bare torso, revealing 8 perfectly sculpted abdominal muscles. "Young master, why are you so careless with your attire?" she chided, her back turned to him, delicate brows furrowed, her face aflame with embarrassment, and her hands clenched as she stamped her foot in playful reproach. "Qing Luan, you barged into my chamber without knocking and then blame me for my lack of attire?" Li Mu responded, glancing at her tall silhouette, irritation creeping into his voice. "I shall not take the blame for this." Chapter 5. The Barbarian Strike. The Northern Liang dragon riders emerged from Northern Liang. Qing Luan clenched her small fists, her brows still knitted, momentarily at a loss for words. The rosy hue on her cheeks rendered her irresistibly charming, a beauty akin to jade. Li Mu chuckled softly at Qing Luan's retreating figure, shaking his head in amusement as he donned his clothing. "Turn around," he called out to her, but Qing Luan seemed oblivious. Remaining steadfastly turned away. "I'm dressed now," he added, noticing her lack of response. Only then did Qing Luan pivot, lowering her head. It was not that she wished to avoid his gaze, but rather to conceal the blush painting her cheeks. "Why were you so eager to enter? Has something transpired?" Li Mu inquired, observing her closely. "I sensed an overwhelming surge of masculine energy emanating from your chamber and feared an assassin was present. Hence my intrusion," Qing Luan explained earnestly, her concern evident. Upon seeing Li Mu safe and sound, her worry dissipated. Clearly, she had misinterpreted the potent energy as a threat, whereas it was merely the aura of the undying celestial phoenix. "No assassin, just this little creature," Li Mu chuckled, casting a glance at the plump bird on the floor. The room had grown significantly warmer since the arrival of the undying celestial phoenix, and Qing Luan, standing outside, had sensed it as well. Her curious eyes fell upon the undying celestial phoenix, wondering if it was indeed a chicken. The phoenix, in turn, lifted its head, regarding Qing Luan with an air of haughty disdain. For it was a divine beast, far superior to mere poultry. "What is this creature, young master?" Qing Luan asked, her curiosity piqued. "A hefty chicken," Li Mu replied nonchalantly. "Chirp, chirp," the undying celestial phoenix squawked in protest, glaring fiercely at Li Mu, indignant at being likened to a mere chicken. "Such a noble phoenix, is it to be compared to a chicken? Ha! You can understand human speech, can you?" Li Mu teased, intrigued by its reaction. As Qing Luan, her expression frosty, quietly exited the room, Li Mu turned his attention back to the feathery creature. "Little one, let us negotiate," he began, addressing the still immature, undying celestial phoenix, whose feathers had yet to fully develop. "Chirp!" The phoenix turned its head, maintaining its proud demeanor, unwilling to condescend to converse with Li Mu, still irked by his earlier remark. "Do not be upset. You were summoned by me, and thus I am your master. You must heed my words, understand? Just a bit of blood. It won't harm you," Li Mu coaxed, smiling at the naive creature. The phoenix remained obstinate, refusing to engage with him. "You still wish to withhold your blood? Not a chance. You must realize the opportunity before you." As Li Mu's tone turned serious, he warned, "If you do not regard me as your master, I see no reason to care for you. In your juvenile state, lacking combat prowess, without my protection, even chickens could pluck your feathers and steal your food, leaving you vulnerable. Imagine being abandoned in the wild, subject to bullying, with neither food nor shelter. Such would be your grim fate. Even the undying celestial phoenix would find itself worse off than a drenched chicken." Li Mu's words dripped with veiled threats, leaving the proud phoenix wide-eyed in fear. To live a life even lesser than that of a chicken. Such a thought sent shivers down its spine, causing it to frown. Li Mu, reveling in his triumph, chose to sit down, casting his gaze away from the undying celestial phoenix. After a moment of hesitance, the phoenix finally stepped forward, gingerly approaching Li Mu's feet, albeit still apprehensive. Little one, challenging me is unwise. You cannot frighten me. Are you ready to concede? Li Mu observed the phoenix's hesitant demeanor, not offering it an escape. Suddenly, he felt movement at his feet. What is it? He inquired, looking down at the undying celestial phoenix. Chirp! The phoenix frowned, raising a wing that had yet to grow its feathers. Gesturing as if to say, just a tiny bit. Drawing blood is painful, and I expect a proper reward afterward. What are you gesturing about? Li Mu replied, puzzled by its actions. Simply put, will you part with your blood? Nod if yes, shake your head if no. Li Mu, unwilling to decipher the phoenix's cryptic signals, directly asked, So, will you let me take some blood? After a moment of hesitation, the phoenix timidly nodded, its eyes filled with resentment. Ultimately, the proud creature chose to acquiesce, recognizing that refusal would only lead to hunger and hardship. Excellent. I, Li Mu, never force anyone. Rather, never force a phoenix. Since you are willing to part with your blood, let us proceed. A mischievous smile crept across Li Mu's face as he regarded the undying celestial phoenix. The phoenix sensed an ominous foreboding at the sight of Li Mu's expression. Before it could react, Li Mu swiftly captured it in his grasp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The undying celestial phoenix flapped its wings in a frenzy, cries of panic escaping its beak. What are you squawking about? It's merely a bit of blood. Keep it up and I'll pluck every feather from you, Li Mu reprimanded. Upon hearing his voice, the phoenix fell silent, its face etched with fear. Drawing blood hurts, Li Mu positioned the phoenix on the table, but it, unwilling to witness the impending bloodshed, covered its eyes with its wings. Li Mu produced a glimmering dagger, and at that moment, the door swung open. Qing Luan entered, her expression grave, before Li Mu could speak. She interjected, Young master, we received word from the Yin Yun 18 riders. They have detected signs of barbarian activity outside Liangzhou City. There is also a significant gathering of barbarians near Hulu Pass. They are likely planning to attack. Qing Luan's words. Li Mu sprang to his feet, fury etched across his face. Damn it! These beasts dare to invade our great Zhou borders again. Clearly, they have not felt the sting of our might. He clenched his fists, fully aware that these barbarous invaders would spare neither the young nor the old, nor women and children. Wherever they roamed, not a soul would be left unharmed. They plundered the wealth and provisions of the Zhou people, taking lives indiscriminately. Even newly born infants would not be shown the slightest mercy. Men were slain, women ravaged, and after indulging their desires, they would kill. Every living being met the same fate. Thus, whenever Li Mu thought of these savages, a deep-seated rage surged within him, a desire to feast upon their flesh and drink their blood. That moment, a chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from him, as cold as ice, his gaze profound and haunting. Akin to that of Ashura, he steadied the turmoil within his heart, and with a glint of icy determination in his eyes, he inquired, How many barbarians might there be? No less than 5,000. Qingluan pondered for a moment before responding. Qingluan, assemble our forces immediately. 1,000 North Liang Dragon Riders and 2,000 North Liang Light Cavalry, Li Mu commanded, his expression turning grave as he bellowed. Follow me out of Liangzhou. Chapter 6. Qingluan holds the moment. Old Gung with the sword case adorned in battle armor and wielding the great snow-coiling dragon spear. Li Mu strode forth from the gates with a commanding presence. Young master! As he stepped outside, a frail voice reached his ears. Turning to see an elderly man, thin and stooped, leading a red horse and a yellow horse towards him, Li Mu recognized the old man. Old Gung, who bore a seemingly ordinary wooden box on his back, and smiled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, notably missing 2 front ones. Old Gung, what brings you here with my horses? Li Mu approached. Inquiring, Old Gung squinted his eyes, smiling as he replied. I heard the young master intends to lead an army out of Liangzhou, so naturally, Old Gung must accompany you as soon as he finished. He added, Young master, I am quite formidable. I won't hold you back. A broad smile adorned Old Gung's face. I certainly know you are capable, but if you don't engage, what use is your prowess? In the 13 years I've known you, I haven't seen you lift a finger in battle. At the first hint of trouble, you flee faster than I do. Li Mu couldn't help but scoff internally at the beaming old Gung. You claim to be formidable, yet I've never witnessed your prowess, old Gung. Surely you aren't deceiving me? Li Mu feigned suspicion, casting a meaningful glance at old Gung. How could old Gung deceive the young master? My skills are indeed high, old Gung replied earnestly, but there have been so many experts around you that I haven't had the opportunity to showcase my abilities. Old Gung chuckled, his expression serious. If that's the case, then it's not my fault, is it? Li Mu raised an eyebrow. Of course not, he replied. Old Gung waved his hand dismissively, a grin on his face. This time, I will make sure to demonstrate my abilities to the young master. Very well, very well. You may accompany me. Li Mu acquiesced casually. Young master, the North Liang dragon riders and light cavalry have assembled and are ready to depart at any moment, came a clear voice. Qing Wan arrived on horseback, clad in dark red light armor that accentuated her graceful figure, her long black hair tied high, wielding the momentary spear, mounted on a snow-treading steed. 1 word. Stunning. 2 words. Exceedingly stunning. 3 words. Exceptionally stunning. Li Mu mounted his steed, his eyes sparkling with fervor, and shouted. Let us set forth. In no time, Li Mu led 3,000 iron riders out of Liangzhou, heading straight for the Heluku region. Heluku, located in the northwestern part of Liangzhou, is flanked by mountains on 2 sides, with a narrow gap resembling the mouth of a gourd, hence its name. Surrounding Heluku are numerous villages, where generations of people have lived. To prevent the barbarians from launching a massacre upon the subjects of the Great Zhou, Li Mu stationed 1,000 men to guard Heluku in one of the villages. A cacophony erupted. Run for your lives. The barbarians have invaded the village. Everyone, flee! The panicked cries echoed through the air. The barbarians are here. Upon entering the village, they unleashed a brutal slaughter, with over 100 barbarians rampaging like demons, pursuing the villagers with ferocious intent. Please, my lord, have mercy. This child is still nursing. Spare him. An elderly man, hair white as snow, knelt on the ground, pleading for his young grandson with tears streaming down his face. Yet, how could the ruthless barbarians show mercy? Get lost. One barbarian waved his hand, shoving the old man to the ground, then raised his weapon. The old man's head tilted, leaving a bloodied mark on his face. Though he died, his eyes remained wide open, fixated on the barbarian who held his grandson, still nursing. Another group of barbarians stormed into the house, making their way inside carelessly. As they passed, a small child's lifeless form lay on the ground, having been trampled to death. The courtyard was strewn with the bodies of the old man and child, alongside those of the child's parents, his father slain by the barbarians, while his mother, unable to bear the disgrace, took her own life. Such harrowing scenes unfolded throughout the village, unbearable to witness, as the barbarians savagely slaughtered the defenseless populace. The village had become a living hell, filled with horrific sights. On the other side, another barbarian raised his foot to crush a child on the ground, his expression twisted with malice. Ha ha ha! The air was thick with the malevolent laughter of the barbarians. Die! A savage glint flashed in the barbarian's eyes as he prepared to strike. Just then, at the precipice of disaster, an arrow streaked through the air, swiftly piercing the barbarian's throat. The barbarian's eyes widened in terror as he clutched his neck, blood gushing forth. In the next moment, his breath ceased, and he collapsed lifelessly. Thundering hooves reverberated through the earth as the fierce sounds of galloping horses approached from afar. The North Liang cavalry had arrived, however. It was not the North Liang dragon riders led by Li Mu, but rather the North Liang troops stationed at Heluku, on a nearby hill. Several robust barbarians clad in animal skins surveyed the distant Heluku. Below the hill, numerous figures lay sprawled on the ground, scattered like stars, numbering at least 4,000 to 5,000. These were the northern barbarians. The North Liang troops at Heluku were likely few in number. 1 barbarian spoke, his eyes gleaming with cold anticipation. Deploying so many clansmen to attack the villages around Heluku was merely a ruse to divert the North Liang troops. Some time had passed, and the North Liang army had likely fallen into their trap. Another voice chimed in. The attacks on the villages are merely a distraction. Their true objective is Haluku. It's a classic bait and switch. The North Liang troops at Haluku cannot turn a blind eye to the slaughter. A third voice followed, sighing. The deaths of those clansmen serve a greater purpose, ensuring the survival of many more. Their sacrifice holds value. Once we capture Haluku, we can plunder wealth, provisions, and the women of the great Zhou. Even if Liangzhou learns of our assault on Haluku, the distance is too great for their cavalry to arrive in time. Once we conquer Haluku, our clansmen can indulge in pillage and destruction. Ha ha ha! The first barbarian who spoke laughed heartily once more, and the two barbarians beside him nodded in agreement, their faces twisted into sinister smiles. Give the order. One of the barbarians urged. The first barbarian nodded in affirmation. With a swift motion, a middle barbarian drew his curved blade, his expression stern, and shouted, "This battle shall wash Haluku in blood. Charge!" With the command given, the barbarian forces surged forth like mushrooms after the rain. 4,000 to 5,000 of them galloping across the open terrain, heading straight for the Haluku fortifications. Oh! The air resonated with the excited shouts of the barbarians. Prepare! Prepare! The barbarians are attacking. On the earthen walls, a North Liang soldier spotted the incoming barbarians and shouted at once. Quickly, the North Liang soldiers on the walls readied themselves, weapons in hand, drawing their bows. More soldiers climbed atop the walls from within the fortress. However, there were only about 200 North Liang soldiers left at Haluku, as the rest had gone to rescue the villages. Outnumbered, the 200 soldiers could not hold the fort against the approaching 4,000 to 5,000 barbarians. On the flat expanse of land, the horde of barbarians charged forward, akin to a raging flood sweeping across the earth, their ferocity palpable. Draw arrows. A North Liang sergeant raised his hand and called out. The North Liang soldiers moved in perfect unison, drawing their bows. As the sergeant observed the barbarians drawing nearer to Haluku, he brought his hand down sharply and commanded, "Loose the arrows. Let us slay these vile beasts." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the sound of a command, hundreds of arrows ascended into the air, cascading like rain towards the encroaching barbarian forces. The dense swarm of arrows gradually loomed larger in the eyes of the advancing marauders. Among them, a valiant figure leapt from his steed, gathering his energy in his palms, and unleashed a powerful burst of true chi towards the hail of arrows. The energy swept through the void, striking down numerous projectiles, and he landed deftly back upon his horse. This barbarian possessed formidable skills. "Return fire!" he bellowed, prompting many of the others to draw their bows and unleash arrows towards the citadel. A torrent of arrows rained down from both sides, inflicting casualties upon each. In less than a quarter of an hour, the horde of barbarians reached the earthen walls, launching a ferocious assault against the soldiers of the North Liang stationed atop the fortress. The number of fallen soldiers from the North Liang grew steadily, and those who remained fought valiantly, bearing wounds from the conflict. The barbarian onslaught was relentless, fully aware that the citadel could not withstand the siege. Not a single soul among them contemplated retreat. "Brothers, the barbarian assault is fierce. Are you afraid?" the centurion shouted, snapping an arrow lodged in his body, his face a mask of blood and fury. "Not afraid. There are no fleeing soldiers from North Liang, only the souls of the fallen." The surviving soldiers of North Liang roared in furious unison, their voices echoing like the roar of lions. These warriors embraced their fates with unwavering resolve. "Ha! No fleeing soldiers, only the souls of the fallen? Then let it be so." A barbarian cultivator sneered coldly, channeling true chi into his blade, a domineering intent emanating from him. With a steely gaze, he sprang into the air, brandishing his weapon high, aiming to cleave the citadel in two. This strike could shatter the gates of the fortress. Observing this, the centurion's face blanched. "Break!" the barbarian roared. Just as the blade was about to descend, a piercing sound sliced through the air. A gleaming flash streaked across the sky like a meteor. It was a red-tasseled spear, piercing through the air and striking the airborne barbarian, pinning him against the earthen wall. Chapter 7. Those who offend North Liang shall be slain. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves drew nearer. The centurion atop the citadel stood in stunned disbelief, his gaze locked onto the scene before him. A barbarian cultivator, slain by a single spear? Could it be reinforcements? As this thought crossed his mind, he turned his hopeful eyes towards the source of the thundering hooves, upon catching sight of the figure atop the steed. His pupils constricted in surprise, his face lighting up with unrestrained joy. Clad in white armor, astride a red horse, and wielding a red-tasseled spear. Who else could it be but the legendary Northern Liang general? "It is General Li Mu," the centurion exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement, tears welling in his eyes. "Reinforcements have arrived. The citadel shall not fall." Ignoring his own wounds, he shouted with fervor, "Brothers, rally yourselves. It is time to counterattack. Show these barbarians the bravery of Northern Liang. Open the gates." The centurion raised his sword towards the heavens, commanding with a thunderous voice. The gates of the citadel swung wide open, and the remaining soldiers of Northern Liang surged forth. A mere 50 or so in number, yet the ferocity of their assault rivaled that of hundreds of barbarians. With spirits ablaze, they fought to the death. Meanwhile, Li Mu extended his palm, true chi swirling within, the great yellow seal mark upon his brow shimmering into view. The spear, known as the Great Snow Coiling Dragon Spear, trembled gently before tearing free from the earth, flying back into his grasp. Grasping the spear, its tip glinting with a chilling murderous intent, he shouted, "You beasts shall all perish." A roar erupted across the field. Akin to a lion's roar, Li Mu charged into battle, sweeping his spear with devastating force. Sending a wave of intent that shattered through the ranks in an instant, several barbarians were sent flying, their breaths extinguished. The moment he entered the fray, Li Mu seemed to unleash a killing aura. Wielding the Great Snow Coiling Dragon Spear with a ferocity that left a trail of death in his wake. Within mere breaths, over 100 barbarians fell beneath his spear. Alone, he instilled terror in the hearts of the marauders, making them recoil in fear as though facing a deity of war. Upon seeing Li Mu advance with his spear, the surrounding barbarians hastily retreated, terrified of becoming victims of his wrath. "Die!" deafening roar echoed, as Li Mu's spear sliced through the air towards the barbarian soldiers. The sound of piercing flesh rang out, blood spraying forth and staining the ground. Li Mu wielded his spear like a white dragon emerging from the sea, decimating barbarian soldiers one after another. The battlefield was filled with chaos as the cries of the defeated mingled with the scent of blood. Li Mu, one man on horseback, stood as a colossus against the barbarian horde, striking fear into their hearts. Even in the midst of thousands, he remained an indomitable force, a god of war. Each thrust of his spear spelled doom for the marauders. His steed, a divine creature capable of traversing vast distances, had galloped ahead of the main force, while Qing Wan and Lao Huang led the bulk of the army behind. "Leader, leader, the reinforcements from Northern Liang have arrived." Within the battlefield, barbarian soldiers were driven back in terror by Li Mu's godly presence, their voices rising in panic. "The reinforcements from Northern Liang have come," they cried out, unaware that their own leader had just been slain by Li Mu's spear, pinned against the earthen wall. "Invading the borders of Dezhou, slaying our soldiers and civilians, plundering our wealth. You barbaric fiends must be eliminated." Li Mu raised the Great Snow Coiling Dragon Spear, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon the barbarian soldiers. Each thrust claimed a life, easily piercing their flimsy leather armor as if it were mere parchment. Li Mu's battle aura remained formidable, and the surrounding barbarian soldiers began to falter, fear etched upon their rugged faces as their hands trembled. Alone, he wreaked havoc upon the battlefield like a god of war, deeply shaking the very souls of the marauders. His extraordinary prowess shattered their morale, extinguishing their fighting spirit, and some even chose to abandon their resistance. "Do not panic, do not falter. There is but one man. We are thousands. Can one man truly slay us all? He is not a god. Maintain your formation and surround the Northern Liang general. Slaying him will earn us great renown among our kin." At that moment, the second in command among the barbarians finally took notice of the commotion behind him. He turned to see the chaos, his eyes narrowing with realization. However, he quickly perceived an opportunity. With the death of the chief, he could ascend to leadership, utilizing the head of this North Liang general to solidify his position. As the second-in-command rallied the troops, their spirits surged, and their previously diminished morale began to rise once more. Cold, murderous gazes fixed upon Li Mu. The North Liang general is but one man. He is not a deity, he will tire. We have thousands. We can outlast him. Slaying this North Liang general will make us heroes among our kin. Brothers, it is time to avenge our fallen. A mighty roar erupted from the barbarian ranks, shaking the very mountains as they surged forward, weapons drawn, their eyes ablaze with fury. Excellent! The second-in-command nodded approvingly at the scene before him. Slaying the North Liang general would secure his position as chief. However, in the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted, the ground trembling as if it were splitting apart. What is happening? The second-in-command's steed shifted uneasily beneath him as he strained to hear the overwhelming noise. A sense of doubt creeping into his mind. Raising his gaze, he beheld a sight that made his heart race. Clouds of dust billowed upon the horizon, darkening the sky in an awe-inspiring spectacle. Beneath the veil of smoke and dust, cavalry clad in resplendent white armor galloped forth, exuding an overwhelming might akin to a torrential flood, seemingly capable of engulfing all in its path. The iron steeds thundered across the land, splitting mountains and rivers asunder. The Northern Liang dragon riders have arrived. In front of the Northern Liang dragon riders, a young warrior rode fiercely, her demeanor icy, with a pair of bright eyes glinting with a chilling coldness. The spear in her hand shimmered with a fierce radiance, exuding a bone-chilling aura. This spear, named Shattered Moment, was wielded by none other than Qingluan. Those who dare offend Northern Liang shall be vanquished. Qingluan's gaze sharpened as she bellowed, her voice soaring high and resonating across the heavens. Those who dare offend Northern Liang shall be vanquished. Those who dare offend Northern Liang shall be vanquished. Those who dare offend Northern Liang shall be vanquished. Behind Qingluan, the Northern Liang dragon riders echoed her rallying cry, their voices rising like a great tide. Chapter 8. The Divine List of Heaven emerges. The Sword Dao list of the 9 provinces. Across the wilderness, the iron cavalry surged forth, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, unstoppable in their momentum. It was over. The Northern Liang dragon riders had arrived. The 2 leaders of the barbarians gazed upon the advancing Northern Liang cavalry, their dazzling white armor nearly blinding them. A sense of unprecedented helplessness surged within. The Northern Liang dragon riders had come, and the outcome of the battle was already determined. Though the Northern Liang dragon riders numbered but 1,000, they were capable of sweeping away thousands of barbarian soldiers. For 13 years, the Northern Liang dragon riders had fought on the battlefield without defeat, leaving a profound impression on the barbarians. The barbarians were well acquainted with the Northern Liang dragon riders, and thus, upon seeing the glimmering white armor, the 2 leaders immediately recognized them. The arrival of the Northern Liang dragon riders signaled that retreat was imperative. To remain would mean certain death. However, with the Northern Liang dragon riders in front and the fortress of Haluku behind, they found themselves trapped in a pincer movement, with no escape route. The second leader of the barbarians furrowed his brow, his expression gravely serious as he spoke. "Surrender! We surrender! Lay down your weapons and surrender!" In a moment of desperation, he cast aside his weapon and cried out. He was utterly shattered. Never had he anticipated that the Northern Liang dragon riders would arrive so swiftly. Clang, clang. With the second leader's declaration, the barbarian soldiers, without hesitation, discarded their weapons onto the ground. In an instant, the sound of falling weapons filled the air. "We surrender. Do not kill us. We shall never invade the borders of the Great Zhou again." The barbarian soldiers pleaded for mercy. They were terrified. Yet, alas, Li Mu would not grant them the opportunity to live. He, the god of war of Northern Liang, had slain countless foes. How could he possibly spare these savage barbarians? Surrender and beg for mercy? How clever you are! Li Mu chuckled coldly, his gaze sweeping over the barbarian soldiers, icy and devoid of warmth. You beasts have burned, killed, and pillaged along the borders of the Great Zhou, committing every atrocity imaginable, slaughtering our people and plundering our wealth. Spare you? Ask those who perished beneath your blades if they would agree. Ask those valiant soldiers who died defending the borders if they would agree. If I were to spare you, they would surely haunt me for eternity. Li Mu's voice was as cold as steel, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. The surrounding barbarian soldiers felt a chill run down their spines. Sensing an ominous premonition, could it be that this Northern Liang general intended to slay the surrendering? At that moment, Qinghuan led the Northern Liang dragon riders to encircle the barbarian soldiers, coldly surveying them from above. Qinghuan, leave none alive, Li Mu directed with a calm gaze. Qinghuan nodded in assent. Wait. Just then, the second leader of the barbarians could no longer contain himself and urgently interjected. General, do you not know that killing surrendering foes is a grave omen? One that could impact the fortunes of the great Zhou dynasty. We have already surrendered. If you continue to slay us, do you not fear the collapse of the great Zhou's fortunes? The second leader stepped forward, pleading for a glimmer of hope for his men. Throughout history, those who have slain surrendering foes have seldom met a good end. The revered General Wu and of the past, as well as the legendary Chu Baowang, both faced dire consequences after slaying surrendering foes. Killing surrendering foes affects the fortunes of the dynasty? Li Mu chuckled lightly, raising an eyebrow as he retorted, Do you know who I am? And may I inquire who you are? General, the second leader of the barbarians failed to recognize the god of war of Northern Liang. Li Mu. I am the god of war of Northern Liang. Li Mu. Li Mu spoke with a calm demeanor. Boom! In an instant, the second leader of the barbarians trembled as if struck by lightning, terror flooding his visage. This man is the god of war of Northern Liang, Li Mu, the one who shows no mercy to barbarians. The heart of the second leader quaked in fear, his composure utterly shattered. Li Mu held but one stance towards the invading barbarians: to slay. The notion of sparing surrendering foes was of no concern to him. He had done so before. Suddenly, as the second leader's anxiety peaked, he heard a piercing sound, followed by a sharp pain in his chest, blood spilling from his lips. Looking down, he saw a long spear protruding from his torso, blood instantly soaking his beast-hide armor. His body fell backwards, breathless. Qinghuan, kill! Li Mu commanded once more. Kill! Qinghuan responded with a low cry, charging forth. The Northern Liang dragon riders surged forward, and wherever they went, the barbarians fell lifeless. Outside the fortress of Heluku, screams echoed through the night as the Northern Liang troops engaged in a relentless slaughter of the invading barbarians. The iron cavalry thundered, the cold blades fell, and long spears pierced through flesh. One by one, the barbarians collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Excellent! Such splendid slaughter. Annihilate these wretched beasts. The soldiers stationed at Heluku watched this scene unfold, their hearts surging with excitement, their spirits ignited. In their hearts, Li Mu was akin to a deity. Soon, after half an hour, the fortress of Heluku fell silent, with 4,000 to 5,000 barbarians having perished without a single survivor. The night deepened, and within the tent where Li Mu resided, a light still flickered. Inside the tent, Li Mu gazed silently at a sheepskin map. Why, Lord, the night grows cold. At that moment, Qinghuan entered the tent, bearing a fox fur cloak, accompanied by 2 soldiers carrying a brazier. Qinghuan draped the fox fur over Li Mu's shoulders. Qinghuan, has Mr. Shiliang arrived yet? Li Mu inquired without turning to face her. Not yet. He should still be on the way, Qinghuan replied, adjusting the cloak around Li Mu. You should send someone to fetch him? The area around Heluku is currently unstable, Li Mu stated. Understood, my lord, Qinghuan acknowledged as she took her leave. Just as Qinghuan exited, another figure entered the tent. Old Huang. He carried a wooden box on his back and held 2 steaming roasted sweet potatoes in his hands. Approaching the table, he quickly placed the sweet potatoes down and then gently tugged at his earlobe. Hearing the commotion, Li Mu turned to see the 2 roasted sweet potatoes on the table. Furrowing his brow slightly, Old Huang, where did you get these roasted sweet potatoes? Li Mu asked as he stepped forward. Old Huang chuckled. On a cold day like this, roasted sweet potatoes are quite warming. Without addressing Li Mu's query, he offered one of the sweet potatoes to him. Li Mu accepted it without hesitation and sat down to enjoy the roasted treat, the rich aroma filling the tent. As they ate, Old Huang chewed thoughtfully and suddenly mumbled, My lord, I must leave for a while soon. Old Huang, you are leaving? Though Old Huang's words were somewhat muffled, Li Mu clearly heard him, and he immediately lost his appetite for the sweet potato. Setting it down, he regarded old Huang with earnest attention. Yes, old Huang nodded. Where are you going? Li Mu inquired. To the east. Old Huang replied nonchalantly. To the east sea. In an instant, Li Mu's eyes widened, and he found it difficult to remain seated. Boom! Suddenly, a resounding noise echoed through the heavens. What was that sound outside? Old Huang wondered, glancing towards the tent entrance. Let's go outside and take a look, Li Mu suggested. The two emerged from the tent, clutching their roasted sweet potatoes, only to behold an astonishing phenomenon in the night sky. A celestial anomaly unfolded, as 18 ancient tablets floated amidst the heavens, their surfaces mottled and sacred. Characters imbued with an aura of profound antiquity shimmered into existence. The divine list of heaven emerges, bestowing blessings upon the populace of the 9 provinces. Those who enter the list shall attain supreme transformation and boundless opportunities. Today, the divine list of heaven is unveiled. First list, the Sword Dao list of the 9 provinces. The ancient voice resonated across the land, echoing throughout the 9 provinces. Chapter 9. The Sword Dao list of the 9 provinces. The sword god emerges from Northern Liang. Amidst the night, the sky was filled with an enigmatic golden light from the 18 ancient tablets, sacred and mysterious. On the central tablet, lines of golden characters materialized, their ancient and resounding voices reverberating across the realms. Across the vast lands of the 9 provinces, countless hearts were stirred by the ancient proclamation. From all corners of the 9 provinces, myriad gazes were lifted towards the night sky, eyes glimmering with anticipation and wonder. The divine list of heaven emerges. Those who enter the list shall attain supreme transformation and boundless opportunities. First list. The Sword Dao list of the 9 provinces, among the practitioners of the sword across the land. The question lingered. Would they be among those to enter the Sword Dao list? Upon the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, a singular thought flickered through the minds of nearly all sword cultivators. The notion of being the fated child of destiny. What if it were indeed oneself? Gaining a place on the 9 provinces sword ranking is not merely a matter of fortune. It significantly influences one's reputation and prestige. In this realm, where sword cultivators number not in the millions but rather in the hundreds of thousands. Standing out among such a multitude is no trivial feat. Those who do emerge are invariably renowned figures in the art of the sword, their names echoing across the lands. The heavenly Dao divine ranking is indeed peculiar. With the foremost list being the 9 provinces sword ranking, one cannot help but wonder who will be included therein. Is there any doubt? Those who ascend the sword rankings are undoubtedly titans of their respective territories, unmatched in their swordsmanship, capable of cleaving the heavens and rending the earth. In my estimation, the likes of the sword demon of Baya Mountain, the lord of the listening snow tower, and the white-clad sword god Shimin Shui Shao are all likely candidates for inclusion. If such individuals are indeed ranked, I, for one, would readily concede. Their mastery of the sword is nearly unparalleled. You speak true. In contrast to the fortune associated with the heavenly Dao divine ranking, my curiosity is piqued regarding who will ascend the ranks. Shall anyone place a wager? Who do you think will make it onto the 9 provinces sword ranking? A small gamble can be quite enjoyable. After all, one cannot suffer losses or be deceived with a modest stake. Throughout the 9 provinces, murmurs of speculation arise as many are intrigued by the identities of those who will grace the 9 provinces sword ranking. The ranking seeks to recognize the 10 most formidable sword masters, the 10 sword gods of the 9 provinces. As golden characters materialize upon the ancient steel, an age-old resonance reverberates across the land, akin to thunder striking the earth. The mightiest 10 swordsmen of the 9 provinces? The announcement invigorates the populace, their curiosity intensifying. Thousands of fervent gazes fixate upon the ancient steel in the night sky, necks craned, fearful of missing a single moment. While there are indeed many sword masters who have reached the pinnacle of their craft, they have seldom clashed, making it difficult to ascertain who reigns supreme. Yet, the 9 provinces sword ranking demands the identification of the 10 greatest sword gods. How could one not be eager for such revelations? I find myself impatient to uncover the identities of these illustrious figures. As a mere spectator, I feel a sense of tension surpassing that of those with a genuine chance of being ranked. The anticipation continues to resonate across the 9 provinces. At that moment, the golden characters on the stele shifted, accompanied by a resounding resonance echoing through the night sky. Ninth on the 9 provinces sword ranking is the Sword Demon. Zhui Qianshou. Indeed, the Sword Demon has entered the 9 provinces sword ranking. His reputation as the unparalleled Sword Demon well-deserved. However, I must say, his rank seems somewhat low. I would have estimated him to at least be within the top 6. I too find this perplexing. The unparalleled swordsmanship of the unparalleled Sword Demon is known to all. The people of the 9 provinces squint at the words appearing on the ancient stele. Their brows furrowed in confusion. The next moment, the inscription on the stele transformed once more. The introduction reads, Sword Demon Zhui Qianshou, the master of Baya Mountain, reckless and unrestrained, with the ability to sever rivers with a single stroke. His swordsmanship transcends the ordinary. He is indeed deserving of the title Sword God. Beneath the night sky, upon a sheer and towering cliff, a striking figure clad in white stands against the wind, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of supremacy as if he were an omnipotent being overlooking the world. This figure is none other than the Sword Demon's Zhui Qianshou, gazing at the ancient stele in the night sky. His expression remains inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. He remains silent, allowing the cool breeze to ruffle his white garments, a flicker of discontent surfacing in his bright eyes before he slowly closes them. How could I be merely 10th? This is unacceptable. Just as Zhui Qianshou contemplates, the golden characters on the stele shift again, announcing the 8th name on the 9 provinces sword ranking. Listening Snow Sword Immortal Su Ke. What? Su Ke is only in 9th place. I cannot accept this. Zhui Qianshou and Su Ke, one the unparalleled Sword Demon and the other the Listening Snow Sword Immortal, both masters of swordsmanship at its zenith. Yet they occupy the lowest ranks. This is utterly bewildering. Indeed, I would have expected Su Ke to be among the top 5, with the names of Su Ke and Zhui Qianshou emerging successively on the 9 provinces sword ranking. A ripple of astonishment spreads among the people. They are puzzled as to why Su Ke and Zhui Qianshou find themselves at the bottom of the list. Su Ke, the Lord of the Listening Snow Tower, dances with frost and flowers, challenging the heavens alone to battle against 3 first-rate masters and emerging unscathed. He is truly a sword god. The stele presents an account of Su Ke's feats. On a tranquil water surface, shrouded in mist, a towering pavilion can be seen, a representation of the Listening Snow Tower. At the highest level of the Listening Snow Tower, a figure in white robes sits cross-legged. His gaze piercing through the window towards the sky, his countenance devoid of emotion, exuding an aura of calm. It seems as if nothing in this world can stir his heart. This person is none other than Su Ke, the Lord of the Listening Snow Tower. Only 9th. Su Ke murmurs quietly before closing his eyes once more. In the northern realm of Dezhou, outside a tent, a young man and an elder share roasted sweet potatoes while observing the 9 provinces sword ranking in the night sky. These two are Li Mu and Old Gung. They have heard whispers of the recently revealed Zhui Qianshou and Su Quebec. Old Gung, you claim to be formidable. Do you believe you could enter the 9 provinces sword ranking? Li Mu mumbles, his mouth full of roasted sweet potato. Perhaps I could. Old Gung chuckles, responding casually. Though his words seem nonchalant, his gaze is resolute, filled with confidence. Keep dreaming. The unparalleled Sword Demon and the Listening Snow Sword Immortal are merely ranked 10th and 9th. In my view, you stand no chance. Li Mu glances skeptically at Old Gung, feigning disbelief. He is well aware of Old Gung's abilities. Let us continue to observe, Old Gung replies, intrigued. The two turn their attention back to the ancient stele in the night sky. Once again, the golden characters shift. 8th on the 9 provinces sword ranking is the unmatched swordmaster, Gung Jianjiu. Old Gung. Li Mu's eyes widen in surprise as he turns to Old Gung. Astonished, he has indeed made it onto the 9 provinces sword ranking. Meanwhile, Zhui Qianshou and Su Ke awaken in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. Who is this Gung Jianjiu? How did he surpass them? Both are unsettled. Who is this Gung Jianjiu? Why have we never heard of him among the sword cultivators of the 9 provinces? Could it be that the 9 provinces sword ranking has erred in including an obscure individual? Voices of skepticism echo throughout the 9 provinces, questioning the validity of the 9 provinces sword ranking. With Zhu Qianqiu and Su Ke already occupying the lower ranks, the addition of this unknown figure above them is even harder for the people to accept. Some even shout insults at the 9 provinces sword ranking. Yet, at that moment, the golden characters on the steel transform once more, revealing information about Old Geng. Unmatched sword master Geng Jianjiu, the creator of the 9 unmatched swords. His prowess unfathomable, unparalleled in the world. In the past, he battled the renowned expert Gao Xinji from the unbreakable empire in the East Sea, wielding the 9 unmatched swords, and narrowly lost, with 8 swords. He enters the ranking and is deserving of the title Sword God. As the golden characters materialize, the murmurs of doubt diminish, replaced by astonishment. Countless astonished eyes fixate upon the ancient steel, their hearts racing with disbelief. In that instant, the realm falls silent. Those who questioned the ranking and lamented for Zhu Qianqiu and Su Ke now find themselves speechless, taken aback. They never expected that a previously unknown figure had once contended against the Dragon Emperor of the Empire and had only narrowly lost. Now, those who doubted Geng Jianjiu's right to be ranked feel a burning sensation on their faces. The unmatched sword master Geng Jianjiu, renowned for his prowess, battled Gao Xinji and only faced a narrow defeat. Showcasing his exceptional swordsmanship. It is important to note that Gao Xinji is recognized as the strongest in the world over the past century, hailed as the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea. One man's martial prowess established dominion over the East Sea, rivaling divine beings. Countless strong warriors have fallen before the unbreakable empire, yet Geng Jianjiu, in his encounter, faced only a narrow defeat. His strength is evident, indeed. To have battled Gao Xinji and lost only narrowly, Geng Jianjiu undeniably possesses the qualifications to be listed among the 9 provinces sword ranking. He is truly deserving of a place among the 10 strongest sword masters. However, it is curious that a figure capable of contending with Gao Xinji remains relatively obscure among the sword cultivators of the 9 provinces, unpursued by fame and fortune. Geng Jianjiu embodies the essence of a sword immortal. Indifferent to worldly matters. I note an intriguing detail. The stele states that Geng Jianjiu created the 9 unmatched swords, yet when facing Gao Xinji, he only unveiled 8 swords, narrowly losing. What if he had unleashed all 9? Would he have equaled Gao Xinji, or perhaps even triumphed? The 9 unmatched swords, unmatched in their own right. To have narrowly lost while wielding 8 swords, Geng Jianjiu is indeed an extraordinary figure. If given the opportunity, I would relish the chance to witness the splendor of the unmatched sword master. You? Perhaps not. Geng Jianjiu against Gao Xinji. That would be a sight to behold. I genuinely wish to see Geng Jianjiu unleash all 9 swords against Gao Xinji. A battle of unparalleled grandeur. Soon, the people of the 9 provinces would come to know who Geng Jianjiu truly was, and they could not help but express their admiration, their hearts filled with a sense of reverence and anticipation to witness the splendor of Geng Jianjiu. In this world, few can stand against the illustrious Gao Xinji and emerge with a bittersweet defeat. After tonight, the name of Geng Jianjiu shall echo throughout the 9 provinces. At Baya Mountain, the enigmatic sword demon Zhu Qianqiu, clad in white, gazed at the ancient steel in the night sky, remaining motionless and silent for a long while. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his deep-set eyes. The unparalleled sword champion Geng Jianjiu. Defeated by Gao Xinji, he murmured to himself, his clothes billowing despite the absence of wind. He removed the wine gourd from his waist, tilting it back, savoring the rich and exquisite flavor of the wine, which lingered delightfully on his palate. Before long, the wine was finished. With a casual toss, the yellow gourd plummeted down the cliff. Simultaneously, Zhu Qianqiu's low voice reverberated through the mountains. With the unparalleled 9 swords, my Wajijian has gained a worthy opponent. I shall claim this 8th position on the sword path ranking. At the highest level of Tingshuala, Su Ke, who had previously been seated cross-legged, now approached the window. Staring out into the pitch-black void, his gaze sharpened, as if the essence of the sword danced in his eyes. A faint smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of intriguing amusement. If merely battling Gao Xinji was enough to secure the 8th rank, then that position was surely precarious. Unparalleled sword 9. My Tingshua's sword is not to be underestimated. Su Ke slowly spoke, a fierce determination rising within him. Buzz. As if sensing Su Kei's fighting spirit, the Tingshue's sword resting on its rack shimmered with the sword light, emitting a melodious sound. The song of the sword filled the high tower. Old friend, are you eager to fight as well? Su Kei stood by the window, his back to the sword rack, speaking lightly. Buzz. The white long sword hummed. In an instant, the room was saturated with the essence of the sword. The Tingshue's sword responded to Su Kei with its own sword intent. Taking a deep breath, Su Kei gazed at the ancient steel on the horizon and smiled. In the northern frontier of the Great Zhou, at Hulukou, the unparalleled sword champion Gung Jianzhou had forged the unparalleled 9 swords and faced off against Wang Xianji. Suffering a narrow defeat, he had entered the 8th position on the sword path ranking. Li Mu examined the gilded characters on the ancient steel, squinting slightly, then spoke calmly, devoid of any surprise, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Old Gung has indeed entered the sword path ranking of the 9 provinces. I am not in the least astonished. After all, I am well aware of his strength. Old Gung, impressive. You have truly made it onto the sword path ranking of the 9 provinces, surpassing even the Wajijian demon Zue Qianqiu and the Tingshue's sword immortal Su Que. Mu remarked with a smile, glancing at the elder Gung, who was engrossed in eating roasted sweet potatoes. From now on, your name, Gung Jianzhou, may well resonate even more than my own as the war god of Baoyang in the Great Zhou dynasty. Old Gung took a bite of the roasted sweet potato, grinning broadly, revealing a smile with 2 missing front teeth. Young master, let us remain humble. There is no such person as Gung Jianzhou, only an old man serving wine to the young master. Though Old Gung's words were spoken casually, they came from the heart. Over the past 13 years, he and Li Mu had experienced and witnessed much. The 8th on the sword path ranking, one of the top 10 sword gods in the world. And yet I am merely pouring wine for a prince of the dynasty. Old Gung, do you think word of this will spread? How many people will want to fight me? Li Mu inquired with a smile. Feeling somewhat moved that a sword champion of unparalleled skill, if he did not truly care for me, how could he willingly serve me wine? Without 100,000, there must be at least tens of thousands. Old Gung casually replied, Young master, you must be cautious. Do not get caught in a knife fight. Knife me? But you're here too, yellow sword god, Li Mu quipped, raising an eyebrow meaningfully at Old Gung. Old Gung, since you are the unparalleled sword champion, can we not be so timid in the future? When trouble arises, you flee faster than I do, and now you are a sword god in your own right. Next time, I shall certainly do better. Old Gung nodded, his expression earnest yet simple. At that moment, the ancient steel in the sky suddenly radiated with intensified brilliance. The gilded characters shifted. The divine ranking is hereby announced. Entry into the sword path ranking of the 9 provinces. Those who enter shall be granted fortune. As these words emerged, the hearts of the people momentarily halted, their eyes revealing a sense of eager anticipation. What miraculous fortune would the heavenly decree bestow? The atmosphere grew inexplicably tense. Then, from the ancient steel, 3 beams of resplendent golden light shot forth. The golden rays pierced the night sky, leaving arcs like shooting stars as they flew towards Baya Mountain. Tingshuela and Hulukou. In an instant, the golden light descended. Old Gung instinctively spread his hands, and the golden light landed in his palms, taking the form of a small wooden box. Li Mu's gaze instantly fell upon the small wooden box in Old Gung's hands. Brimming with curiosity, Old Gung, what fortune is this? Old Gung gently opened the wooden box, and the moment it was unveiled, a dazzling golden light erupted from within, nearly blinding Old Gung's aged eyes. Simultaneously, some information flowed into Old Gung's mind. As the golden light dissipated, a crimson pill revealed itself. What kind of pill is this? Li Mu furrowed his brow, intrigued. 9 Yang Celestial Flood Dragon Pill, Old Gung replied. The 9 Yang Celestial Flood Dragon Pill is crafted from 49 9 Yang Celestial Flood Dragons, refined over 81 days. The 9 Yang Celestial Flood Dragon embodies the essence of the sun and strength, possessing the power of regeneration and vitality. When refined into a pill, it contains boundless life force. Thanks to users 45782608, Yimeng Ruhong Huang, the Hypocritical Transient, and 11098466 for their gifts. Upon seeing the small gifts, I immediately got up to write a chapter after barely falling asleep. A night train is truly exhausting. Chapter 11. The Scholar from a Poor Family. Ruler of ruthlessness, this 9-yang celestial flood dragon pill is considered a rare treasure, not only aiding practitioners in their cultivation, but also brimming with infinite vitality. Old Gung inhaled the rich fragrance. Speaking calmly, his gaze remarkably steady. Even with such a miraculous pill in hand, he felt no excitement whatsoever. Boundless vitality. Li Mu's eyes widened in surprise, then he cautiously inquired, if it contains boundless vitality, wouldn't a eunuch with missing limbs be able to rejuvenate if he consumed this pill? If that were true, it would indeed be understandable to call this pill miraculous. Young master, once that thing is gone, it cannot return. Old Gung chuckled lightly, explaining, this pill can save lives, but it cannot revive what is lost. Li Mu nodded, his expression one of understanding. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the 9-yang celestial flood dragon pill had arrived at a most opportune moment. Old Gung is soon to head east. With this 9-yang celestial flood dragon pill, even in the heat of battle, you shall not be depleted of strength. Excellent, Li Mu thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief. Earlier, when he learned that Old Gung was heading east, a wave of unease had washed over him. Young master, this pill is a precious item. Old Gung grinned as he tucked the 9-yang celestial flood dragon pill away, his eyes crinkling with delight. Make sure to safeguard it well, don't let it slip away, Li Mu casually advised. Though his words were nonchalant, they carried a weight of earnestness. This pill can save lives. Rest assured, young master. I will keep it safe so that if you are ever wounded, it can heal you, Old Gung boisterously declared, secretly thinking, you should keep it for yourself, you old bones. Li Mu cast Old Gung a glance, feeling a twinge of emotion. When would this old man think of himself? Watching the beaming face of Old Gung stirred a sense of bittersweetness within him and Old Gung's eyes. That 9-yang celestial flood dragon pill perhaps held less significance than the roasted sweet potato he had consumed 2/3 of. Simultaneously, Zue Qianqiu on Baya Mountain and Su Ke in Tingshuala both received the blessing of the heavenly divine ranking. Is this the will of the heavens? What a terrifying sword intent, a single sword cleaving through the celestial beings. Zue Qianqiu closed his eyes, feeling the essence of the divine fortune coursing through him, his face reflecting profound shock. He seemed to witness a celestial gate swing wide open in the sky. Heavenly beings descending through it, yet, before the gate, a figure brandished a sword, delivering a thunderous strike that shattered the sky. It's the highest level of Tingshuala. Su Ke too closed his eyes, beholding a similar vision. Single-handedly battling the celestial beings, the immortals, only to fall to the mortal realm. Su Ke's forehead pulsed with veins, his fists clenched and trembling slightly, as excitement surged within him. If I could attain such divine fortune from the heavenly divine ranking, how splendid it would be! With the divine fortune of the heavens, even a wild chicken could soar to the 9th heaven. I confess, I am envious, uncertain of who else might enter the sword path ranking, and who would claim that supreme fortune. People across the 9 provinces gazed toward the direction where the 3 beams of golden light vanished, their hearts still unsettled, filled with envy. They were overwhelmed with emotions. The characters on the ancient stele transformed. Who could be the 7th person on the sword path ranking? Regardless of who it might be, they would undoubtedly be a figure of great renown. Our master must surely be among the ranks. Atop a sword pavilion, individuals clad in similar attire gazed skyward, their emotions stirred with anticipation, eagerly hoping to see their master's name upon the ancient stele. As the gilded characters emerged, they proclaimed, "Today, the sword path ranking of the 9 provinces shall conclude here. The remaining 7 will be announced shortly." The words inscribed on the ancient stele left those within the sword pavilion and countless inhabitants of the 9 provinces feeling utterly disheartened. Is this all? Grass. A waste of my emotions. I was ready for something grand, and this is what you present to me. As the inscriptions on the ancient stele emerged, a wave of curses erupted throughout the 9 provinces. The anticipation of the people shattered in an instant. What a disappointment! At the entrance of the gourd mouth, someone exclaimed, "Let us go back. It's rather cold outside." I in front of a tent. The chilling wind swept in. causing Li Mu to shiver involuntarily. He tightly wrapped himself in his fox fur coat and entered the tent. The winds of the northern lands were piercingly cold. Li Mu and Old Gung entered the tent one after the other. Their spirits dampened. Inside the tent, Li Mu and Old Gung sat around the brazier, extending their hands to warm themselves. Old Gung, what were you doing in the east? Suddenly, Li Mu seemed to recall something. Fighting, Old Gung chuckled, his gaze calm as he replied, fighting. Upon hearing Old Gung's words, Li Mu's heart sank heavily. The mere two words were spoken so lightly by Old Gung, yet an undercurrent of unease stirred within Li Mu. With whom? After a moment of silence, he pressed further. Someone who has fought before. Old Gung pondered, gazing at the glowing coals, and spoke in a deep voice. He refrained from naming the individual, simply wishing to spare Li Mu any unnecessary worry. After all, that person was formidable. Who is it? Li Mu's expression darkened as he inquired. He had already begun to suspect someone. But Old Gung suddenly appeared to have not heard, silently observing the coals. At that moment, a figure clad in black and masked entered the tent with purposeful strides. Yuan Yi pays his respects to the Lord. The newcomer knelt on one knee, bowing deeply in deference. The members of the Yin Yuan 18 riders bore no names, only code names, from 1 to 18. Rise. Li Mu did not glance at Yuan Yi, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. Thank you, my lord. Yuan Yi stood, and Li Mu's voice cut through the air once more. Speak of the situation at the border, Li Mu sensed something amiss with the recent incursions by the barbarians. They felt unusually extraordinary. Yuan Yi replied, I report to you, my lord, that the Yin Yuan 18 riders have discovered numerous signs of barbarian activity at the border. There has been increased interaction among several tribes recently. They may be planning something significant. Moreover, unidentified individuals have been seen traversing among the barbarian tribes, seemingly part of the same group. Yuan Yi relayed all the information he had gathered to Li Mu. Upon hearing this, Li Mu's brow furrowed, and a weight settled upon his heart. Since autumn began, the barbarians had frequently invaded the borders of the Northern Liang in search of food, causing immense suffering for the unarmed common folk. These beasts are beginning to harbor wicked intentions once more. Li Mu clenched his fists, his expression turning icy. Just then, the tent flap was lifted, and a scholar dressed in scholarly robes entered. Shi Liang pays his respects to His Highness. The individual stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Li Mu. This man was Li Mu's strategist, a scholar well-versed in Confucianism and the ruthless doctrines of legalism. A humble scholar from a poor family, possessing unparalleled wisdom. Mr. Shi Liang, your arrival is most timely. Li Mu turned to Shi Liang, a smile gracing his features. He had been troubled by the recent schemes of the barbarians, and Shi Liang's timely appearance was a welcome relief. The northern winds are bitterly cold. You must have suffered from the chill on your journey. Li Mu observed Shi Liang, inviting him to warm himself by the fire. Shi Liang nodded and moved closer to the brazier, loosening his gray fox fur coat, rubbing his hands together to warm them. Yuan Yi, please relay the situation at the border to Mr. Shi Liang. Li Mu shot a glance at Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi nodded and soon recounted what he had just shared with Li Mu. After listening, Shi Liang's brows furrowed into a thoughtful expression. His mind racing. It was time for the strategist to devise a plan. Li Mu would not keep an ineffectual scholar in his ranks. What is your assessment of the barbarians' recent movements? Li Mu maintained his gaze on the flickering coals, his expression contemplative. As autumn settles in, the northern lands grow colder. The barbarians, unskilled in agriculture, roam the vast plains in search of sustenance. To survive the winter, they resort to plunder. Before the heavy snows blanket the plains, they will stockpile enough food to last through the winter, which is why incursions are common as soon as autumn arrives. Even with reinforcements at the borders, some barbarians will still dare to invade, albeit in small groups. However, the scale of a few thousand barbarians, as seen at the gourd mouth, is rare, and traces of their activity can be found throughout the borders. In my humble opinion, it is likely that several barbarian tribes have formed an alliance, intending to launch a large-scale invasion against the Dezhou's borders. Although the northern border of Dezhou is under your command, the barbarians, driven by hunger and greed for profit, may still dare to risk their lives for an assault. Money can move mountains, and the world is driven by profit. If the rewards are substantial enough, Anything is possible, Shi Liang articulated his thoughts clearly. The frequent movements of the barbarians along the borders suggest that they have indeed formed alliances. Sending scouts to assess military conditions, it seems that the iron cavalry of Northern Liang has not instilled fear in the hearts of the barbarians. They dare to unite and invade. Perhaps only when the iron cavalry tramples through the royal court of the plains will the true terror of the Northern Liang cavalry be felt. Li Mu reflected on this notion, his eyes fixed on the burning coals, the flickering flames mirroring the intensity of his thoughts. The recent actions of the barbarian tribes hint at the ambitions of the Beimang and Xia dynasties lurking in the shadows. Those unidentified individuals traversing among the barbarian tribes, while Yuan Yi describes them as unknown, could easily be deduced to be under the influence of certain powers. Should the barbarians invade the Dezhou dynasty and a great war ensue, it would be the Beimang and Xia dynasties who stand to gain the most from depleting the resources of Dezhou. For years, both dynasties have supported various barbarian tribes, providing them aid to counter the Dezhou dynasty. This time, it may also serve as a probing tactic by the Beimang and Xia dynasties against Dezhou. Recently, whispers have grown louder in Chang'an City. According to hidden sources within the court, the emperor has not attended court for over a month. Shi Liang spoke, his eyes gleaming with intensity. A strategist is one who can extrapolate many insights from a single point. To the north of the Dezhou dynasty, the Xia and Beimang dynasties lie in wait, their eyes fixed upon the Dezhou. The three dynasties are separated by 30,000 miles of plains, which serve as the dwelling grounds for 3,000 barbarian tribes. The distance and the presence of the barbarian tribes have minimized friction between the three dynasties. However, the Beimang and Xia dynasties do not wish to see peace in the Dezhou and thus covertly support barbarian tribes against them. As for our esteemed sovereign of the Dezhou, it is uncertain whether he truly suffers from illness. Li Mu's expression shifted, turning as frigid as ice. The tone of his voice had noticeably altered. For Shi Liang's words had stirred up memories of past grievances, a father sending his frail 8-year-old child to the war-torn borders of Northern Liang. Li Mu was already aware of the recent illness plaguing the emperor of Dezhou. Yet he felt an unsettling calm, devoid of concern. If His Highness harbors doubts, so too do the rulers of Beimang and Xia. Should it be confirmed that the emperor is truly as gravely ill as rumored, it is likely that the armies of Beimang and Xia will march southward. Shi Liang continued. I suspect that the Xia and Beimang dynasties are testing the Dezhou emperor's stance. These old foxes are indeed playing a splendid game, their hearts filled with malice. Li Mu scoffed lightly. Mr. Shi Liang, the barbarian tribes on the plains have always posed a threat to the borders of Dezhou. Do you have any strategies in mind? Li Mu raised his gaze to Shi Liang, inquiring. Your Highness is wise and strategic. Surely you have already formed a resolution? Shi Liang replied with a smile, his eyes reflecting respect for Li Mu. After all, Li Mu was the commander of the Northern Liang forces, orchestrating strategies from afar. If Shi Liang were to speak endlessly, it would merely overshadow Li Mu's authority. Thus, there are times to speak and times to remain silent. One should showcase their talents without eclipsing their lord's brilliance. This is the art of navigating the world. I wish to first hear Mr. Shi Liang's countermeasures. Li Mu smiled, feeling a greater appreciation for Shi Liang's understanding. Then allow me to present my humble thoughts. Shi Liang inclined his head respectfully towards Li Mu and began to speak slowly. Across the 30,000 miles of plains dwell 3,000 barbarian tribes, known for their scant education and fierce bloodlust. When dealing with the barbarians, one must adopt a kingly approach, suppressing force with greater force. Annihilate their progeny, instilling fear in their hearts, so that they see the soldiers of Dezhou as divine beings. Only in this manner can the threat of the barbarians be resolved. Li Mu listened to Shi Liang's words, nodding in agreement, as these sentiments resonated deeply within him. Mr. Shi Liang is indeed correct. When faced with the poorly educated barbarians, the only course of action is to resort to lethal force. Yet, the vastness of the 30,000 miles of plains is boundless. And with 3,000 barbarian tribes, it is impossible to eradicate them all. Li Mu spoke. While one can indeed massacre an entire city, can one extinguish the lives of an entire nation? The vast expanse of 30,000 miles of wilderness is too great. The barbarian tribes can easily evade the encirclement and slaughter of the great Zhou army. Your Highness speaks wisely. It is indeed true that the barbarians on the plains cannot be entirely eradicated. However, we can, much like the Tuxia dynasty and the Beimang dynasty, subdue these barbarian tribes, using them as a means to counterbalance one another. Unlike Tuxia and Beimang, we shall not offer aid. Rather, we will instill fear through our martial prowess. Our grand army shall march northward. Our iron cavalry will tread across the wilderness, subduing all the barbarian tribes surrounding the borders of the Great Zhou. In doing so, we can resolve the peril at the borders. Let those barbarians contend with each other, and for those who dare to stir trouble, we shall annihilate their progeny, ensuring no future troubles arise. Should there be any who refuse to comply, they shall be executed. For every barbarian that disobeys, 10 shall be slain. For every 10 that resist, 100 shall perish. For every 100 that oppose, their entire clan shall be wiped out. Those who follow shall thrive, while those who resist shall meet their demise. This, indeed, is the art of kingship. I express my gratitude to users 457826083676370, Shu Zainali, Tian Huan, and the lovely gift from Zhang Baoxiez Dao Luo. Over 10,000 soldiers of the Beiliang army united in a fervent chorus, their passionate voices resonating through the heavens, creating a thunderous roar that echoed across the land. In an instant, the morale of the Beiliang troops surged. The collective sound was as formidable as an avalanche cascading down a mountain. The territory of the Great Zhou will endure, as will the sun and moon. The Beiliang army is formidable. Li Mu spoke once more, his presence now commanding even greater authority. Bang! The general is mighty. Over 10,000 soldiers simultaneously pounded their chests with their right arms, their movements synchronized, as they shouted in unison, their spirits soaring. This was clearly an elite force. The Beiliang army is formidable, Li Mu shouted again. His long spear glinting with a chilling radiance, he felt the blood within him boiling, an inexhaustible battle fervor welling up from his core. The general is mighty, the soldiers of Beiliang cried out, their gazes unwavering and fearless in the face of death. In the wilderness, the barbarian tribes stir restlessly, intent on descending southward to invade our great Zhou territory and plunder its people. The emperor guards the nation's gates. The king dies for his realm. I, the commander of the Beiliang forces, Prince Li Mu of the great Zhou dynasty, shall lead you across the wilderness to protect our land. Li Mu spurred his horse, galloping past the ranks of over 10,000 Beiliang soldiers, exuding an unparalleled might, a dominance unmatched. As he swept past the cavalry formations, he arrived at the gate of the fortress. Fight! 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 The over 10,000 soldiers of the Beiliang army shouted almost hoarsely, their eyes ablaze with a fierce light, resembling wild beasts. What is the purpose of joining the army? It is to protect our homes, defend our territory, and safeguard the well-being of our people. The atmosphere within the fortress of Heluku ignited in an instant. The blood of over 10,000 Beiliang soldiers surged with fervor. Set forth, to the north, Li Mu raised his great snow-coiling dragon spear towards the sky, calling out with extraordinary spirit. A prince like Li Mu, who had guarded the borders since childhood, possessed a presence far beyond that of a prince who had lingered in the palace. Li Mu's voice rang out. The gates of the fortress slowly opened. Li Mu surged forth on horseback, leading the charge, with over 10,000 Beiliang soldiers following closely behind. Akin to a torrential flood, their momentum overwhelming. However, upon exiting the fortress, they found the roads flanked by people, citizens of Heluku and the surrounding areas. Some held baskets, others clutched thick garments. An elderly man, stooped and leaning on a cane, approached. Li Mu tightened the reins, and his steed came to a halt. General, it is cold. The soldiers are still clad in their icy armor. Lacking warm clothing, we, the common folk, have prepared some warm garments and cotton. We hope you and your soldiers will not reject them. The old man lifted his gaze towards Li Mu, his eyes filled with reverence. Yesterday, when the Beiliang army came to aid us, many citizens noticed the soldiers were scantily clad. Early this morning, they came together to deliver warm clothing to the Beiliang troops, coincidentally encountering Li Mu leading the charge northward. Li Mu's gaze swept over the elderly man and the surrounding citizens, a tinge of emotion pricking at his heart. He spoke, "Kind sir, fellow villagers, Your goodwill is understood by the soldiers of the Bailiang army. But please take these items back. Your lives are not easy either. Bring 2 people to assist this elder to the side. The citizens along the border were also struggling. If the Bailiang soldiers accepted the warm clothing, it would make winter difficult for the common folk. 2 individuals stepped forward to assist the elderly man away. General, please accept them. The old man's eyes glistened with tears as he implored, how can the soldiers who fight on the battlefield endure the cold without warm clothing? The surrounding citizens echoed their pleas, urging Li Mu to command the acceptance of these warm garments. They could not bear to see the Bailiang soldiers suffer in the cold while fighting. To the north, Li Mu did not issue a low command. His steeds' hooves thundered forward. Clop, clop, behind Li Mu, the grand army followed closely. The Bailiang army does not take even a single thread from the common folk. From within the ranks of the vast army, a thunderous voice erupted. The army then set forth to the north. In the tent of the Firewolf tribe's leader, 3 figures clad in animal skins stood. Do you 2 leaders not desire the grain and treasures of the great Zhou dynasty? The Bailiang army has slain our barbarian warriors. Do you not wish to avenge this blood feud? The great Zhou people deem my barbarian tribe as uncivilized and regard us as outsiders. I ask you both, do you accept this? The women of the great Zhou, with their delicate skin, smooth and supple, are nearly capable of being wrung dry. Do you 2 leaders not wish to savor the pleasures of their company? The great Zhou dynasty possesses fertile lands, treasures, grain, and women. If you 2 leaders ally with my tribe and march south together, the Qi Shui and Alan tribes shall also partake in these riches. Wolf Flame, the leader of the Firewolf tribe, looked at the 2 tribal leaders seated on either side and slowly began to speak. The leaders of the Qi Shui tribe, Han Bei, and the Alan tribe, Amu Gu, furrowed their brows at Wolf Flame's words, revealing their reluctance. The Qi Shui tribe, yearn for peace and do not wish to ignite the flames of war. I hope the leader will not take offense. Han Bei, the leader of the Qi Shui tribe, thought for a moment and then replied, steeling himself to decline Wolf Flame's alliance. Wolf Flame, the Alan tribe is not adept in warfare. Perhaps it is best to forego the southern expedition. Amu Gu, the leader of the Alan tribe, frowned. Enough. Before the former could finish speaking, Wolf Flame slammed his hand on the table, glaring at the 2 tribal leaders with a furious expression. Do not mistake my goodwill for weakness. I will tell you plainly, this alliance must be formed, whether the Alan tribe and Qi Shui tribe wish it or not. If you refuse, the Wolf Fire tribe will swallow you both whole. Wolf Flame's gaze turned icy, emanating a piercing chill. Han Bei and Amu Gu could not help but gasp, their brows furrowing deeply. The threat in Wolf Flame's words was palpable. Wolf Flame, do not overstep your bounds. Though the Wolf Fire tribe is powerful, my Qi Shui tribe is not to be trifled with. You cannot simply consume us at will. Han Bei rose, glaring at Wolf Flame, ready to confront him. Since Wolf Flame had torn the facade, he no longer held back. The Qi Shui tribe may not be skilled in battle, but for the sake of their people, they would wield sharp weapons if necessary. Amu Gu also stood, his gaze frigid. The atmosphere in the tent grew tense, as if swords were drawn, reaching a peak of anxiety. Is that so? Observing the 2 tribal leaders, Wolf Flame's lips curled into a cold smile. He clapped his hands, and a group of individuals rushed into the tent. Leaders, do you recognize these 2? Agu Shan, Han Duo. Amu Gu and Han Bei exclaimed in shock, their eyes turning icy. The individuals who entered were none other than the 2 leaders of their own tribe, traitors. Traitors! Amu Gu and Han Bei instantly realized the truth, gritting their teeth in condemnation. Heh, leader Amu Gu, this is what it means to be a wise man who recognizes the times, Wolf Flame declared. I am granted the position of leader of the Alan tribe. Agu Shan spoke with a smile. Amu Gu and Han Bei felt a chill run down their spines. Report. Just as Agu Shan finished speaking, a soldier from the Firewolf tribe rushed into the tent, panic evident on his face. What is the matter? Wolf Flame's expression darkened, his imposing aura emanating as he coldly inquired. Report, leader. We have discovered the Bailiang cavalry approaching from 10 miles away. The soldier from the Firewolf tribe stated gravely. The news struck Wolf Flame like a bolt from the blue, his expression shifting dramatically. his dark eyes narrowing to mere pinpricks. This news was as shocking as thunder on a clear day. His scalp tingled, and every hair on his body stood on end. "Repeat that." Wolf Flame strode forward, his voice low and serious, struggling to believe that the Bailiang cavalry would march northward 10 miles away. "The Bailiang cavalry approaches. I witnessed it with my own eyes, from afar, on the vast wilderness. The cavalry appeared like a dark cloud. If I hadn't ridden swiftly, I would have perished beneath their arrows. The 10 tribesmen who accompanied me all perished under the arrows of the Bailiang cavalry. I beseech the leader to avenge our fallen kin." Kneeling on one knee, a member of the Firewolf tribe spoke earnestly, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. How could he not be furious upon witnessing his kin perish before him? Damn it! We of the Firewolf tribe have yet to march south to invade the Great Zhou borders. Yet the Bailiang cavalry arrives first. They have slain my kin. This enmity cannot be overlooked. Wolf Flame, the leader of the Firewolf tribe, clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fury as he glared, his expression twisted in rage. Resembling an enraged wolf, an aura of chilling intent and murderous intent radiated from him, causing those within the tent to involuntarily gasp in fear, their gazes towards Wolf Flame now tinged with apprehension. The leaders of the Chishui tribe, Han Bei, and the Alan tribe, Amu Gu, felt an increasing sense of unease. "Wolf Flame, the Bailiang cavalry approaches. My soldiers are willing to heed your command." As the words of Lang Yin faded, a towering figure resembling an iron tower spoke up. It was the second leader of the Alan tribe, a Gu Shan. Lang Yin had promised him the position of the Alan tribe's chieftain, contingent upon an alliance with the Firewolf tribe to march southward and invade the territories of the Great Zhou. With the Northern Liang cavalry advancing, the moment to demonstrate loyalty had arrived. By showcasing fidelity now, a Gu Shan's ascension to the chieftaincy would undoubtedly be secured. The warriors under the command of the Chishui tribe could also join forces with the Firewolf tribe in battle. The astute second leader of the Chishui tribe, Han Duo, immediately grasped a Gu Shan's intentions and voiced his allegiance as well. When Han Duo and a Gu Shan arrived in the territory of the Firewolf tribe, they brought along their own soldiers. "Han Duo, you traitor!" to bow before the Firewolf tribe, intending to endanger our warriors to prove your loyalty to Lang Yin. "You are a sinner of the Chishui tribe. The ancestors of Changsheng Tian will surely not spare you." "A Gu Shan, do you wish to push our tribesmen into the abyss? How can we possibly contend with the Northern Liang cavalry? I truly regret not having slain you, the ambitious traitor." Back then, as a Gu Shan and Han Duo spoke, the leaders of the Chishui tribe, Han Bei, and the Alan tribe, Amu Gu, were instantly filled with rage. They hurled curses at a Gu Shan and Han Duo, their eyes filled with ferocity and their expressions I see why. As tribal leaders, they were unwilling to see their people march to their doom. Yet Han Duo and a Gu Shan were prepared to sacrifice their kin for their own ambitions. Had they not been restrained, Han Bei and Amu Gu would have already taken action against the two. "Clear the ranks. Han Bei, cease your blathering. My actions are for the future of the Chishui tribe. The land of the Great Zhou is replete with resources. What future do we have in this barren wasteland? Only by allying with Lang Yin to plunder the Great Zhou can we secure our path to greatness. Your indecisiveness hinders the promising future of the Chishui tribe. You are the true sinner here. From this day forth, you shall no longer be the leader of the Chishui tribe." Han Duo's expression was chilling, his eyes glinting with a terrifying ferocity. He drew forth his curved blade, resting it upon Han Bei's shoulder, and then lifted his chin slightly, in a tone of provocation, declared, "From now on, I shall be the leader of the Chishui tribe." Han Bei grit his teeth, glaring at Han Duo, his eyes nearly bulging with fury. Amu Gu, those who recognize the times are wise. In this era of ceaseless tribal warfare across the wasteland, seizing another's territory is the only path forward. To resist is to invite annihilation. The Firewolf tribe possesses deep reserves and support from powerful figures. Lang Yin is destined to become a formidable lord of the wasteland. By leading my warriors into battle and shedding blood for the Firewolf tribe. This favor shall not be forgotten by Lang Yan. An alliance is the most sagacious choice. A Gu Shan regarded a Mu Gu with a light laugh. In response to a Mu Gu's resentful gaze. A Gu Shan glared back. Lang Yin, hearing the words of a Gu Shan and Han Duo, merely smiled and refrained from immediate comment. He was not one to share in the spoils lightly. It is indeed a great fortune for our tribe to have two leaders as allies. Thus, I invite both leaders to lead their warriors alongside the soldiers of the Fire Wolf tribe into battle. In the wasteland, our barbarian tribe is the mightiest. The Northern Liang cavalry's approach is but a futile endeavor against us. Lang Yin turned to a Gu Shan and Han Duo, smiling as he spoke. They both nodded in agreement. Send the orders down. Assemble all our warriors. Let the Fire Wolves emerge. Annihilate the Northern Liang cavalry that dares to invade. Lang Yin then addressed the Fire Wolf soldiers kneeling before him. Instructing them, he believed that this time, the Northern Liang cavalry would be no more than the usual 1,000 riders. With the collective strength of a clan, they were not insurmountable foes. Little did he know. This time they numbered in the tens of thousands. Chief, the Northern Liang cavalry approaches with great force. One of the kneeling Fire Wolf soldiers attempted to warn Lang Yin, but before he could finish, Lang Yan's expression darkened as he rebuked him sharply. After being scolded, the Fire Wolf soldier lowered his head and exited the camp. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the soldier departed, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, akin to the sky collapsing or mountains crumbling. The earth shook violently, as if it were splitting apart. They were here. The Northern Liang cavalry had arrived. The figures within the tent, hearing the immense sound, immediately stiffened. You two, follow me to confront the Northern Liang cavalry. This battle will see me devour every last one of their 1,000 riders. Lang Yin grasped his crescent-shaped blade, gazing at Han Duo and a Gu Shan. Both Han Duo and a Gu Shan nodded resolutely, their gazes unwavering. They then exited the tent. Awu, awu. The Fire Wolf tribe's wolves seemed to sense the presence of the Northern Liang army, becoming agitated. Their howls echoed across the expanse. Within the territory of the Fire Wolf tribe, warriors were assembling amidst chaos. Clip-clop, boom. The sound of galloping hooves grew ever closer, the earth-shattering noise instilling fear in the hearts of the Fire Wolf tribesmen. The momentum was akin to that of a colossal beast descending upon them. Something felt amiss. Outside the tent, with his blade in hand, Lang Yin sensed an unusual tension, narrowing his eyes as he gazed toward the source of the sound. This commotion did not seem like it could be conjured by merely 1,000 riders. It surged forth like an unstoppable tide, reminiscent of a mountain collapsing or the earth splitting. An ominous premonition surged within Lang Yan's heart. Suddenly, across the flat expanse, a white line swept toward them, bearing an overwhelming might that could obliterate everything in its path. Gleaming white armor shone under the sunlight, radiating a chilling light. It was the Northern Liang dragon riders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, a sharp whistling pierced the air as arrows flew through the sky. A torrential rain of arrows descended upon the territory of the Fire Wolf tribe. The arrows quickly came into sharp focus in Lang Yan's widening eyes. In an instant, a chill coursed through his body, surging up to his scalp, leaving him numb. His expression darkened like ice as he gaped, stammering, This incoming Northern Liang cavalry is not just 1,000 riders. This momentum, it must be tens of thousands. Gratitude to Nanshan Nanli, Kinyen Wutong, and Ai Chi Kai Hua Shao Rose gift. As the saying goes, after the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, it is the new year. I wish all esteemed readers a joyful new year. The humble author continues to write. There are still 2 updates to come, and I eagerly seek encouragement for more updates. Gifts would be even better. Chapter 16. The Northern Liang's 10,000 riders, the first battle in the shadowy eyes of Lang Yin, the leader of the Fire Wolf tribe. An arrow pierced the air, followed by a deluge of arrows filling the sky. Quickly take cover, find shelter, be cautious of the Northern Liang army's arrows. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Lang Yan's expression changed dramatically as he waved his arms, calling out loudly. Within the territory of the Fire Wolf tribe, aside from the fierce and robust barbarian warriors, there were also the elderly, women, and children. The rain of arrows, heedless of their targets, would transform these innocents into living targets. At this moment, chaos reigned within the Fire Wolf tribe, with nearly all tribesmen in a panic, scrambling for safety. Most did not hear Langya. The Fire Wolf King raised his head and let out a long, resonant howl, his powerful wolf-like hooves striking the ground with force as he leaped several zhang away, charging towards the approaching Northern Liang cavalry from the north. At this moment, even though the Northern Liang cavalry numbered in the tens of thousands, they could only face the oncoming assault and engage in a desperate battle. Wolf Yin had no other choice, for even if he attempted to flee, could he possibly escape the swift Northern Liang cavalry? Kill, for the vengeance of his fallen kin. If the Northern Liang cavalry were to be vanquished, then the Fire Wolf cavalry would reign supreme. Behind Wolf Yin, hundreds and thousands of warriors from the Fire Wolf tribe surged forth, each wielding lethal weapons. The momentum was formidable, resonating across the vast wilderness. Among them were robust ordinary soldiers, mounted Fire Wolf riders, and common tribesmen. In this moment, nearly every member of the Fire Wolf tribe was transformed into a soldier. The tribe revered the Fire Wolf, instilling in their youth a ferocious and bloodthirsty spirit. When battle commenced, aside from the young and weaponless children, every member of the Fire Wolf tribe could take up arms. A sudden chilling howl echoed through the air as fire wolves raced out from the territory of the Fire Wolf tribe, bearing their sharp, white fangs as they charged towards the Northern Liang cavalry. No! Fire wolves were attacking from all directions against the Northern Liang cavalry. The Fire Wolf King had summoned the Fire Wolves. The Northern Liang cavalry aimed to annihilate the Fire Wolf tribe. Among the Northern Liang cavalry, a loud and resonant voice rang out. It was Li Mu's voice. Kill, kill, kill. As Li Mu's battle cry resounded, the morale of the over 10,000 Northern Liang cavalry surged dramatically. The Northern Liang dragon riders surged forward. Even when faced with the ferocious fire wolves, their mounts, the white steeds, displayed not a hint of fear. For the steeds of the Northern Liang dragon riders were none other than the legendary Bai Lin foals, descendants of unicorns and the snow-stepping divine steeds. Fearless against the fire wolves, 3,000 Northern Liang dragon riders swept across the plains, charging relentlessly towards the Fire Wolf tribe. The Musi battalion flanked from both sides, encircling the enemy. A low, commanding voice arose. A young general clad in black armor wielded a long spear, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding exceptional charisma. This general was named Ning Pajun. Subsequently, several Northern Liang cavalry broke away from the main force, maneuvering to the flanks, surrounding the Fire Wolf tribe. The Northern Liang cavalry, seasoned in countless battles, exhibited a wealth of combat experience, always ready to adapt their formations. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the Northern Liang cavalry clashed with the Fire Wolf tribe. In a single encounter, the Fire Wolf riders and their mounts were sent tumbling. The iron hooves of the Northern Liang dragon riders trampled over the fallen warriors of the Fire Wolf tribe, crushing them underfoot in a gruesome display of carnage. The ferocious fire wolves also lunged fiercely at the Northern Liang cavalry, jaws wide open, aiming for the throats of the soldiers. Yet most were struck down before they could even bite, either hacked or stabbed to death by the Northern Liang soldiers. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of fire wolves. Before long, the Northern Liang dragon riders broke free from the initial clash. And amidst the freshly contested battlefield, the bodies of the Fire Wolf riders lay strewn about, while the surviving fire wolves trembled, their eyes devoid of life. They seemed to have endured unimaginable terror. Their spirits shattered. The Northern Liang dragon riders were simply too terrifying. As 3,000 Northern Liang dragon riders charged forth, in merely a single encounter, over 1,000 Fire Wolf riders had been decimated, suffering losses exceeding 90%. Those among the Fire Wolf tribe who had yet to confront the Northern Liang dragon riders beheld the horrific scene and could not help but feel a surge of panic. Their eyes filled with dread. The strongest Fire Wolf riders of the Fire Wolf tribe were so easily overwhelmed by the Northern Liang cavalry, clad in white armor and mounted on white steeds. The combat prowess of the Northern Liang dragon riders was indeed fearsome. Damn it, the Northern Liang dragon riders have arrived. What are the Northern Liang troops planning? Do they intend to wipe out my Fire Wolf tribe? Wolf Yin instantly recognized that the white-armored cavalry, which had shattered the courage of the Fire Wolf riders, belonged to the Northern Liang dragon riders. His heart brimmed with resentment as he glared fiercely. The Northern Liang dragon riders continued their advance, like a spear piercing through the air, while the flanking Northern Liang cavalry encircled them. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sound of heavy hooves became increasingly distinct in the ears of the wild tribesmen. The earth trembled. The spirits of the tribesmen quaked in fear. Behind the gleaming white armor, a shadow of black emerged. The Iron Tower had arrived. The heavily armored cavalry, the Iron Tower, resembled a rampaging Azura on the battlefield. As the Iron Tower surged forward, it crushed the will of the enemy. Perched upon the back of the Fire Wolf King, Wolf Yin beheld the Iron Tower, and a wave of icy dread washed over him, his countenance turning ashen. His heart trembled, filled with nothing but terror. Chapter 17. The spear is drawn, victory achieved. Third update, on the vast plains, the Northern Liang army clashed with the Fire Wolf tribe, as well as the forces of Agu Shan and Han Duo, in a chaotic melee. The glint of blades and the cacophony of battle cries filled the air. The combatants clashed relentlessly, and shadows fell to the ground in death. The situation on the battlefield was overwhelmingly one-sided. The Northern Liang cavalry surrounded and annihilated the Fire Wolf tribe and other barbarian forces, completely gaining the upper hand. The morale of the barbarians gradually crumbled, with the Fire Wolves suffering devastating losses. If the Northern Liang army numbered in the thousands, then the Fire Wolf tribe, rallying the strength of their entire clan, could perhaps still put up a fight. However, with tens of thousands of cavalry charging in, the combined forces of the Fire Wolf tribe, Agu Shan, and Han Duo stood no chance against the Northern Liang's might. It was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Moreover, the Northern Liang dragon riders and the Iron Tower had also joined the fray. The heavily armored Iron Tower, armed to the teeth, charged through the battlefield like a slaughtering machine, effortlessly dispatching the barbarians as if they were mere vegetables. The Iron Tower's steeds crashed headlong into the enemy, sending the barbarians flying, their chests caving in and ribs shattering. Those who fell to the ground turned pale as death, blood streaming from their mouths. Their eyes filled with despair. The Iron Tower, clad in armor forged from meteorite iron, was impervious to blades and spears. Thus, the Iron Tower became a relentless killing machine on the battlefield, slaying foes as easily as one would slice through vegetables. After all, the armor of the Iron Tower was difficult to penetrate, and ordinary soldiers could hardly inflict any harm upon it. Clop, clop, clop. The resounding thud of heavy hooves echoed as groups of Iron Tower cavalry charged across the battlefield, their steeds tethered by iron chains. Their impact was terrifying, their might overwhelming, akin to tanks devoid of armor. Ugh! The barbarians, struck by the Iron Tower's steeds, immediately spewed blood and were sent flying, meeting their demise on the spot. Similar scenes repeated throughout the battlefield. What kind of armor is this? It cannot be penetrated. This black armor is truly diabolical. Blades and spears cannot breach it. If we cannot even break through the armor, how are we to fight? Voices of frustration erupted among the barbarians. Countless warriors were left trembling in fear by the Iron Tower's overwhelming might. A powerful enemy, one that can be slain, is manageable. But what of an enemy so strong that it cannot be killed? This is a dire situation. The Iron Tower rampaged across the battlefield, shattering the fighting spirit of the barbarians, mercilessly slaughtering them. The Northern Liang dragon riders also displayed their might, their gleaming white armor standing out brilliantly on the battlefield. Swift as the wind, gentle as the forest, fierce as fire, immovable as a mountain, and thunderous as a storm. The Liang sabers fell, their icy cold gleam flashing. The barbarians fell in droves, like wheat being cut down. The ground was strewn with barbarian corpses, blood flowing abundantly. Meanwhile, Ning Pajun, leading the Musi battalion, prowled the battlefield like a tiger among wolves. Inflicting heavy casualties on the barbarians, blood splattered across Ning Pajun's face, but it was not his own. It was that of the barbarians. His long spear danced through the air, slicing and stabbing with ferocity. With each thrust of the spear, a barbarian met their end. The Musi battalion aimed for swift victories. As Ning Pajun unleashed his true energy, his long spear swept in a wide arc, sending the surrounding barbarians flying, and he called out loudly, "Ning Pajun commands." The morale of the Musi battalion surged instantly, driving them into a frenzy of slaughter. the morale of the barbarians plummeted, and they began to retreat. Wolf Yin, the leader, feared that if this continued, their entire force would be annihilated. "We are surrounded," he declared. "Leader Wolf Yin, give the order to retreat. Otherwise, we shall all perish here today." Agu Shan and Han Duo shouted as they struggled to fend off the onslaught of the Northern Liang generals. Their hearts sank deeper into despair. The Northern Liang cavalry that had come to attack must number in the tens of thousands. And they also had the Northern Liang Dragon Riders and the Iron Tower. Given such an array, do you think retreat is still an option? Surely you are familiar with the fearsome reputation of the Northern Liang Dragon Riders. Wolf Yan's hand trembled around his blade, his expression darkening, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. For his adversary was none other than Ning Pejun. Wolf Yan, a martial artist of the fourth rank, found himself utterly suppressed by Ning Pejun. The pressure he faced was multiple times greater than that of Agu Shan and Han Duo. "Leader Wolf Yan, you must think of a way." Agu Shan urged desperately. He was not ready to die, not before he had even claimed the position of leader of the Alan tribe. As the words reached his ears, Wolf Yan's brow furrowed deeply, his mind racing as he scanned the surroundings. What is that? Suddenly, a figure in white armor caught Wolf Yan's eye outside the battlefield. He noticed a white-armored general on a red steed, who had yet to join the fray. This white-armored general was none other than Li Mu. Beside him stood the elder Gung, carrying a wooden box, along with several personal guards. Li Mu calmly observed the battlefield where the two armies clashed. As the commander of the three armies, he had eyes on all directions and ears attuned to every sound, overseeing the entire battlefield. The strategies devised by a commander are often more crucial than the chaos of battle itself. That white-armored general must be the commander of the Northern Liang army. Capture the thief by first seizing the king. If that man is slain, the crisis may be resolved. Agushan and Han Duo restrain that black-armored warrior of the Northern Liang army. The fierce and formidable Wolf Flame focused his attention on Li Mu, letting out a thunderous roar. In that moment, Wolf Flame seemed to glimpse a sliver of victory. If he could eliminate the commander of the Northern Liang army, their morale would undoubtedly plummet, and it would be the perfect moment for a counterattack. He was confident that, with his prowess as a fourth-grade martial artist, he could vanquish the Northern Liang leader. Agushan and Han Duo exchanged glances, their minds racing. They swiftly channeled their inner energy to repel the enemy general and joined Wolf Flame. Ning Pajuan was momentarily restrained by Agushan and Han Duo, allowing Wolf Flame to leap into action. Soaring through the air towards Li Mu, his countenance was twisted with ferocity, and his curved blade glinted with a chilling light, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. The strength of a fourth-grade warrior was unleashed without reservation. As Wolf Flame advanced, Li Mu was acutely aware of his presence. Nevertheless, his demeanor remained serene and unperturbed. With the old Gung by his side, what was there to fear? Those who sought to take his life were merely courting death. "Young master, be cautious. This barbarian is a fourth-grade martial artist." Qinghuan, who was entangled in combat with the Fire Wolf King, noticed the approaching foe and promptly called out a warning, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Although she was engaged in battle, her thoughts lingered on Li Mu. "Get away!" Qinghuan shouted fiercely, her spear radiating a crimson glow as she thrust it towards the Fire Wolf King. Meanwhile, Li Mu remained composed. His great snow-coiling dragon spear emanating a subtle yet powerful intent. "Perish!" Wolf Flame sneered, his expression darkening as he saw the white-armored warrior still unmoving. Dominant slash. He raised his curved blade high, channeling the essence of his martial arts, and brought it crashing down towards Li Mu. Boom! A brilliant white light surged forth, imbued with an overwhelming intent, seemingly capable of annihilating all else. The blade drew closer to the white-armored warrior. Wolf Flame's sinister grin widened. Yet, just as the blade was about to strike, a chilling voice pierced the air. A long spear shot through the sky, descending with swiftness, positioning itself before Li Mu and intercepting the oncoming blade. "Damn it!" With his attack thwarted, Wolf Flame's brows knitted tightly in frustration. A graceful figure landed softly, her toes barely touching the spear's end, exuding an aura of elegance and coldness as she gazed at Wolf Flame. Her eyes seemingly crystallized with frost. It was Qinghuan, standing protectively before Li Mu. This girl. Li Mu observed Qingluan's silhouette, shaking his head in resignation with a wry smile. He had warned her countless times to stay behind in dangerous situations. Yet she would not heed his words, leaving him at a loss. Just then, Li Mu's spear surged into action. The great yellow hall seal on his brow shimmered, and he darted forth like a flash of lightning. A phantom in motion, Qingluan felt a cool breeze sweep past her, stirring her hair. Dragon's fury. Before Wolf Flame could react, a piercing sound echoed as Li Mu's spear plunged into his chest, blood staining the weapon's tip. Wolf Flame's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Mu, terror creeping into his gaze. His heart trembled violently. He recognized the man before him, the war god of Northern Liang. Li Mu, but it was too late for regrets. His head drooped, and he breathed his last. Li Mu calmly withdrew his spear, and Wolf Flame's corpse plummeted from the air. The chief of the Fire Wolf tribe had fallen to Li Mu's hand. With the backbone of their forces shattered, victory was nearly within grasp. Gratitude was extended to the followers of the Dark Sect, including Qin Shijun, Mo Tianqin, Yuguijiho, and user 222064431. For their generous gifts, here is the third update. Chapter 18. The wolf cubs cannot be tamed. The young master's strikes are becoming ever swifter. Qingluan mused as she observed Li Mu from behind, a flicker of astonishment in her elongated eyes. One strike had felled a fourth-grade barbarian. Were she in his place, she would have needed to employ her most powerful technique to achieve such a feat. With his long spear in hand and his cloak billowing in the wind, Li Mu exuded an effortless elegance. Qingluan, watch closely, he commanded, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards the menacing Fire Wolf King, the intent of his great snow-coiling dragon spear pulsating with lethal precision. Why? Qingluan furrowed her brows, confusion clouding her expression as she watched Li Mu, her delicate lips pursed. She could not comprehend his reasoning. Because this strike will be magnificent, Li Mu replied, his lips curling into a warm smile. Li Mu was determined to make an impression? Huh? Qingluan felt a wave of incredulity wash over her, her gaze towards Li Mu taking on a peculiar hue. Yet in the next moment, a realization dawned upon her, and her countenance shifted to one of concern. Young master, the Fire Wolf King is immensely powerful. Even a fourth-grade warrior would struggle against it. Be careful. As Qingluan saw Li Mu brandishing his spear towards the Fire Wolf King, she understood his intent. He aimed to slay the formidable beast. Li Mu merely chuckled at her warning. A mere Fire Wolf King is hardly a cause for alarm. The great yellow hall seal on his brow radiated with brilliance as his true energy surged forth, enveloping him in a protective aura. The great snow-coiling dragon spear thrust forward with blinding speed towards the Fire Wolf King. Roar. The Fire Wolf King, sensing the incoming assault, unleashed a menacing glare with its crimson eyes, roaring ferociously as it prepared to pounce on Li Mu. Its razor-sharp claws could shred through the heaviest armor. If they struck Li Mu, they would surely rend flesh from bone in an instant. Roar! The Fire Wolf King exhaled a torrent of searing flames, a blaze fierce enough to incinerate all in its path. The inferno surged towards Li Mu, filling the air with a cacophony akin to a devil's howl. Yet in Li Mu's clear gaze, the flames grew larger, yet he felt not a hint of trepidation. With a swift motion, his spear danced, and it seemed as though snow crystals began to fall around him. A flurry of snow descending upon the battlefield. A voice resonated within Li Mu's heart. In that instant, the power of the great snow-coiling dragon spear surged to its zenith, unleashing a snowflake strike that hurtled forth with blinding speed. The winds and snow erupted, extinguishing the flames spewed forth by the Fire Wolf King in an instant. The howling snowstorm raced towards the beast, moving with astonishing velocity. Before the Fire Wolf King could comprehend what was happening, it was engulfed by the relentless tempest of snow. A howl echoed through the blizzard, the cries of the Fire Wolf King resonating within. The cold light flickered as Li Mu plunged into the storm, allowing the snowflakes to cascade around him, swirling in an ethereal dance. As he thrust his spear forward, snowflakes adorned its tip, sharpening its lethal edge. In that moment, Li Mu embodied the very essence of a snowstorm spear god. Unparalleled in grace, with a crack, The sound of bones splintering filled the air as Li Mu emerged from the blizzard, bloodied spear in hand, exuding an air of resolute defiance against the world. Bang! The Fire Wolf King crashed to the ground, its low groan reverberating through the silence. Its life force extinguished, its body marred with wounds, it lay in a pitiful state. Qingluan watched Li Mu's retreating figure. Momentarily entranced, her gaze fixated upon his extraordinary silhouette, once again etched into her memory. Wolf Flame had perished, the Fire Wolf King had fallen. It was all over, as the Fire Wolf King met its end at Li Mu's hands. Soldiers of the Fire Wolf tribe, witnessing the deaths of both Wolf Flame and the Fire Wolf King, began to shout in panic. What? The chief is dead. Should we continue fighting, with the chief slain? What was the point of persisting? They would surely meet the same fate as their leader if they did. The Northern Liang cavalry was too fearsome. Even if they rallied all their strength, they would struggle to inflict any damage. As the news of Wolf Flame's demise spread, the soldiers of the Fire Wolf tribe faltered, their morale plummeting, their fighting spirit extinguished. The chief is dead. How can we ordinary barbarians hope to prevail against the Northern Liang cavalry, especially those who had been cowed by the iron-fisted might of the Northern Liang dragon riders? Their faces were etched with fear, trembling uncontrollably. The Northern Liang cavalry was simply too formidable. At that moment, Agushin and Han Duo felt a surge of panic, their faces pale as parchment, terror etched upon their features. They were afraid. As the morale of the barbarians crumbled, many even discarded their weapons in despair. A quarter-hour later, the Northern Liang cavalry surged forth, encircling and capturing the remaining barbarian troops on the battlefield. In this battle, the Northern Liang cavalry had suffered fewer than 500 casualties, while they had slain 5,000 and taken nearly 10,000 prisoners. This did not even account for the ordinary tribesmen of the Fire Wolf tribe. This battle was a resounding victory for the Northern Liang cavalry. In the territory of the Fire Wolf tribe, the captured barbarians knelt on either side, heads bowed low, while the once mighty fire wolves cowered on the ground, resembling timid hounds. The atmosphere throughout the territory was stifling, as if the very air had solidified. The hearts of the barbarians were filled with trepidation. Some felt fear, others regret. At that moment, Li Mu rode slowly into the territory of the Fire Wolf tribe on a small red mare. Exuding the aura of a sovereign, Qingluan, Lao Geng, Ning Pejun, and others followed closely behind. On either side knelt the barbaric tribesmen. As Li Mu and his companions entered the territory, some of the barbarians stealthily raised their heads, gazing at Li Mu with eyes filled with deep resentment. Their expressions were exceedingly fierce, as if they longed to devour him whole. Among the glaring barbarians, there were women, elderly individuals, robust men, and children around 10 years of age. Their eyes brimmed with a chilling malice and murderous intent. The members of the Fire Wolf tribe had been instilled with the nature of wolves from birth. Wolves are cunning and will never submit. Your Highness, how shall we deal with these Fire Wolf barbarians? Ning Pejun inquired from behind Li Mu. His gaze swept across the barbaric figures, noting their ferocious stares. Suddenly, an angry voice pierced the air before Li Mu could respond. A boy, approximately 12 or 13 years old from the Fire Wolf tribe, lunged forward, leaping into the air with a bone dagger in hand, aiming to assassinate Li Mu. Who would have imagined that such a young lad would attempt such an act? Young master, be careful. Your Highness, an assassin. Both Ning Pejun and Qingluan were taken aback, their faces pale, as they hastily brandished their spears, but it seemed too late. Die. The Fire Wolf boy snarled, his expression menacing. As he thrust the dagger toward Li Mu's chest, the blade only an inch away from its target. Yet Li Mu's gaze darkened, his expression instantly turning frigid. An overwhelming, domineering aura surged forth, enveloping Han Duo and Agushin. The two trembled involuntarily, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath, their brows furrowing deeply under the immense pressure. Their throats convulsed as they swallowed hard, their minds racing to formulate a justification. General, we were coerced by the Fire Wolf tribe. We had no choice, Han Duo exclaimed. The Qishui and Alan tribes harbor no desire for war, nor do they possess the skill for combat. They simply cannot withstand the onslaught of the Fire Wolf tribe. Surely you are aware that the formidable barbarian tribes of the plains engage in plunder against weaker clans. Recently, the Fire Wolf tribe assaulted both the Chishui and Alan tribes, capturing us. They forced us onto the battlefield to shield their soldiers from death, or else they threatened to kill us. We were left with no alternatives. We implore you to see reason. The Chishui and Alan tribes have never ventured south to plunder the common folk of Dezhou. In a moment of inspiration, Han Duo spun a tale with remarkable ease, his demeanor betraying no sign of deceit. Speaking as if it were the unvarnished truth, it was evident he was a seasoned liar. Well versed in the art of fabrication, is this truly the case? Li Mu pondered, scrutinizing the barbarian figures before him, before posing a question. Is it indeed so? Absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt. If I utter a single falsehood, may I meet a most wretched fate. Han Duo declared earnestly, his gaze resolute. This performance demonstrated the caliber of a seasoned actor. Indeed, Han Duo's assertion was unwavering. Should he speak a single untruth, he would be struck by divine retribution. Agu Shan nodded vigorously, his expression grave. Han Duo widened his eyes, glancing toward Agu Shan, his mind swirling with profound confusion. What a remarkable performance by this traitorous ally, he thought, momentarily stunned at Agu Shan. Meanwhile, feigned ignorance, smiling as if nothing had transpired, so that's how it is. It seems you too are victims. Upon witnessing the barbarian's fervent oath, Li Mu inclined his head slightly and mused, agreed. This is indeed a solid position. Hearing his words, Agu Shan and Han Duo's spirits soared, excitement bubbling within them. They were spared from death. General, I have discovered 2 bound barbarians in a nearby camp. They have been brought forth for your judgment. At that moment, a sergeant stepped forward, saluting Li Mu before speaking in a deep voice. Han Duo and Agu Shan instantly stiffened, their faces paling to the color of paper, a chill washing over their hearts. Barbarians bound in the tent? Amu Gu and Han Bei. This was disastrous. As the words flowed, the author humbly sought encouragement for further chapters and small tokens of appreciation, expressing gratitude for the reader's gifts and 5-star reviews. Offering a humble bow. Chapter 20. In this hall stands the Northern Liang war god. Li Mu. 2 imposing figures, bound hand and foot, were brought forth. These men were none other than Amu Gu, the leader of the Alan tribe, and Han Bei, the leader of the Chishui tribe. Kneel. Upon reaching Li Mu, the Northern Liang soldiers barked the order. Greetings, General of Dezhou. Amu Gu and Han Bei knelt, simultaneously proclaiming their identities. We of the Alan and Chishui tribes have never invaded the south, nor do we recognize the Northern Liang war god. Li Mu. I am Amu Gu, leader of the Alan tribe. I am Han Bei, leader of the Chishui tribe. Before Li Mu could respond, Amu Gu and Han Bei rushed to introduce themselves. On their journey here, they had witnessed the carnage inflicted upon the Fire Wolf tribe by the soldiers. They were eager to clarify their identities to avoid being mistaken for members of the Fire Wolf tribe, lest they become victims of the blade at any moment. The Chishui tribe and the Alan tribe? And you are their leaders. Li Mu's eyes narrowed with skepticism as he scrutinized Amu Gu and Han Bei. Doubt gnawed at him. Just moments ago, 2 other barbarians had claimed to be from the Alan and Chishui tribes as well. Li Mu remained cautious. If you are indeed the leaders of the Chishui and Alan tribes, then why are you found in the company of the Fire Wolf tribe? Li Mu's voice was cold as he posed the question, preparing to scrutinize both sides' claims. Previously, he had been half convinced by Agu Shan and Han Duo's statements. Now, he was equally wary of Amu Gu and Han Bei's words. Trouble loomed. Agu Shan and Han Duo discreetly turned their heads away. Hearing Li Mu's inquiry, a wave of dread washed over them. If Amu Gu and Han Bei divulged their reasons for being with the Fire Wolf tribe, the fabrications of the former would unravel. General of Dezhou, Amu Gu began cautiously. I am the leader of the Chishui tribe. Han Bei were summoned by the leader of the Fire Wolf tribe to discuss matters. The leader, Wolfyan, harbors ambitious designs to plunder the borders of Dezhou and seeks to form an alliance with the Chishui and Alan tribes. The 3 tribes would unite to raid the territories of Zhou. An alliance of 3 tribes? A southward invasion of Zhou? Li Mu felt the chill in his gaze intensify as he tightened his grip on the Dashue Panlong spear. Amu Gu continued. However, we and the Chishui tribe have always abhorred war. We desire only peaceful lives and wish to abstain from Wolfyan's southward aggression. He paused. Han Bei and I rejected his proposal. Subsequently, we were bound and brought here. If not for your timely arrival, General, we would surely have met our demise. I am eternally grateful for your intervention. Amu Gu's words rang true, every syllable sincere. His cunning was perhaps less than a Gu Shan's. Han Bei nodded in affirmation, his expression resolute. Yet, the narratives did not align. Li Mu mused internally. The previous barbarians had claimed that the Fire Wolf tribe forced them to fight, while these two asserted that they had been bound for refusing Wolfyan's alliance. Li Mu pondered before slowly articulating, "You claim that you were bound due to your rejection of the Fire Wolf tribe leader's alliance proposal. Yet, these other barbarians assert that the Chishui and Alan tribes were invaded by the Fire Wolf tribe, who captured them and coerced them into battle to shield their soldiers. Both of you present compelling arguments, yet I find myself at an impasse. Who am I to believe?" A faint smile graced Li Mu's lips. A warmth that sent shivers down the spines of Amu Gu, Han Bei, and the other barbarians. Amu Gu and Han Bei furrowed their brows, confusion evident on their faces. Their gazes shifted, and they soon recognized the Gu Shan and Han duo, their expressions shifting to realization. "Traitors! Traitors!" they exclaimed simultaneously, their fury igniting at the sight of the two perceived traitors. Seeing these two traitors, Amu Gu and Han Bei's rage flared. "These traitors nearly led our kin to ruin. The Fire Wolf tribe serves as a cautionary tale. Had they agreed to Wolfyan's alliance, their fate would not have differed much from that of the Fire Wolf tribe." "Traitors? It seems we are in for quite a spectacle," Li Mu noted with amusement as he listened to the indignant accusations of Amu Gu and Han Bei, a glimmer of intrigue sparkling in his eye. "I must confess, General of Dezhou, this man named Gu Shan is our second-in-command and a traitor to our tribe. He willingly serves as a pawn for the Fire Wolf tribe leader, Wolfyan, seeking to invade the borders of Dezhou alongside him. When you encountered them, he eagerly offered his tribe to serve at Wolfyan's behest," Amu Gu declared, his expression twisted with rage. Teeth grinding in fury. "General of Dezhou, this barbarian, Han duo, is our second-in-command, just like a Gu Shan of the Alan tribe, wishing to invade the south. He willingly serves as Wolfyan's lapdog. His death would be no loss." Han Bei echoed, his forehead veins bulging, his words heavy with resentment. I see." Li Mu acknowledged, nodding slightly as clarity washed over him. He had made his decision, discerning the truth from falsehood. The actions of a Gu Shan and Han duo spoke volumes. They were guilty beyond redemption. Whether coerced or not, they had drawn their blades against the Northern Liang army. That alone warranted their execution. As for the claims of Amu Gu and Han Bei, they bore a semblance of credibility. Their bindings indicated enmity towards the Fire Wolf tribe. If they were allies, they would not have been restrained in such a manner. "General, do not heed Amu Gu's fabrications. He seeks to deceive you. They are the true traitors, colluding with the Fire Wolf tribe. They have harmed their own kin, only to find themselves betrayed by Wolfyan. Indeed, they are the traitors. We are not traitors. We never intended to invade the common folk of Dezhou. Should I utter a single falsehood, may the heavens strike me down. May I be born without a backside." A Gu Shan and Han duo, hearts racing, began to speak recklessly, disregarding all caution. "Let the heavens strike me down. If I am to be born without a backside, I can always have daughters. It is far better than to perish at this very moment." Li Mu gazed at a Gu Shan and Han duo with an expression akin to that of a spectator observing a jester. Gently shaking his head, "These few must be eliminated," Li Mu uttered coldly. Yes, with that, Li Mu issued the command, and immediately, a soldier stepped forward with a drawn blade. "General, wait," however. At that moment, Amu Gu, steeling himself, spoke up. "Do you wish to accompany them?" Li Mu narrowed his eyes and inquired. Amu Gu shook his head, casting a fierce glare at a Gu Shan, and then gritted his teeth, saying, "General, I am the leader of the Alan tribe. A traitor has emerged within my ranks. It is a failure of my governance. I implore you, grant me the opportunity to cleanse my clan and send the traitor to their demise." Amu Gu knelt before Li Mu, his expression grave and his demeanor sincere. "I also beseech you to allow me the chance to rectify my clan." Han Bei also joined in the plea. Li Mu regarded the two men, raising an eyebrow, then laughed heartily. Very well, I shall grant you both an opportunity. Unbind them and provide them with blades, Li Mu commanded, and soldiers promptly moved to release the captives and hand over the weapons. Amu Gu and Han Bei armed themselves and approached Gu Shan and Han Duo. No, please, Chief, I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life. Gu Shan and Han Duo trembled, retreating in fear upon seeing Amu Gu and Han Bei advance with their weapons. Gu Shan, do you comprehend how many lives of your kin have been lost due to your selfish desires? If I spare you, will those tribesmen find peace? Amu Gu shouted in fury. The cold blade in his hand descending, with a swift motion, he severed Gu Shan's head, which rolled gruesomely away, blood splattering in its wake. Simultaneously, Han Bei executed Han Duo, blood spraying onto his face. In addition to Gu Shan and Han Duo, Amu Gu and Han Bei proceeded to eliminate other tribesmen, all of whom had fought alongside Gu Shan and Han Duo. If they were spared, would the great Zhou general relent? They intended to sacrifice a few tribesmen to ensure the survival of their entire clan. Reluctantly, they felt they had no other choice in a short span. All the members of the two tribes had been eradicated. Thank you, General. Thank you, General. After the purification of their ranks, Han Bei and Amu Gu approached Li Mu. You have cleansed your ranks. It is time to make a decision. Li Mu observed Han Bei and Amu Gu with a smile, leaning slightly forward as he spoke. In light of your tribe's previous abstention from invading Zhou, you now face two choices. Point 1 is to submit to the Great Zhou and serve it. The other is for the Alan and Qishui tribes to vanish from the 3,000 miles of wasteland henceforth. Moreover, I neglected to introduce myself. I am the Northern Liang war god, Li Mu. Chapter 21. The Northern Court of the Desert. The Northern Liang war god, Li Mu. Upon hearing Li Mu's declaration, Amu Gu and Han Bei felt a jolt in their hearts, their minds buzzing. This man was none other than the Northern Liang war god, feared by the barbaric tribes of the wasteland. They could not help but gasp in shock, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Although the Alan and Qishui tribes had not previously invaded the south, the reputation of the Northern Liang war god was not foreign to the two tribal leaders, as he was indeed the mortal enemy of those who reveled in bloodshed. My patience is limited. You have but 10 breaths to contemplate your fate. Seeing the shock in Amu Gu and Han Bei's eyes, Li Mu reminded them, the preservation of the Alan and Qishui tribes is entirely contingent on your past restraint from invading. Yet, just because you have not raided the Great Zhou citizens before does not guarantee future restraint. Had it not been for the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry's assault on the Hualang tribe, the Alan and Qishui tribes might have allied with them. Should you refuse to submit, you shall share the same fate as the Hualang tribe, disappearing into the wasteland, Li Mu mused silently. Knowing that a leader must show no mercy, Amu Gu and Han Bei exchanged glances, each catching a glimmer of resolve in the other's eyes. We are willing to serve the great general henceforth, they declared in unison, kneeling with their right fists pressed against their chests. Neither Amu Gu nor Han Bei was foolish. Such a rare opportunity would not be squandered in the current turmoil of the wasteland. Powerful tribes were relentlessly devouring the weaker ones to expand their territories. The Alan and Qishui tribes, being weaker and unaccustomed to warfare, were at grave risk of annihilation by the stronger barbaric tribes. To have the chance to ally with the Northern Liang war god was not something one could simply ask for. Furthermore, should they refuse, their tribes would face extinction in the wasteland. Even a fool would choose submission. It appeared that the two leaders were not lacking in wisdom. From this moment forward, the Alan and Qishui tribes would serve under me. Moreover, you two leaders must ensure that your subordinates are kept in check. Otherwise, the Hualang tribe shall serve as a cautionary tale. Li Mu's tone held an unmistakable threat. Rest assured, General, I will certainly keep my subordinates in line and ensure they do not infringe upon the borders of the Great Zhou. I stand ready to heed your commands, Amu Gu replied earnestly, and Han Bei nodded in agreement. Since you have both spoken thus, I shall not hesitate, Li Mu continued, his demeanor calm. I have matters to discuss with you both. Please, General, give your orders. They responded in unison, their right arms clenched in salute. I am leading the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry northward to trample the Northern Court of the Desert and to sweep away the barbaric tribes south of the Wolf Residence Mountain. Before the army moves, provisions must be secured. As we venture deep into the wasteland, it will be challenging to maintain a steady supply line. Thus, I require your tribes to assist in transporting supplies for our army. Furthermore, you have long dwelled in the wasteland and possess some knowledge of the surrounding barbaric tribes. I need you both to make a trip to those tribes that have never invaded the south. In my name, inform them that those who comply shall prosper, while those who resist shall perish. Should they choose to serve me, they must refrain from raiding the south. Should anyone refuse, I shall personally lead the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry to trample their lands and obliterate their tribes. Li Mu stated with a solemn tone. We accept the orders. Amu Gu and Han Bei affirmed with resolute nods. Go forth. I eagerly await your good news. Li Mu gestured for them to depart. As Amu Gu and Han Bei exited the Hualang tribe's territory, Li Mu called out, Ning Pajun. The latter approached on horseback. Rest here for a day, allowing the troops to don their winter pelts. We shall continue our northern expedition to conquer the barbarians come dawn. Additionally, send a carrier pigeon to General Chu in Bingzhou, commanding him in my name to lead a detachment of cavalry from Bingzhou northward to conquer the barbarians. Li Mu instructed I shall take my leave to fulfill your command. Ning Pajun replied with a firm nod, his gaze sharp and unwavering. A day swiftly passed, and Li Mu led the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry onward. Meanwhile, the northern gate of Bingzhou swung wide open as a portly general, leading the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry, set forth to conquer the barbarians. Unbeknownst to them, half a month slipped by, and news of Li Mu's northern campaign against the barbarians spread far and wide. Tribe after tribe fell to either annihilation or subjugation at his hands, and the entire wasteland became a cauldron of unrest. Every tribe of the wasteland was left in shock at the northern court of the desert. Among the vast expanse of 3,000 miles of wasteland, 5 of the most powerful barbaric tribes, with deep-rooted legacies and extensive territories, considered themselves royal families. These 5 tribes formed an alliance strong enough to rival an imperial dynasty. The northern court of the desert was one such royal family. Within the grand tent of the barbarian king, imposing figures with muscular builds filled the space. At the head of the assembly sat a middle-aged figure draped in a tiger-skin robe. Robust as an ox, his face adorned with layers of flesh that projected an air of authority without needing to raise his voice. A palpable aura of dominance enveloped him, casting a shadow over the assembled barbarians. This barbarian was the Dunhuang of the northern court, Nu Er Sichai. As Nu Er Chi scanned the tent, he addressed the assembled generals. I trust you are all aware of the news regarding that young Li Mu, who leads the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry northward to confront the barbarians. He dares to proclaim that he will trample the northern court of the desert. Now, with the royal court drawing near, which of you generals is willing to lead your forces into battle and extinguish Li Mu and his Northern Liang Iron Cavalry? Your Majesty, there is someone seeking an audience outside. Before any of the generals could respond, a barbarian soldier entered the grand tent. Who seeks an audience? Nu Er Chi's expression darkened, visibly displeased. The kneeling soldier trembled in fear, his heart racing. Ha ha ha, Left King, I, Xie Mao, have come uninvited. I hope the Left King will not take offense. Just as Nu Er Chi finished speaking, a figure clad in black robes stepped into the royal tent. The soldier outside clutched his stomach, rolling on the ground in distress, boldly intruding as the figure in black entered the tent. All the barbarian generals immediately rose, glaring at the newcomer. Who are you? Nu Er Chi waved his hand to silence the generals. The figure in black removed the hood from his head, revealing himself as the Northern Mang demon. Xialing, you are not in the Northern Mang dynasty. What brings you to the court of the Northern Desert King? Nurchi immediately recognized the figure in the black robe as one of the 10 most notorious figures of the Northern Mang dynasty. Xialing. An air of shadowy mystery enveloped Xialing, exuding an eerie presence. I, Xia, have come to offer counsel to the Left King, he remarked with a smile. What counsel? Nurchi inquired, and why Emperor has learned that the Northern Liang's military commander, Li Mu, is leading his cavalry northward, sweeping through the barbarian tribes, and heading straight for the court of the Northern Desert King. He has specifically tasked me to assist the Left King in taking Li Mu's life. Xialing replied, Li Mu, known as the god of war of Northern Liang, has slain countless barbarians. How simple do you think it is to kill him? Nurchi expressed his reluctance. Indeed, the god of war. Li Mu, does he not wish to be slain? He does. Yet, killing him is no easy feat. Xialing chuckled confidently. If Li Mu were in Liangzhou, it would be impossible to take his life. However, having ventured deep into the wasteland, it is not difficult to end him. With my strategy and the might of the barbarian generals, we can decisively eliminate the Northern Liang cavalry advancing northward. Furthermore, to my knowledge, Li Mu is without any first-tier experts by his side. With my intervention and the assistance of a first-tier power from the Northern Desert King's court, we can surely claim Li Mu's life. Nurchi shook his head, saying, Xialing, are you aware of the balance of first-tier powers? If our first-tier expert intervenes, will the first-tier expert from the Great Zhou dynasty simply stand by and do nothing? The god of war Li Mu is a first-tier expert of our tribe. You truly believe that the Northern Liang dynasty can exploit the conflict between the Northern Desert King's court and the Great Zhou dynasty for its own benefit? Not at all. Xialing replied with an enigmatic smile. If Li Mu and the entire Northern Liang cavalry were to be annihilated, who would know that it was a first-tier expert from the Northern Desert King's court who disrupted the balance? Li Mu would simply perish at my hands. Once Li Mu is dead, the left king can march southward and seize the 3 provinces of Northern Liang from the Great Zhou dynasty. With the leaders of the 3 provinces of Northern Liang in disarray, they would readily fall into the left king's grasp. His smile grew increasingly sinister and chilling. Chapter 22. The divine hand of Mingguang strikes the heart of the dragon in the lands of the 3 provinces of Northern Liang, Liangzhou, Bingzhou, and Huangzhou. Left King Nurchi found himself somewhat tempted. A profound glint sparked in his shadowy, deep-set eyes, and he narrowed them slightly as he regarded the Northern Liang demon. Xialing, the tent fell into a quiet stillness, the atmosphere growing subtly tense. After a prolonged silence, Nurchi took a deep breath and spoke. Xialing, do you truly possess the confidence to kill Li Mu? The expanse of Northern Liang's territory is vast and boundless. Should it fall into our hands, the Northern Desert King's court would ascend to become the preeminent power among the 5 royal families, dominating the 4 barbarian royal families. Should the left king dispatch a first-tier expert, I am 90% certain I can slay Li Mu. Not a single one of the Northern Liang cavalry would survive, Xialing proclaimed slowly, wearing a cold, eerie smile that evoked a sense of trepidation. Left king, should Li Mu and the Northern Liang cavalry be wiped out, the involvement of a first-tier expert from the Northern Desert King's court would be known only to the heavens and the earth. You and I, who would suspect that it was a first-tier expert from the Northern Desert King's court who disrupted the balance? This would merely be the consequence of Li Mu's reckless ambition in venturing deep into the wasteland. Xialing continued, luring with the promise of gain in this world. All actions are driven by profit, and people risk their lives for gains. If the rewards are substantial enough, even in the face of mortal danger, there will be those willing to take risks, he added. Master Mingguang, do you believe this plan is feasible? Left King Nurchi pondered for a moment before turning to a middle-aged man of notable scholarly demeanor seated to his left. This man, Zhao Mingguang, was Nurchi's foremost strategist, renowned for his cunning. He was known as the divine hand of Mingguang, a master of strategy who viewed the world as a chessboard, placing his pieces with precision. With a gentle wave of his feather fan, Zhao Mingguang bowed slightly to Nurchi and replied, Li Mu poses a genuine threat to the Northern Desert King's court. If an opportunity to kill him arises, it is certainly worth a trial. However, I must ask, why has the Emperor of Northern Liang sent you to assist the Northern Desert King's court in slaying Li Mu? There are no free meals in this world. Zhao Mingguang's gaze was sharp, as if he could see through the very hearts of men. The title of Divine Hand of Mingguang was not one to be taken lightly. Sensing Zhao Mingguang's penetrating scrutiny, Xialing furrowed his brow slightly. Zhao Mingguang is indeed a formidable figure, he thought, striving to maintain his composure as he smiled and said, Master Mingguang, your foresight is indeed as astute as your reputation suggests. Ah, pish, you old schemer, Xialing mused internally, though outwardly he offered words of praise. Zhao Mingguang's expression remained unchanged, a smile playing on his lips as he awaited Xialing's response. Feeling somewhat helpless, Xialing continued, To be frank, Li Mu is also a great adversary of the Northern Liang dynasty. With Li Mu entrenched in the 3 provinces of Northern Liang, the northern front of the great Zhou dynasty remains impregnable. Thus, to break Northern Liang, we must first eliminate Li Mu. The left king desires the 3 provinces of Northern Liang, and my emperor covets the realm of the great Zhou dynasty. Therefore, it stands to reason that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Northern Desert King's court and the Northern Ming dynasty can be considered allies. Xieling was fully aware of Zhao Mingguang's deep cunning, thus he did not conceal his intentions, though he still kept a hand hidden. Once Li Mu is dead, the Northern Ming dynasty's 40,000 iron cavalry will advance southward. My king. Is this feasible? Zhao Mingguang cast a penetrating glance at Xieling, then turned to left King Nurchi, nodding affirmatively. Very well, Xieling. I shall collaborate with your Northern Ming dynasty this once to eradicate that arrogant youth, Li Mu. Upon hearing these words, Nurchi slammed his hand on the armrest of his seat. Excitement evident in his tone. Zhao Mingguang was his chief strategist, and he had unwavering faith in the latter's words. May our collaboration be fruitful, Xieling replied with a smile, his face adorned with an exceptionally sinister grin. He then proceeded to outline the plan to ambush Li Mu and the Northern Liang cavalry. Approximately half an hour later, Xieling, cloaked in black, exited the tent of the barbarian king. The various barbarian generals under left King Nurchi also departed from the king's tent. An hour later, the barbarian generals of the Northern Desert King's court led their troops away from their territory, marching southward. Xieling was among them. Across the vast wasteland, the sound of thundering hooves echoed as beasts roared. Dust rising to connect heaven and earth in the ancestral land of the Northern Desert King's court. Left King Nurchi approached the ancestral stone gates, bowing deeply as he called out, Northern Liang's military commander. Li Mu is advancing into the wasteland. Please, ancestral spirits, emerge and slay Li Mu. With the annihilation of the Northern Liang cavalry, none shall know of the ancestral spirit's intervention, and you need not concern yourself with the balance of first-tier powers. Boom! As soon as Nurchi's words fell, the ancestral stone gates burst open with a resounding crash. A streak of luminous light surged forth from within the gates at blinding speed, leaving no visible figure. Only an ethereal, ancient voice echoing, I depart. Farewell, ancestral spirit. Nurchi turned and bowed once more in the direction the light had vanished. At this moment, Li Mu remained unaware of the impending danger as he continued to march northward. Subduing the barbarian tribes in the territory of a warlike barbarian tribe, the Northern Liang cavalry had just concluded a campaign of extermination. Li Mu, riding a mare, stood atop a small hill, gazing at the azure sky to the north. Below the hill, Qing Luan leaned against her spear, the sturdy shaft pressing against her modest chest. Lao Huang sat on a stone, tending to a fire where sweet potatoes roasted, appearing leisurely and at ease. It was unclear where Lao Huang had procured the sweet potatoes. Suddenly, the sound of urgent hoofbeats approached. Your Highness, the Bailey tribe has been annihilated, reported Ning Pajuan as he arrived at the foot of the hill. Looking up at Li Mu, Dalai Mu nodded and inquired, How far is it to the court of the Northern Desert King? Without any obstruction, we should reach the Northern Desert King's court in less than 5 days. Ning Pajuan replied. Wolfju Shushan is within the territory of the Northern Desert King. Li Mu continued to ask, How many troops do we have left? We still have over 8,000 iron cavalry. Ning Pajuan answered without hesitation. Over 8,000 iron cavalry is sufficient. Li Mu contemplated briefly, nodding gently. With his back to Ning Pajuan, he gazed toward the setting sun over the vast desert, its afterglow spilling forth, painting the sky in crimson hues. His gaze was unwavering and resolute. The weather is growing colder. The soldiers have been away from Liangzhou for quite some time. It is time for them to return victorious. Ning Pajuan, let us rest here tonight and set forth at dawn tomorrow, heading straight for the Northern Desert King's court. Li Mu commanded. The final battle to conquer the northern tribes. Understood, Ning Pajuan replied, his eyes brimming with determination. As the sun set and the moon rose, the next day, over 8,000 Northern Liang iron cavalry continued their march, a magnificent and awe-inspiring sight. The Northern Liang cavalry was renowned across the land, advancing like an unyielding spear aimed directly northward. This battle would strike at the heart of the dragon. However, Unbeknownst to them, a deadly trap lay ahead. A first-tier expert, Lao Huang's sword, was already eager for action. Please encourage me with updates and reviews. Gifts would be even better. Thank you for your support. Chapter 23. The Valley of Wild Wolves. War begins. In the desolate expanse of the wilderness, within the sinister Wild Wolf Valley, a chilling howl reverberates through the mountains as ferocious wolves raise their heads to the sky. The eerie sounds of their howls echo ominously across the valley, where these predatory creatures roam in packs. Suddenly, they surge forth from the depths of the gorge like a torrent, bearing their menacingly sharp fangs, their eyes blazing with a fierce crimson intensity. A battle has erupted in Wild Wolf Valley. For enemies have invaded their territory, led by their king. The pack of wolves charges fiercely toward the intruders. However, the invaders, robust as bulls, exhibit no fear of the wolves. Armed with weapons, they retaliate with brutal strikes against the advancing canines. The clash is nothing short of brutal. Soon, the valley's entrance is strewn with the lifeless bodies of wolves, a ghastly sight. Some wolves lie torn asunder, bloodied and mangled, unable to withstand the overwhelming power of their assailants. The invaders are too formidable, merciless in their onslaught. Suddenly, a deafening wolf howl pierces the air as a magnificent white wolf leaps from the valley, launching itself at the intruders. This majestic creature, measuring over 10 feet in length and standing 5 feet tall, is significantly larger than the marauders. As the white wolf leaps, its gaping maw opens wide, causing the invaders to recoil in alarm. For this white wolf is none other than the Wolf King. Unruly beast arrows struck some of the iron cavalry of Bailiang, causing the wounded riders to tumble from their horses, lifeless. Bloodied warhorses lay on the ground, gasping for breath, tears glistening at the corners of their eyes. The barbarian soldiers at the valley's mouth had already engaged the Bailiang cavalry in fierce combat. In an instant, the air was filled with the glint of blades and the chaos of slaughter. Due to the constricted terrain of the valley and the overwhelming advance of the barbarian forces, the full battle prowess of the Bailiang cavalry could scarcely be unleashed, their movements hampered one after another. The Bailiang cavalry fell to the swords of the barbarians. Elimu watched the horrendous scene before him, a tempest of fury igniting in his eyes. His deep-set gaze was filled with coldness and murderous intent, veins of blood quickly creeping into his vision as he tightened his grip on his spear. Bailiang cavalry, break through the encirclement. Iron Futu, clear the path. Bailiang dragon riders, retaliate, Limu bellowed, with the sound of his voice. The heavily armed Iron Futu surged forth in tightly knit formations, their ironclad figures charging at the barbarian hordes with the ferocity of a tank breaching enemy lines. The Iron Futu wielded heavy sabers and spears, cutting down barbarian soldiers one after another, blood soaking the earth. They became a relentless machine of slaughter on the battlefield, their vicinity littered with fallen foes. As the Iron Futu rampaged, the sight of their might instilled terror in the hearts of the barbarian forces, who hesitated to approach, fearing certain death. With a swift motion, the Bailiang dragon riders raised their crossbows, unleashing a rain of deadly arrows upon the slopes. The arrows sliced through the air, glinting ominously in the sunlight. Screams echoed as barbarian soldiers on the hillside were struck, their lives extinguished in an instant, their bodies tumbling down the slope. The Bailiang dragon riders, skilled archers, found their targets among the barbarian ranks, who were reduced to mere living targets. Soon, the invincible Iron Futu carved a bloody path through the enemy lines, creating an opening for the encircled Bailiang cavalry to surge forth like a torrent. The Bailiang cavalry gradually broke free from the encirclement of the barbarian forces. Once they reached the open plains, their true combat capabilities would be unleashed. This is bad. We cannot allow the Bailiang cavalry to escape the valley. Once they reach the flat ground, their charge will be unstoppable. Even 5,000 barbarian soldiers will be unable to withstand their onslaught. Especially with the Bailiang dragon riders and Iron Futu, these iron cavalry will not retreat until their enemies are vanquished. Generals, act now. Trap these few thousand Bailiang cavalry in the valley. From the top of the slope, Xie Ling, who had been observing the battle at the mouth of the Wolf Valley, spoke with a steely gaze. Beside him were 8 barbarian commanders, each at the 4th rank of martial arts. Previously, they had refrained from intervening, believing the overwhelming numbers of 5,000 would easily dispatch the few thousand Bailiang cavalry in the narrow valley. However, they had underestimated the combat capabilities of the Iron Futu and Bailiang cavalry, who had carved a bloody path through the barbarian ranks, instilling fear among their soldiers. At this moment, the 9 commanders could no longer sit idle. Xia is right. The Bailiang cavalry is far too formidable. We must not allow them to reach the open plains. Otherwise, our barbarian forces will face certain doom. One of the commanders stated gravely. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions turning cold with determination. In terms of commanding officers, Li Mu had only Qing Wan and Ning Pejun by his side, while the barbarian forces boasted 8 powerful commanders from the northern wilderness. The situation was increasingly dire for the Bailiang forces. With the 8 mighty barbarian commanders intervening, Li Mu's fate was all but sealed. Esteemed generals, I shall claim the credit for slaying Li Mu. One barbarian commander proclaimed, leaping down from the mountainside, his internal energy surging forth. A sinister smile crossed his face. Dalgu, the credit for this kill belongs to me. Do not attempt to steal it. Another commander quickly followed suit, charging toward Li Mu. The life of Li Mu is mine to claim. The glory of slaying Li Mu shall be taken by whoever possesses the skill. After a round of bickering, the remaining 6 barbarian commanders followed suit. Leaping down the mountainside, the overwhelming presence of the 4th-rank martial artists swept through the air, enveloping the valley's mouth. Meanwhile, Xialing remained atop the ridge, watching the chaotic struggle unfold with an enigmatic smile. Li Mu wielded his great snow-patterned dragon spear, urging his horse toward the valley's exit. With each thrust, blossoms of spearwork erupted, claiming the lives of countless barbarian soldiers beneath his onslaught. Blood drenched his white armor. Yet it was not his own. Be careful, there are barbarian commanders approaching. Qing Wan, having dispatched a barbarian centurion, called out urgently upon spotting the incoming commanders aiming for Li Mu. Her delicate features were etched with worry. Her brows furrowed deeply. These barbarian commanders were not foolish. They understood the strategy of capturing the leader first. If Li Mu fell, the Bailiang cavalry would be left leaderless and much easier to deal with. To come at me? Do you underestimate the Bailiang war god, or overestimate your own prowess? Li Mu's gaze swept over the approaching commanders, filled with murderous intent and icy resolve. He sensed their attack the moment they moved, yet remained unfazed, lying in wait for the perfect moment to strike. This, however, made Qing Luan increasingly anxious. With a sudden burst of speed, Qing Luan dashed toward Li Mu, intent on shielding him. However, just as she moved, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air beside her. A deadly steel arrow zipped past her, aimed directly at the barbarian commander. Qing Luan turned her gaze toward the arrow, only to witness a flurry of 17 more arrows slicing through the air, bringing the total to 18. The arrows targeted the 8 barbarian commanders. They think they can take me down with mere arrows. One commander scoffed at the incoming projectiles, with a flick of his mind. He summoned his protective chi, enveloping himself in a barrier. 4th-rank martial arts, converting energy into chi barrier. But in the next instant, the steel arrows struck, piercing through his protective barrier with ease. One arrow found its mark, creating a bloody hole in his right chest, blood pouring forth uncontrollably. This arrow is no ordinary weapon. Do not underestimate it. My chi was breached, the wounded commander roared, fighting against the excruciating pain. Hearing his warning, the remaining 7 commanders snapped to attention, shaking off their earlier dismissive attitudes. The barrier was broken. This arrow is indeed extraordinary, they exclaimed, hastily employing their techniques to deflect the oncoming steel arrows. What powerful arrows! It's fortunate we had Dalga's warning. Where did these arrows come from? One commander mused, glancing at the ground where the arrows had fallen, reflecting on their near-miss with death. Had they been careless for even a moment, they could have easily lost their lives to those steel arrows. Steel arrows, they are here. Li Mu recognized the source of the incoming arrows, and a knowing smile crept onto his lips. Look over there! A barbarian commander pointed toward a distant figure. The other commanders turned their gazes in unison. 18 riders galloped toward them, clad in cold armor, each wielding curved sabers, their faces masked and heads covered with black cloth, leaving only their eyes visible. Each bore a long black cloak, boots equipped with daggers, and carried large bows and steel arrows, uniformly armed with crescent-shaped sabers. Upon sighting these 18 warriors, the 8 barbarian commanders' expressions shifted dramatically. Their pupils dilating in shock, the black riders of Liangzhou, 18 across the wasteland, blood slaughtering tens of thousands, an unstoppable force. The 8 commanders recalled the mysterious 18 who commanded respect on the plains. They were the harbingers of death, Yinyun 18 riders. Gratitude is extended to all readers for their support, including Guasixian, Mo Nian Weiliang, and others. This chapter is quite lengthy, and your encouragement for more updates is appreciated. The humble author kneels in gratitude. Chapter 25. To move against the Liang Lord, first conquer Qingluan. The Yinyun 18 riders swept across the flat earth like a silver moon, charging toward the mouth of the Wolf Valley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp, piercing sounds of wind filled the air as the lethal steel arrows soared forth, aimed at the 8 barbarian commanders who were about to strike at Li Mu. The arrows shot forward with the ferocity to pierce through anything in their path. As the 8 commanders watched the arrows rapidly approaching, their hairs stood on end, and they dared not show even a hint of negligence. The steel arrows from the Yinyun 18 riders were not to be trifled with. One moment of carelessness could result in a fatal blow. The 8 valiant warriors were fully energized, their true essence surging forth, sweeping through the void. They employed their formidable skills to deflect all 18 steel arrows that came hurtling towards them. However, scarcely had the last arrow fallen when another 18, imbued with a chilling intent, were launched anew. The Yinyun 18 riders had no intention of granting the 8 valiant warriors of the northern wilderness any respite. Should they be afforded a moment's breath, the warriors would undoubtedly turn their attention to Li Mu. As the 18 riders unleashed their arrows, they charged forth on horseback. Upon witnessing the arrows from the Yinyun 18 riders, Qingluan felt a sense of relief wash over her, and then, wielding her Shana spear, she engaged the barbarian army. As her spear danced, it shimmered like frost. Qingluan, exuding an air of determination, stood as a formidable force, rivaling any man. Cursed be it! The arrows of the Yinyun 18 riders were indeed troublesome. One after another, they seemed endless. Among the barbarian warriors, frustrated curses echoed. The 18 riders had managed to restrain the 8 valiant warriors solely with their steel arrows. Yet, the supply of arrows was dwindling, as I am aware. Each rider was equipped with only 18 steel arrows, and just now, they had released the 17th. A grim expression crossed the face of one warrior, his heart ablaze with indignation. They were the esteemed warriors of the northern wilderness, masters of the 4th rank in martial arts, yet they found themselves restrained by mere arrows from the Yinyun 18 riders. What of their dignity as formidable warriors? Whoosh! The 18th steel arrow was loosed. In the eyes of the 8 warriors, a single arrow, sharp and unstoppable, cleaved through the void, swiftly splitting into 18 arrows, each bearing an indomitable edge. Boom! The 8 warriors channeled their true essence, executing martial techniques, and all 18 arrows were felled. Surely, there would be no more arrows left now. One warrior looked at the fallen arrows, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. Just as his words fell, he suddenly felt an icy chill creeping up his spine. He turned around, and a crescent moon blade loomed larger before his eyes. Hiss! The sight of the blade made the warrior involuntarily draw a sharp breath. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his axe. Clang! A crisp sound of metal striking metal rang out as the crescent moon blade was deflected. Simultaneously, 18 figures materialized around the 8 warriors. The Yinyun 18 riders had arrived. As the last steel arrow was loosed, they made their entrance. Yenda raised a hand, catching the spinning crescent moon blade. Kill, he commanded, his voice low and powerful. In a flash, Yenda's figure whirled through the air, executing a 360-degree spin, and struck down at one of the barbarian warriors. Sensing the incoming attack, the warrior raised his weapon to block. Clang! The crescent moon blade descended, unleashing a fierce blade aura. The warrior's hand split open, blood flowing forth as he staggered back. The Yinyun 18 riders had long established their fearsome reputation on the plains, their names synonymous with bloodshed. Their martial prowess was formidable, and facing a few barbarian warriors was hardly a challenge. At that moment, the other 17 riders also launched their assaults. The crescent moon blade radiated a chilling light, and its overwhelming aura spread swiftly at the valley's entrance, surrounded by the Yin 18 riders. The 8 barbarian warriors found themselves at a disadvantage. Several bore wounds from the onslaught. The speed and agility of the 18 riders were as swift as the wind, their movements ghostly and elusive, making them difficult to counter. The faces of the 8 warriors grew grave, their eyes filled with trepidation. Limu glanced at the bloodied path carved by Tai Fu Tu, realizing that the Northern Liang iron cavalry had nearly broken through. Qing Luan, Yin Yun 18 riders. Move to the valley's entrance, Limu called out. With a squeeze of his legs, his mare neighed and galloped towards the valley's mouth, followed closely by Qing Luan and the 18 riders. On the slopes flanking the valley entrance, barbarian archers lay in wait, ready to unleash their hidden arrows. Before long, they exited the valley. Whoa! Limu reined in his horse, halting the mare. Ning Pejun, lead the Northern Liang iron cavalry to annihilate the barbarians. Limu shouted at Ning Pejun, who was fiercely battling in the fray. Your subordinate obeys, Ning Pejun roared. The Yin Yun 18 riders then set their sights on the 8 barbarian warriors. 12 riders charging towards them, while the remaining 6 turned to engage in the melee. As the 6 riders entered the battle, they left no survivors in their wake, the barbarian corpses strewn across the ground in a gruesome display. Limu turned his gaze to the summit of a nearby slope, where a figure cloaked in black appeared before him. It was the notorious North Meng demon, Xia Ling, from the moment the barbarian army had emerged. Limu had kept a watchful eye on the summit, for there lay the true, formidable foe. Xia Ling's gaze was fixed upon Limu, searching for an opportunity to strike. Thus, their eyes met in the void. As if invisible arcs of electricity clashed, sparks flying. Heh. Noticing Limu's attention, a sinister smile crept across Xia Ling's face, deepening the malevolence of his grin. Are you inviting me to battle, Limu? You overestimate yourself. Since you invite me, I shall let you witness my prowess. I will personally send you on your way, Xia Ling taunted, his lips curling with derision. With that, he leapt into the air, his true essence swirling around him as he soared towards Limu's position. Xia Ling's cultivation surpassed that of the 8 barbarian warriors. In mere moments, he was upon Limu, little boy Limu. Taste my palm, he declared, his chilling laughter echoing ominously. With fingers poised, true essence surged within, the palm's aura radiating powerfully. A shadow of a palm, roughly the size of a man, shot towards Limu. Should this strike land upon one of the 8 warriors, it would surely result in grievous injury, if not death. As the palm shadow approached, Limu tightened his grip on the De Shui Pan long spear, his gaze resolute and unflinching. Just as he moved to strike, a figure darted past him, positioning itself in front. This figure wielded a long spear, its movements conjuring a torrent of spear energy as it forcefully struck downwards. Boom! The overwhelming spear energy erupted, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Bang! The spear energy collided with the palm shadow, producing a thunderous sound akin to a clap of thunder. Instantly, a shockwave surged forth, sweeping in all directions. The one who unleashed the spear was none other than Qing Luan. As she straightened, she withdrew the Shana spear from the ground, her expression cool and determined. With the spear in hand, she stood resolutely before the cloaked figure, her stance unwavering. Behind her stood the man she would protect at all costs, Limu. She stood there, immovable as a rock, like an impregnable wall of bronze, shielding the one she held dear. Even in the face of an insurmountable enemy, she showed no fear or retreat. Her silhouette, though solitary and melancholic, radiated profound tenacity, all for the sake of one person. Should you wish to harm my lord, you must first pass through me. This girl, Qing Luan. Limu observed her steadfastness with a mix of helplessness and a wry smile. He had told her that she need not protect him in times of danger, yet she remained resolute in her defiance. At the base of a slope, devoid of battle, an elderly figure gazed towards a certain direction. Silent as ever. This man was old Gung. He watched the depths of the Wolf Valley, his hand resting on a wooden box upon his back. "Don't worry. I thought the website would arrange for a cover. But to my surprise, there were no arrangements after New Year's, and I had to manage it myself, waiting in vain for 9 days. Upon learning that there would be no cover, I immediately sought someone to arrange one, and it will be up by tomorrow at the latest. The cover is quite striking, featuring snow and wind, with a long spear, standing against the world, battling a multitude. Thank you for the 5-star review. I appreciate your urging for updates and your generous gifts. I will express my gratitude for each chapter tonight." Chapter 26, True Essence Reverses. The dragon unveils its armor at the base of the slope. Old Gung's gaze remained tranquil as he observed the depths of the Wolf Valley. Buzz. Suddenly, the wooden box on his back began to tremble lightly, as though sensing something. "Everything is fine," Old Gung gently reassured the box. His voice soft and soothing, as his words resonated. The box quieted once more. "Old friends, I know you wish to emerge, but do not rush. There will be opportunities." Old Gung smiled faintly, his demeanor calm. His gaze sharpened, becoming clear and piercing, as if he could see through everything. He perceived the mice lurking deep within the Wolf Valley. Then, Old Gung removed the wooden box from his back, settling into a meditative position with his eyes closed. The box laid horizontally before him. He seemed to be awaiting something. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the clamor of combat reverberated, the clash of blades and spears unceasing. The air was filled with the furious roars of soldiers from both armies. The Northern Liang Iron Cavalry had descended into a bloodthirsty frenzy. As the cavalry advanced, the chilling blades fell, and the soldiers of the northern wilderness crumbled in droves, staining the earth with crimson. Thud! The sound of cold steel piercing flesh echoed relentlessly, the gruesome symphony of bone and sinew tearing apart resonating through the air. As far as the eye could see, the ground was littered with corpses, the stench of blood hanging heavy in the atmosphere. The battle raged fiercely, a sight both shocking and harrowing. Most of the fallen were soldiers of the northern wilderness, while the losses of the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry were minimal. Amidst the cacophony of battle cries and the thundering of hooves, the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry surged forth once more. It was the Iron Floating Tower and the Northern Liang Dragon Riders. Iron Floating Tower, formation of the Sharp Arrows. Northern Liang Dragon Riders, formation of the Silver Moon. The Musi Camp, flanking attack. Charge. Ning Pijuan, bloodied from combat, had just slain a barbarian sergeant when he raised his blood-stained spear and bellowed. Ning Pijuan commands the warriors, leading the Musi Camp with extensive combat experience. He remained vigilant, observing the tumultuous battlefield and the attack on Princely Mu by cloaked figures, in the chaos of battle. It was difficult for him to extricate himself to assist Princely Mu. Thus, his only recourse was to lead the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry to decisive victory in this engagement, allowing Princely Mu to focus undistracted. With a commanding shout from Ning Pijuan, the Northern Liang Dragon Riders, Iron Floating Tower, and Musi Camp Cavalry swiftly altered their formations. Their battle fervor surged, and their morale soared. The earth trembled beneath them. Akin to a rending chasm, creating a grand spectacle, the Iron Floating Tower, a cavalry of heavy armor, was unmatched in its ferocity, breaking through enemy lines with an unstoppable force. The Sharp Arrow formation concentrated their cavalry's might for a devastating charge against the foe. When the Iron Floating Tower was paired with the Sharp Arrow formation, it was as if they had been granted wings. The Silver Moon formation moved with the swiftness of the wind, striking the enemy with relentless ferocity. As the cavalry swept across the field, they resembled a silver moon traversing the wilderness, leaving devastation in their wake. The mightiest among the Northern Liang Cavalry, the Northern Liang Dragon Riders, could unleash the full potential of the Silver Moon formation. Before long, both the Iron Floating Tower and the Northern Liang Dragon Riders launched their assault with the Sharp Arrow and Silver Moon formations. The clash was brutal. The barbarian soldiers were either trampled beneath the warhorses or slaughtered by the blades and spears of the Iron Riders. Many perished under the hooves of the charging steeds, their deaths gruesome and tragic. The Musi Camp Cavalry executed a flanking maneuver, and under the relentless onslaught of the 3 cavalry units, the barbarian forces suffered countless casualties and their morale plummeted. In particular, The Northern Liang dragon riders and iron floating tower shattered the spirit of the barbarian soldiers, instilling in them a profound fear. Faced with the advance of the Northern Liang dragon riders and iron floating tower, they retreated in terror, desperate to avoid becoming mere fodder for the blades. The 6 riders of the Yinyun 18 riders instilled further dread among the barbarian troops. The soldiers surrounding the 6 riders wore expressions of sheer terror, as if they had encountered specters. The methods of the Yinyun 18 riders were exceedingly strange, their strikes as swift as lightning, appearing almost ghostly. The barbarian soldiers barely registered a shadow passing before their eyes when, in the next instant, crimson blood gushed forth from their throats, a swift decapitation. The Yinyun 18 riders vanished as quickly as they appeared, their ruthless tactics rendering them nearly impossible to defend against. The fear of the 6 riders among the encircled barbarian soldiers surged like the relentless waters of the Yellow River, an unending torrent. This terror arose from the depths of their souls. A mental torment. Some barbarian soldiers, unable to withstand this psychological anguish, stepped forward, seeking death and cursing the Yinyun 18 riders. With a swift slash, the 6 riders granted their wish in an instant. Those who sought death had their throats severed. Such scenes only deepened the dread in the hearts of the remaining barbarian soldiers. On the battlefield of the other 12 riders, the formidable barbarian generals were cornered by the 12 riders. Having been driven to a desperate state, of the 8 initial barbarian generals, only 6 remained, 2 having already fallen to the onslaught of the 12 riders. The surviving 6 bore wounds from blades, blood flowing freely, their faces pale as parchment. Faced with the enigmatic assaults of the 12 riders, the 8 barbarian generals, even in unison, were no match for their foes, suffering the loss of 2 comrades. The remaining 6 would likely meet a fate no better than that of their slain brethren. "Kill!" roared Yin to the 12 figures moved nearly in unison. The 6 barbarian generals glimpsed a shadow flicker before them, and in the next moment, the 12 riders surrounded one of the generals. Following swiftly, a chilling glint flashed, accompanied by the sound of flesh being rent apart. The barbarian general's scream was abruptly cut off. His limbs and head severed, falling in gruesome disarray. Gasping in horror, the remaining 5 barbarian generals could only draw in a sharp breath, their faces ashen. Dismemberment? The Yinyun 18 riders are mercilessly cruel, Limu. Do you only dare hide behind a woman? What kind of man are you, lurking in her shadow? You call yourself the Northern Liang war god, but to me, you are merely a cowardly bear. Northern Liang bear, ha ha ha, Xieling, having repelled Qingluan with a single palm, cast a mocking glance at Li Mu, seeking to provoke him into action. However, Li Mu remained unfazed, his expression cold, eyes filled with icy determination and murderous intent. Qingluan and Xieling had exchanged blows for nearly 30 rounds, yet she found herself at a disadvantage. Li Mu watched intently. He did not refrain from intervening out of unwillingness, but rather understood Qingluan's temperament. The stubborn girl would not concede easily. If Li Mu intervened now, she would not be angered, but for the next 2 or 3 months, she would ignore him entirely. Qingluan possessed an indomitable pride. "Old fool, if you wish to lay a hand on me, you must first contend with Qingluan. Otherwise, you have no right." Li Mu's voice was frigid as he regarded Xieling deal with this girl first. "Li Mu, you truly are willing to sacrifice such exquisite beauty. If not for my mission being you, I would have gladly cherished her myself." Xieling's gaze lingered over Qingluan's delicate figure, a wicked smirk gracing his lips. As he licked his mouth, savoring the thought, "You old dog, I will kill you." At Xieling's taunts, an inferno of rage ignited within Qingluan. She felt utterly humiliated. Only by vanquishing him could her fury be quelled. With a fierce stomp, she launched herself forward, her spear aimed at the cloaked figure of Xieling Ha. Overestimating yourself. Merely at the pinnacle of the 4th rank, you truly do not know your own limitations. Xieling scoffed disdainfully, gathering a formidable force within his palm to strike against the incoming spear. Bang! In the blink of an eye, his palm energy surged forth, as unstoppable as an avalanche. The impact caused Qingluan's hand to tremble violently, her grip on the spear faltering. Bang! Another resounding crash echoed as Qingluan's features contorted, blood spewing forth, staining the ground. Her body quivered, flung backward approximately 10 zhang before crashing to the earth and rolling several times before regaining her footing. Qingluan, seeing this, Li Mu felt a surge of urgency. He was ready to intervene. "Young master, I can handle it." Yet, Qingluan raised her hand, unwilling to let Li Mu step in. "Worry about yourself first." Xiaoling laughed coldly and charged toward Li Mu. With Qingluan incapacitated, he faced no further hindrance. Extending his claws, he aimed for Li Mu's neck with a ferocious strike. "Get back!" In that moment, a chilling voice rang out that a figure with flowing hair descended from above. Her spear thrusting into the earth, boom! In an instant, a dominating aura radiated forth, stirring up clouds of dust. The spear's might surged with unparalleled ferocity. Xiaoling's expression darkened as he retreated several paces. His demeanor shrouded in foreboding. Under the force of that overwhelming spear intent, even he was compelled to evade its lethal edge. As he steadied himself and looked up, he beheld a striking figure standing between him and Li Mu, Qingluan. In that moment, Qingluan had discarded her helmet, her hair cascading freely, her cloak billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. With blood staining her visage, her gaze was cold and resolute as she fixed her stare upon Xiaoling. Gripping the spear tightly, blood seeped from her palms, trailing down the shaft. In that instant, she exuded an air of tragic grandeur, as if ready to sacrifice herself. "Should you wish to harm my young master, you must first contend with me." Qingluan's spear was angled downward, her voice icy as she spoke, her delicate face radiating unwavering determination. Her clear eyes held no trace of fear, yet her forlorn silhouette evoked a pang of sorrow. "First move against you. Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Xiaoling's laughter was frigid, his patience wearing thin. His internal energy surged, coalescing into formidable force as he advanced toward Qingluan. He understood that this woman would not relent until she was dead. Therefore, he had no choice but to eliminate her first. The cloaked figure approached with the ferocity of a tempest, while Qingluan stood her ground, unwavering. Her gaze was resolute, her expression frigid. Yet, the aura surrounding her intensified, growing ever more formidable. "This is not good, Qingluan, no." Seeing Qingluan's determined silhouette, Li Mu suddenly recalled something and urgently called out. His heart raced with anxiety, but alas, it was too late. Qingluan's internal energy surged chaotically, her bloodlines expanding, unleashing a terrifying power that erupted from within her. The spear intent enveloping her ascended to unprecedented heights. The might of the spear roared forth like a dragon, unparalleled and dominant. It seemed capable of piercing the heavens, shattering the gates of the sky. As the figure of the cloaked man gradually loomed larger before her eyes, a chillingly cold hiss reverberated through the mountains and valleys. Each word enunciated with piercing clarity, resonating like a clarion call. The dragon unfurls its armor. Gratitude is extended to esteemed readers such as user 164892211, Dongyang 1993, Suimo, who delights in salt-baked flounder, the leader of the Exploding Heaven Gang. Where is the book? Hurry up and update. Zhang Chunling from Chuanhu, Zafanshi Wang Marin, and others for their generous gifts. This chapter is not brief, is it? Thank you for the 5-star reviews and for urging updates. Let the call for updates commence. Chapter 27. The White Dragon emerges, Xiaoling falls. The dragon unfurls its armor. Qingluan's voice, nearly hoarse, echoed across the land, deafening in its intensity. In an instant, the formidable essence of her spear surged forth. Her ink-black hair swirling like a tempest, her cloak billowing wildly. She stood upon the earth, wielding the moment's spear, as if a celestial spear master had descended upon the mortal realm. She appeared to emerge from the dawn light. Standing in timeless, unchanging eternity, confronted by the malevolent fiend of Baiman, and in defense of the noble Li Mu behind her, she unleashed a technique her father, in his youth and vigor, had never dared to employ lightly. The dragon unfurls its armor. With a gentle sweep of her spear, a piercing sound of the weapon's resonance filled the air. Before her, a spectral white dragon manifested, its 3 claws unfurling, coiling protectively around Qingluan with a roar. The apparition of the white dragon soared forth, letting out a skyward bellow that echoed throughout the heavens, sending tremors through the hearts of all present. Xialing, witnessing the ghostly white dragon entwined around Qing Luan, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, a chill coursing through him. From this spectral dragon, he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger. The pressure of the white dragon's essence nearly suffocated him. What kind of spear technique is this? It is terrifying beyond measure. Though she was merely at the pinnacle of the fourth tier, the might of this technique was sufficient to overshadow him. Xialing swallowed hard, his expression grave as unease settled in his heart. What martial art is this? Such a fearsome spear intent. With this strike, I am surely doomed, as the white dragon's specter manifested. The fierce battle on Qing Luan's side drew the attention of other battlefields. The 5 barbarian generals exchanged wary glances at the apparition of the white dragon, their trepidation intensifying. Even if the 5 barbarian generals united their strengths, surviving this strike seemed almost impossible. Qing Luan, how formidable! Ning Pejun remarked as he beheld the white dragon surrounding Qing Luan, astonished at her capabilities. Young master, you have truly found a treasure. I cannot fathom how you have persuaded her to willingly unleash the spear master's ultimate technique. The dragon unfurls its armor, with true energy flowing against the current. Even if she miraculously survives, it would likely leave her with lasting repercussions. At the foot of a hillside, old Gung slowly opened his eyes. Immediately spotting the white dragon's phantom, he sighed softly. Qing Luan, what necessity drives you to this? I had forbidden you from using the dragon unfurls its armor. Have you disregarded your young master's words? Li Mu gazed at Qing Luan's desolate silhouette, a pang of sorrow welling up in his heart, his grip tightening around the great snow-coiling dragon spear, the chill of murderous intent growing ever stronger. Xia Ling, this scoundrel deserves to die. Once the dragon unfurls its armor is unleashed, it cannot be halted. Otherwise, the spear intent shall devour its master. Li Mu could only watch helplessly as Qing Luan prepared to strike. I have said it before, to approach the young master, you must first pass through me. A fierce glint appeared on Qing Luan's pale face as she wielded her spear with grace. Kill! A low growl of determination reverberated as Qing Luan darted forth, as swift as lightning. Her spear aimed directly at Xia Ling with a roar. The dragon's cry echoed through the heavens as the spectral white dragon surged forth. Coiling around Qing Luan, its gaping maw poised to consume Xia Ling with overwhelming force, as the apparition of the white dragon expanded in his vision. Xia Ling's pupils constricted, the sensation of suffocation intensifying. His heart racing with growing unease. Heavenly serpents dance. With a heavy heart, Xia Ling summoned all the true energy within him, executing his most formidable martial art. Qing Luan's rapid advance left no room for evasion. He had no choice but to confront her head-on. I am a peak, third-tier powerhouse, while you are merely a pinnacle fourth-tier practitioner. The disparity between our realms cannot be bridged by mere martial skills. I refuse to believe that your white dragon can shatter my heavenly serpent. His eyes burning with fury, Xia Ling bellowed as a 2-meter-long black serpent phantom emerged behind him, its sinister fangs glistening ominously. With a swift motion of his fingers, Xia Ling commanded the black serpent to lunge at the white dragon, carrying with it the fearsome might of the heavenly serpent. A cold, twisted smile crept across Xia Ling's face. The heavenly serpent's dance, my strongest technique. It cannot possibly be bested by a fourth-tier practitioner. In an instant, the white dragon specter and the serpent phantom collided, producing a thunderous sound that shook the earth. Releasing a torrent of fierce energy that stirred up clouds of dust, Li Mu's gaze was fixed intently on Qing Luan, anxiety flooding his heart, his palms slick with sweat. I had thought she was exceptionally strong. It seems it was all mere bluster. Seeing the two phantoms locked in a stalemate, Xia Ling exhaled a sigh of relief, tauntingly declaring, "Ha!" However, just as he spoke, cracks began to form on the serpent phantom. Xia Ling's expression froze in shock as he witnessed the fissures rapidly spreading across the serpent's form. How can this be? He howled inwardly. Break. With a fierce roar, Qing Luan unleashed her power. Roar. The white dragon's phantom erupted in rage, its roar shaking the heavens. With a resounding crack, The black serpent phantom disintegrated into a myriad of luminous particles. The white dragon's apparition surged forward, piercing through Xia Ling in an instant, with a sickening sound. The spear's tip plunged into flesh and bone, delivering a devastating blow. Xia Ling was struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling dramatically. The spear pierced into Xia Ling's right chest. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air. Enduring the intense agony coursing through his body, Xia Ling channeled the last remnants of his true energy, his expression turning vicious. Get away! Xia Ling's eyes narrowed as he thrust his palm toward Qing Luan. A tremendous force propelling her backward, causing her to stumble and relinquish her spear. The dragon unfurls its armor, with true energy flowing against the current, combined with Xia Ling's strike, made it impossible for Qing Luan to maintain her grip on the spear. Qing Luan, seeing Qing Luan being thrown back, Li Mu could no longer remain passive. Disregarding any two assaults descended almost simultaneously. Xia Ling's eyes widened, and with a push of her feet, vitality instantaneously dissipated. This is bad. Upon Xia Ling's demise, Li Mu felt an overwhelming surge of energy rushing towards him, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he retreated repeatedly. It was the residual energy of that first-grade ancestor. As Li Mu withdrew, he wielded his spear to fend off the energy. Meanwhile, deep within the Wild Wolf Valley, a streak of light tore through the sky, racing towards Liemut, at the base of the hill. Lao Gung's gaze swiftly locked onto that luminous streak. Buzzing sounds emanated from the wooden box lying horizontally on the ground, trembling slightly. The first-grade ancestor of the Northern Desert Royal Court had made his move. Chapter 28. Lao Gung, draw your sword above the Wild Wolf Valley. A radiant rainbow light streaked across the heavens like a shooting star. The moment this rainbow light appeared, the true energy of this realm became chaotic and tumultuous. Billowing true energy surged across the sky, and a terrifying oppressive force enveloped Li Mu. The power of the Great Tao, a first-grade powerhouse. Li Mu raised his gaze towards the sky, and upon seeing the rainbow light, his eyes sharpened. The mobilization of the true energy of the heavens was the manifestation of the Great Tao, a technique employed by first-grade martial artists. As soon as the rainbow light emerged, Li Mu sensed it, his eyes fixated on the streak of light ripping through the sky, but in the next instant, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon him. His sword-like brows furrowed, and a look of strain appeared on his face. As though a mountain of blades were pressing down upon him, Li Mu's legs trembled slightly, the terrifying pressure attempting to force him to kneel. However, he gritted his teeth and stood tall, the great Huang Ting mark on his forehead shimmering with a faint light. To kneel before the heavens, to kneel before the earth, and to kneel before one's parents. How could Li Mu ever kneel in submission to an enemy? Even against a first-grade powerhouse, he would not bow down for the sake of survival. Under the immense pressure, Li Mu's legs quaked more violently, his feet sinking into the ground. The oppression of a first-grade powerhouse was extraordinarily formidable. Had it not been for Li Mu's unparalleled physique, which harbored the power of the Great Tao, his physical prowess far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, he would have perished the moment the pressure from the first-grade powerhouse descended. After all, he was not yet a first-grade. This one possesses some skills. No wonder the barbaric tribes of the wasteland are so wary. Yet, with the old man making his move, this wariness would come to an end. In the void, the first-grade powerhouse of the Northern Desert Royal Court observed Li Mu's defiant posture. A disdainful smile playing at the corners of his lips. In the presence of a first-grade powerhouse, any struggle was futile. Only a first-grade could contend with another first-grade. This old fellow, named He Xian, had lived for many years and was one of the ancestors of the Northern Desert Royal Court, boasting peak cultivation in the first-grade harmonious Tao realm. He Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he casually waved his sleeve, unleashing a terrifying wave of true energy imbued with the strength of a first-grade martial artist. Should a second-grade martial artist encounter this wave of true energy, they would either die or be gravely injured. As the true energy surged towards him, Li Mu's nerves instantly tightened. Without a moment's hesitation, he wielded the great snow-coiling dragon spear, unleashing a domineering spear intent. The great Huang Ting true energy poured into the spear as he twirled it in the air. the spear tip gleaming with a cold light. With a whoosh, a torrent of spear and tint erupted forth, radiating a blue light akin to that of a blue serpent. One dance of the blue serpent. As Li Mu beheld the sweeping spear and tint, a deep voice resonated. One dance of the blue serpent. In the blizzard, Li Mu was inspired by the sight of the blue-clad, one-armed sword god wielding his sword, his long sleeves dancing like the blue serpent, leading him to create his own spear technique. The spear and tint swept across the sky, drawing forth the surrounding true energy in a tumultuous wave. Under the gazes of Li Mu and He Xian, the spear and tint of one dance of the blue serpent collided with the wave of true energy. Boom! In that instant, a terrifying shockwave of true energy surged forth. Beneath the impact of the shockwave, Li Mu's body trembled, propelled nearly 10 zhang away. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he plunged the spear heavily into the earth, his legs slightly bent. The spear carved a 2 zhang long furrow into the ground before he finally steadied himself. Li Mu straightened up, his complexion noticeably pale, bearing an unwell appearance, with a trace of crimson appearing at the corner of his mouth. Spit! Li Mu expelled a mouthful of blood, casually wiping away the blood at his lips. Damn! This first grade is truly powerful. Once, 3 second-grade powerhouses had perished beneath the one dance of the blue serpent. Yet the one dance of the blue serpent could not break through a single wave of true energy from a first-grade powerhouse. The Northern Desert Royal Court truly holds me in high regard. Sending a first grade to kill me, Li Mu slightly calmed the surging qi and blood within him, gritting his teeth internally. This was his first direct confrontation with the first grade. From the very first encounter, he profoundly comprehended the might of a first-grade. To survive under the assault of a first-grade powerhouse's true energy was no small feat. Excellent spear technique. He Xian, hovering in the void, regarded Li Mu with newfound admiration. Though Li Mu was the sworn enemy of the barbaric tribes of the wasteland, it did not hinder He Xian's appreciation. Merely stating that the spear technique was commendable revealed how little he understood me. Did the king of the Northern Desert Royal Court not inform you that, apart from my prowess with the spear, I possess other skills equally formidable? Li Mu's great snow-coiling dragon spear was pointed skyward, the spear tip flashing with a cold light, eager and unparalleled. Having already exchanged blows with He Xian, the first-grade powerhouse, Li Mu remained unfazed, undaunted by his opponent. Spear and tint, flying swords, this has taken me by surprise. With your talents, given time, you would surely reach the first-grade realm. However, I shall not allow you to become a first-grade powerhouse. He Xian chuckled lightly, but in the next instant, his expression darkened, a chilling intent and murderous aura emanating from him. The might of a first-grade powerhouse enveloped the void, energy spreading forth, causing Li Mu's hair and cloak to flutter wildly. He Xian was no longer toying with a mouse. The previous assault had not utilized much of his strength. But now, he intended to unleash his true first-grade power. Flying swords? In my presence, they are but scrap metal today. You shall undoubtedly meet your demise. No one can save you. He Xian declared coldly, whoosh, before his words had fully settled. He Xian's figure flashed, appearing before Li Mu in an instant. His fist was clenched, ready to strike. Li Mu, too, commanded the flying swords, forming a defensive sword array before him. Bang! The fist came crashing down. A terrifying power surged forth, causing 11 swords to tremble as one. A pang of distress struck Li Mu's chest, propelling him backward, blood spurting from his mouth, his complexion paling. The 11 flying swords scattered across the ground. Old Gung. It's time to draw the sword, he shouted as he was thrown back. Upon hearing the command, the wooden box in front of Old Gung instantly opened, and 2 3-foot-long azure blades shot forth like a rainbow's light. As Li Mu touched the ground, He Xian's figure flashed before him, a fist clenched, once again aiming a blow at Li Mu. A massive fist, akin to a sandbag, hurtled toward him, a fierce wind rushing at his face. Yet, Li Mu closed his eyes, declaring, "Go to hell." Seeing Li Mu shut his eyes, He Xian's expression hardened, presuming Li Mu had surrendered. Little did he know, Li Mu had sensed Old Gung's swords. Bang! He Xian unleashed a punch, but it missed Li Mu entirely as 2 iron swords pierced through the air, striking the fist's force, in an instant. The iron swords erupted with terrifying sword energy, surging toward He Xian. A first-grade sword? He Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he retreated rapidly, creating a distance of several dozen feet in the blink of an eye. The two iron swords pursued him relentlessly. Chapter 29. The Jiuzhou Sword Dao Ranking. Gung Jianjiu. The two iron swords whistled through the air, accompanied by unparalleled sword energy that seemed invincible in He Xian's eyes. They grew larger at an alarming rate, a chill creeping up from his feet to his scalp as he sensed an impending doom. Double swords are coming. He Xian nimbly dodged the sword strikes, moving as gracefully as a swallow, while simultaneously attempting to counterattack the dual swords, yet he could not even deflect them. Neither party could gain the upper hand. Sword 3. The dragon and snake bowed down. At that moment, Old Gung's deep voice resonated. Clutching the wooden box that housed his swords, he soared through the air on a sword gleaming with coldness. Soon, Old Gung leaped down from the sword, landing beside Li Mu, while the sword flew towards He Xian. My lord, are you unscathed? Old Gung grinned at Li Mu with a concerned expression, embodying the demeanor of a simple and honest old servant. I nearly had to collect your corpse. Do you think I'm fine? Li Mu shot Old Gung an exasperated glance, yet felt a surge of gratitude. Their relationship transcended the mere master-servant dynamic. No matter. Old Gung concluded that Li Mu was unharmed. His smile radiant, Li Mu rolled his eyes at Old Gung once more, saying, Old Gung, you truly are remarkably composed. A first-grade powerhouse has attacked me, and you merely stood by without drawing your sword. You can't possibly think I could contend against a first-grade fighter, can you? 13 years, and finally, Old Gung is willing to draw his sword. Truly a rare occurrence. As he spoke, Li Mu raised his index and middle fingers, forming a sword gesture, with true energy coiling around the tips as he waved lightly. The 11 small swords that had fallen to the ground began to tremble faintly before soaring back to him. My lord possesses unfathomable cultivation. A dance of the azure serpent, the flying sword technique, Old Gung said earnestly, full of confidence in his master. Li Mu's expression was one of utter disbelief. Confidence? That sounds like a jest. If I were still at the first-grade level, I could contend with He Xian, but alas, I am no longer a first-grade powerhouse. Old Gung, that first-grade warrior is most likely an ancient monster from the Mo Bay royal court. We must find an opportunity to keep him here. Li Mu's gaze turned towards He Xian, who was currently besieged by 3 azure blades, his tone icy. Slaying a first-grade powerhouse would surely deal a significant blow to the Mo Bay royal court. Benefiting the Dezhou? Old Gung nodded, replying, a first-grade harmonization realm martial artist should be an opportunity to slay. As he spoke, Old Gung's eyes remained fixed on He Xian, the first-grade powerhouse from the Mo Bay royal court. Please wait a moment, my lord. I shall return shortly. With that, Old Gung departed, clutching the sword box as he flew toward He Xian. Sword 4, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Old Gung's calm voice echoed as the sword box opened. Releasing another sword. The 3-foot-long azure blade sliced through the void, charging towards He Xian with supreme sword intent, shattering all in its path. Old Gung raised his index and middle fingers once more. Wielding his sword gesture, the 4 swords surged forward, attacking He Xian relentlessly, their movements a blur that dazzled his eyes. The fierce and unparalleled sword intent enveloped the space. Faced with the onslaught of 4 swords, He Xian's expression turned gravely serious, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He found himself utterly overwhelmed, his complexion darkening to an extreme, utterly beleaguered, a first-grade harmonization realm powerhouse. He Xian shot a glance at Old Gung, his brows furrowing deeply, an unmistakable hint of unwillingness surfacing within his eyes. Damn it. Who said there were no first-grade powerhouses beside Li Mu? I only acted because there were none present. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a first-grade protector stood at Li Mu's side, a first-grade harmonization realm powerhouse nonetheless. I may very well perish here today. He Xian cursed inwardly, his frustration boiling over. The claim that there were no first-grade fighters beside Li Mu had been shattered, as the once dismissed Xialing now lay lifeless. This was not Xialing's fault. After all, Old Gung had never made a move in the 13 years within Liang. It was entirely normal for others to be unaware of Old Gung's first-grade status. The first-grade realm was further divided into 4 stages: harmonization, finger mystique, celestial dragon, and human immortal, also known as the immortal realm. He Xian was a first-grade harmonization realm warrior, while the one wielding the sword was a first-grade finger mystique realm expert. Though only a single realm apart, the disparity was immense. Thus, He Xian felt a surge of panic. He regretted coming to kill Li Mu. Had he known that a first-grade finger mystique realm fighter was present, he would never have sought his own demise. Clang bang. He Xian continually used his own energy to fend off the 4 relentless swords, evading with all his might. Yet, despite his efforts, several sword strikes broke through his defenses, leaving wounds across his body. He Xian was completely suppressed by Old Gung's 4 swords. Might I inquire as to your identity, esteemed sword immortal from which celestial mountain? He Xian spoke, attempting to probe Old Gung's identity. A nameless individual, merely an old servant of the Liang military leader, Old Gung replied nonchalantly as he spoke. His sword gesture moved once more. A resonating hum filled the air as the fierce and unparalleled sword intent surged through the void. The sound of swords ringing out, the onslaught from the 4 swords intensified. He Xian's expression grew increasingly dire, struggling against the relentless blades, feeling utterly drained. A nameless individual? An old servant? A first-grade finger mystique realm servant? What a deceit! He Xian couldn't help but curse inwardly, his anger rising. Esteemed old servant of the Liang military leader, would you consider visiting the Mo Bei royal court? We would treat you as an honored guest. With the respect due to an ancestor, He Xian suggested, attempting to undermine Li Mu. As an old servant, changing masters is not out of the question. I will not go. Old Gung replied flatly, his sword gesture sweeping again. The 4 swords shot straight up into the sky, then swiftly changed course, descending upon He Xian from above, each sword sealing off an escape route. He Xian's face darkened as he beheld the incoming blades. A sense of suffocation washing over him due to the oppressive sword intent. This first-grade swordsman truly is impervious to reason. He Xian cursed, channeling his internal energy, his figure transforming into a streak of light, his speed reaching its zenith. Aware that he could not stand against a finger mystique realm expert, he resolved to avoid a direct confrontation. However, the 4 streaks of light relentlessly pursued him, akin to a relentless shadow. When did a first-grade finger mystique realm swordsman emerge from the Jojo lands? He Xian glanced back at the approaching swords, his pupils constricting sharply as the 4 blades closed in. Wait a moment. A stranger first-grade swordsman from the Jojo lands? Suddenly, a thought struck He Xian. Not long ago, a name had surfaced, belonging to an unfamiliar swordmaster known among the Jojo people. Jojo Sword Dao ranking. 8th place, the unmatched sword champion, Gung Jinjiu. A first-grade finger mystique realm swordsman, wielding multiple renowned swords, with a sword technique both profound and unparalleled. Could he be the unmatched sword champion, Gung Jinjiu? The notion flashed through He Xian's mind. If the man truly was Gung Jinjiu, he should flee. Gung Jinjiu was among the 10 most formidable sword fighters in the Jojo Sword Dao. How could a first-grade harmonization realm fighter like him contend against Gung Jinjiu? May I ask, esteemed sir, are you indeed the unmatched sword champion, Gung Jinjiu of the Jojo Sword Dao ranking? He Xian inquired, dodging the azure blades, forcing himself to pose the question. You know of me? Old Gung raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze. He hadn't anticipated that He Xian would guess his identity. Gung Jinjiu, many are aware of the name, but those who know that I am Old Gung are few and far between. It seems I am truly doomed. Upon hearing Lao Gung's words, He Xian felt a violent tremor within, a wave of profound fear surging through him. His heart sank in an instant, a chilling sensation enveloping him. With the winds at their peak, he resolved to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his movement technique, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the void. Previously, his entanglement with Lao Gung had been motivated by a desire to find an opportunity to strike Li Mu. However, upon realizing that Lao Gung was, in fact, Gung Jinjiu, He Xian no longer wished to engage in a futile struggle. Continuing to fight would lead only to certain death, and he could not kill Li Mu. At this juncture, retreat was his best strategy. But where to flee? The young master had commanded him to stay. Seeing He Xian retreat into the sky, Lao Geng waved his sword and propelled himself forward. Standing upon a blade as he pursued, 3 additional swords closely followed in pursuit of He Xian. Li Mu observed Lao Geng chasing after him, then turned his gaze to the surroundings. At this moment, the 8 barbarian generals of the Mo Bay royal court lay dead beneath the crescent blades of the 12 riders, their deaths a gruesome sight. With the demise of the 8 generals, the morale of the barbarian army plummeted, their fighting spirit dissipating. Lacking a steadfast leader, the fierce Bei Liang iron cavalry instilled fear in the barbarian soldiers, who naturally wished to avoid further confrontation. Who does not desire to live? Commander Ning Pejun of the Muzi camp seized the opportunity, leading the Bei Liang iron cavalry in a victorious pursuit, scattering the barbarian forces in a frenzied retreat. The once flat ground was now a scene of chaos, as barbarian soldiers discarded their armor and fled the battlefield in their wake. The Bei Liang iron cavalry brandished their blades in hot pursuit. This battle marked the collapse of the ambush set by the 50,000 barbarian troops. A glance across the terrain revealed swathes of corpses. In this conflict, the barbarian army suffered over 60% casualties. The Bei Liang iron cavalry also faced losses, though the Mo Bay royal court's elite forces were suppressed by Lao Geng. Overall, this battle was a resounding victory. Chapter 30. Supreme Elixir. Lao Geng retains the pill outside the Wild Wolf Valley. Thousands of Bei Liang iron cavalry had established camp to recuperate. Having just endured a fierce battle, the soldiers were weary and unfit for further advancement northward. Li Mu thus commanded them to traverse Wild Wolf Valley and set up camp for a day of rest. In the preceding battle, nearly 2,000 Bei Liang iron cavalry had fallen, predominantly from the light cavalry of the Muzi camp, while the Bei Liang dragon riders and iron floating tower sustained minimal losses, with around 100 casualties between them. Presently, only a little over 6,000 battle-ready cavalry remained. Within the camp, the north wind howled, biting cold piercing through the air. The Bei Liang soldiers gathered around the flickering fires, rubbing their hands together and exhaling clouds of breath. The frigid northern wind reddened their faces and cracked their skin. Some soldiers patrolled the vicinity, braving the chill. As autumn set in, the northern climate grew increasingly frigid. Inside a tent, 3 or 4 braziers warmed the area beside a military cot. A figure lay upon the bed, his complexion as pale as a ghost, eyes tightly shut, an expression of lingering pain etched upon his features. This individual was none other than the one who had unleashed the formidable technique known as the Dragon's Unarmament, Qing Luan. Still in a state of unconsciousness, Qing Luan lay there, while another figure, the Bei Liang commander Li Mu, tended to her. Given the all-male composition of the army, it would have been inappropriate for anyone else to care for Qing Luan, leaving Li Mu as her sole caretaker. The accompanying military physician had examined Qing Luan's injuries, but found himself at a loss, shaking his head in resignation before bowing to Li Mu and exiting the tent. Li Mu understood the severity of Qing Luan's condition and did not pressure the physician further. However, his heart ached with urgency. Qing Luan had sustained her wounds while protecting him through the use of the Dragon's Unarmament. Li Mu paced anxiously beside her bed, his heart ablaze with concern. Qing Luan, the young master will surely save you, he silently vowed, filled with unwavering determination. At that moment, an elderly figure entered the tent, cradling a long rectangular wooden box. Hearing the commotion, Li Mu turned to the entrance. Lao Geng, you have returned? He exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer. Indeed, Lao Geng replied with a smile, placing the wooden box down before helping himself to a cup of water. How did it go? Were you able to slay that elite? Li Mu inquired, his curiosity piqued and anticipation building within him. Lao Geng downed his drink and shook his head, a hint of exasperation evident in his demeanor. That elite's movement technique is remarkably swift. When he fled, he resembled a rabbit. Fearing it was a ruse to lure us away, I did not pursue too far, allowing him to escape. However, I did manage to sever one of his arms, causing his cultivation to plummet to the first rank. Now he is no longer a threat. Lao Geng spoke candidly, revealing nothing to Li Mu. Severing an arm and causing his cultivation to fall, this is already quite commendable. Li Mu nodded in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, Lao Geng, come take a look at Qing Wan. Her injuries are grave. With that, Li Mu and Lao Geng approached the bedside. Lao Geng sat down next to Qing Wan, pressing his fingers against her wrist, allowing strands of true energy to flow into her body. It did not take long for him to ascertain her condition. It is dire. Young master, we must speak, he said, lifting his gaze to meet Li Mu's. Li Mu and Lao Geng settled into nearby seats. Lao Geng, what is the extent of Qing Wan's injuries? Li Mu inquired immediately, his anxiety palpable. Her true energy is in disarray. It is very serious. Lao Geng shook his head, his expression shifting from its usual nonchalance to one of grave seriousness. Upon hearing this, Li Mu's heart sank. Noticing Li Mu's concern, Lao Geng continued, in the Northern Lands, the spear immortal Zhang Xiao, a disciple of the spear god Tong Yuan, possesses unparalleled spear techniques. The dragon's unarmament is Zhang Xiao's ultimate skill. However, even at the height of his youth, Zhang Xiao would not dare to use this technique lightly. For while it may inflict great harm upon the enemy, it also severely injures the user, inflicting 1,000 injuries to the enemy while sustaining 800 to oneself. Once the dragon's unarmament is executed, the true energy within the body will run amok, causing blood vessels and meridians to expand uncontrollably. Should this chaotic energy continue unchecked, it could result in a fatal explosion. I cannot ascertain where Qing Wan learned the dragon's unarmament, but her prowess rivals that of Zhang Xiao in his youth. To save her, we must guide her true energy back into harmony. Unfortunately, I am unable to assist in this matter. Lao Geng's expression grew somber. We must simply guide her true energy back into harmony. Li Mu furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Soon, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes as he retrieved a pill from the mustard bracelet on his left wrist. Lao Geng, this Taishang Qingqi pill contains the essence of Taishang true energy. After ingestion, it should circulate throughout her meridians. I wonder if it can help realign her chaotic energy. Li Mu gazed at the milky white pill in his palm and spoke slowly. Over the past 13 years, he had summoned numerous exceptional individuals through the unparalleled summoning system, including masters of weapon forging, renowned generals, and strategists of unparalleled wisdom, not to mention those of high cultivation. To combat the cold poison within him, he had even summoned a master alchemist of extraordinary skill, the renowned healer Zhao Qingyo from Dai Valley. Despite Zhao Qingyo's efforts, none of the pills he had concocted could alleviate Li Mu's cold poison, until the Taishang Qingqi pill. Lao Geng observed the pill in Li Mu's palm. Although he could not recognize it, he could discern its extraordinary nature from the aura surrounding it. It may indeed be feasible. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Lao Geng's words, Li Mu wasted no time and moved towards Qing Wan. Young master, that Taishang Qingqi pill is a treasure among elixirs. Are you truly willing to part with it? Lao Geng suddenly interjected, observing Li Mu's retreating figure. This. Li Mu paused mid-step, then turned with a smile, replying over his shoulder, Lao Geng, to be honest, I possess only 3 of these Taishang Qingqi pills, and they are immensely precious. However, I would willingly give one to Qing Wan. Even if it meant sacrificing all 3, I would do so without hesitation. And as for you, should you find yourself in need of such a precious elixir, I would not hesitate to offer it. With that, Li Mu resumed his approach to Qing Wan, while Lao Geng remained silent. Smiling to himself, Li Mu possessed a considerable number of exceptional elixirs, all crafted by the master alchemist he had summoned. Yet very few were of genuine use to him. Otherwise, he would not still be tormented by the cold poison, nor would his cultivation remain below the first rank in due time. Li Mu administered the Taishang Qingqi pill to Qing Wan. As the pill dissolved upon entry, the mysterious Taishang true energy surged through her meridians. The overwhelming essence of the Taishang true energy swiftly began to assimilate the chaotic energy within her, gradually restoring order to its flow. The chaotic energy within Qing Wan was now steadily being guided back into harmony. There seemed to be hope. However, the recovery of her blood vessels and meridians would require time. Lao Geng's fingers remained on Qing Wan's wrist, probing her internal injuries with his true energy. With a sigh of relief, Li Mu felt a weight lift from his chest. What a relief! Afterward, Lao Geng and Li Mu returned to their previous seats at the small table. Once seated, Lao Geng produced a quaint, antique box, placing it on the table and opening it to reveal its contents, pushing it toward Li Mu. Lao Geng, what is this? Is this not the creation from your Jiuzhou Tiandao list? Li Mu gazed at Lao Geng with a perplexed expression. He furrowed his brow as Lao Geng grinned widely, revealing a set of unsightly yellow teeth. With utmost seriousness, he remarked, "Young master, we are not far from the Northern Desert Royal Court. After the battle at the Northern Desert Royal Court, I shall head east to engage in combat. This Taoist ranking S miraculous elixir, the 9-yang celestial dragon pill, I bequeath to you. As he spoke. A more radiant and benevolent smile spread across Lao Geng's face. I sincerely appreciate the 5-star reviews from esteemed readers. Gratitude for the generous gifts and rewards. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 3 repetitions for emphasis. Chapter 31. The reopening of the 9 provinces. Sword Dao ranking Li Mu cast his gaze upon the elixir resting on the small table, falling into silence. His emotions were a complex tapestry, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. The camp fell into an unexpected stillness, the atmosphere becoming somewhat delicate. After a prolonged pause, Li Mu took a deep breath and finally spoke. Lao Geng, is this journey eastward truly unavoidable? The 9-yang celestial dragon pill that Lao Geng had produced would undoubtedly cause envy even among first-grade practitioners. Yet, Li Mu seemed entirely indifferent to this exquisite elixir. In his eyes, Lao Geng's safety far outweighed the value of any premium pill. It is indeed essential to go east. Noticing the hint of concern etched on Li Mu's face, Lao Geng felt a flicker of hesitation. Yet he solemnly nodded. Is there truly no alternative? Li Mu, anxious, continued to persuade him. Young master, the conflict in the east cannot be ignored. A gentle smile appeared on Lao Geng's face as he slowly replied, his gaze unwavering and resolute, clearly having made up his mind. Lao Geng, Li Mu began, but Lao Geng interrupted him. Young master, I understand your worry for my well-being. However, this confrontation in the east is imperative for me. Do you recall 13 years ago when Lao Geng was absent from Liangzhou for a time? Lao Geng inquired. I remember. Li Mu nodded. Lao Geng continued, 13 years ago, I was in a deep slumber within the river of time. Surrounded by chaos and void, and I in that river, countless beings lay in slumber, from the ancient epochs to countless ages. There were those who grasped the sun and moon, plucking the stars, mighty warriors who trampled mountains and rivers, sages who penned with divine inspiration after reading myriad volumes, and masters from other realms. Yet, I, Lao Geng, was merely a fragment among those myriad beings. 13 years ago, a peculiar light awakened me from the chaotic void, leading me to this world. Upon my arrival, I believed my swordsmanship to be unparalleled, so I ventured to the Eastern Sea to challenge the contemporary powerhouse, the Eastern Sea Tiger, Gao Xinji. That battle ended in my defeat. Gao Xinji became my inner demon, and for 13 years, his image has haunted my mind, refusing to dissipate. For cultivators like us, until we conquer our inner demons, we cannot transcend our realms. Recently, I have sensed signs of a breakthrough into the first-grade Finger Xin realm. To enter the Tianlong realm, I must dispel this inner demon. I admit, Gao Xinji is indeed an extraordinary figure. Gao Xinji, a man of Goguryeo, entered the central plains of the 9 provinces in his youth, began his military career as a teenager, and was conferred as a general upon reaching adulthood. He commanded 3 armies, trampling the mountains and rivers, defeating the Western Zhou Tubo dynasty, and annihilating the Shirgua dynasty, achieving remarkable military exploits, and was appointed as the Grand Minister of the 3 offices. Later, having attained the pinnacle of martial arts, he resigned from his official duties and journeyed to the Eastern Sea. There, he established the invincible imperial city, dominating the region and gazing down upon countless formidable foes. He is known as the invincible immortal of the Eastern Sea. But I, Lao Geng, am unafraid of him. Lao Geng spoke nonchalantly, seemingly dismissive, yet Li Mu could discern the immense pressure he bore, stemming from the formidable Gao Xinji. Lao Geng, even if you pursue the eradication of your inner demon, Gao Xinji is renowned as the invincible immortal of the Eastern Sea. Li Mu attempted to dissuade Lao Geng further. Gao Xinji is indeed celebrated as the invincible immortal of the Eastern Sea, having vanquished countless strong opponents. He is not a figure to be underestimated. Gao Xinji possesses great strength, yet my sword 9 can also eclipse the heavens and dim the sun and moon. It is by no means inferior to his prowess. Lao Geng chuckled, retrieving a wine gourd from his waist and taking a swig. He drank leisurely, and after a moment, he continued, "Young master, these past 13 years, aside from my journey to the Eastern Sea, I have remained in Liangzhou, unable to do much for you. To be honest, I wish to do something for you." "For me?" Li Mu raised an eyebrow, a look of confusion crossing his face. Lao Geng nodded with a smile, saying, "Young master, you are the Grand Prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. According to protocol, upon the passing of the current emperor, the throne would rightfully pass to you. However, you have been away from Chang'an since the age of 8, and for 13 years, you have not returned. You are far from Liangzhou and unaware of the situation in Chang'an. To my knowledge, there are princes coveting the throne. I understand that you cannot remain guarding the borders of the Northern Liang for a lifetime. You have a broader world awaiting you. Gao Xinji once commanded 3 armies, waging wars across the land, and now he reigns over the Eastern Sea. Your battle against Gao Xinji would be advantageous for you." As he spoke, Lao Geng's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. "Beneficial for me?" Li Mu was left perplexed, unable to comprehend. Would Lao Geng's battle with Gao Xinji truly influence the dynamics within the Great Zhou dynasty? "You shall understand in due time. Lao Geng would never harm you." Lao Geng nodded. The confrontation with the invincible imperial city of the Eastern Sea was not only a means to confront the inner demon that had haunted him for 13 years, but also for Li Mu's benefit. Hearing Lao Geng's words deepened Li Mu's confusion. "Young master, keep the 9 Yang celestial dragon pill. It contains the essence of utmost yang and strength. Consuming it may alleviate your cold poison." As Lao Geng spoke, he pushed the elixir across the small table towards Li Mu. "Alleviate the cold poison." Li Mu's eyes brightened. His heart stirred. The cold poison had plagued him for over a decade, and he yearned to be free of it. However, he had no intention of accepting it, for the 9 Yang celestial dragon pill was likely Lao Geng's life-saving elixir. "Lao Geng, having said so much, I can tell your mind is made up. I shall not dissuade you any longer. However, you must keep this elixir for yourself." "I shall not take it." Li Mu resolutely pushed the elixir back towards Lao Geng, his gaze unwavering. "You must, young master." Lao Geng frowned. "If you do not accept it, then do not go fight Gao Xinji in the Eastern Sea. Stay here in Liangzhou and roast sweet potatoes for me." Li Mu's expression darkened, his demeanor turning serious, exhibiting a somewhat forceful attitude. Seeing Li Mu's determination, Lao Geng shook his head helplessly. The two exchanged glances, and in the next moment, smiles broke upon their faces. "Very well, I shall take it." Lao Geng retrieved the elixir from the small table. "Lao Geng, remember to consume the elixir before the battle begins," Li Mu earnestly advised him. "Take it before the battle to fortify your vitality and strength, ensuring you do not exhaust yourself." Lao Geng nodded, placing the 9 Yang celestial dragon pill into his storage bracelet. Suddenly, a resounding noise reverberated through the heavens and the earth, akin to a stone shattering the sky. Jolting both Li Mu and Lao Geng. In the next moment, an ancient and ethereal sound echoed. The 9 provinces sword Dao ranking reopens. Upon hearing the announcement, Li Mu and Lao Geng exchanged knowing glances, then stepped out of the tent in unison. Previously, Zue Qianqiu, Su Ke, and Lao Geng had ascended the sword Dao ranking. They were curious who else might join the ranks. As they emerged from the tent, they looked up to see an ancient stele, radiating a mottled and archaic aura, suspended in the air as if standing above the 9 heavens. On the stele, golden characters gradually shifted and transformed. "Lao Geng, you have made the ranking," Li Mu exclaimed. "Do you think those 2 predecessors will also be listed?" With his gaze fixed intently on the ancient stele, Li Mu whispered, "Since I entered the ranking with Sword 8, those 2 predecessors will certainly make the list." Lao Geng narrowed his eyes, pondering. "What do you think their ranks will be?" Li Mu replied confidently, "They will be among the top." Lao Geng remarked, "In the final battle at the Northern Desert Royal Court, my first-grade prowess alone is insufficient. The reopening of the ranking is anticipated for the emergence of other first-grade practitioners to join the battle at the Northern Desert Royal Court. Thank you for the 5-star reviews, for your encouragement to update, and for the generous gifts." The author bows in gratitude. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 32. A sword comes from the west, severing the azure hair, 7 swords unmatched amidst the clouds. The golden steel stood tall, majestic as a mountain, exuding an ancient aura. Across the expanse of the 9 provinces, countless individuals heard the announcement and collectively gazed upward, fixated on the steel among the clouds. Outside the Wild Wolf Valley, within the Northern Liang military camp, the soldiers also lifted their heads, squinting toward the sky. Who wouldn't want to partake? Previously, the 9 provinces' sword Dao ranking had revealed 3 names, leaving us wanting more. I wonder who will ascend the ranking this time. Is there any doubt? Across the world, the strongest sword cultivators in the 9 provinces are easily discernible. The ones who will ascend are none other than them. My ancestor will undoubtedly be on the list. Get lost. Your ancestor can't even compare to my sect's master. Do you think he'll make it to the ranking? Your ancestor struggles to even get out of bed. Making it to the list would be a challenge. Your celestial being wouldn't have the slightest difficulty surpassing your ancestor. I dare you to say that again. Upon the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, the sounds of critique and commentary reverberated. Some, in a moment of displeasure, resorted to violence. Yet the situation was not dire. Behold, the inscriptions upon the ancient steel began to manifest. Who has ascended the ranks? In an instant, a collective gasp echoed across the land, as those who had paused to observe were gripped by a sudden thrill, holding their breath in anticipation. The emotions of these onlookers surpassed even those of the hopeful contenders for the ranking. On the ancient steel, a line of golden characters emerged, accompanied by a grand, archaic voice that resounded throughout the 9 provinces. 9th place on the 9 provinces swordsmanship ranking, the unfeeling sword, Lu Wuqing. Indeed, Lu Wuqing had made the list, severing the bonds of sentiment and traversing the path of the unfeeling sword. If Lu Wuqing were not to be ranked, then who could possibly be? The announcement of Lu Wuqing's name sent the spectators into a fervor. A multitude of exclamations erupting in the Valley of Ruthlessness. A middle-aged man clad in green silk merely glanced at the ancient steel before averting his gaze, his expression as calm as ever. This man exuded an aura of aloofness, yet possessed the potential of a sword immortal. He was none other than the unfeeling sword, Lu Wuqing. Congratulations, Master, on securing the 7th position on the 9 provinces swordsmanship ranking. Joining the ranks of the 10 great sword deities, a figure clad in white descended upon Lu Wuqing, bowing in respect. This individual was Su Li, Lu Wuqing's sole direct disciple. Master's ascension to the ranks of the 10 great sword deities is indeed a joyous occasion. Su Li exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement, having come to extend his congratulations. However, Lu Wuqing's countenance remained icy, devoid of any emotion or sign of delight. Turning his back to Su Li, he spoke in a frigid tone. Su Li, you are to observe the sword wall on the back mountain for 6 months without my permission. You are forbidden to leave the sword wall by even a single step. Su Li's mouth twitched, his eyes widening in disbelief, his mind awash with questions. Master, have I committed an offense? Why must you punish me? I came with good intentions to congratulate you, yet you banish me to the desolate sword wall for half a year. Is there no trace of master-disciple affection left? What manner of master are you? Su Li lamented inwardly, utterly unprepared for such a reprimand. Lu Wuqing, having severed all ties to sentiment in his pursuit of the unfeeling sword path. Would he show mercy? Adjust him? Lu Wuqing's tone turned colder. Disciple shall obey. Su Li's lips quivered slightly, and with a respectful fist salute towards Lu Wuqing, he took to the skies on his sword, heading towards the back mountain. Simultaneously, the inscriptions on the ancient steel re-emerged. Lu Wuqing, the master of the Valley of Ruthlessness, practices the unfeeling sword path. His swordsmanship is divine. He severed the ties of affection. For in unfeeling lies the essence of the divine. This introduction spoke volumes of Lu Wuqing's character, truly a formidable figure in his quest for sword mastery. What do you know? This signifies a heart devoid of sentiment. A sword wielded with divine purpose. Master Lu, in his dedication to the sword path, has forsaken all thoughts of women. He is indeed a role model for our kind, exclaimed one of the newly acquainted individuals hearing of Lu Wuqing for the first time. As his name began to spread throughout the 9 provinces, soon, The ancient steel's golden characters shifted once more, and the grand voice echoed again. 6th place on the 9 provinces swordsmanship ranking. The sword child, Yin Qi, in the Northern Liang dynasty, within the venerable Yin clan. A young figure sat cross-legged beneath a mountain adorned with renowned swords. His eyes were slightly closed, yet the fierce spirit emanating from his sword-like brows was palpable. His expression stern. Before him, a broken sword floated in the air. He was indeed Yin Qi, the sword child of the Yin clan. Yin Qi, a peerless prodigy seldom seen in a millennium, had inherited the sword intent of the clan's long-departed ancestor before the age of 30. Achieving the first-tier realm. Yet, 6th place? Yin Qi's eyes flung open, a spark of brilliance igniting within them, his sharpness akin to a sword unsheathed. He was evidently disappointed with this outcome, having anticipated a position within the top 5. The broken sword before him quivered slightly, emitting a melodious note. Are you also dissatisfied with this ranking? Yin Qi's gaze fell upon the rusted blade, which appeared as mere scrap iron to others. Yet in his hands, it wielded power equal to that of a renowned sword. The broken sword trembled again, and Yin Qi understood, raising his head to gaze at the ancient steel in the clouds. The steel revealed, Yin Qi, sword child of the Yin clan, inheritor of the ancestral sword intent, the pinnacle of 13 sword practitioners from the Yin clan, capable of severing time with a single stroke. His swordsmanship is extraordinary, transcending the ordinary. He is a sword deity, Yin Qi. Is he not the sword child from the Yin clan of the Northern Liang dynasty? I have heard tales that he single-handedly vanquished all sword practitioners of the Northern Liang dynasty. He is indeed formidable, murmured the onlookers. The Yin clan and the Northern Liang dynasty share deep ties. With Yin Qi's ascension, the prestige of the Northern Liang dynasty is bound to soar, within the territories of the great Zhou dynasty. Discontented murmurs arose, as the Zhou people felt aggrieved. With the Northern Liang dynasty's prestige on the rise due to Yin Qi, the standing of the great Zhou dynasty seemed diminished in comparison. Outside the Wild Wolf Valley, within the Northern Liang military encampment, Li Mu gazed at the golden inscriptions upon the steel, his brow furrowing as the names he anticipated had yet to appear. My lord, this is only the 6th ranking. There is still time, chuckled old Gung, standing beside him. The two esteemed individuals Li Mu referred to were sword practitioners of profound mastery, not inferior to old Gung. Let us watch further, Li Mu murmured, his focus unwavering on the ancient steel. Just then, the golden characters began to transform again. 5th place on the 9 provinces swordsmanship ranking, Shimin Shui Xiao, the one sword from the west. Accompanied by a voice that boomed like thunder, the announcement resonated throughout the 9 provinces. The one sword from the west, Shimin Shui Xiao. Ah, is that flute truly legitimate? Li Mu remarked, his lips twitching at the sound. A fleeting thought crossed his mind before he shook his head to clear his thoughts. Shimin Shui Xiao is, after all, a sword deity. Surely, the flute is authentic. The ancient steel quickly transformed again, revealing Shimin Shui Xiao, the one sword from the west, soaring beyond the heavens, immersed in the sword path, ultimately reaching the peak. Clad in white as snow, floating as if celestial, wielding no sword yet surpassing those with swords. His unfeeling approach nears the divine. This introduction proclaimed the splendor of Shimin Shui Xiao, captivating all who beheld it. Shimin Shui Xiao from the Tuxi dynasty has indeed made the list. It is said that he has approached the realm of the divine. Wielding no sword yet striking down foes invisibly, he also protects the Tuxi dynasty, safeguarding the empire with his sword. The current emperor of the Tuxi dynasty owes his ascension to Shimin Shui Xiao's support. With Shimin Shui Xiao now ranked, the Tuxi dynasty's prestige will surely flourish for some time to come. Alas, when shall we witness the sword deity of the great Zhou dynasty ascend the ranks? Lamented the Zhou people. With the Tuxi and Northern Liang dynasties now recognized, the great Zhou dynasty remained overshadowed. Once more, discontented murmurs arose among the people of the great Zhou dynasty, as they gazed at the golden inscriptions on the steel, feeling an inexplicable sense of suffocation, as though they had been trampled by the Northern Liang and Tuxi dynasties. The great Zhou dynasty was now overshadowed by the two great empires, amidst the excitement of the Northern Liang and Tuxi dynasties. Old Gung remarked, 5th place has been announced, Yet the names of those two esteemed individuals remain absent. Li Mu turned to Old Gung, his expression darkening. Just wait a moment longer. Perhaps the next will be one of them. Old Gung chuckled, pointing towards the ancient steel in the clouds. And if not? Li Mu inquired, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. If not, I shall prepare roasted sweet potatoes for you. Old Gung pondered before replying. How many? Li Mu asked. Just one? Isn't that rather scant? Perhaps 3? Agreed. Li Mu nodded, a wide smile adorning his face. Chapter 33. A sword to slice through peach blossoms. The Taya sword deity ascends the rankings. In the heavens, the ancient steel remained suspended, yet the golden characters did not shift. Why have the inscriptions not changed? In my estimation, today's announcement of the swordsmanship rankings is drawing to a close. Previously, the 9 provinces' swordsmanship rankings revealed 3 names. Now, with the announcement of 3 more, it seems the rankings are nearing their conclusion. Everyone, disperse. Voices of disinterest arose across the 9 provinces as some began to withdraw their gazes, feeling a sense of incompleteness. Not so. There is still more to come. The 9 provinces' swordsmanship rankings typically dispelled the names once they ceased to reveal new contenders. However, the ancient steel persisted. This indicated that more sword practitioners were yet to be ranked. 9th place on the 9 provinces' swordsmanship rankings. 4th. Suddenly, a refreshing voice echoed through the air. A young swordsman clad in snow-white robes squinted at the void, his handsome face radiating an air of elegance. In his hand, he held a strikingly beautiful peach branch adorned with delicate pink blossoms. Upon hearing his words, the eyes of those around him sparkled with renewed vigor, as if awakened from a stupor. After a moment's contemplation, they nodded in unison, acknowledging the validity of his statement. Esteemed brother, observing your remarkable demeanor and the sword in your hand, may I inquire from which celestial mountain you hail? One among the crowd, captivated by the ethereal aura of the white-clad swordsman, stepped forward to pay his respects. I am Tao San, Zhou Yiping. The white-robed swordsman turned, revealing a warm smile as he returned the gesture with grace and poise. Tao San? The inquirer furrowed his brow slightly at the mention. What mountain is that? Surely it is not one of those insignificant factions. If so, does that not make this man an inconsequential swordsman as well? He pondered, yet could summon no knowledge of Tao San in his mind. Humph! He scoffed lightly, turning away with a look of disdain. An inconsequential swordsman from a trivial faction. How pretentious! And with a peach branch in hand. Could there be some sort of hidden affection? A thought flickered through his mind, sending a chill through his body, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Yiping before striding away, keeping his distance. Zhou Yiping, witnessing the abrupt departure, wore a puzzled expression on his handsome face, unable to fathom why the man had approached him so eagerly only to retreat moments later. These individuals from the foothills are indeed peculiar. The mountains are far preferable, he muttered, shaking his head lightly to the encampment of the Bailiang army. Li Mu and the old steward gazed at the ancient steel in the clouds, their eyes growing weary. Old Gung, it seems you have secured the sweet potatoes, Li Mu remarked, his gaze unwavering as he suddenly spoke. Perhaps not. Old Gung replied nonchalantly. It has been a while. The 4th place on the sword Dao rankings should have already been announced. Li Mu sighed in exasperation, his anticipation waning. Just then, the characters on the ancient steel shifted, and a grand voice resounded. The 4th place on the Jiuzhou sword Dao rankings. At the sound of this proclamation, many across the vast expanse of Jiuzhou felt invigorated, their eyes sparkling as they turned toward the heavens. The 4th place has arrived. It must be the Lord of the Beiming Sword, or perhaps Nan Hai Wu Yazi. They exclaimed in excitement, but before the name could materialize, someone among them shouted out the anticipated name. The 4th place on the Jiuzhou sword Dao rankings is none other than the Taya sword deity, Zhou Taya. However, the name that appeared on the ancient steel left countless individuals across Jiuzhou utterly disheartened. It's over. Senior Zhou has made the list. My sweet potatoes are gone. Upon seeing the name appear, Li Mu felt a chill run through him, his expression strangely complex. It seems Old Gung was indeed correct. Senior Zhou has claimed the 4th spot on the sword Dao rankings. See, young master, Old Gung was right. Zhou Taya has ascended the rankings. Old Gung beamed at Limu. Cast a glance at Old Gung, his heart heavy. While it is certainly a commendable feat for Senior Zhou to ascend the rankings, it also means I have lost 3 sweet potatoes. With Senior Zhou securing the 4th position, it stands to reason that Senior Li must have at least made the top 3. At Limu gazed upward, his eyes sharpening, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The Jiuzhou Sword Dao rankings boasted 3 great sword deities emerging from the 3 states of Bailiang, crafted by none other than Li Mu himself. Unbeknownst to Li Mu, an uproar had erupted across various locales in Jiuzhou, spurred by the name of the Teia sword deity, Zhou Teia. What? The 4th place on the Jiuzhou Sword Dao rankings is not the Lord of the Biming Sword? Who is this Zhou Teia? In the realm of supreme swordsmen, the mention of Zhou Teia raised eyebrows. Zhou Teia, the Teia sword deity? I had no idea such a figure existed. Surely, one with the title of sword deity cannot be unknown. Across Jiuzhou, voices of bewilderment arose, questioning the legitimacy of Zhou Teia's ranking. Many regarded him as an obscure figure unworthy of the honor, asserting that the 4th place should rightfully belong to their own ancestors. A brash youth pointed skyward, cursing loudly, yet, just as the outcry reached its peak, the golden characters upon the steel transformed. Teia sword deity Zhou Teia, one of the 10 notable swords of Jiuzhou, mastery of flying sword techniques. With the Teia sword in hand, he can contend with celestial beings. He once cleaved the entirety of Peach Blossom Island in a single strike, defeating its island master, and faced 3 formidable sea beasts without defeat. He stands upon the shores of the South Sea, imparting sword techniques. As the golden words floated in the void, the clamor of doubt across Jiuzhou came to a sudden halt. He cleaved the entire Peach Blossom Island and triumphed against 3 sea beasts without defeat. This is the Teia sword deity Zhou Teia. Across Jiuzhou, figures stood frozen, gazing up at the floating golden characters, their eyes wide with astonishment, unable to suppress their awe. The island master of Peach Blossom Island was a formidable figure in the realm of celestial beings. Yet he fell before the might of the Teia sword deity. With such achievements, how could he still be deemed obscure? In that moment, all doubt regarding Zhou Teia's worthiness to ascend the rankings dissipated. Wait, the Teia sword deity established House Han? A realization struck a member of the crowd, his eyes widening in disbelief. Taos Han. Wasn't that the name of the swordsman who just introduced himself? He gasped, feeling a shiver run down his spine. An inconsequential swordsman? How foolish I was. He scanned the surroundings but found that the white-robed swordsman had vanished into the throngs of people. However, a delicate pink peach blossom floated gently in the wind. Drifting aimlessly. Chapter 34. Emperor Zhou. If only a prince could ascend the rankings. Master has made the rankings, 4th place on the Jiuzhou Sword Dao rankings. From that moment forth, all of Jiuzhou would know the name of Teia sword deity Zhou Teia. Among the crowd, the young swordsman with a face like jade looked up at the golden characters in the clouds, murmuring, "This man is none other than Zhou Yiping." He casually plucked a pink peach blossom from the branch in his hand. Flicking it into the air, the blossom twirled gracefully, vibrant and fragrant, dancing in the breeze. Zhou Yiping's gaze shifted from the peach blossom to the north, his expression resolute. "Go the north," he whispered softly, then leapt into the air. The 3-foot azure blade from its sheath flying forth to rest beneath his feet, he soared forth, directing his sword northward, fulfilling his master's command to traverse the lands, starting with the 3 states of Bailiang. In the great Zhou dynasty, within the bustling city of Chang'an, voices of discontent filled the air. The Teia sword deity, yet still not a sword deity of our great Zhou. Is it truly impossible for our dynasty to produce a sword deity? The Biming dynasty boasts the Yin family's sword prodigy Yin Qi, and the Tuxi dynasty has the likes of Shimin Chui Shao, yet our great Zhou remains devoid of a sword deity. In the Central Plains, the 3 great dynasties vied for supremacy, yet when it came to heritage, the great Zhou was universally acknowledged as the foremost. However, in this instance, they found themselves overshadowed by the Biming and Tuxi dynasties. Stirring feelings of resentment, the voices of discontent echoed throughout Chang'an as the citizens expressed their frustration over the perceived inequity. The Biming and Tuxi dynasties, being the sworn enemies of the great Zhou, had temporarily eclipsed its glory, leaving the people feeling utterly discontent in the imperial palace, within the Yangxin Hall. An elderly man clad in golden robes stood by the window, gazing into the heavens, remaining motionless for a considerable time. Lost in thought, this man, slender and unassuming, bore the marks of time upon his features, his countenance aged yet emanating an imposing aura. His deep-set eyes radiated a piercing gaze that seemed capable of penetrating the very soul, instilling a sense of trepidation. Though he was in the twilight of his years, he exuded an intimidating presence befitting a ruler, akin to a deity residing in the heavens. He was none other than the current emperor of the great Zhou dynasty. Li Xianqi. Behind Li Xianqi stood an elderly eunuch, hunched over, hands clasped before him, head bowed in silence. To disturb the emperor during his contemplation was a fool's errand, as the seasoned eunuch had learned over decades of service. After a prolonged silence, the great Zhou emperor, Li Xianqi, finally regained his composure, letting out a long, drawn-out sigh, one filled with profound resignation. Why is there no sword deity emerging from the great Zhou dynasty? Or is it that the great Zhou simply cannot produce a sword deity? Li Xianqi pondered. The sword deity he envisioned was not just any sword deity within the realm, but one who stood firmly in support of the great Zhou dynasty. Your Majesty, the weather is turning cold. Please take care to avoid catching a chill. Upon hearing the emperor's sigh, the elderly eunuch hurriedly draped a long robe over Li Xianqi's shoulders, keenly aware of the emperor's frailty. Cough, cough. As soon as the long robe was draped upon him, the emperor of the great Zhou cleared his throat lightly twice. Your Majesty, you have coughed again. I shall immediately summon the imperial physician, said the old eunuch, his expression fraught with concern. I am quite well. There is no need to call for a physician. This cough has persisted for more than a day or two. The voice of the emperor resounded as he shook his head. The emperor of the great Zhou had been ailing for not just a day or two. In fact, he had not attended court for nearly 2 months due to this affliction. It was evident that his illness was quite serious. But your Majesty, the old eunuch furrowed his brow, worry etched across his face. I am fully aware of my own health. It is merely a cough, nothing to fret over. The emperor spoke slowly. Barely had his words faded when the emperor's voice echoed again. Li Jinchong, do you believe that a sword god will ascend the ranks of the great Zhou dynasty? The old eunuch was Li Jinchong, a name bestowed upon him by the emperor in recognition of his diligent service. Li Jinchong's eyes darted thoughtfully as he replied, in response to your Majesty, the great Zhou dynasty is blessed with both natural beauty and exceptional talent. It is not lacking in swordsmanship masters. The sword ranking of the 9 provinces will undoubtedly feature a sword god from our great Zhou dynasty. We are not inferior to the 2 Xia and Bei Mang. Among the top 3 of the sword ranking, there will certainly be a sword god from our great Zhou. With an earnest expression, Li Jinchong asserted his belief. The emperor merely nodded, his countenance remaining tranquil, undisturbed by the proclamation. Some matters are best taken lightly. There is no need for excessive concern. Li Jinchong, do any of my sons possess the potential to make their names known across the 9 provinces? The emperor's voice rang out once more. Upon hearing this, Li Jinchong's brow furrowed, reflecting his inner turmoil. All of your sons are exceptional, yet to ascend the sword ranking of the 9 provinces, they still have a considerable distance to cover. Those who have achieved such heights have often endured decades of arduous training to attain their current success, he thought, yet he could not plainly express the inadequacy of the princes before the emperor. Your Majesty, each of the princes is gifted, possessing extraordinary talents. Given time, they will surely make their mark, Li Jinchong finally managed to say, choosing his words with care. His words were indeed clever. Given time could imply an indefinite period. Which of them stands the greatest chance of making a name for himself? The emperor inquired calmly. The 3rd prince possesses remarkable talents and unparalleled swordsmanship. He is undoubtedly the brightest star among the younger generation of Chang'an. In my humble opinion, he is quite likely to ascend the ranks, Li Jinchong stated. The emperor shook his head. The 3rd is indeed talented, yet he is still far from qualifying for the sword ranking of the 9 provinces. He is not capable. With that, the emperor dismissed the potential of his 3rd son. Li Jinchong frowned, his mind racing until he quickly recalled someone. Your Majesty, there is still another prince who may ascend the ranks. Who? The emperor queried. The eldest prince, who has been stationed at the northern border, Li Jinchong responded earnestly. When he was born, extraordinary phenomena heralded his arrival. Now he commands the Northern Liang's 3 provinces, solidifying the northern defenses of the Great Zhou. The eldest prince is truly unparalleled and destined to ascend the ranks. Upon hearing this, a flicker of regret and sorrow flashed in the emperor's eyes. Alas, the emperor sighed, shaking his head. Had Mu'er not suffered that grave illness in his youth, he would surely have been among those to ascend the ranks. But now, for him, reaching such heights is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. How I wish one of my sons could make the rank. The last phrase escaped the emperor's lips as a mere whisper. An impossible hope lodged in his heart. A son rising to the ranks. It was a far-fetched dream. He understood well the capabilities of his progeny. Among his many sons, the eldest, Li Mu, had the greatest potential, but the illness in his youth had severely undermined his foundation. If Li Mu could not ascend, neither could the others. The emperor's gaze drifted northward. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Li Jinchong. Mu'er has been in Liangzhou for 13 years now, has he not? Indeed, your majesty. 13 years have elapsed since the eldest prince departed Chang'an in autumn, and now autumn has returned? Li Jinchong confirmed after a moment's reflection. 13 years. Time has flown so swiftly, the emperor mused, looking toward the north, his heart filled with nostalgia. Memories of Li Mu had grown increasingly hazy in his mind. Li Jinchong remained silent. After a while, the emperor's voice broke the stillness. Li Jinchong, I decreed 13 years ago that Mu'er be sent to the harsh lands of Liangzhou. Do you think he harbors resentment toward me? Upon hearing this, Li Jinchong felt a chill run down his spine. The hairs on his body standing on end. A wave of anxiety washed over him, and he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. His emotions were in turmoil. This was a question fraught with danger. A misstep could provoke the emperor's wrath, and he might lose his head. To say he harbored resentment would be contrary to what the emperor wished to hear, surely inciting his fury. Conversely, to claim he bore no ill will would be tantamount to deceiving the sovereign, also a crime punishable by death. After 13 years of negligence, anyone would harbor feelings of grievance and bitterness upon being separated from Chang'an in their youth. Consequently, Li Jinchong chose silence, opting to endure a reprimand rather than risk his life with words. The absence of sound from behind him prompted the emperor to shake his head and sigh. Offering no blame to Li Jinchong, very well, very well. I shall not put you in a difficult position. At the age of 8, sent to the harsh lands of Liangzhou, he has endured for 13 years. Were I in his shoes, I too would feel resentment and bitterness. Yet, these years have been arduous for Mu'er. The emperor gazed toward the north, his emotions tumultuous, tears glistening in his eyes. This chapter is rather lengthy, isn't it? I express my gratitude to the esteemed readers for their 5-star reviews and generous gifts. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 35. Dezhong's loyalty resembles evil. The winds rise in Chang'an. As night fell, the darkness enveloped the sky, the moon obscured, and the winds howled fiercely, echoing like a wild beast's roar. The ancient stone tablet in the void had long since vanished. After announcing the 4th sword god, Zhou Tai'e, the sword ranking of the 9 provinces ceased its revelations. The names of the top 3 sword gods would be revealed at a later date, the heavenly decree of fate dispensed before dissipating. However, the ascension of the sword god Zhou Tai'e ignited fervor across the Great Zhou. The name of Zhou Tai'e of Taosan resonated throughout the 9 provinces, leading many practitioners to revise their sword techniques. A wave of sword cultivation swept through the land, and the business of sword forging flourished remarkably. Outside the Wild Wolf Valley, the Northern Liang army had set up camp, within a spacious tent. The aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted through the Ai, Art, Li Mu, and Old Gung each held a roasted sweet potato, while more were roasting in the fire pit. These sweet potatoes had been prepared by Old Gung. As they enjoyed their meal, Qing Luan lay on a military cot, her eyes closed, still in a state of unconsciousness. Young master, the final battle against the Northern Mang royal court will not be easy. Old Gung said, his voice muffled as he chewed on the sweet potato. I am well aware that the Northern Mang royal court is one of the 5 great royal families among the 3,000 barbarian tribes. Li Mu replied, How do you plan to approach this final battle, young master? Old Gung inquired. Tio advance northward and confront the barbarians. We must act with careful strategy. Capture the leader before the minions. Li Mu articulated his battle strategy. Other matters aside, the Northern Liang cavalry will charge straight into the heart of the Northern Mang royal court, directly breaching their royal tent. If we can kill or capture one of the left or right kings of the Northern Mang royal court, this battle will be a resounding victory. Li Mu's eyes gleamed with determination as he outlined his tactical approach. The 6,000 Northern Liang cavalry could not annihilate all the barbarian forces of the Northern Mang royal court. But capturing the king was still a viable goal. The Northern Liang cavalry was unmatched in combat, and the barbarian soldiers could not withstand their charge. They would advance relentlessly toward the royal tent without entangling themselves with other barbarian soldiers. Even for a mission to capture the king, 6,000 cavalry may still be insufficient, Old Gung pondered aloud. The barbarian soldiers of the Northern Mang royal court are not as fragile as paper. They employ tactics of mass combat. 6,000 cavalry do seem a bit lacking, yet there are nearly 10,000 more Northern Liang cavalry on the way. If the timing aligns, they should arrive before the final battle against the barbarians. Li Mu spoke with confidence. I have commanded the Northern Liang for 13 years, studying numerous military texts. While I may not have a flawless strategy, I am capable of orchestrating our plans. It seems the young master has long had a plan. Old Gung nodded, but then his tone shifted to one of concern. However, young master, while the Northern Liang cavalry is formidable, they can counter the barbarian army's retaliation. Yet the Northern Mang royal court still has formidable experts. As I understand, the Northern Mang royal court has 4 first-tier experts. Excluding the one I defeated, who suffered a drop in rank, 3 first-tier experts remain. I can barely hold off 2 of them. But the last one will be without an opponent. Old Gung spoke with deliberate consideration. Old Gung, the first-tier experts of the Northern Mang royal court will have their matchups. You need not worry about that. Just focus on enjoying your roasted sweet potato. Li Mu smiled and remarked, is it possible that there exists a first-tier powerhouse within the Northern Desert royal court that I, Li Mu, am unaware of? Should I set foot upon the Northern Desert royal court, it is certain that someone will confront its first-tier strongman. Otherwise, what folly it would be to tread upon the Northern Desert royal court. For a single first-tier warrior could obliterate the Northern Liang iron cavalry advancing from the north. Not only must there be someone to contend with the first tier, but also the second-tier powerhouses of the Northern Desert royal court will require handling. As soon as he concluded, Li Mu added, it appears that Old Gung has been overly concerned. Everything is within the young master's grasp. Old Gung nodded, a benevolent smile illuminating his face. Li Mu, with a contented expression, took a bite of the roasted sweet potato, beaming with delight. Your Highness, the commander of Bingzhou, Chu Baixiong, requests an audience. At that moment, a robust and thunderous voice resonated from outside the tent. Hearing the voice, Li Mu's eyes brightened. Truly, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. General Chu, please enter. It is quite cold outside. Within the tent, Li Mu's deep voice echoed. Soon after, a stout yet imposing warrior strode into the tent. Upon seeing Li Mu, a radiant smile blossomed on Chu Baixiong's chubby face, which was typically marked by a fierce demeanor. He approached Li Mu with an ingratiating grin, his eyes sparkling with joy. Who would have thought that the formidable general of Bingzhou, known for instilling fear in the barbaric tribes, would display such a subservient side in the presence of Li Mu? Your Highness. Chu Baixiong greeted Li Mu with a respectful salute. The once fearsome general now bore the demeanor of a docile rabbit before Li Mu. General Chu, please take a seat. It is chilly outside. Warm yourself by the fire and enjoy a roasted sweet potato to fend off the cold. Li Mu spoke calmly. Chu Baixiong, that is your stratagem, Chu Baixiong declared, having led his forces out of Bingzhou to confront the barbarians, marching tirelessly until the 2 armies finally met. Your Highness, you may simply call me Chioer. Chu Baixiong replied cheerfully, making no pretense as he settled into a military stool beside Li Mu, retrieving a roasted sweet potato from the fire pit. Ouch! The sweet potato was scalding in his grasp. Did you bring them in? Li Mu cast a glance at Chu Baixiong and replied nonchalantly, as per your instructions, all the men are present. Chu Baixiong nodded. Excellent. Tonight we shall recuperate and gather our strength. And at dawn tomorrow, we will march towards the Northern Desert Royal Court. The final battle against the barbarians to the north awaits. Li Mu's gaze sharpened, his expression turning earnest as he solemnly responded. Indeed. Chu Baixiong's demeanor also shifted to one of seriousness. Nodding gravely, at dawn, we shall mobilize. After many days, the campaign against the northern barbarians is poised to conclude. In the great Zhou dynasty, within the city of Chang'an, the third prince's residence was steeped in tradition. According to the customs of the great Zhou, once a prince reached a certain age, he was required to leave the palace and establish his own residence. In a room adorned with antique charm and exquisite decor, the flickering candlelight swayed in the evening breeze, casting dancing shadows upon the walls. Seated at a zeton chair behind a desk was a young man clad in luxurious shoe brocade garments. His features were striking, with a noble demeanor accentuated by the elegance of his attire. This individual was none other than Li Yi, the third prince of the great Zhou dynasty. Before Li Yi stood a respectful figure clad in black. Third prince, intelligence from our northern spies indicates that the first prince, Li Mu, has led his army out of Liangzhou and achieved a resounding victory against 50,000 of the northern desert's barbarian generals at Huluku, decapitating 8 of their leaders. His military exploits are commendable. The black-clad figure bowed slightly to Li Yi and began to speak. Not long after the northern conflict had concluded, this informant in Chang'an had received word from his spies, who were dispersed throughout the region and employed special methods for timely communication. What is the purpose of your report to me? Li Yi, maintaining an impassive demeanor, inquired. Your Highness, Li Mu has defended the northern borders of the Great Zhou for 13 years, demonstrating exceptional merit, and he is also the first prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. Yet, you, third prince, are equally talented in both civil and military affairs. Are you content to remain in his shadow? The emperor has not convened court in 2 months. It stands to reason that the position of crown prince will soon be decided. You could make a bid for it, the black-clad figure urged earnestly. Ha! Competing for the position of crown prince. What do I possess to contest with Li Mu? Li Yi scoffed, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. For 13 years, Li Mu has held the northern territories, commanding a formidable army and achieving remarkable military accolades. Besides, he is the first prince. How could I possibly rival him for the crown prince position? A peculiar cold smile flickered across Li Ye's face, revealing his inner turmoil. His fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth. 13 years ago, 8-year-old Li Mu went to the desolate land of Liangzhou, frail and sickly. I thought he would perish there. Who would have imagined that he would establish such a solid foundation in the northern territories? His status is unassailable. A fierce, resentful expression crossed Li Ye's face, filled with regret for not delivering a final blow to ensure Li Mu's demise during his northern expedition. If only he had perished then, we would not be in such a predicament today. Li Mu indeed possesses remarkable achievements and an unassailable position. As long as he lives, the position of crown prince shall undoubtedly belong to him. But what if Li Mu were to die? Surely, we cannot appoint a corpse as crown prince. The black-clad figure smirked coldly, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. Li Mu's death, in the northern territories. Li Mu reigns supreme, surrounded by a multitude of soldiers. Who could possibly slay him? Li Yi shook his head, suspecting that the black-clad figure sought to orchestrate Li Mu's assassination. However, if Li Mu were so easily assassinated, the barbaric tribes and rogue assassins would have succeeded long ago. Moreover, even if Li Mu were to die, there was still the second prince, Li Qiu. The second prince. He was the foremost candidate for the position of crown prince according to protocol. Li Yi added, in addition to the first prince Li Mu, I also contend with the second prince Li Qiu. Your Highness, you are mistaken. The second prince is solely devoted to studying the classics. Lacking any stratagems, how could he possibly compare to the third prince, who excels in both civil and military affairs? In my opinion, the third prince is the best candidate for the throne, even if the second prince were appointed as crown prince. On the day of his ascension, with your sword poised at his throat, do you believe he would choose to ascend or abdicate? The black-clad figure spoke with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing the black-clad figure's words, Li Ye's eyes brightened, his pupils narrowing. He was intrigued. Who would not be tempted by the prospect of supreme power? His ambitions for the throne had ignited 13 years prior, yet fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Silence enveloped the room as Li Yi remained contemplative, wrestling with his thoughts. After a moment, he regained his composure and leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice to inquire, "Do you truly possess a means to kill Li Mu?" The black-clad figure nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "While Li Mu is safeguarded by his soldiers in the northern territories, he is indeed difficult to assassinate. However, should he venture beyond the northern borders, without his men, eliminating him would be rather effortless. I am willing to offer my counsel to assist you in ascending to the throne. When that day comes, I trust you will not forget my efforts." The chapter remains lengthy, and my fingers are nearly worn out from typing. Thank you for the 5-star review. Thank you for the generous gifts. Chapter 36. The Northern Liang Iron Cavalry treads the wilderness, launching a surprise attack on the northern desert royal court. The following morning, a pale light graced the heavens as the resplendent sun leapt above the horizon, its golden rays cascading upon the earth. Outside the Wild Wolf Valley, a meticulously organized military formation unfolded. Over 20,000 Northern Liang Iron Cavalry had gathered, arrayed in formation. At the forefront of the cavalry stood imposing figures exuding an air of authority. Mounted upon their steeds, among them were renowned generals such as Chu Baixiong and Ning Pejuan. Clattering hooves echoed as a red horse galloped forth, bearing a figure clad in resplendent white armor, Li Mu. Qingluan did not accompany him, still in a deep slumber, yet to awaken Li Mu had left several cavalrymen behind. "Whoa!" Li Mu reined in his steed, the chestnut mare emitting a long whinny as it came to a halt. "Your Highness, over 20,000 Northern Liang Iron Cavalry are fully assembled and ready to depart at any moment." Chu Baixiong approached on horseback, thumping his chest with his right fist, saluting Li Mu with military decorum. Li Mu nodded, his gaze scanning the neatly arranged formations before him. The sight of over 20,000 Northern Liang Iron Cavalry instilled within him a surge of fervent battle spirit. The soldiers, brimming with enthusiasm and vigor, radiated an aura of deadly resolve born from countless battles. Northern Liang Iron Cavalry. Li Mu raised his Dashue Pandragon spear toward the heavens, its tip glimmering with a fierce chill. The sunlight bathed the spearhead, rendering it dazzlingly bright. Clang! In unison, over 20,000 Northern Liang Iron Cavalry struck their chests with their right fists, their movements synchronized, creating a stunning spectacle. A cacophony of battle cries echoed through the skies, reverberating in the air. The northern barbarians from the wasteland occasionally invade the borders of our great Zhou, slaughtering our citizens and dishonoring our women, plundering our wealth, and enslaving our people as mere livestock. As Li Mu rode past the regimented formations, his Dashue Pandragon spear held high, his resounding and passionate voice resonated across the expanse, inspiring and uplifting the morale of his troops. In an instant, the hearts of over 20,000 Northern Liang Cavalry surged with fervor. Before the battle, rallying cries ignited their spirits, for morale is paramount in warfare. "Charge!" Among the ranks of the cavalry, a sudden voice of fury erupted. The barbarian hordes descend to pillage and slaughter. Such heinous acts are unforgivable. Since mercy is not an option, let us engage in battle. Fight, fight, fight. Like a stone that stirs 1,000 ripples, over 21,000 cavalrymen roared in unison, brandishing their weapons aloft. The resounding waves of their voices crescendoed, echoing through the heavens and the earth. In that moment, only one cry remained in the expanse. "War!" Li Mu gazed upon the indomitable Northern Liang Cavalry, their spirits aflame with a thirst for battle. He shook his spear, and a resonant hum filled the air. The cacophony of battle cries abruptly ceased. "What a battle!" he exclaimed. "This is the true valor of Northern Liang men. In this fight, I shall lead the valiant sons of Northern Liang to shatter the Northern Wilderness Royal Court and proclaim the might of our men." His commanding voice reverberated through the skies. "Charge! Charge! Charge!" Over 21,000 Northern Liang cavalrymen shouted in unison. "Onward! Let us trample the Northern Wilderness Royal Court." With a sweeping motion of his spear, Li Mu issued the command. In an instant, the earth trembled as if it were splitting apart. The thunderous sound resonated across the mountains and fields. It was the sound of hooves pounding the earth. Led by the valiant generals Chu Baixiong and Ning Pejuan, over 21,000 cavalry surged across the plains. marching resolutely toward the Northern Wilderness Royal Court. The elite Yinyun 18 riders had already set forth to clear the path for the Northern Liang cavalry, scouting for any threats along the way. The Northern Wilderness Royal Court, unlike the imperial dynasty, did not construct sturdy walls or earthen forts to defend against enemies. Instead, they erected circular tents on the vast plains, encircled by fences to establish their domain. Among the many tents, one stood significantly larger and more imposing than the rest. This was the royal tent. Within it resided the left king of the Northern Wilderness Royal Court, Nuerchi, who was presently engulfed in a fit of rage. With a first-tier warrior and 8 fourth-tier barbarian generals commanding a force of 50,000, he had planned to annihilate Li Mu's few thousand Northern Liang cavalry. He had anticipated a resounding victory, but the outcome left him utterly astounded. 8 generals fell in battle, and of the 50,000 troops, only a little over 10,000 returned. Even the venerable ancestor, He Xian, lost an arm in the fray. "What use are you to me? You cannot even overcome a mere few thousand of Li Mu's cavalry. You are all worthless." Nuerchi paced furiously, his face contorted with rage as he pointed accusingly at the several kneeling barbarian generals in the royal tent. Though the 8 generals had perished, there were still others among the barbarian ranks, albeit of lesser stature. The defeated generals trembled on the ground, heads bowed in silence, not daring to utter a word. Their hearts heavy with anxiety. Upon learning of the disastrous defeat at Wolf Valley, Nuerchi's fury erupted, his eyes gleaming with malice. The battle at Wolf Valley was a catastrophic loss for the Northern Wilderness Royal Court. With over 30,000 troops lost and the death of 8 esteemed generals, not to mention the injury of the ancestor, how could Nuerchi not be enraged? The right king of the Northern Wilderness Royal Court would surely seize upon this matter, and Nuerchi's prestige would suffer greatly. Within the royal tent, Nuerchi's furious exclamations echoed, his heart ablaze with wrath as the trembling generals bore the brunt of his ire. Time passed swiftly, and several hours slipped by. The sun in the west was nearing its descent. Inside the royal tent, the generals remained kneeling, their legs numb with fatigue. Nuerchi glared coldly at the prostrate figures, his anger still simmering. This battle had not only cost them soldiers but had also claimed a first-tier ancestor. With He Xian's power diminished, it was a grievous loss indeed, leaving Nuerchi seething with rage. Outside the royal tent, life continued as usual, with barbarian herders driving their flocks of cattle and sheep, the sound of their whips cracking in the air. By the clear lake, women washed their belongings, the water glimmering beneath the sunlight. There were also robust horsemen skillfully wielding their lassos to tame wild stallions, drawing the admiration of onlookers, especially the unmarried women whose eyes sparkled with interest. Many barbarian women favored such strong men, while others mocked and ridiculed captured men and women from the Great Zhou, their laughter echoing with malice in the vast territories of the Northern Wilderness Royal Court. The people lived in peace, entirely unaware that danger loomed near at that moment. Atop the undulating hills not far from the royal court, a lone figure on horseback suddenly appeared, drawing a bow and releasing an arrow with fluid grace. With a sharp twang, the arrow found its mark in the throat of a barbarian soldier stationed at a nearby wooden outpost, blood gushing forth as he fell lifeless to the ground. "Charge!" the figure on the hill commanded, racing down the slope. In the next moment, the hillside was alive with a multitude of cavalry, their dark silhouettes sprawling across the landscape. It was the Northern Liang cavalry. The thunder of hooves echoed as they surged down the hill towards the Northern Wilderness Royal Court's territory. In the midst of the chaos, the command rang out, "Nuerchi, bring forth my great blade." The ground trembled beneath the galloping hooves of over 21,000 cavalry, sweeping across the terrain like a torrent of mountain floodwaters. The earth quaked as if it were splitting apart, the sound of their advance reminiscent of rolling thunder. Shattering the tranquility of the land, "Fire!" commanded Ningpejuan, his spear pointed skyward as he ordered the archers to unleash their arrows. The range of their shots could now encompass the perimeter of the Northern Wilderness Royal Court's camp. Amidst the chaos, the soldiers of the Northern Wilderness Royal Court, both troops and tribesmen, were caught unawares as a barrage of arrows rained down upon them. In an instant, the air was filled with the piercing sound of arrows slicing through the wind. Striking like a tempest upon the barbarian ranks, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The soldiers of the Northern Wilderness Royal Court widened their eyes in shock, hastily shouting warnings. Some gasped in horror, their bodies recoiling in disbelief. The cacophony of arrows found their targets, and the agonized cries of the fallen echoed across the battlefield. The Northern Liang cavalry had caught the barbarian soldiers off guard, and many fell victim to the deadly barrage. Some, still reeling from the surprise, were struck down before they could comprehend the unfolding chaos. The call of battle resounded as the horn of alarm sounded, signaling the enemy's approach throughout the Northern Wilderness Royal Court's camp. The soldiers within sprang to attention, their spirits ignited. Enemies approaching. All forces assemble. As chaos reigned, the Northern Liang cavalry had already breached the southern gate of the Royal Court's encampment, with the fierce onslaught of the iron floating tower and the Northern Liang dragon riders. The defending soldiers were quickly overwhelmed. Bodies lay scattered across the ground, bloodied and lifeless, some still clinging to the gates but devoid of life. Chu Baixiong, Ning Pujuan. Follow me straight to the royal tent of Nuerchi. The cavalry formed a sharp formation and charged into the heart of the Northern Wilderness Royal Court's camp. Iron Floating Tower led the way, flanked by the Northern Liang dragon riders. Upon entering the camp, they would not linger to engage the enemy but would head straight for the royal tent, trampling through the court. Li Mu raised his spear, his voice ringing out clear and powerful, resonating with the spirit of every Northern Liang cavalryman. Kill! Kill! The cavalry of Bailiang responded with a thunderous roar of battle cries. Subsequently, Li Mu led his swift and fierce Bailiang cavalry into the grand camp of the Northern Desert King. The cavalry surged into the encampment like a knife through butter, causing chaos among the hastily assembled barbarian soldiers, their bodies strewn across the ground, blood staining the tents. The offensive of the Bailiang cavalry was unstoppable, particularly the terrifying impact of the iron chariots, which instilled fear in the hearts of the barbarian soldiers, some of whom met their demise beneath the hooves of the warhorses. Furthermore, the assault of the Bailiang dragon riders was relentless, their blades raining down and splattering blood as enemy soldiers fell one after another. Over 21,000 Bailiang cavalrymen traversed the Northern Desert King's camp like a spear piercing through the air, advancing boldly from the south to the north. Within the royal tent, an enraged Nuerchi, the Duke of the Left, berated the kneeling barbarian generals. What are you worthless fools doing still on your knees? Are you deaf? Have you not heard the warning horns of the enemy's approach? Get up and fight! The sound of the horns echoed throughout the entire left camp of the Northern Desert King, and naturally, Nuerchi heard it. Yet, confusion clouded his mind. What tribe dared to attack the left camp of the Northern Desert King? To strike at a rock with an egg, they were clearly courting death. Upon hearing Nuerchi's scolding, the kneeling barbarian generals attempted to rise and rush out to confront the enemy, but their legs, having lost sensation from kneeling for so long, failed them. They were paralyzed. Soon, the scene of barbarian generals sitting on the ground, rubbing their legs, unfolded within the royal tent. Report. At that moment, a frantic barbarian soldier dashed into the tent. My king, the southern gate of the camp is under fierce attack from the Bailiang cavalry. It has been breached. The Bailiang cavalry has entered the camp, advancing with unstoppable momentum, and our forces have suffered significant casualties. The barbarian soldier knelt on one knee, relaying the dire situation to Nuerchi. Upon hearing the soldier's words, Nuerchi's eyes widened in an instant, flames of fury igniting within him. The Bailiang cavalry had already defeated 50,000 of the Northern Desert King's troops at Wolf Valley, and now they dared to assault the left camp. They truly possessed audacity. Is the leader of the Bailiang cavalry Li Mu? Nuerchi approached the barbarian soldier, his expression menacing as he gritted his teeth and demanded, Is it Li Mu leading them? Fear gripped the barbarian soldier as he trembled under Nuerchi's fierce gaze. The battle standard of the Bailiang cavalry bears the black tiger with the character Li. The soldier replied, I have not seen the war god Li Mu myself, so I cannot confirm if it is he who leads them. The battle standard is the symbol of the commander. Nuerchi's eyes turned frigid, murderous intent surging within him. Li Mu, I have long sought vengeance for the humiliation of Wolf Valley, and now you present yourself at my door. Truly, as the saying goes, when heaven offers a path, you refuse to walk it. Yet you voluntarily tread into hell. For attacking my left camp, I shall ensure you return to your grave." A sinister and menacing expression spread across Nuerchi's face, sending chills down the spine. "Someone, bring me my great sword. I shall slay Li Mu beneath my horse and offer his blood as a sacrifice to the souls of my fallen kin." Nuerchi's eyes sparkled with cold light as he growled, exuding an aura of intense killing intent. However, Nuerchi's treasured sword was not within the royal tent, but rather in a separate tent designated for storing weapons. The sword was exceedingly heavy, requiring 4 men to muster all their strength just to lift it. Soon, a hurried barbarian general rushed into the main tent, but he bore no sword. "Report." The barbarian general knelt and spoke urgently. "My king, the Bailiang cavalry is charging directly towards the royal tent, and they are already very close. The target of the Bailiang cavalry is you, my king. You must evacuate the tent at once." The general's face was filled with anxiety as he relayed the information. The Bailiang cavalry was approaching rapidly, and their offensive was overwhelming. The left king was certainly in peril. Upon hearing this, Nuerchi's expression shifted, his lips twitching as he realized the gravity of the situation. The Bailiang cavalry was indeed heading straight for the royal tent. Nuerchi stepped out of the royal tent, finding himself amidst chaos, with barbarian soldiers rushing past. 4 soldiers struggled to carry a massive broadsword towards Nuerchi. He slowly raised his right hand, channeling his energy, and a force pulled the sword toward him. The heavy broadsword flew effortlessly into Nuerchi's grasp, as he was a practitioner of the 2nd tier of martial arts. "My king, the enemy's iron chariots are upon us. You must leave the tent at once." A barbarian officer, accompanied by several subordinates, approached Nuerchi with grave expressions. They were there to protect him. "I am Nuerchi, Duke of the Left of the Northern Desert King. What is there to fear from a mere Li Mu? The battle at Wolf Valley was a disgrace to our left camp, and I shall personally slay Li Mu to honor the spirits of the fallen." Nuerchi dismissed the officer's warnings, filled with rage and intent on annihilating Li Mu and the Bailiang cavalry. "My king, you must retreat," the officer pleaded desperately, but Nuerchi, filled with fury, shot him a glare. "Silence. Do not embolden the enemy nor diminish our might." Raising the broadsword high, Nuerchi proclaimed, "Let it be known. Mobilize all troops of the left camp to encircle and annihilate Li Mu and the Bailiang cavalry. Those who slay Li Mu shall be rewarded with 1,000 cattle and sheep, 100 slaves and 10 beauties, and be granted the title of chief of 10,000 men. Under such generous rewards, brave warriors will surely rise to the occasion." As Nuerchi's voice echoed, the barbarian officers felt their resolve stir. The promise of rewards ignited ambition, for the title of chief of 10,000 men was a position of great power, with only a handful existing within the left camp, each a celebrated warrior. "My king, please wait here. I will go and claim Li Mu's head." The officer's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he dashed towards the battlefield where the Bailiang cavalry was engaged. Watching the officer's retreating figure, Nuerchi smirked, a malicious smile creeping across his face. "You all shall follow me into battle. Slay Li Mu and obliterate the cavalry." Nuerchi commanded the barbarian soldiers, mounting his black tiger steed and charging toward the Bailiang cavalry. Closely followed by his troops in the camp, the black-armored iron chariots surged forward, unstoppable and invincible. The ground was littered with the bloodied corpses of barbarian soldiers, a sight too gruesome to behold. Fearsome generals like Chu Baixiong and Ning Pujuan displayed their might, ruthlessly cutting down barbarian soldiers under their relentless assault. "Li Mu, come and meet your end." At that moment, the earlier officer who had urged Nuerchi to retreat arrived at the battlefield, shouting towards the Bailiang forces. Just as his voice rang out, a piercing sound sliced through the air. The next instant, the officer felt a chill wash over him. Slit. A long spear pierced through his throat, crimson blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The officer's life force extinguished in an instant, his body tumbling from his horse, eyes wide open yet devoid of life, unable to close in death. As chaos erupted, a low voice called out, "Spear!" in the midst of the turmoil. The spear embedded in the ground trembled slightly before soaring back into the air. It was Li Mu's great snow spiraling dragon spear. Leaping into the air, Li Mu seized the spear and executed a swift turn. The spearhead radiated an unparalleled fierce intent as he unleashed a sweeping arc-one dance of the azure serpent. A deep voice echoed within Li Mu's heart as he thrust the spear forward. A blue arc of spear intent cutting through the air. Ah, ugh! The anguished cries of barbarian soldiers echoed as they fell victim to Li Mu's one dance of the azure serpent. More than 100 enemies felled by his strike. Before Li Mu could land, a furious voice reached his ears. Slightly furrowing his brow, he turned to face the source of the sound. A formidable blade intent surged towards him, rapidly magnifying in his sight. In that instant, Li Mu's pupils constricted as he sensed the extraordinary power of the blade. "Your Highness, be careful." The moment Chu Baixiong caught sight of the blade intent surging towards Li Mu, he hastily shouted out. His brow furrowed instantly, his eyes filled with unmistakable concern. A dance of the azure serpent. Li Mu's spear swung violently, unleashing a sweeping arc of azure spear intent that cleaved through the air with unparalleled sharpness. Seemingly capable of rending the void itself. Bang! The clash between the blade intent and spear intent reverberated through the air with a deep, muffled sound, followed by a fierce gust of wind that tore through the space. The intent swirling around them, Li Mu, with his spear held diagonally before him, braced against the oncoming force of wind and blade intent. In an instant, the blade intent broke through the spear's defense and hurtled towards him. With a swift motion, Li Mu thrust his formidable Dashue Pandragon spear at the encroaching blade intent. The blade intent struck the spear's tip, a torrent of domineering force surging forth. The Dashue Pandragon spear trembled violently, causing his grip to split, blood oozing from his palm. In the next moment, Li Mu's body shook as he was sent flying backwards. "Your Highness," witnessing Li Mu being flung away by the blade intent, Chu Baixiong's heart leapt to his throat. Enraged, he brought his heavy blade crashing down. In an instant, the body of a centurion from the barbarian army was cleaved in two, enduring the searing pains surging through his mind. Li Mu exerted himself, executing and under the relentless onslaught of the 13 swords. Nurchi found himself increasingly at a loss, his countenance betraying an expression of profound gravity. "Black Tiger," Nurchi retreated, contemplating the need for assistance. His steed, Black Tiger, was a formidable beast of the 3rd rank, exceptionally ferocious. Together, man and beast should have been capable of vanquishing Li Mu. However, Black Tiger did not heed Nurchi's call to attack. A frown creased Nurchi's brow as he pondered why Black Tiger had not lunged at Li Mu. A glance towards the beast revealed the truth. Black Tiger was being thoroughly thrashed by a burly general from the Northern Liang army, bloodied and battered. It was Chu Baixiong who had engaged Black Tiger in combat. Reminiscent of the legendary Wu song Slaying the Tiger. Aside from Li Mu and Chu Baixiong, the remaining Northern Liang cavalry displayed the fierce tenacity characteristic of their kin, bravely slaying foes with unwavering resolve. Their audacity sent tremors through the ranks of the barbarian soldiers from the northern wilderness, causing morale to plummet. The ground was littered with corpses, blood saturating the earth in a gruesome spectacle. The formidable warriors accompanying Chu Baixiong each found their own adversaries, unleashing their vital energy and engaging in fierce battles. Chapter 40. Nurchi. Hurry to the ancestral land and summon the elder. 3rd update. Damn it. Li Mu's cultivation is clearly inferior to mine, yet the sword he wields makes it exceedingly difficult for me to defend myself. And those 12 flying swords, elusive and relentless, strike with a ferocity that is impossible to anticipate. Nurchi continuously wielded his great blade, struggling to fend off the 13 swords' assault. His thick brows furrowed deeply, his face etched with concern. Clang, clang, clang. The air resonated with the crisp sounds of blades clashing. Nurchi poured all his strength into defense, and for a time, the 13 flying swords could not breach his guard. After all, Nurchi was a formidable warrior at the initial stage of the 2nd rank, not a mere paper-image adversary. The 12 swords danced in the void, exuding a terrifying sword intent that encircled Nurchi. Li Mu, wielding the Daliang Longke, unleashed a powerful strike. The long sword whirled, creating a whirlwind of dazzling sword shadows. "Break!" Li Mu's gaze sharpened as he issued a low command. The Daliang Longke thrust forward, its innate sword intent instantly surging towards Nurchi. In that moment, The very fabric of space trembled. Nurchi beheld a brilliant white light expanding rapidly in his vision. The overwhelming sword intent surged towards him, delivering an unmistakable sense of suffocating pressure, blood-drinking mad blade control. Without a moment's hesitation, Nurchi roared, positioning his consecutive great blade diagonally in front of him, a blood-red glow enveloping its edge. The oppressive blade aura coiled around the weapon. Clang! In an instant, the Daliang Longke struck against the blood-drinking mad blade. In that fleeting moment, shards from the blade flew off, and a deep gash was etched into the blade's surface. Sparks erupting in a dazzling display. Yet, more terrifying sword intent surged forth. Nurchi's body jolted, retreating nearly 10 zhong. Halt! He bellowed, driving his great blade into the ground, carving a long scar in the earth before finally coming to a stop. Spitting a mouthful of warm blood, he felt the crimson liquid stain the ground beneath him. His complexion paled. At that moment, his expression shifted dramatically from ashen to a ghastly shade akin to dark liver. Damn it! Li Mu has truly concealed his prowess. His mastery of the sword far surpassed his skills with the spear. Nurchi lifted his gaze to meet Li Mu's, his countenance a mask of fury. His eyes ablaze with murderous intent. That last sword strike was a retaliatory sneak attack. Li Mu pointed his sword at Nurchi, speaking in a calm tone. A gentleman does not leave grievances unavenged. This principle was one Li Mu held dear. As soon as he concluded his words, Li Mu's foot slammed down upon the earth, unleashing a surge of power as he darted forward, his sword aimed directly at Nurchi. The 12 flying swords swirling around him die in the campaign against the northern wilderness, trampling the barbarian king's court, slaying kings and generals. Li Mu would not grant Nurchi a moment's respite. Spit! Nurchi coughed up a mouthful of blood. The reflection of his ferocious visage glimmering upon the blade of the blood-drinking mad blade. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, swinging his blade towards Li Mu. I refuse to believe that a mere child can withstand my might. Nurchi's confidence surged as he prepared to reveal his trump card in the struggle against the Dunhuang of the northern wilderness court. Go fall victim to my secret weapon would not be an unjust demise. With a heavy chop, Nurchi unleashed a powerful strike, roaring like an enraged lion. Clang! Li Mu wielded the Daliang Longke, the sharp clash of blades ringing out as he parried Nurchi's overwhelming blood blade assault. The sound of Nurchi's furious cry echoed again. Blood-drinking mad blade, blood explosion technique. Nurchi's eyes instantly turned crimson, a hint of bloodlust radiating from him, his aura swelling dramatically, eclipsing his previous strength. He cackled with a sinister glee, feeling a wellspring of power surging within him, his lips curling into a mocking smile accompanied by a chilling laughter. Secret technique? Li Mu sensed the surge of power emanating from Nurchi, his eyes narrowing in realization. Prepare to die! Nurchi swung his great blade with a force akin to a landslide, charging towards Li Mu with unrestrained ferocity. The unmatched 9 swords, Sword 3, Dragon and Serpent bowed down, as Nurchi advanced with overwhelming force. A somber voice echoed within Li Mu's heart. He unleashed the unmatched 9 swords of Old Gung Dai in an instant. Li Mu's swordsmanship became infinitely more profound. The Daliang Longke blossomed in his grip, manifesting a flurry of sword flowers, the sword intent dissipating into the void. His movements became ghostly, leaving behind layers of afterimages. Clang, clang, clang. The clash between Li Mu and Nurchi erupted into an intense battle. Nurchi's blood-drinking mad blade slashed with unyielding ferocity, while Li Mu executed the 1st to 5th sword techniques of the unmatched 9 swords with fluid grace. Blade intent and sword intent enveloped the space surrounding them, creating a zone where no one dared to tread, for those who did would be obliterated by the combined forces of blade and sword. Meanwhile, Chu Baixiong wielded his great blade, forcing the 3rd-rank demon beast, Black Tiger, to howl in agony. The once formidable presence of the tiger had dissipated, leaving it bloodied and battered. Black Tiger had transformed into a bloodied specter, its appearance now hauntingly fearsome, with its eyes wide and ferocious. Black Tiger bared its fangs, emitting a menacing growl as it regarded the rotund human before it, its gaze filled with trepidation and fear. Blood dripped from its 4 paws, trembling slightly, you wretched creature. Dare you to attack the prince? I shall slay you. Chu Baixiong pointed his bloodied blade at Black Tiger, roaring in fury. In the next moment, he leaped forward, swinging his blade at the beast. Roar! Black Tiger let out a deafening roar, its jaws wide open as it charged forward. Simultaneously, the Northern Liang cavalry rampaged across the battlefield. The iron floating towers surged forth in squads, akin to tanks, instilling terror in the barbarian soldiers, shattering their resolve. Even some of the enemy's tents were crushed beneath the iron towers, which suffered no harm in return. The Northern Liang dragon riders, each seemingly capable of taking on 10 foes, struck down relentlessly, leaving a trail of fallen barbarian soldiers in their wake. Outside this chaotic battlefield, the forces of the left camp of the Northern Wilderness Court surged forth, attempting to encircle the Northern Liang cavalry and claim Li Mu's head. However, along the path of the advancing soldiers, 18 shadowy figures clad in black appeared like phantoms. The crescent moon blades fell, silencing foes in a swift stroke. It was the Yinyun 18 riders, obstructing the barbarian reinforcements from the left camp. The 18 riders secured several critical points, delaying the support of the Northern Wilderness Court's left camp. Buzz bang! Suddenly, a clear sword chant resonated across the heavens. Moments later, a deep thud followed. Nurchi's massive frame was sent hurtling backward, akin to a bird with broken wings, landing awkwardly on the ground and rolling several times before coming to a halt. As soon as he stilled, a torrent of old blood surged forth from his throat, his complexion pale as a sheet. His breath waned instantly. "My king!" a barbarian general shouted upon witnessing Nurchi's disheveled descent. Nurchi slapped the ground and sprang to his feet. Just as he regained his footing, Li Mu's Daliang Longke surged towards him again. The 3-foot azure blade loomed large in his vision. Nurchi hastily swung his blood-drinking mad blade, deflecting the incoming long sword, but was forced to retreat repeatedly. His gaze rapidly scanned the battlefield, and the situation appeared dire. Barbarian soldiers continued to perish beneath the bloodied blades of the Northern Liang cavalry, a horrific sight that twisted Nurchi's heart in anguish. "Quick! Hurry to the ancestral land and summon the Elder!" Nurchi roared, desperation lacing his voice, akin to a raging lion. His visage was one of sheer fury. The absence of reinforcements from the left camp and the entrapment of the court's powerful warriors left him with no choice but to beseech the Elder to emerge and quell Li Mu. Chapter 41. The ancestor of the Northern Desert Royal Court emerges, and Li Jian slays the celestial being. Part 4. In the Northern Desert Royal Court, the ancestral ground lay shrouded in darkness and an eerie atmosphere. A heavy stone door stood closed, behind which resided the seclusion of the court's venerable ancestor. At that moment, several blood-soaked warriors of the tribe arrived in great haste before the stone door. They knelt before the door, prostrating themselves thrice with a resounding thud, and then cried out in mournful despair, "Ancestor, the commander of the Northern Liang, Li Mu, has launched a surprise attack on our tribe with his iron cavalry. Our kin have suffered grievous losses. The martial experts within our clan are entangled by the formidable warriors of Northern Liang, unable to extricate themselves. Our left commander has engaged Li Mu in single combat, yet he is unable to withstand him. The left commander has sent me here to implore the ancestor to emerge from seclusion and subdue the commander of Northern Liang." Li Mu, one of the warriors, wept bitterly as he knocked his head heavily against the stone door, pleading, "Please, ancestor, emerge and vanquish the commander of Northern Liang, Li Mu." The other warriors echoed his sentiments, bowing their heads in desperation, their hearts filled with anxiety and unwillingness to accept their plight. Creak! As the warriors' cries echoed, the closed stone door began to stir, slowly opening. Then, 2 streaks of flowing light surged forth from the door, swift as lightning. Racing towards the battlefield where the 2 armies clashed. The first-tier strongmen of the Northern Desert Royal Court had made their move. Why do the forces of the Right Department remain inactive while the Northern Liang cavalry attacks? Go and deliver a message to the Right Department's Dunhuang. We are of the same root. Without lips, the teeth grow cold. Though this ancestor does not meddle in the disputes between the left and right departments, a change of commander is permissible. A chilling voice resonated across the heavens, belonging to one of the 2 first-tier strongmen. I shall convey this message to the right department, replied the warrior before the stone door, bowing once more towards the direction of the departing light. They then hastily made their way towards the right department. The left and right departments of the Northern Desert Royal Court were not situated in the same locale. Under the heavens, the two streaks of light streaked through the void like shooting stars. Buzz! Suddenly, a crisp sound of a sword-s song reverberated through the sky. In an instant, the space surrounding the two first-tier ancestors of the Northern Desert Royal Court was enveloped by a myriad of sword intent. Filling the air with its essence, "Be careful," one ancestor shouted as a white streak of sword light whistled towards them. The two figures swiftly separated, and the white light sliced through the void between them, tearing it apart momentarily before it healed. The sword intent of a first-tier Jixin realm expert. The defeat of He Xian was not unwarranted. One ancestor's gaze shifted towards the distant void, a surge of battle intent igniting within his eyes as he spotted a tiny figure approaching from the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura of sword intent. This ancestor of the Northern Desert Royal Court was named Jin Zhang, while the other was Bai Qi. Little did they expect that the 8th-ranked figure on the Kyushu Sword Dao list, Geng Jianjiu, was now beside Li Mu. Bai Qi also caught sight of the tiny figure, his expression growing solemn. The two stood firm in the void, awaiting the arrival of the approaching figure. Bai Qi, if I were to slay Geng Jianjiu, would I not ascend to the 8th position on the Sword Dao list? Jin Zhang's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. You would not, Bai Qi replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. The 8th position on the Kyushu Sword Dao list belongs to me. Each must rely on their own merit. Whoever slays Geng Jianjiu will claim the 8th rank. Jin Zhang cast a sidelong glance at Bai Qi, unwilling to engage in a war of words. Very well, Bai Qi nodded. At that moment, both felt a surge of energy as they summoned gleaming swords into their hands, evident that these were no ordinary blades. You two should refrain from interfering in the battle below. Elder Geng arrived on his sword. Surrounded by 4 imposing swords of energy, he had refrained from acting until the first-tier ancestor of the Northern Desert Royal Court emerged. Once the ancestor did, a sword flew forth from Elder Geng's sword box. Are you Geng Jianjiu? Bai Qi scrutinized the one-armed elder, contemplating his demeanor. He did not appear to be a deity of the sword. With just you alone, you likely cannot hinder us, Jin Zhang declared, his arrogance unabated. If Li Mu were in Liangzhou, he would pose no threat. However, now that he has come to the Northern Desert Royal Court, he is bound to meet his demise. Today, there is no doubt that Li Mu shall perish. Even the gods cannot save him. Jin Zhang raised his sword, pointing it at Elder Geng. His demeanor exuded an air of superiority, exhibiting no fear of the 8th-ranked figure on the Kyushu Sword Dao list. 2 first-tier Jixin realm experts cannot hold me back, Elder Geng grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth, albeit slightly diminished due to the loss of 2 molars, causing his speech to sound slightly off. He was not in a hurry to strike, as his goal was to stall the first-tier experts of the Northern Desert Royal Court to buy time for Li Mu. If 2 first-tier Jixin experts can be restrained, what if I join in? Can we hold them back? Suddenly, a hearty voice echoed forth. From the open stone door of the ancestral ground, a streak of light surged out, and in the blink of an eye, a figure clad in purple robes appeared beside Jin Zhang and Bai Qi Ziyin, the highest-ranking first-tier ancestor of the Northern Desert Royal Court, a peak expert of the Jixin realm, or perhaps a half-step into the Tianlong realm. With this, apart from He Xian, who had been demoted by Elder Geng, all 3 first-tier ancestors of the Northern Desert Royal Court had now emerged. Upon seeing the 3 figures before him, Elder Geng's smile faded. His brow furrowing as seriousness overtook his expression. 2 first-tier Jixin realm experts and 1 half-step Tianlong realm expert. Facing 3 adversaries was an immense pressure, even for the renowned Elder Geng of the Kyushu Sword Dao list. It was not that he could not win, but rather that he was stretched too thin to contend effectively. If the 2 first-tier experts were to restrain him, the remaining 1 could then turn their focus on Li Mu. Whether he could hold them back was a matter to be tested in battle. Elder Geng's gaze sharpened, his spirit heightened to its utmost, as his hand rested upon his sword box. 1 Sword to slay the celestial being. At that moment, a deep voice reverberated through the heavens, boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, The sky turned white as a dazzling sword light illuminated the heavens. The sword intent, a brilliant white line nearly 10 zhang long, harbored a terrifying might capable of obliterating all in its path. The void trembled, a roar akin to a ferocious beast echoed through the sky. This sword intent could cleave the heavens. Upon witnessing the oncoming sword intent, Ziyin, Bai Qi, and Jin Zhang's expressions shifted dramatically as a suffocating sense of pressure enveloped them. The three figures retreated repeatedly, employing their utmost speed. A single sword intent had forced Ziyin and the others back 1,000 zhang. Beneath the long sky, a one-armed elder with long hair billowing approached on his sword. He spoke, "Gung Jianjiao, there is no need for words with these people. Simply draw your sword." Elder Gung did not turn to look at the approaching figure, yet a smile broke across his face. For he sensed the aura of the newcomer, Li Jianshan. "You have arrived," Elder Gung exclaimed with a grin. Still not glancing at the figure approaching on the sword eye in that moment, he understood. This was the very foundation upon which Li Mu stood unafraid of the first-tier experts of the Northern Desert Royal Court. Sword God, Li Chun-go. Thanks to the numerous readers for their generous gifts, I am grateful for the 5-star reviews. I have been writing fervently all afternoon, and here is the 4th installment. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 42. The sword approaches. Li Chun-go descended beside Elder Gung on his sword, his long white hair cascading in the wind, his sleeves billowing emptily. He glanced at Elder Gung and chuckled lightly. That lad Li Mu is quite the troublemaker. We elders cannot simply stand by and watch. These first-tier experts of the Northern Desert Royal Court seek to bully the weak, and I, Li Chun-go, shall demonstrate to them what true strength against the weak looks like. As he spoke, Li Chun-go's profound gaze shifted towards the trio of Ziyin, Bai Qi, and Jin Zhang, situated 1,000 zhang away. He raised his index and middle fingers, forming a sword gesture, with strands of sword intent swirling around his fingertips. An immense wave of sword aura emanated from Li Chun-go, rivaling the power of the sun and moon. At this moment, the three figures 1,000 zhang away were still reeling from the shock, their hearts racing. With brows tightly knitted and expressions grave, they felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain upon their backs. The presence of Gung Jianjiao alone posed a formidable challenge, and now another first-tier expert had arrived. Ziyin, Jin Zhang, and Bai Qi exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity and wariness reflected in the other's eyes. The expert who had unleashed that sword intent was even more potent than Gung Jianjiao, a first-tier Tianlong realm expert, before the stone door of the ancestral ground of the Northern Desert Royal Court. A one-armed elder gazed skyward, unable to suppress a gasp as his heart trembled violently. This was He Xian, the ancestor of the Northern Desert Royal Court, who had lost an arm and been demoted by Elder Gung. Having been healing within the ancestral ground, he suddenly sensed the astonishing sword intent outside and emerged to investigate. Upon witnessing the scene, he could not help but draw a sharp breath, his body trembling as he nearly choked on his own astonishment. He saw that beside Gung Jianjiao stood a first-tier Tianlong realm expert. His heart sank, with Gung Jianjiao and that first-tier Tianlong realm expert combined. Even if he had not been demoted, the combined strength of 4 first-tier ancestors would still be unable to contend against them. When did such a Tianlong realm expert emerge in the land of Kyushu? He had never heard of it before. The weighty gaze of Jin Zhang fell upon Li Chun-go, filled with a sense of perplexity. At this moment, one would think not of the emergence of such a formidable dragon realm expert in the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, but rather of how to engage in battle. Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and spoke in a grave tone. Battle? With what shall we fight? You speak so lightly. Gung Jianji, a pinnacle expert of the first grade, is by their side, and that individual is a first-grade dragon realm. Even if the 3 of us unite, we are no match for them. Jian Zhang cast a glance at Bai Qi. His previous arrogance dissipated, replaced by palpable apprehension and solemnity. Bai Qi shot Jin Zhang a sidelong glance, falling silent. Jin Zhang's words held truth. With what shall we fight? Naturally, we shall wield the might of the ancestor of the Northern Desert Royal Court. For they have already cast their shadow over as ancestors of the Northern Desert Royal Court. Should we show fear before the battle has even begun, remaining indifferent, how would the other 4 royal clans of the wasteland regard us? Even if we cannot prevail, we must fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Ziyin interjected. As the strongest among the ancestors, he could not afford to show cowardice at this moment. Jianzhong, Bai Qi. Follow me into battle. Ziyin's gaze hardened, and a torrent of true energy surged forth, the might of a first-grade expert overwhelming the heavens. Jianzhong and Bai Qi exchanged glances and nodded. In the next instant, three figures transformed into streaks of light, hurtling toward Lao Geng and Li Chenggu. Geng Jianji, you handle the two at the pinnacle of the first grade. I shall take on the one at half-step into the dragon realm. Li Chenggu, observing three streaks of light approaching from 1,000 zhang away, uttered a single phrase before soaring forward on his sword. Good, Lao Geng replied with a smile, also taking to the skies. His body surrounded by the glimmering light of a renowned sword in the blink of an eye. They were locked in confrontation. Li Chenggu raised his right hand, pointing his sword skyward, and a surge of sword intent shot upward. Seemingly capable of shattering the firmament, the sword comes. His deep voice resonated through the heavens. In an instant, an infinite river of sword intent coalesced behind him, cascading down from the sky, towering 1,000 zhang high. Countless sword shadows, formed from the amalgamation of sword intent, swirled within this river. Standing before this monumental river of sword intent, Li Chenggu appeared diminutive, yet the aura surrounding him surpassed that of the river itself. The clear sound of sword chants permeated the art in this moment. The very essence of the world was at his command. What an astonishing sword intent! Ziyin beheld the towering river of sword intent, his eyes widening in sheer terror as the scent of impending doom wafted from it. However, even if he wished to flee at this juncture, it was already too late. With a commanding gesture, Li Chenggu pointed into the void. Whoosh! The river of sword intent behind him surged with agitation, and thousands of sword shadows erupted forth like a tempest. The void trembled, and a radiant white light of sword energy illuminated the heavens. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ziyin hastily unleashed his powers, the might of a half-step dragon realm expert erupting forth. He dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence, with his full strength unleashed. A cataclysmic battle erupted in the skies, true energy swirling and fierce winds howling, the earth-shattering sounds resounding through the void. Before long, Ziyin, Jianzhong, and Bai Qi found themselves emitting cries of anguish. Retreating in utter disarray, Li Chenggu and Lao Geng pursued relentlessly, launching a barrage of attacks upon the trio. Meanwhile, within the left camp of the Northern Desert Royal Court, the sounds of battle continued to reverberate. The clash of blades unceasing. The Northern Liang cavalry and the barbarian forces of the left camp remained locked in fierce combat. Li Mu and the left camp Dunhuang were still embroiled in their struggle. Though the left camp Dunhuang found himself suppressed by Li Mu's fierce assault of the great Liang dragon sparrow and the 12 flying swords, yet the light of the great yellow court seal on Li Mu's forehead was gradually dimming. Born as a first-grade expert, Li Mu had once lost his powers due to a serious illness in his youth, rendering him incapable of cultivating true energy in the midst of battle. He relied solely on the Great Yellow Court to absorb the world's true energy for his use. The Great Yellow Court, an ancient technique, could draw in the true energy of the heavens and earth, yet could not retain it within the body. Nerdchi cleaved through the 3-foot azure blade that Li Mu wielded, emitting an ominous laugh. Li Mu, your attacks have weakened, Nerdchi sneered, and if my attacks have weakened, what of it? I can still slay you. Li Mu's voice was icy, his expression stern. Kill this king? Foolish dreams. Once our ancestor descends upon this place, you shall meet your demise, before a first-grade expert. All below were but ants, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. Nerdchi swung his blade toward Li Mu. He snarled, Li Mu, it's been some time now. Do you not find it strange? Li Mu's lips curled slightly. Strange? Nerdchi replied, bewildered, failing to grasp Li Mu's meaning. After all this time, surely the first-grade experts of the Northern Desert Royal Court have made their way here. Yet, they had yet to arrive. Do you not find that odd? Li Mu's expression remained frosty, offering a well-intentioned warning. Not good. Upon hearing these words, Nerdchi's expression shifted drastically, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. Anxious and uneasy, he thought, if the first-grade ancestors had not yet arrived, something must have gone awry. To elaborate on the protagonist, he is born with the first grade of the finger mystique and possesses an unparalleled body of the great Tao. But after suffering a grave illness in his youth, he fell victim to cold poison, losing his cultivation and being unable to cultivate true energy. Over these 13 years, the protagonist has been developing his forces, quietly laying his plans, while also seeking to cure the cold poison, though he has yet to succeed. This is essential to the plot, so please refrain from disputing it. Bowing deeply. The cold poison is a pivotal element. This led to the development of the Great Yellow Court, which can absorb the true energy of heaven and earth into the body but cannot retain it. Thus, the protagonist's combat prowess is not yet at the peak level. However, he has numerous first-grade experts at his side, which can be considered a form of invincibility. Currently, the protagonist's cultivation is not at the pinnacle, as I have designed this aspect intentionally. I plan to write about his eventual ascension into the first-grade dragon realm. The lower his cultivation, the more astonishing his leap into the dragon realm will be. If he were already at the first grade, moving into the dragon realm would be less remarkable, simply a matter of course. Devoid of anticipation. Regarding the realms, the transition from 10th grade to 1st grade is significant, with the 1st grade further divided into 4 realms. Writing a novel is no easy task. I kindly ask all readers to show mercy and grant a 5-star review. I am immensely grateful for the many small gifts from readers. Thank you for the 5-star reviews. Chapter 43. Little Li's Flying Sword, left King Nurchi's severed head boom, 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 in the heavens above. A tremendous clash of forces erupted, producing earth-shattering sounds that were deafening. Waves of true energy shockwaves swept through the void like a tempest. The air was filled with a myriad of sword intents. The sounds of sword chants reverberating through the cosmos. Hearing the thunderous roar, left camp Dun Wang Nurchi turned his gaze toward the distant skies. In an instant, his pupils constricted, a chill running down his spine, as every hair on his body stood on end. Could it be that the ancestor was encountering a formidable foe? Nurchi squinted, astonished. He beheld the distant skies, where torrents of true energy surged forth like the roaring waters of the Yellow River. Nurchi, your reliance on the ancestor has come to an end. Today marks your demise. Seeing Nurchi momentarily distracted, Li Mu's gaze sharpened, and he thrust the great Liang dragon sparrow forward. A chilling sword intent instantly enveloped the space around Nurchi. Sensing the heart-pounding sword intent closing in, Nurchi snapped back to reality, his features contorted as he ferociously swung his blood-drinking blade. Clang! The sharp sound of blade meeting sword rang out, sparks flying in all directions. Li Mu's sword was deflected by Nurchi's blade, yet as soon as it was pushed aside, Li Mu's offensive shifted, once more lunging toward Nurchi with a fierce assault in an instant. The sword flowers danced like shadows, ceaselessly overlapping. Nurchi found himself struggling to fend off the relentless barrage, laboriously swinging his blade in defense as he retreated. This is impossible. Nurchi's eyes turned crimson, roaring in fury like a raging lion. The Black Xian ancestor said you only have one first-grade expert by your side. Just one first-grade expert. How can they possibly block the 3 first-grade ancestors of the Northern Desert Royal Court? Li Mu, even now you still play mind games. Do you not tire of it? Once our clan's ancestor arrives, it will be your time to fall. Nurchi glared fiercely, gritting his teeth. He could not believe that the 3 ancestors of the Northern Desert Royal Court would be obstructed by a single first-grade expert. Even if the first-grade expert beside Li Mu was exceptionally strong, it was inconceivable that they could single-handedly halt the advance of 3. Nurchi still harbored a glimmer of hope. Nurchi, I have held the fort in Liangzhou for 13 years. In all this time, whether it be the Northern Ming dynasty or the 2 Xia dynasty's incursions, or the myriad tribes of the wasteland descending southward. Have you ever seen the gates of Liangzhou breached? For 13 years, the northern regions of the Great Zhou have been fortified, unassailable. Besides the Northern Liang cavalry, the Weiwu troops, and the elite soldiers of Qin, there are also those capable of plucking the stars from the sky. Just one first-grade expert cannot hold Liangzhou, Huangzhou, and Bingzhou. Li Mu wielded his sword as he advanced towards Nurchi, slowly uttering, I do not wish to engage in further discourse with you. Whether you believe it or not, you shall never witness the arrival of the three venerable ancestors of the Northern Desert Royal Court. With a flicker of his mind, pure essence surged wildly into the 3-foot azure blade. He swept forward, unleashing a beam of white sword intent that cleaved through the void towards Nuerchi. Sensing the impending threat, Nuerchi hastily raised his blade to defend. Boom! In an instant, the fierce sword intent collided with the blood-drinking mad blade, producing a deep, resonant sound. Nuerchi felt an overwhelming force of sword intent crashing towards him, forcibly pushing him back nearly 10 paces. Ha ha ha, Li Mu, your bravado is quite remarkable. Nuerchi's foot stomped heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. You think the ancestors won't descend? Our clan possesses 3 first-grade ancestors. Do you truly believe your strongman can slay our 3 revered elders? Such delusion. A sneer of disdain curled at the corners of Nuerchi's lips, his gaze dark as he understood that only the ancestors' arrival could guarantee Li Mu's demise. All he needed to do was buy some time. Once you are dead, you will see nothing. Li Mu's eyes hardened, a frigid glare bursting forth from him. His lips moved slightly, the 13 swords of death. With those words, he darted forth like a gale. The sword intent and might in his hand surged explosively, far exceeding his previous strength. The 13 swords of death were Li Mu's self-created sword technique, embodying his 13 years of enlightenment. The golden scales are not mere pond fish. Once they encounter a storm, they soar to the skies. With a single thrust, Li Mu pierced towards Nuerchi, manifesting an unparalleled sword intent that formed a golden-scaled sword. Shimmering with lethal sharpness, this golden-scaled sword was nearly invincible. It could shatter any defense. The sword magnified in Nuerchi's eyes, his pupils widening in terror. In that moment, he sensed the chilling breath of death approaching. An unprecedented wave of despair and fear engulfed him. His instincts screamed that this sword was too powerful. It could pierce the heavens. It could chase the sun and moon. It could slice through mountains and seas. Nuerchi was terrified. Flee. Evade. 2 thoughts flashed through Nuerchi's mind. However, Li Mu was too swift. At this moment, evading its edge was no longer an option. With a furious roar, Nuerchi swung down the blood-drinking mad blade, carrying the overwhelming might capable of shattering mountains. Clash! In an instant, Li Mu's golden-scaled sword met the blood-drinking mad blade. Pfft! In the blink of an eye, Nuerchi coughed up blood. The terrifying sword intent surged towards him, leaving behind a multitude of bloody gashes on his body, staining his beast armor crimson. He was drenched in blood, a fearsome sight. Soon, Nuerchi's form was sent flying back. Bang! He crashed to the ground, face down, like a fallen rock, yet he was not dead. His bloodied fingers twitched slightly before he struggled to rise, looking like a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. Ha ha ha, Li Mu, your sword is nothing extraordinary. Nuerchi laughed heartily. The 13 swords of death cannot claim my life. What a joke. Is that so? Li Mu stood still, a faint smile gracing his lips. Buzz! The next moment, Nuerchi heard the sound of a sword's chant. Sizzle! A cold light flashed, piercing through Nuerchi's throat. The laughter ceased abruptly. Nuerchi's head and body separated, rolling to the ground, blood gushing from the gaping neck. His lifeless body slumped down. The left Duke of the Northern Desert Royal Court. Nuerchi had fallen. The cold light that passed through Nuerchi was Li Mu's 13th flying sword, the Little Li Flying Sword. Li Mu's flying swords were not limited to 12, nor were they merely gifted to him. They were cultivated over his 13 years. The 13 flying swords represented his 13 years of experience. The first sword of the 13 swords of death, the golden scales, merely served to distract Nuerchi. After all, Nuerchi was a second-grade powerhouse, not easily slain. The 13th flying sword, the Little Li Flying Sword, was Li Mu's true lethal strike. Not that I do not wish to continue, but circumstances have arisen. Cherish what remains. Thank you, dear readers, for your unwavering support. Chapter 44. Breaking through the enemy camp, Duke Tuamalii. Nuerchi fell under the might of Li Mu's Little Li Flying Sword, his vitality extinguished. Yet, his eyes, filled with hatred, remained wide open, like bronze bells, refusing to close in death. The left Duke of the Northern Desert Royal Court, Nuerchi, was dead. Bei Xiong led the troops to breach the camp. The iron floating tower forged a path ahead, while the dragon cavalry swept through the flanks, with the Northern Liang iron cavalry providing rear support. Change formation, arrowhead formation. Li Mu shifted his gaze from Nuerchi's severed body to Chu Beixiong, who was battering the black tiger into a bloody pulp, and shouted, "All 13 flying swords, especially the final strike of the 13th flying sword." Li Mu's true energy had been greatly depleted by the onslaught. His face was smeared with the blood of his enemies. His expression cold and resolute, his brilliant eyes ablaze with the fire of ambition. With the left Duke Nuerchi deceased, the plan to decapitate the enemy was successful. It was time to break through their camp. Bei Xiong received the order. Chu Beixiong was acutely attuned to Li Mu's commands. In the next moment, his eyes bulged like eggs, glinting with ferocity, as he swung his massive blade down upon the battered black tiger. The blade, infused with overwhelming intent and true energy, howled forth. Sizzle! In an instant, the blade struck home, leaving a gash nearly a foot long on the black tiger's head, blood gushing uncontrollably from the wound. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the black tiger collapsed, lifeless beneath Chu Beixiong's might. Nuerchi had perished beneath Li Mu's literally flying sword, and the black tiger fell to Chu Beixiong's hand. Iron floating tower, dragon cavalry, Northern Liang iron cavalry. Follow me to breach the enemy camp. Chu Beixiong's voice roared like a lion, echoing across the battlefield. Upon hearing his words, the soldiers swiftly changed formation. Chu Beixiong inserted 2 fingers into his mouth, producing a sharp whistle. Hoo! Hoo! A warhorse let out a long neigh, leaping from the chaotic battlefield to stand beside Chu Beixiong. He mounted the horse, and Li Mu's voice reached his ears. Beixiong, continue. Turning his head, Chu Beixiong spotted a bloodied head soaring through the air. It was the severed head of Nuerchi, the left duke of the Northern Desert Royal Court. Upon seeing the head, Chu Beixiong instantly understood. He reached out, grasping the hair of Nuerchi's head, and then, holding the head aloft, he rode forth. The left duke of the Northern Desert Royal Court, Nuerchi, was dead. The left flank of the Northern Desert Royal Court was in disarray. To the foolish barbarians wishing for death, come forth. I shall send you to join Nuerchi in the underworld. Chu Beixiong's deep, rugged voice resonated across the battlefield like thunder, reverberating throughout. As he shouted, he displayed the bloodied head in his hand. The soldiers of the Northern Desert Royal Court's left flank were initially incredulous, but upon witnessing the severed head in Chu Beixiong's grasp, disbelief turned to acceptance. The left duke, Nuerchi, had perished, with the left duke slain. The left flank's forces were leaderless, their formation disintegrating in an instant. A wave of terrifying dread washed over the hearts of the soldiers, morale plummeting, and their fighting spirit extinguished. Some even retreated in fear. Aside from a few stubborn fools, the remaining barbarians dared not impede the advance of the great Zhou forces. With the left Duke Nuerchi dead, they knew that to stand against the great Zhou troops meant certain death. A tragic waste of life. Better to survive than to perish, especially with Chu Beixiong brandishing Nuerchi's head, his face a mask of ferocity, eyes wide, instilling a primal fear among the soldiers of the Northern Desert Royal Court. Merely witnessing Chu Beixiong's terrifying demeanor sent many soldiers into a panic. Li Mu, too, was among the advancing troops, wielding the great snow-coiling dragon spear, surrounded by 13 flying swords radiating a chilling aura. Within the left camp of the Northern Desert Royal Court, the great Zhou forces surged forth like an unstoppable spear, invincible in their path. Wherever they passed, the barbarian soldiers and commanders dared not obstruct them. One spear pierced through the north and south. The demoralized soldiers of the Northern Desert Royal Court's left flank resembled a disorganized rabble, utterly incapable of halting the great Zhou cavalry's advance. In approximately a quarter of an hour, the valiant soldiers of the great Zhou had breached the royal court's encampment, piercing through the left flank. Upon exiting the camp, Li Mu led the troops towards a distant mountain. Across the vast expanse of the earth, a cavalry unit galloped swiftly, their momentum akin to a raging torrent. Not far away, a majestic mountain loomed over the boundless wilderness. It was Wolf Jushu Mountain. Li Mu's northward march aimed to seal Wolf Jushu and instill fear in the barbarian tribes of the plains. Soon, Half an hour passed in a valley with a water source. The valiant soldiers of the Great Zhou, having just shattered the left camp of the Northern Desert Royal Court, paused to catch their breath. The soldiers, weary from battle, sought refreshment and respite at the water source. Old Gung, seniorly, the three first-grade ancestors of the Northern Desert Royal Court, should not be a match for the two of you. Correct? Li Mu sat astride his war steed, gazing into the distance towards the direction of the left camp of the Northern Wilderness Royal Court. A slight furrow appeared on his brow, laden with concern for Lao Gung and Elder Li. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed around him, breaking his momentary reverie. Three figures clad in black, their faces obscured by masks, rode up alongside him. "We pay our respects to the sovereign," they announced as they dismounted and knelt before Li Mu. These three were among the illustrious 18 riders of Yin Yun. No need for such formalities. Li Mu's gaze remained steady as he spoke in a measured tone. "Thank you, sovereign," they replied in unison. "We report to the sovereign that we have spotted the right army of the Northern Wilderness Royal Court. The left and right armies are on the verge of converging. One among them continued. The plains are teeming with fierce barbarian tribes, fraught with peril. The 18 riders of Yin Yun are ever vigilant against such threats." "Who commands the army?" Li Mu inquired, his demeanor unflinching. "The king of the right army." "King Tuomu Lei," came the response. At the mention of this name, Li Mu's brow furrowed slightly. Tuomu Lei was no ordinary figure. He was significantly more formidable than left King Nu Erchi. Tuomu Lei harbored grand ambitions, and should the left and right armies unite under his command, the impending battle would be exceedingly challenging. After all, Li Mu's forces were limited. If the Weiwu troops and the elite soldiers of the Qin were present, even a frontal confrontation with both armies would yield an 80% chance of victory. Meanwhile, on the vast plains, a formidable army was advancing at full speed, a sight to behold. Beneath the fluttering royal banner, a robust figure donned in golden lion-headed armor fixed his gaze forward, his hair tied back in a braid, mounted upon a fierce beast with piercing eyes. This imposing figure was none other than King Tuomu Lei of the Northern Wilderness Royal Court. "Report," a hurried voice called out as a scout on horseback raced towards Tuomu Lei. "What news from the left?" Tuomu Lei inquired as the scout approached. Although the Northern Wilderness Royal Court was divided into left and right factions, they were ultimately part of the same entity. Moreover, the ancestors had issued directives. "Sovereign, Li Mu has breached the left camp. Left King Nu Erchi has fallen in battle," the scout relayed earnestly. "Die in an instant." Tuomu Lei's composure shattered. Left King Nu Erchi had met his demise. He fell silent. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity bestowed by the heavens? With 200,000 troops encircling the left camp, Li Mu had managed to shatter their defenses. Nu Erchi was indeed a worthless waste. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tuomu Lei sneered, yet the flames of ambition flickered like embers in his keen, hawk-like eyes. "Sovereign, with left King Nu Erchi dead, and Li Mu having breached the left camp, he has surely retreated far by now. Should we not send reinforcements to the left? It is too late for that now." The die has been cast. Behind Tuomu Lei stood a robust man with dark skin, resembling a towering iron fortress, who regarded Tuomu Lei with utmost reverence. This man, known as a Mu Jian, was one of Tuomu Lei's three mightiest generals, famed as the Black Bear General. As Mu Jian spoke, a knowing smile crept across Tuomu Lei's lips. "Of course we shall go. It is not my style to return empty-handed. With the left king deceased, as the right king of the Northern Wilderness Royal Court, I must take a look for myself. Only I can keep the ambitious warlords of the left in check. Disorder cannot be allowed to arise there." Li Mu still roamed the plains, and should the left and right armies converge, there remained a chance to ensnare him, as a king of his faction. Tuomu Lei's thoughts were far more comprehensive than those of a Mu Jian. Reaching far ahead, "I have learned much," a Mu Jian remarked, bowing slightly to Tuomu Lei, his expression one of newfound understanding. "A Mu Jian, issue orders for our swiftest advance towards the left camp. Additionally, send out scouts to track the movements of Li Mu's forces. Having breached the left camp, he must have incurred significant losses and fatigue among his troops. This is a golden opportunity." Tuomu Lei's expression turned serious as he commanded, "I shall carry out your orders," a Mu Jian affirmed, mounting his black wolf steed to relay the commands. Soon, across the vast plains, Tuamu Lei's 100,000-strong army surged towards the left camp with utmost haste, while agile scouts dispersed, vanishing into the wilderness like fish in water. As dusk approached, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a blood-red hue. Li Mu's army made camp on the flat terrain, a mere 20 miles from Mount Wolfjushu. This expansive ground allowed Li Mu's cavalry to unleash their full potential, free from the fear of barbarian ambushes. Open spaces could only be breached by a formidable cavalry charge, yet the iron floating tower and the Northern Liang dragon riders were not to be trifled with. The north wind howled, a chilling sound. Within one of the tents, a fire pit crackled with burning wood, the flames dancing and occasionally popping. Li Mu, wrapped in a sable cloak, sat by the fire, rubbing his hands to warm himself, thoroughly wrapped against the cold. The northern autumn had brought a biting chill, and with Li Mu suffering from cold poison, his body felt particularly frigid. Besides him sat Lao Gung and Li Chun-go, both veterans of the Northern Wilderness Royal Court, who had battled against the three ancestral figures, resulting in one slain, one maimed, and one injured. One ancestor had been beheaded, another had fallen to a lower realm due to severe injuries, and the last had sustained heavy wounds. After this clash, the peak combat capabilities of the Northern Wilderness Royal Court had diminished significantly. Once, for first-tier ancestors had presided over the court. Now, only one remained. Li Chun-go meditated with closed eyes, while Lao Gung's gaze fixated on the 5 sweet potatoes in the fire pit, occasionally swallowing in anticipation. "Your Highness," a deep voice resonated as a rotund warrior strode into the tent, bowing respectfully to Li Mu. This man was Chu Bei-xiong, and no need for such formalities. "Bei-xiong," Li Mu replied, still facing away. "Your Highness, our forces have breached the left camp of the Northern Wilderness Royal Court, and you have slain left King Nu Erchi. This battle has resulted in a resounding victory. What are your plans moving forward?" Chu Bei-xiong inquired directly. Despite his seemingly boisterous demeanor, he was remarkably astute. "We shall seal Mount Wolfjushu. Then we will head south to return to Liangzhou." Li Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement, his spirit ignited. Observing Li Mu's silhouette, Chu Bei-xiong nodded and continued, "Master Zhuge has sent word. He has dispatched the Wei Wu troops to the plains to assist our return to Liangzhou. Mount Wolfjushu lies merely 20 miles ahead. Tomorrow we shall perform the sealing ceremony to intimidate the barbarian tribes of the plains. Following that, we will head south." The Master Zhuge mentioned by Chu Bei-xiong was none other than the illustrious strategist Zhuge Kongming from Nanyang. The northern region of the Great Zhou comprised 3 states, Liangzhou, Huangzhou, and Bingzhou, collectively known as Northern Liang. The Wei Wu troops and the elite soldiers of the Qin were stationed in Huangzhou and Bingzhou, respectively. "I understand. Master Zhuge has evidently arranged our retreat." Li Mu smiled, growing increasingly impressed with Zhuge Kongming. Despite being far away in Liangzhou, he could foresee the imminent conclusion of the northern conflict, a remarkable ability that astounded all. Report. At that moment, a figure clad in black hastily entered the tent. Kneeling on one knee as he respectfully addressed, "Yenda greets the sovereign." This individual was Yenda, one of the 18 riders of Yin Yun. "Rise and speak," Li Mu commanded. Yenda stood and continued, "I report to the sovereign that the right army of the Northern Wilderness Royal Court has arrived at the left camp. The left and right armies are now converging, and their forces far outnumber ours." Yenda's expression was grave, though concealed by his mask. "What movements have the 2 armies made?" Li Mu asked, his brow furrowing with concern. "The left camp has not mobilized any troops, but my brothers have spotted numerous scouts from the right army in the surrounding plains." Yenda faithfully relayed the intelligence he had gathered. Upon hearing this, Li Mu couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha ha, Tuamu Lei, you truly are a cunning strategist. Your schemes far surpass those of Nu Erchi. You are indeed a worthy adversary. Sending scouts to track my movements while leading your army to the left camp, it seems the Northern Wilderness Royal Court will soon find itself without a left faction. Alas, your opponent is Li Mu mused with a smile, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. He recognized Tuamu Lei as an ambitious barbarian. The scouts searching for his whereabouts were merely a ruse. Tuamu Lei's true aim was the left camp. Both factions of the Northern Wilderness Royal Court sought to annex each other to establish a true dominion. with the left king Nu Erqi Qi dead. Tuamu Lei had been granted a divine opportunity to absorb the left faction. Yenda, make haste to the left camp of the Northern Wilderness Royal Court and convey a message to Right King Tuamu Lei. The decree was issued that this hall shall host the Right King Tamulai for a hunt at the foot of Mount Langju. Alimu's expression grew stern as he commanded, "Tomorrow, we shall see if Tamulai dares to accept the invitation." "Understood," responded Yenda with utmost respect. Chapter 46. The overbearing Limu. Tamulai's fear. The night was shrouded in darkness, with only the faint twinkling of stars visible through the clouds that concealed the moon. The autumn night on the vast plains was bitterly cold and desolate, punctuated by the occasional howls of wild beasts echoing across the emptiness, signaling their emergence in search of food. The night was fraught with peril. Yet amidst the lurking dangers, a figure clad in black rode forth, spurring his steed into the tribal camp of the plains. In the left camp, within the royal tent, a soldier adorned in animal hide armor entered. Kneeling with one knee on the ground before the imposing figure seated on the throne, the fallen left king Nerchi lay lifeless, and thus the right king Tamulai presided over the throne. "There is someone seeking an audience," the soldier announced, claiming to bear a message from the Northern Liang's military leader, Limu Limu's envoy. Upon hearing this, Tamulai, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a chilling light flashing within that sent shivers down the spine of those present. "Bring him in," he commanded, his tone icy, exuding the regal authority of a king. The atmosphere within the tent grew tense as the tribal generals turned their gazes toward the entrance. Soon, a figure clad in black was escorted inside by two soldiers. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the generals as they perceived the newcomer, their faces betraying deep apprehension. Some could hardly restrain themselves, their fingers twitching towards the hilts of their weapons, ready for conflict. The tension within the royal tent escalated palpably, for this black-clad figure had entered. This enigmatic individual was garbed in black, masked, and wore boots, with a crescent moon-shaped blade at his waist, radiating an aura of foreboding. Who else could it be but Yenda, the renowned member of the 18 riders of Yinyun? They were like phantoms on the plains, feared by the tribes, their notorious reputation well known. The generals of the Northern King's court had certainly heard of the 18 riders, having witnessed their ferocity firsthand. Thus, upon seeing Yenda enter, a wary vigilance enveloped the tent. Yet, Yenda seemed unfazed by their scrutinizing gazes, his expression beneath the mask as icy as ever. "The 18 riders of Yinyun demand the return of my brother's life," a brawny tribal general, recalling his brother's demise at the hands of the riders, glared fiercely, his face contorted with rage as he brandished his blade toward Yenda. In response, Yenda remained unperturbed, his eyes betraying no hint of emotion. As the blade descended toward him, he swiftly drew his crescent blade. In an instant, a flash of cold steel glimmered as the sounds of clashing metal rang out. The attacking blade shattered into fragments, crashing to the ground, while the assailant was sent sprawling backward. The foremost among the 18 riders, Yenda's prowess was undeniable. He sheathed his blade and cast a derisive glance at the fallen general, dripping with scorn. "You dare to seek death? In the royal tent of the Northern King, how many lives do you think you possess? Did you believe this was the Northern Liang's 3 provinces? Here, you tread recklessly, unaware of your impending doom. Sever a limb, and perhaps I shall spare your life." Seeing their comrade bested, the remaining tribal generals could no longer contain themselves. Their inner energy surged, a torrent of oppressive might aimed at Yenda. Intent on launching an attack, "Halt!" A thunderous voice pierced the air, emanating from Tamulai, seated upon his throne. With the right king's command, even the most reluctant generals were compelled to suppress their grievances. The once belligerent warriors took a step back, begrudgingly subdued. "What message has Limu sent you?" Tamulai's gaze shifted from the generals to Yenda, his eyes icy, filled with murderous intent. If circumstances permitted, he would relish in slaying this envoy. However, in the midst of war, it was against the rules to slay the messenger. Breaking such decorum could provoke Limu to rally the armies of the Northern Liang, leading to annihilation. "Why Lord invites the right king to a hunt at Langju Mountain tomorrow," Yenda stated plainly, devoid of any further pleasantries. An invitation to hunt at Longju Mountain? Tamulai's expression hardened, contemplating the weight of those words, falling into silence. The generals within the tent were equally astonished. Li Mu was undeniably audacious. Such audacity could only be attributed to him. Having just slain the left king Nurchi, Li Mu was now inviting the right king Tamulai to a hunt. Did he not fear that Tamulai would seek vengeance for the left king? Or was it that Li Mu intended to eliminate both kings of the northern king's court in one fell swoop? The atmosphere in the tent grew stiflingly quiet, laden with tension. The message has been conveyed. I take my leave. Yen Da's abrupt declaration shattered the silence as he turned to exit. Oh, not leave. A tribal general, unwilling to let Yen Da depart, stepped forward to block his path. This general, a member of the left faction, had just witnessed the devastation of their camp and could scarcely contain his fury upon encountering the 18 riders. Step aside. Allow him to pass, Tamulai commanded. Casting a cold glance at the obstinate general, the king's orders are not to be defied. Reluctantly, the general turned away, exiting the royal tent without a backward glance. Yen Da proceeded to stride out into the night. Return and inform your lord that I shall certainly honor the invitation tomorrow. As Yen Da stepped out of the tent, a resonant voice echoed from within. The following morning, beneath Longju Mountain, Li Mu's forces of the Great Zhou were already assembled. Their square formations exuding an overwhelming martial spirit, Li Mu stood at the forefront of his army, gazing at the dark mass of the northern king's forces across the way, by all appearances. They numbered at least 200,000. As the king of a faction, Tamulai possessed the resolve befitting his station. He could not simply yield to Li Mu's words, though uncertainty loomed over him. He steeled himself to confront the situation, leading over 200,000 troops as a precaution. Li Mu raised his gaze to the heavens. Charge! He mounted his steed, equipped with the thunderous bow and the piercing arrow. Seeing Li Mu advance, Tamulai also mounted his horse, bow and arrow in hand. In the space between the two armies, Li Mu and Tamulai rode forth to meet one another. In the next moment, both drew their bows, arrows knocked and ready. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows soared through the air, aimed at one another. Li Mu sought a hunt with Tamulai, yet it was not merely a pursuit of game. The arrows streaked like shooting stars, and both men deftly evaded the projectiles. Then, Li Mu unleashed 3 arrows in rapid succession, followed closely by Tamulai's own volley. Clang, clang. The arrows clashed in mid-air, with Li Mu's piercing arrow decisively penetrating Tamulai's shots. 3 arrows continued forward, prompting Tamulai to hastily dodge, narrowly escaping the onslaught, though one arrow grazed his cap, nearly piercing his skull. Fear began to settle in Tamulai's heart as the exchanges continued. Li Mu's overbearing dominance forced Tamulai into a defensive posture, ultimately culminating in his retreat in the face of overwhelming might. Gratitude is extended to the esteemed elder of the Zhatian gang, the merciless Mo Lu, and the generous gift from Li Hinshui, who adores the purple crystal dates. Chapter 47. The Sealing of Longju. A triumphant return to Liang returned to camp. The commanding voice of Right King Tamulai echoed powerfully beneath the flat expanse at the foot of Longju Mountain. With a resounding call, the horns blared like thunder, reverberating across the land as Tamulai led his over 200,000 troops away from Longju Mountain, having achieved his objective. The immense army was not assembled to annihilate Li Mu and his forces. Rather, it served to protect him. Li Mu had overthrown the left faction's camp with merely 20,000 iron cavalry, slaying the left king Nurchi, and even had 2 formidable champions at his side. If Li Mu could eliminate the left king, he certainly possessed the capability to slay Tamulai as well. Thus, Tamulai brought with him a considerable force. Should Li Mu strike with lethal intent, it would be a matter of life and death. Li Mu spared Tamulai's life not out of fear of his vast army, but rather out of recognition that the tides were shifting for the northern king's court. Even if Tamulai were slain, another right king or left king would arise in his stead. Li Mu's invitation for Tamulai to join the hunt served merely to assert his authority and instill fear among the other tribes of the plains. With one king fallen and another defeated, word of this would undoubtedly amplify Li Mu's renown across the vast expanse of the plains. Li Mu, mounted upon his steed, the Red Mother, bow in hand and arrows at the ready, watched as the vast enemy forces gradually retreated. His expression remained as tranquil as still waters, resolute and composed. "Tamulai, this time I am granting you a reprieve. You had best remain true to your word." Li Mu narrowed his eyes, gazing at the retreating enemy in the distance, murmuring to himself, as his voice faded. A brilliant light erupted from his eyes. "Your Highness," at that moment, Chu Baixiong rode up to Li Mu's side. "General Chu, arrange the formation. Perform the grand ceremony of sealing the mountain. Announce to the wasteland, this court shall seal the Wolf Mountain. From henceforth, anyone bearing a weapon who crosses the Wolf Mountain shall face execution. This decree shall be witnessed by heaven and earth, and the sun and moon shall bear witness." Li Mu looked towards the towering Wolf Mountain, his expression stern, his eyes ablaze with determination. His voice rang out, resonant and clear, echoing through the heavens and earth, lasting long after. "This subordinate has received the command." Chu Baixiong responded in a deep voice before proceeding to make preparations. Half an hour later, at the foot of Wolf Mountain, the Northern Liang Dragon Riders, Iron Floating Tower, and Northern Liang Iron Cavalry stood in formation, holding wine bowls in their hands. Chu Baixiong, Ning Pejun, and other generals stood at the forefront of the army. Li Mu, wielding a sharp sword, ascended the prepared platform. With a clang, Li Mu drew his long sword from his waist, extending his left hand and slicing it with the blade, blood flowing from his palm. Immediately, Li Mu's voice resonated. "I, Li Mu, the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty. I came to Liangzhou at the age of 8, and it has been 13 years since. The army is arrayed in the north, securing northern Liang without end. For 13 years, the northern borders of the great Zhou have been engulfed in war, with the tribes of the wasteland frequently descending south to plunder. The northern Ming dynasty and the Tu Xie dynasty also covet Liangzhou, Huangzhou, and Bingzhou, as long as I command the 3 provinces of northern Liang for a single day. These lands shall be as solid as gold. Today, I lead my iron cavalry northward to subdue the barbarians, to drive away tigers and devour wolves, and to perform the grand ceremony of sealing the mountain here. Seal the Wolf Mountain. From henceforth, anyone bearing a weapon who crosses the Wolf Mountain shall face execution. The act of sealing the mountain shall be proclaimed to the wasteland. With heaven and earth as witness, I swear by blood." Li Mu's resounding voice filled the heavens and earth, deafening to the ears. As he shouted, he stepped forward, dripping the blood from his palm into 3 wine bowls. The first bowl, to honor heaven and earth. Li Mu raised the left wine bowl high, calling out fervently before spilling the blood wine into the air. Crash! The next moment, the wine bowl shattered on the ground. The second bowl, to honor the mountain god. Li Mu lifted the second bowl of blood wine, reverently presenting it towards Wolf Mountain, then pouring the blood wine at the mountain's base. After completing the second tribute, Li Mu approached the third bowl of blood wine. He lifted the bowl, turning to face the invigorated iron cavalry below the platform. His gaze swept over the cavalry, a deep respect welling up within him. It was these fearless iron cavalrymen who trampled the wasteland and protected the thousands of households in northern Liang. It was these valiant warriors, bloodied on the battlefield, who secured peace in the northern borders of the great Zhou for so long. It was these young soldiers, with their flesh and blood, who fought with abandon and thus achieved the sealing of the Wolf Mountain. They are worthy of respect. This third bowl of blood wine, I dedicate to the soldiers." Li Mu raised the blood wine, calling out loudly, tilting his head back to drink it all in one go. "To the generals!" Tens of thousands of iron cavalrymen echoed in unison, their voices resonating through the skies, a thunderous sound that shook the heavens. The soldiers also drank from their bowls. Crash, crash, crash. The sound of wine bowls shattering followed. "Seal the Wolf Mountain." Li Mu raised his sword high, calling out passionately, a surge of fervor coursing through him. "Seal the Wolf Mountain. Seal the Wolf Mountain. Seal the Wolf Mountain." As Li Mu's voice rang out, the iron cavalry below felt their blood ignite with fervor, their shouts soaring to the heavens. This scene was utterly breathtaking. After about 30 breaths, the sound gradually diminished. "Triumph! Return to Liang," Li Mu proclaimed. "Return to Liang." Tens of thousands of iron cavalry responded, nodding in agreement, their faces alight with the joy of victory, excitement welling in their hearts. Soon, The northbound cavalry began their descent southward. Unbeknownst to them, 10 days passed. The cavalry returning to Liang was now not far from Liangzhou. Across the wasteland, Li Mu led the 10,000 iron cavalry, galloping freely. Clop, clop, clop. At that moment, the earth suddenly trembled, as if it were splitting apart. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, "Halt! There's something ahead. Stand guard." Li Mu tightened the reins, instantly on high alert, eye in the distance. Rolling clouds of dust gradually expanded in his sight. Beneath the dust, a black line swept towards them at incredible speed. It was a black armored army. This subordinate, Wu Qi, under the command of the strategist Master Zhuge, has brought 3,000 Wei Wu soldiers to welcome your highness. We humbly welcome your highness back. Among the black armored troops, a figure suddenly accelerated, riding a monstrous beast, leaping forth. As he rode the beast, he called out loudly, "Wu Qi, a general of the Warring States period, commands the Wei Wu soldiers, renowned across the realm, summoned by Li Mu's divine edict to this world, becoming one of the 6 great generals of Northern Liang." Meanwhile, news of Li Mu's achievement in sealing the Wolf Mountain reached Chang'an, shocking the court and the populace alike. The people praised him, declaring that Li Mu had created yet another miracle. Sealing the Wolf Mountain was a feat unprecedented in history. Upon hearing of this, the military officials applauded, showering him with praise. Many even proclaimed that Crown Prince Li Mu had descended from the martial star. Yet, in the world, matters are rarely without their complexities. Where there is joy, there is also concern. Those princes who coveted the position of Crown Prince felt a tightening in their hearts. With such military accomplishments, Li Mu's claim to the throne was surely secure. On that day, several civil officials stealthily entered the third prince's residence, only to emerge after a considerable time. Soon, a convoy hastily departed the city. Heading north. 5 days later, in Liangzhou City, Old Gung prepared to head east. Li Mu stood at the city gate to bid farewell to Old Gung. "Old Gung, must you truly go to the shores of the East Sea?" Li Mu furrowed his brows, wishing to counsel Old Gung once more. The individual at the shores of the East Sea is none other than the invincible immortal of the mortal realm. Old Gung's journey to the East Sea could spell disaster. "Young master, please do not try to dissuade Old Gung. In this life, there are some matters that one cannot always evade. What must be faced, one must ultimately confront. The invincible immortal may challenge the heavens, yet my sword, 9, also has the potential to contend with him. This battle is unavoidable." Old Gung smiled broadly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Though appearing somewhat lecherous, for days, Li Mu had not ceased in his attempts to persuade him, yet Old Gung's mind was made up. "Old Gung," Li Mu's brows knitted tightly, his heart filled with a multitude of emotions. 13 years had passed since he first arrived in Liangzhou at the tender age of 8. Old Gung had accompanied him for those 13 years. The bond forged over 13 years, deeper than the heavens and broader than the seas, was now being severed. With Old Gung's departure, Li Mu's heart felt heavy. "Young master, I'm merely going to fight a battle. Once it's over, I shall return. It's not as if I'm never coming back." Old Gung, looking at Li Mu, feigned a carefree demeanor, laughing as he spoke, a farewell, as if it were a matter of life and death. Upon hearing Old Gung's words, Li Mu's expression subtly shifted. He knew Old Gung's formidable strength. Yet the figure at the East Sea was renowned as the invincible immortal. It could very well turn into a matter of life and death. "Young master, I shall return shortly after the battle." Old Gung patted Li Mu's shoulder. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, "Young master, you are a dragon among men, possessing unparalleled talent. This small region of Northern Liang cannot confine you." The golden dragon, soar across the vast expanse, grasping the Great Zhou dynasty in your hands. The current situation in the Great Zhou is becoming increasingly delicate. The emperor's decision regarding the heir is pressing. You are the crown prince of the Great Zhou, and the position of heir is of utmost importance. You will inevitably return to Chang'an. The currents in Chang'an are tumultuous, with hidden dangers lurking, entangled in numerous affairs. Some of these dangers I shall shield you from. Old Gung looked at Li Mu, speaking earnestly. However, Li Mu furrowed his brow. "Old Gung, some of what you say escapes my understanding. I am the crown prince of the Great Zhou. Who would dare to harm me?" Li Mu questioned in confusion. As the master of Northern Liang, commanding 300,000 iron cavalry, alongside the Northern Liang dragon riders, iron floating tower, the elite soldiers of the Qin dynasty, Weiwu soldiers, and the white robe army, who would dare to act against him? To harm Li Mu is undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Young master, the world is larger and more expansive than you imagine. There are more than 10 individuals in this realm who would dare to act against you. As for what Old Gung is doing, you will understand when you arrive in Chang'an. Old Gung's expression turned grave, speaking with utmost seriousness. Beyond the heavens, there are yet more heavens. Beyond man, there are yet more men. Old Gung's warning was meant to steer Li Mu away from the path he had once taken. 13 years ago, he too had been unparalleled, looking down upon all, yet ultimately faced defeat. Old Gung, must you continue to speak in riddles? Li Mu shot him an exasperated glance, feeling utterly helpless. When had Old Gung become so cryptic? Very well, the hour grows late, and I must be on my way, so be it. Young master, Old Gung departs. Old Gung did not respond to Li Mu's words. Instead, he clasped his fists in salute and turned away. Walking off without looking back as Li Mu gazed at Old Gung's desolate and solitary figure receding into the distance. A wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within him, his nose tingling and his eyes reddening. The wind howled, and the waters of the Yishui River grew cold, as if foretelling the departure of a great warrior. It was difficult to say what fate awaited Old Gung on this journey. Watching Old Gung grow increasingly distant, Li Mu felt a torrent of words bubbling up within him. Yet they remained unspoken on his lips. Old Gung, listen well. I cannot grow accustomed to sweet potatoes roasted by others. Li Mu inhaled deeply, channeling his energy, and shouted at Old Gung with all his might. He exerted every ounce of strength he had. Old Gung, with his back turned to the city of Liangzhou, waved his hand and called back, Young master, I shall return to roast sweet potatoes for you. Though his lips moved, no sound emerged. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened, as if a sword's gleam burst forth. Leading his yellow horse, he gradually walked away. Before long, Old Gung's silhouette vanished from Li Mu's sight. Yet Li Mu did not immediately return to the city. Instead, he stood motionless at the city gate, staring at the direction in which Old Gung had departed, his heart filled with concern. An hour later, a young woman clad in a flowing red gown approached, draping a fur coat over Li Mu's shoulders. This enchanting figure, known as Hong Xiu, was Li Mu's maidservant. 10 years prior, Li Mu had provided her with silver to bury her mother, and since then, she had followed him, becoming his devoted attendant. Young master, the weather is turning chilly. Shall we return to the manor? Hong Xiu spoke softly as she adorned him with the coat. Hearing her voice, Li Mu snapped back to reality. Old Gung's figure had long since faded from view. Let us return. Li Mu nodded and made his way toward the carriage. Clop, clop, clop. As soon as Li Mu stepped into the carriage, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed nearby. A group of riders, numbering more than a dozen, approached Liangzhou city. People from the palace have arrived. Urgent news for your highness. The leader, upon reaching the city gate, bellowed with a voice like a duck's quack. He brandished a royal edict before the guards stationed at the gate. Exuding an air of invulnerability, dressed in the garb of a palace eunuch, he commanded attention. You come from the palace? Li Mu, hearing the commotion from within the carriage, lifted the curtain and stepped out. Who are you? The eunuch regarded Li Mu with disdain, mocking a frail figure. Few had laid eyes on Li Mu during his 13 years in Chang'an. I am the crown prince, Li Mu, Li Mu declared. His simple 5-word introduction sending a shiver down the eunuch's spine, causing his heart to tremble. The eunuch hastily dismounted, filled with regret for having treated Li Mu with such disrespect. Crown Prince Li Mu. Apart from Li Mu himself, none dared to speak so boldly in Liangzhou city. We pay our respects to your highness. The eunuch stowed away the edict and, along with his entourage, bowed in unison to Li Mu. Please, no need for formalities, Li Mu replied with a casual air. The group rose. Your highness, the emperor has issued a decree. Please kneel to hear the edict. The eunuch produced the royal edict, presenting it before Li Mu. Li Mu knelt, and the soldiers at the city gate followed suit, kneeling on one knee, their long spears held firmly, faces solemn. The eunuch proclaimed in a loud voice, "By the grace of heaven and the emperor's command, it is decreed. Crown Prince Li Mu, having ventured north to subdue the barbarians, has established the fortress of Wolf's Lair, achieving great merit, and my heart is greatly comforted. Years ago, the crown prince departed Chang'an for Liangzhou. Now, after 13 years, the northern frontier remains secure, a feat not to be overlooked. Henceforth, return to Chang'an, and I shall reward you handsomely." Thus, the first volume of the Northern Campaign concluded, paving the way for the second volume. The Winds of Chang'an, the Supremacy of Imperial Power. In the first volume, the northern expedition subdued the barbarians and instilled fear in the wild tribes, setting the stage for a secure return to Chang'an. The second volume would showcase the fervor of youthful blood, the ambition of scholars, moments of heartfelt emotion, and exhilarating plots. At the city gate, a figure clad in a gray and white long robe, wearing a high crown and holding a feather fan, approached Li Mu and clasped his hands in respect. This individual was none other than Li Mu's military strategist, the astute Zhuge Kongming. "Then I must rely on you." "Strategist?" Li Mu returned the gesture with a bow. To him, Zhuge Kongming was not merely a strategist but a trusted friend. "Your Highness speaks too highly. Safeguarding the northern frontier is my duty. Rest assured. The northern territories are in capable hands with me," Zhuge Kongming reassured. Li Mu nodded, placing his unconditional trust in this wise man who had once aided Liu Bei in establishing the Shu Han. At the city gate, besides Li Mu and Zhuge Kongming, the citizens of Liangzhou lined the streets, sending him off. It was unclear how the people had learned of Li Mu's departure from Liangzhou, but they had come voluntarily to bid him farewell. Li Mu, the commander of the northern three provinces, had guarded the northern territories for over a decade, protecting countless citizens. His reputation among the people was exceedingly high, earning their deep affection. Li Mu's gaze drifted to the citizens on either side. His heart tightened, and his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Having won the hearts of the people, these years of guarding the north were not in vain. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" the citizens called out upon catching his gaze. Instantly, the sound of "Your Highness" echoed throughout the city walls. Li Mu observed the reluctant faces before him, and he fell into silence, his emotions complex. "Your Highness, please don't go." A white-haired elder, supported by a 5- or 6-year-old child, stepped forward. They appeared to be a grandfather and grandson. The elder squinted at Li Mu, his wrinkled face etched with reluctance. His voice trembled, tinged with sorrow, as he wished for the guardian of the northern frontier, Li Mu, to remain. 13 years prior, the northern territories of the Great Zhou were ravaged by war, plagued by the wild tribes and the northern Ming and Tujia dynasties, which frequently invaded from the south. The people of the north suffered greatly during this tumultuous time. Since Li Mu's arrival in Liangzhou, however, the flames of war had gradually subsided. The citizens of Liangzhou, Bingzhou, and Huangzhou had enjoyed a more prosperous life in recent years. Yet, with Li Mu's impending departure, how could they bear it? They feared that once he left, the heavens above the northern frontier would change. Hearing the elder's voice stirred something within Li Mu, and he took a deep breath, addressing the citizens lining the road. "Elder, fellow villagers, a royal edict has arrived from Chang'an. The emperor's command must not be defied. Though I may depart for Chang'an, it does not signify my absence forever. Even in my absence from Liangzhou, the north shall be safeguarded by Zhuge Kongming. The valiant soldiers of Qin, the troops of Wei, and the dragon knights of Bailiang. The three provinces of the north will remain secure." Li Mu's expression was grave and earnest. "Since your Highness has spoken thus, I shall not say more, only wishing you a safe journey," the elder replied, turning to his grandson. "Child, tell the prince what you aspire to be when you grow up." The white-haired elder looked at his grandson, who blinked his round eyes at Li Mu, his small face filled with determination as he pondered. Moments later, the child's innocent voice chimed in, "When I grow up, I want to ride a big horse and wield a long sword like my father, charging into battle against the barbarians." "Well said. That is the spirit of a good grandson." The elder nodded in satisfaction. Having lost 2 sons to the army, one perishing in the wilds and the other losing his left arm, the elder understood that Li Mu had no choice but to leave. Before he departed, he wished to convey that the defense of the north would endure. Liangzhou boasts 100,000 households, each with a capable son. Li Mu's eyes moistened at the elder's words, and he recalled the countless brave souls who had perished defending the northern provinces. Over the years, he had witnessed too many partings and farewells. Little one, I shall remember your words. When you come of age, I will take you to gallop across the wilds and sweep away the invaders. Li Mu smiled at the innocent child. Fellow villagers, the time has come for me to depart. Li Mu clasped his hands in farewell to the citizens lining the road before striding toward the carriage. Inside, Hong Xiu in her red gown lifted the curtain. Creak, creak. The wheels of the carriage turned, announcing their departure toward Chang'an. Farewell, Your Highness. Zhuge Kongming bowed deeply to the receding figure of Li Mu's carriage. Farewell, Your Highness. The warriors and soldiers at the city gate also bowed in unison, raising their voices in salute. Send off the crown prince. In response, the citizens knelt in unison, their voices rising in a resounding chorus that echoed through the skies. Farewell, Li Mu. At the city gate, 2 rows of kneeling citizens painted a breathtaking scene, evoking a profound sense of emotion that brought tears to one's eyes. It is evident how esteemed Li Mu is in the hearts of the people of Liangzhou. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had elapsed. The caravan bound for Chang'an had finally entered its jurisdiction, now but a stone's throw from the city itself. Within a horse-drawn carriage, 2 figures were resting with their eyes closed, an elderly man and a young boy. The boy was none other than Li Mu, while the elder, a one-armed swordmaster, was Li Chunjiu. Li Mu's journey to Chang'an was fraught with peril. However, having Li Chun go by his side provided a considerable measure of safety. Old Geng, too, felt reassured with Li Chungo's presence, allowing him to proceed eastward with a lighter heart. Li Mu, do you know why Geng Jianjiu is so insistent on battling in the East Sea? Suddenly, Li Chungo's voice broke the silence, his eyes still shut. Geng Jianjiu referred to Old Geng. Upon hearing the question, Li Mu instantly opened his eyes, his expression one of bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, to eradicate his inner demons and shatter the mirror. Not at all. Not at all. Li Chungo shook his head and said, his journey to the East Sea is for your sake. For me? Li Mu's eyes widened in shocked. Li Chungo nodded, his demeanor calm as he explained, to my knowledge, the undefeated immortal of the East Sea owes a favor to a family residing in Chang'an. Should that immortal intervene, your position as crown prince may be jeopardized. Geng Jianjiu's actions are intended to safeguard your claim to the throne. Li Chungo's words detonated in Li Mu's mind like a powerful bomb. Leaving him momentarily dazed, he sat in stunned silence, as if turned to stone. After a lengthy pause, Li Mu regained his composure and, with a worried expression, inquired, seniorly, what are Old Geng's chances of success against the immortal from the East Sea? Li Chungo smiled faintly and opened his eyes. Li Mu, do you know why that individual is referred to as the undefeated immortal? He asked that it is precisely because he is indeed undefeated. The statement struck Li Mu like thunder, causing him to shiver involuntarily, his concern for Old Geng deepening. Thus, Li Mu fell into a contemplative silence. Time slipped away, and soon, a melodious voice reached the carriage. Your Highness, we have arrived at Chang'an. It was the voice of Hong Xiu. Gratitude to all esteemed readers for the 5-star reviews and generous gifts. Thank you. Chapter 50. Entering the city, death penalty upon hearing the voice. Li Mu lifted the curtain of the carriage window, and scenes outside came into view. Before him stood a towering and majestic city wall, formidable and impregnable. This was Chang'an, the capital of the great Zhou dynasty, renowned as the first city of the realm. After a 13-year absence, I, Li Mu, have returned to Chang'an. Gazing at the azure city walls, myriad memories flooded Li Mu's mind. The images of his departure 13 years ago flickered like fleeting shadows. At that time, he had been a frail 8-year-old child, but upon his return today, he had become a formidable warlord, commanding legions. After a moment's reflection, Li Mu steadied his thoughts and allowed a smile of anticipation to grace his lips as the carriage approached the city gate. Following closely behind were numerous guards, soldiers, and martial artists dedicated to his protection. Stop! Who goes there? Just as the carriage was about to enter the city, a soldier emerged from the 8 guards stationed at the gate, blocking their path with an outstretched hand. This soldier stood tall and proud, exuding an air of arrogance, perhaps oblivious to the entourage trailing behind the carriage. Chang'an, the capital of the Great Zhou, requires vigilance against those with ulterior motives. Any unknown individuals must be investigated thoroughly. Audacious. Release them immediately. How many heads do you have to spare for beheading? The woman clad in red beside the driver glared icily, her beautiful eyes seemingly crystallizing with frost as she rebuked. This woman was none other than Hong Xiu. The crown prince has returned to Chang'an, and you dare to bar his entrance? Preposterous. Under the sovereign's roof, how dare you act so disrespectfully? Brothers, seize them. These individuals may harbor ill intentions and ought to be taken to the magistrate for questioning. The soldier remained unfazed by Hong Xiu's threats. What do I care for a mere woman? He scoffed as his voice rang out. Soldiers immediately surrounded the carriage, brandishing their swords. Tio draw blades against a prince. What audacity! Within this carriage resides the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty. Let us see who dares to lay hands on him. Hong Xiu's gaze darkened, her voice cold and commanding. The crown prince. The north border general? The soldiers surrounding them were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. There are few crown princes in the great Zhou, and the soldiers felt a pang of anxiety, realizing the gravity of the situation. Although they could not see the true identity of the occupant within the carriage, they dared not gamble. Hong Xiu, there is no need to trouble them. I am the crown prince Li Mu. Returning to Chang'an under imperial decree. From within the carriage, Li Mu lifted the curtain, casting a glance at the soldier blocking their path. His tone was calm and approachable. Upon hearing his words, the soldier's expression immediately turned serious. And he knelt on one knee, his sword planted into the ground. I have failed to recognize your highness. I beg for your forgiveness. Welcome back to Chang'an. The lead soldier continued to express his contrition as the others echoed his sentiments. They dared not show any disrespect now. The crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty, Li Mu, who would dare impersonate him? Step aside. Li Mu spoke lightly, lowering the curtain. The soldier blocking the way hastily retreated to the sides. Bowing his head in utmost reverence, drive on, the coachman commanded, guiding the carriage into the city. Wait, you audacious fools. How dare you impersonate my imperial brother? However, just as Li Mu's party entered the city, a chilling voice rang out. A towering figure clad in golden armor, with a long sword at his waist, approached on horseback, flanked by a cadre of elite soldiers. It was none other than the third prince. Li Wai Idam Wai imperial brother is currently stationed in Liangzhou, safeguarding the northern border. You lot possess an audacity most extraordinary, daring to impersonate him. Surround them. Li Yi positioned himself before the carriage, drawing his sword and aiming it at Li Mu's vehicle, his expression stern and his gaze icy. While he feigned concern for Li Mu, he had been lying in wait at the city gate for several days, anticipating Li Mu's arrival. As he issued his command, the elite soldiers promptly moved to encircle Li Mu and his companions. Upon witnessing this, a barely perceptible, sinister smile crept onto Li Ye's face. Protect the crown prince, Hong Xiu shouted, and then the cavalry and martial artists behind the carriage surged forward, forming a protective barrier around Li Mu. At last, I have awaited your arrival, Li Mu. I have heard tales of your cunning and strategic prowess, but today, I find you lacking a mere trifling scheme, and you have already fallen into my trap. Ha ha ha, this time, your demise is assured. Li Ye's gaze swept over the encircled group, his heart filled with derision. Tio, defy the hierarchy. Do you know the consequences? To mobilize troops against the crown prince, the repercussions are severe. Li Mu unhurriedly lifted the carriage curtain and stepped out. His countenance bore no trace of panic. Instead, he remained calm and composed. Such a trivial scene could not intimidate him. Li Mu regarded the mounted figure before him. Their eyes met in a fierce clash, as if invisible arcs of electricity sparked between them, Li Mu and Li Yi. Merely a glance conjured the image of a childhood figure in their minds. Though 13 years had elapsed and their appearances had changed drastically, an inexplicable familiarity lingered. You are Li Yi? Li Mu squinted, tentatively inquiring. Impudent. You dare to address me by name, you impostor? Li Ye's expression hardened. His sword aimed at Li Mu, his eyes blazing with fury. Though he recognized Li Mu, he would not confess it, Seize him, Li Yi commanded, raising his sword. First apprehend Li Mu to avoid any complications. The surrounding elite soldiers advanced, intent on capturing Li Mu and his party. The great crown Prince Li Mu, challenge anyone who dares take a step closer. Li Mu's expression grew stern, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the approaching soldiers. With a single glance, he exuded an air of regality that commanded respect. The advancing soldiers faltered, their resolve shaken, and they halted in their tracks, unwilling to proceed further. Go apprehend a crown prince was an act of treason that warranted execution. The soldiers exchanged glances, uncertain, caught between the third prince's orders and the looming threat posed by the crown prince. Nonsense. My imperial brother Li Mu should be stationed in Liangzhou, defending the border. He cannot possibly be here in Chang'an. This man is an impostor. His words lacked credibility. I will see who dares to disobey my orders. Li Ye's expression darkened as he surveyed the hesitant soldiers. I am returning to Chang'an under imperial decree. Before the soldiers could react, Li Mu's voice rang out once more. Imperial decree? Li Yi scoffed coldly. What imperial decree? To my knowledge, the Ministry of Rites has not issued any edict in recent days. Where is your decree? Or perhaps it is merely a verbal command. Li Mu was just about to produce the imperial edict when Li Ye's words struck his ears, and he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Li Yi fixed his gaze upon Li Mu, an enigmatic smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He had meticulously plotted every detail. Entering Chang'an without summons was a capital offense, and forging an imperial edict was an even graver crime. Chapter 51. Fabricated charges leading to execution 13 years prior, Li Mu had been dispatched to the northern border of Liangzhou by an imperial decree, forbidden from returning to Chang'an without summons. Returning without summons was punishable by death, and forging an imperial edict was equally fatal. All of this was within the machinations of the third prince, Li Yi. For the sake of the crown prince position, Li Yi was willing to resort to any means, even betraying his own kin. The edict in Li Mu's possession was neither issued by the Ministry of Rites nor the will of the Emperor of the Great Zhou. It was a forgery, orchestrated by none other than the third prince, Li Yi.as for the group that had been sent to Liangzhou to deliver the decree. Their corpses had long since decayed, murdered to silence them. With no witnesses to contradict him, once Li Mu produced the edict, it would confirm his crime of forgery. If he did not present it, he would still face the death penalty for returning to Chang'an without summons. Li Yi had already laid out his entire plan to eliminate Li Mu. Li Mu narrowed his eyes at the smirking Li Yi, his gaze cold and unyielding. His mind raced as he contemplated Li Ye's earlier statement. Recently, the Ministry of Rites had not issued any decrees. In the next moment, a spark of realization ignited within him. The edict was a forgery, Li Mu resolved inwardly, his eyes turning icily frigid, as if frost had crystallized around him. Born of the same root, why the haste to harm one another? Li Yi, 13 years ago, you bullied Li Mu at every turn, and now, 13 years later, you seek to annihilate him. Ha! You truly are a splendid younger brother to Li Mu. Li Mu's expression gradually turned cold and distant, an aura of domineering indifference radiating from him as he clenched his teeth in his heart. The Li Mu he referred to was the frail version of himself from 8 years ago, the one who had been deceived into entering Chang'an under false pretenses of an imperial decree. Li Yi had indeed played a masterful game. A low, ominous voice echoed within Li Mu's heart. Threads of true energy surged from his fingertips into the mustard seed bracelet on his wrist. Subsequently, the forged edict within the bracelet ignited into ashes. This was an act of destroying evidence. While returning to Chang'an without summons might still offer a chance for negotiation, forging an edict was a path to certain death. Imposter! You claim to have come to Chang'an by imperial command, then present your proof, such as the edict. If you produce the edict, I shall acknowledge you as the crown prince and offer my apologies to the emperor. Li Yi observed Li Mu with a gleeful anticipation in his eyes. As long as Li Mu revealed the edict, his fate would be sealed. Seeing the true intent behind Li Ye's eyes, Li Mu scoffed inwardly. I am indeed the crown prince Li Mu. What need have I to prove anything to you? What are you, that you presume to question the imperial command? Do you not consider your own worth? Li Mu's demeanor turned icy, refusing to yield any grace to Li Yi, who had plotted his demise. How audacious! Am I a mere impostor whom you can defame? It seems you shall accrue an additional charge of disrespecting the imperial family." Li Ye's face darkened, glaring at Li Mu with gritted teeth. "Since you cannot produce the imperial command, then you shall accompany me to the Dali Temple. Impersonating royalty and showing disrespect to the imperial family, 2 crimes compounded. Punishable by death according to Zhou law," Li Yi declared coldly. The Dali Temple, a nightmare for criminals, was a place where one's life was at the mercy of the temple's chief official, who was, of course, an ally of Li Ye.Asa Prince. Li Yi coveted the crown prince's position and surely had supporters beneath him. It appears the chief official of the Dali Temple is already in your pocket. Li Mu's eyes narrowed as he regarded Li Yi, suddenly piecing together the puzzle. The decree sent to Liangzhou summoning me to Chang'an. This too was your plot, wasn't it? The moment Li Mu entered the city, he encountered Li Yi, who led a troop of elite soldiers. Li Yi was pressing him relentlessly, fabricating charges to bring about his demise. All these threads intertwined, and with his keen insight, Li Mu had no difficulty deducing the mastermind behind it all. "Seize that impostor!" Li Yi cast a sharp glance at the hesitating soldiers, barking orders. "Anyone who disobeys will face 50 lashes. Under the threat of 50 lashes, the halted soldiers advanced once more, though they remained apprehensive. Uncertain. With the Northern Border Military Command at stake, who would dare act recklessly? Li Mu observed the advancing soldiers, maintaining his composure as he drew a token from the mustard seed bracelet. The Northern Border Military Command. This was a symbol of the Northern Border's commander. This token could summon 30,000 iron cavalry to storm the mountains and rivers. Upon seeing the military command in Li Mu's hand, the advancing soldiers immediately halted, their eyes reflecting apprehension and reverence. Hiss! Some could not help but inhale sharply, their scalps prickling with fear. As soldiers, they understood the significance of military orders. Seeing the order was akin to meeting the commander himself. The Northern Border Military Command. Could it be this man truly is the Crown Prince? I doubt it. That command might not be authentic. Stop your nonsense. The military command is not something that can be forged. Moreover, who in the Great Zhou would dare counterfeit a military order? That would be a crime punishable by extermination of 3 generations. Among the halted soldiers, whispers of doubt arose, finding themselves in a precarious situation. How bold! You thief! You are truly audacious to steal the command of my royal brother and dare to display it. It seems there is no need to go to the Dali Temple. Just for this crime of stealing military orders, I can execute you on the spot. Li Ye's gaze turned icy as he glared at Li Mu, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Seeing Li Mu produce the Northern Border Military Command, Li Yi was loath to let his efforts go to waste. He attempted to cast a dire accusation upon Li Mu. Fabricated charges have no lack of justification. Seize this thief of military command. If he resists, he shall be dealt with without mercy. Li Yi commanded, his eyes gleaming with chilling intent. In the imperial palace, within the Yangxin Hall, an elderly eunuch with graying hair hurriedly entered. Kneeling before the dragon couch, this eunuch was none other than Li Jinchong. "This humble servant greets your majesty," Li Jinchong addressed with utmost respect. Reclining upon the dragon couch, the emperor of the Great Zhou turned his back to Li Jinchong, his lips barely moving. "Be at ease." "Thank you, your majesty." Li Jinchong rose and continued, "Your majesty, the Shadow Secret Guard reports that someone claiming to be the Crown Prince has entered Chang'an, stating he has come by imperial command and possesses the Northern Border Military Command. Third Prince has been patrolling the city gates and happened upon him. Believing the Crown Prince to be an impostor, a conflict ensued. Li Jinchong conveyed the news relayed by the Shadow Secret Guard to the Emperor of the Great Zhou. The Shadow Secret Guard served as the Emperor's eyes outside the palace, gathering intelligence. How could someone with the Northern Border Military Command be an impostor? The third brother is truly reckless. The Emperor of the Great Zhou opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance igniting within them. Wait, I have not issued any decree summoning Mu'er back to Chang'an. Something is amiss. The Emperor sat up, furrowing his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. Shall this humble servant go to investigate? Li Jinchong tentatively inquired, looking down at the silent emperor. The Emperor of the Great Zhou shook his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 52. The 9 provinces' sword Dao rankings declared the Yangxin Hall fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The emperor of the Great Zhou pondered deeply, while the eunuch Li Jinchong dared not interrupt. Yet, Li Jinchong sensed a chilling shift in the surrounding atmosphere, claiming to return by imperial command. But I have never issued such a decree summoning him. Yet Li Mu has arrived in Chang'an. Could it be that he returned without summons? The northern border's commander, not stationed at the northern border. Should any misfortune befall the north, he would be implicated. The emperor's eyes narrowed, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Moments later, he lifted his gaze to Li Jinchong, speaking softly, "Old friend, I have been unwell for many days. Whose imperial command do you think my Mu'er has come by? Though Chio'er has been handling state affairs in my stead, he would not let me off the hook for summoning Mu'er back." As the esteemed figure in the court, his profound scheming was astonishing. Manipulating the entire court like a puppet. "Your Majesty," Li Jinchong bowed his head, a look of shame and self-reproach upon his face. "This humble servant is ashamed for not being able to relieve your worries. I truly cannot fathom whose command the crown prince has come by." Li Jinchong was not unable to deduce, but rather too fearful to speak. If he were to misstep in his words and provoke the emperor's ire, his life would be forfeit. It seems that during my illness, the currents beneath Chang'an have grown increasingly tumultuous. They have set their sights on my eldest son. The emperor of the Great Zhou took a deep breath, his face calm yet imposing, his profound eyes emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down Li Jinchong's spine. The emperor's might was terrifying. If the emperor were not ill, Li Yi would not have the audacity to surround Li Mu with troops. "Your Majesty, the crown prince and the third prince have not met for 13 years, and upon their first encounter, such a commotion arises. Once both parties engage in confrontation, it is likely to provoke public discourse. And the court may even conclude that the two princes are at odds." Li Jinchong hesitated for a moment, but mustered the courage to voice his concerns, expressing that discord among the princes would be detrimental to the realm. "I am aware of your thoughts. Rest assured, I understand," the emperor of the Great Zhou remarked. Shaking his head, he continued, "You shall visit the Ministry of Justice and inform the minister that he must return to Chang'an without my decree. He knows what actions to take. Li Mu and Li Yi are both sons. Let them contend with one another, impartial in their duel. Nonetheless, order must prevail. Li Mu, lacking a royal edict to return to Chang'an, must face the consequences. Your Majesty, this is..." Li Jinchong's brows furrowed as he tentatively spoke. However, before he could finish his sentence, the emperor's icy voice interrupted him. "As you command." "Your Majesty," Li Jinchong nodded hurriedly, then bowed his head and exited the Hall of Nurturing Hearts. Hastening his steps, suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted above the palace, shaking the very heavens. To be precise, it was an astonishing roar that reverberated across the land of the 9 provinces. Following that, a grand and ancient ethereal voice echoed in every corner of the realm. "The sword Dao ranking of the 9 provinces is hereby announced. The final 3. The booming voice sent the entire land into a frenzy. Those who heard the proclamation rushed outdoors, gazing skyward with eager anticipation. Who could the last 3 contenders be? The top 3 on the sword Dao ranking signifies the pinnacle of martial prowess among the sword cultivators of the 9 provinces. Inside the Hall of Nurturing Hearts, the emperor of the Great Zhou had already risen from his dragon bed and approached the hall's entrance, halting the minister of justice on his way. With his eyes cast skyward, he contemplated the ancient ethereal stone tablet. For so long, he had thought the sword Dao ranking had vanished. Who might the last 3 contenders be? Surely, they would be supreme sword immortals of the utmost caliber. With 300,000 sword immortals in the mortal realm, one could ascend the ranks with a single stroke. At that moment, countless voices erupted across the 9 provinces, igniting a fervor among the populace. Nearly everyone engaged in discussions about the final 3 on the sword Dao ranking, their expressions brimming with excitement, embodying the essence of spectatorship. This world is unlike the modern era, where one could easily indulge in entertainment such as video games, karaoke, or binge-watching dramas. Here, aside from listening to music in brothels, enjoying fine wines and composing poetry, the remaining pastime is to observe the unfolding drama. At the listening snow pavilion, the ethereal listening snow sword immortal, draped in a snow-white robe, stood gracefully against the wind. Her garments fluttering as if she were a celestial being. Su Kei's eyes sparkled like stars, radiating a mysterious glow as he gazed upon the ancient ethereal stone tablet above. The last three contenders. My listening snow sword shall not be outmatched, he murmured softly to himself on the North Cliff, where the gentle breeze caressed the land. The master of North Cliff, clad in a flowing azure robe, stepped into the void, moving toward the cliff's edge with the grace of walking on solid ground. With each step, ripples of sword and tint emanated from beneath his feet. One drink to drown 1,000 sorrows. A dream of spring and autumn, he declared. With mastery of his swordsmanship, he could contend with sword immortals. Cui Qianqiu, gazing at the ancient stone tablet in the sky, felt a surge of sharpness in his eyes as he spoke softly. In the Northern Liang dynasty, at the Yin family sword tomb, Yin Qi sat cross-legged on the ground, nurturing his sword. A formidable sword aura enveloped him. Upon hearing the announcement, he slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance bursting forth as though light had pierced the darkness, he lifted his gaze to the heavens, his eyes, sharp as blades, filled with intense battle spirit and formidable sword intent. Perhaps he is unwilling to accept this. The rusted remnants of a sword lying on the ground seemed to sense Yin Qi's fighting spirit, trembling slightly and emitting a sound akin to a sword song. Yin Qi raised his hand to silence the rusted blade. Aside from the three of them, Lu Wuqing from the Heartless Valley and Shimin Chue, Shao of the Chaotic Evil Dynasty, also gazed up at the heavens. As contenders on the Sword Dao ranking, they were more eager than others to discover who was inferior to them. If anyone did not deserve to be ranked before them, they would strike to prove their superiority. Strength reigned supreme. In Chang'an, the sudden emergence of the Sword Dao ranking diverted the attention of the previously tense Li Mu, and Li Yi.Li Mu stared at the ancient stone tablet in the sky, momentarily captivated. The timing of the Sword Dao rankings revelation seems rather fortuitous. Li Yi, on the other hand, wore an expression of a spectator, thinking that the contenders could not possibly include him. Naturally, it could not be Li Mu either. The surrounding crowd also looked skyward, eagerly awaiting the unveiling of the names. At that moment, golden characters began to materialize on the ancient stone tablet. The onlookers fixed their eyes on the tablet. Afraid of missing anything, on the Sword Dao ranking of the 9 provinces, the third contender is the undefeated warrior, seeking but a single defeat, Dongfang Qiubai. Simultaneously, the resounding and ancient voice reverberated throughout the land, echoing in the ears of countless individuals. The name Dongfang Qiubai resonated with many. Though a woman, she possessed an enchanting allure, yet her swordsmanship had reached an unparalleled level, transcending mortal realms. I have not been idle. I have been preparing manuscripts. Once the storm passes, I shall reveal them all for your enjoyment. Thank you for your support. Chapter 53. The Prince enters the rankings, the first of the Great Zhou by the Eastern Sea. Under the blazing sun, the gentle sunlight bathed the world. The sea breeze caressed the azure waves, creating shimmering reflections that dazzled the eyes. In the distance, where the sea met the sky, a magnificent scene unfolded. On the shores of the Eastern Sea stood the Sword Palace, gazing towards the undefeated imperial city in the north. This sword palace was known as the Sun and Moon Sword Palace. Within the palace, in a secluded and tranquil hot spring, mist floated gently, and the air was humid. The sound of clear flowing water echoed, and amidst the ethereal mist, 2 snow-white arms, like jade, appeared, their delicate wrists gleaming. A woman was soaking in the hot spring. Her body, as pure as snow, was mostly submerged beneath the surface, rendering it difficult to behold her beauty fully. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, draping over her shoulders. Her complexion was delicate and flawless, her features exquisitely refined. Her brows, unpainted yet striking, and her lips, naturally red, were captivating. Her eyes sparkled like water, shimmering with light. An unparalleled beauty, she possessed the power to captivate an entire nation. Had such a woman graced the royal court, the emperor would forsake his morning court sessions. Moreover, this woman exuded an aura of dominion, akin to that of an unmatched empress. She was none other than the master of the Sun and Moon Sword Palace, Dongfang Qiubai. She was the third contender on the Sword Dao ranking of the 9 provinces. The name Dongfang Qiubai was not her birth name. It was a title she adopted after reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The very essence of seeking defeat hinted at her immense ambition and confidence, which were unfathomable as the celestial sounds reached Dongfang Qiubai's ears. Her delicate brows furrowed, and she lifted her flawless face to gaze upon the ethereal stone tablet in the sky. Only third? A hint of confusion crossed her stunning visage as she parted her ruby lips, exuding an enchanting charm. The verdant hills could not compare to her allure. Being merely third on the Sword Dao ranking was clearly beyond her expectations. Among the 300,000 sword immortals in this world, could there truly be someone who can surpass me? Dongfang Qiubai's gaze momentarily faltered, then she murmured to herself. After pondering earnestly, she could not fathom who in the world might best her in a duel. He, first and second, you should be wary. I have set my sights on you. In the next moment, a seductive smile graced her lips, revealing a captivating curve. With her index and middle fingers poised, she pointed toward the void. Suddenly, the hot spring water began to bubble as if boiling, sending forth a flurry of bubbles. Under her watchful gaze, crystalline droplets lifted from the pool and floated into the AI art. As the droplets converged, they formed a sword of water, piercing toward the heavens, imbued with an overwhelming sword intent. In the blink of an eye, the water sword vanished from sight, and soon droplets began to fall as if it were raining. The rain fell upon Dongfang Qiubai's delicate form, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Meanwhile, as the golden characters materialized on the ancient tablet, shocked and bewildered voices resonated across the 9 provinces. Many sword cultivators could scarcely believe their eyes. Dongfang Qiubai is only third. How can this be? They knew well that she had never suffered defeat against any swordmaster. Even the likes of Yin Qi, Shimin Shueishao, and Su Ke would lower their heads before her. How could it be that Dongfang Qiubai ranks third? In my heart, she is undoubtedly the first. Who among the contemporary sword immortals could surpass her? This must be a mistake. Dongfang Qiubai cannot possibly be third. She should rightfully be first. Throughout the realm, no one could best her with a single stroke. What kind of flawed ranking is this? Exclaimed a sword cultivator who recognized Dongfang Qiubai, his voice brimming with indignation at the ranking that placed her third. In the hearts of these sword cultivators, Dongfang Qiubai was not merely an unparalleled sword immortal, but also a flawless goddess. Logically, her name should not have appeared on the ancient tablet so swiftly. If Dongfang Qiubai is only ranked third, then who could possibly be first or second? In the realm of the Tuxia dynasty, Shimin Shueishao gazed at the gilded characters inscribed upon the ancient stele. A look of perplexity etched upon his face. As a supreme master of the sword, he was acutely aware of Dongfang Qiubai's formidable prowess. Was there truly a swordsman in this world who could surpass Dongfang Qiubai? And two at that. It seemed utterly inconceivable. Meanwhile, in the Jueqing Valley, Lu Wuqing squinted his eyes, equally baffled. He had once fallen beneath Dongfang Qiubai's blade, and in his estimation, no one could best him. Yin Qi, Su Ke, and Zue Qianqiu shared in the confusion. Though their curiosity was piqued, who were these first and second-ranked individuals that could overshadow Dongfang Qiubai, above in the azure sky? The ancient stele shimmered with changing golden characters. As the sun rose in the east, it proclaimed, "Unconquered, the unparalleled sword immortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Empress." The master of the Eastern Palace wielded a sword that could vanquish all demons, and with 3 strokes, could shroud the world in darkness, rightfully earning the title of sword deity. This was the introduction of Dongfang Qiubai in the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. Not everyone had heard of the Empress-like master of the Eastern Palace. When those newly acquainted with Dongfang Qiubai encountered this introduction, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. The gilded characters on the stele flickered for a mere 10 breaths before fading into oblivion. Replaced by another inscription, second on the 9 provinces sword ranking, Li Chun Go. A thunderous voice resounded across the land, reverberating like thunder in an instant. Nearly everyone stood frozen, their expressions vacant. Who was this Li Chun Go? Where had he emerged from? Was he yet another nameless figure rising out of obscurity? Countless doubts filled their minds. Before the murmurs of astonishment could fully surface, the ancient steel transformed once more. Li Chun-go, master of the sword's ultimate realm, a celestial being in the mortal realm, standing in the light while treading upon darkness, the sound of his sword. 1,000 swords converge as one. He once slayed evil spirits in the Forbidden Land, annihilating a seed of darkness. With the burden of the masses upon his shoulders, he quelled the shadows. He must be the sword deity. This was the introduction of Li Chun-go. Forbidden Land? Seed of darkness? Upon reading the inscriptions upon the ancient steel, the expressions of Su Ke, the sword immortal of the Shui Shui, Lu Wuqing, the master of Jueqing Valley, Yin Qi of the Yin clan, Shimin Shui Shao of the Tuxia dynasty, and others transformed, their composure shattered. Ordinary folk might not grasp the meaning of the Forbidden Land and the Dark Seed, but they understood that these terms signified annihilation and death. In that moment, Dongfang Qiu Bai and the others comprehended why Li Chun-go held the second position on the sword ranking. It turned out he was the reclusive sword immortal guarding the Forbidden Land. The annihilator of the Dark Seed, ranking second, was indeed a marvel. Soon, the gilded characters upon the steel shifted once more, revealing the name of the top contender. At this moment, innumerable gazes were fixed upon the ancient steel, their eyes ablaze with fervor. This first-ranked individual had surpassed both the destroyer of the Dark Seed, Li Chun-go, and the undefeated Dongfang Qiu Bai. Who could it possibly be? The characters materialized, accompanied by an ancient and grand voice that echoed throughout the heavens. First on the 9 provinces sword ranking, from the Dazhou dynasty, Prince Li Mu. In Chang'an City, Li Mu stood in a state of shock, his gaze vacant, his mind reeling. To me? The first on the 9 provinces sword ranking is me? How could this be? Of the other 9 on the list, whom could I possibly surpass? No, this must be a mistake. How could I possibly be on the list, let alone at the top? Could it be that there is another prince named Li Mu in the Dazhou dynasty? Li Mu looked up at the gilded characters in the sky, his face a mask of disbelief. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind. He had never considered the possibility of making the list. He had yet to even enter the first rank. There were far more than 10 first-rate swordmasters in the world at Li Mu. He had actually ascended to the 9 provinces sword ranking. And as the first, how could this happen? No, it was impossible. There must be an error. Others shared in the shock, including Li Yi, whose gaze was icy as he stared at the heavens, internally roaring in rage. He clenched his fists tightly, his expression twisted in bitterness. If Li Mu could make the list, what made him superior? The 9 provinces sword ranking was a celestial decree. Those who made the list would receive blessings from the heavens, and their fame and prestige would soar. Thus, Li Mu's position as crown prince was all but secured. With a prince ranked first on the 9 provinces sword ranking, the Dazhou dynasty's prestige could easily overshadow both the Beimeng dynasty and the Tuxia dynasty. Merely the title of first on the sword ranking would grant Li Mu dominion over the princes of the 3 great dynasties. The more Li Yi thought about this, the more dissatisfied he became. His gaze toward Li Mu now tinged with resentment and anger. Li Mu, why do you deserve to make the list while I do not? What makes you better than me? Li Ye's cold stare was laced with hatred, and he ground his teeth in frustration. His clenched fists were nearly drawing blood. The title of crown prince was rightfully his. Amidst the Dazhou dynasty, the news of the prince's ascension to the first position on the sword ranking sent ripples of excitement through the populace. His Highness has made the list. His Highness is magnificent and imposing. Laughter erupted as the citizens celebrated. Finally, someone from the Dazhou dynasty has made the list. Previously, the sword deities of the Beimeng and Tuxia dynasties had claimed the spotlight, but now it was evident that the real spectacle was yet to come. A sense of relief washed over them. Indeed, His Highness's presence would ensure the enduring prosperity of the Dazhou dynasty. In the cities of the Dazhou dynasty, the citizens erupted in fervor upon witnessing the scene in the sky. Their voices brimmed with admiration for Prince Li Mu. In that moment, Li Mu's prestige among the people soared to unprecedented heights. Known by all, young and old alike, to be the first on the sword ranking, was this not more formidable than Yin Qi of the Beimeng dynasty or Shimin Shui Shao of the Tuxia dynasty? The citizens of the northern territories, including Liangzhou, Huangzhou, and Bingzhou, were particularly ecstatic, celebrating Li Mu's ascension. The northern war god, Mujian is unparalleled. The northern war god, Mujian, is unparalleled. Some citizens even called out in praise of Li Mu. In Chang'an City, the people of the Dezhou dynasty were also in high spirits, caught in a fervent uproar. Simultaneously, due to Li Mu, the Dezhou dynasty became the focal point of conversation across the 9 provinces. Who would have thought? Li Mu has made it onto the sword ranking, surpassing even me, mused Li Chungo, the sword deity with disheveled white hair, as he awoke from his carriage, shaking his head with a smile. With a soft sigh, he closed his eyes again, a look of satisfaction lingering on his lips. He had once guided Li Mu in the ways of the sword, serving as a mentor of sorts. With his disciple now on the ranking, the master could also bask in reflected glory. Let the apprentice steal the limelight. What did an old man like him need with such hollow accolades? At the Sun and Moon Sword Palace, as droplets cascaded from a pair of snow-white arms emerging from the glistening hot spring, the atmosphere was charged. The prince of the Dezhou dynasty, Li Mu? The fact that Li Chungo could eradicate the dark seed and overshadow our master is one thing, but how could a mere prince also surpass her? Dongfang Qiubai's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly. A glimmer of intrigue flashing within, a slight smile curved her lips as curiosity about Li Mu began to blossom. What could have propelled him to such heights? With ample time on her hands, she resolved to visit the Dezhou dynasty and meet this first-ranked prince. Her interest deepened, and with a graceful wave of her hand, her white gown draped over the peach blossom tree beside the hot spring soared towards her. In an instant, she emerged like a blooming lotus, her snow-white gown enveloping her figure and concealing her beauty from view. The gown clung to her curves, perfectly accentuating her exquisite form, a vision of unparalleled grace and beauty. In the Tuxia Palace, Shimin Shui Xiao stood atop the roof, gazing skyward, shaking his head slightly. A flicker of chilling murderous intent crossed his eyes, as long as Li Mu remained alive. The Tuxia dynasty would struggle to invade and obliterate the Dezhou. The Yin clan sword tomb. Yin Qi contemplated the significance of Li Mu, the prince of the Dezhou dynasty, who had proven to be a remarkable figure. Stationed at the northern borders of the Dezhou, he had fortified the defenses, and now he had ascended on the 9 provinces sword ranking. If he were to persist, the Beimeng dynasty would stand no chance. Yin Qi's gaze hardened, a fierce killing intent flickering in his eyes as he regarded the name etched upon the ancient steel. The remnants of a broken sword lying before him exuded an ominous sword energy. Liu Wuqing, Su Ke, Zurei Qianshou, and others held a different mindset than Yin Qi and Shimin Shui Xiao. They were more curious about how Li Mu had achieved this ranking. Amidst the eager anticipation of countless onlookers, the gilded characters on the ancient steel transformed once more. A line of powerful characters emerged. Li Mu, the supreme embodiment of the great Tao, an innate sword embryo, inheritor of the legacies of the 3 great sword deities, creator of the 13 deathblades, each capable of claiming a life. A simple declaration, yet it sent waves of excitement rippling through the 9 provinces once again. The supreme embodiment of the great Tao, an innate sword embryo. What unparalleled talent was this? Furthermore, the inheritance of the 3 great sword gods on the leaderboard leaves one gasping in awe. Does this not imply that even if Li Mu's own strength is lacking, to lay a hand upon him, one must first contend with the 3 sword gods of the leaderboard? If the younger suffers a beating, the elder cannot simply stand idly by. The legacy of the 3 great sword gods on the leaderboard. So this is how I ascend the ranks. As Li Mu gazed upon his own introduction, enlightenment struck him in an instant. He was merely basking in the glory of others. The supreme body of the path and the innate sword embryo alone were insufficient to secure a place on the leaderboard. Following the top rank are the 3 great sword gods. In the Dazhou Imperial Palace, within the Yangxin Hall, a raucous laughter erupted. Filled with boundless excitement, it was the laughter of the Dazhou Emperor, who, gazing at the ancient monument in the sky, felt an overwhelming joy welling within him. The prince has ascended the ranks. The prince has ascended the ranks, and he is number 1. This is an extraordinary occasion for Dazhou. Excellent, excellent. Mu'er is truly remarkable, not only safeguarding the northern borders of Dazhou but also attaining a place on the Jiuzhou Sword Dao leaderboard. Mu'er is endowed with unparalleled talent, unmatched by anyone. The Dazhou Emperor spoke with fervor. his words brimming with pride and admiration for his son, Li Mu. This time, Li Mu has brought great prestige to the Dazhou dynasty, Li Jinzong. The Dazhou emperor called out excitedly, his gaze still fixated on the ancient monument in the sky. Reluctant to look away, I am here, replied Li Jinzong. Quickly, you must leave the palace and summon Mu'er to the palace to pay his respects. I wish to see Mu'er, commanded the Dazhou emperor, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained joy. Good news, good news. The seal is about to be lifted, and normal updates will resume starting from the 1st of next month. I look forward to showcasing my drafts, seeing many patrons offering gifts. This humble author can only bow in gratitude. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 55. Dazhou Emperor, Mu'er, do you blame me? In the Dazhou Imperial Palace, within the Yangxin Hall, the eunuch Li Jinzong hurriedly entered the hall, striding towards the Dazhou Emperor, leaving Li Mu to wait alone outside. Half an hour prior, Li Jinzong had arrived just in time at the city gates, diffusing the tension between Li Mu and Li Yi, preventing either party from resorting to violence. Li Jinzong's presence undoubtedly solidified Li Mu's standing. However, Li Yi was not inclined to relent, adamantly pursuing Li Mu for his unauthorized return to Chang'an, intent on bringing him to the Dali Temple. Nevertheless, Li Mu had no intention of going to the Dali Temple, and the two nearly came to blows. Ultimately, it was Li Jinzong who intervened, declaring it the emperor's decree. His Majesty commands the entry of His Highness into the palace to pay his respects. With that single statement from Li Jinzong, Li Ye's schemes unraveled. With the Dazhou Emperor's command, this was tantamount to a return by decree. Ultimately, whether Li Mu was guilty or not depended on the Dazhou Emperor. If the Emperor deemed Li Mu guilty, then he was guilty. If he deemed him innocent, then he was innocent. This was not a matter that the third prince, Li Yi, could decide. As for the ancient monument of the Jiuzhou Sword Dao leaderboard, it dissipated after bestowing the blessings of the heavenly path, leaving behind a line of golden characters. With the completion of the Jiuzhou Sword Dao leaderboard, the next leaderboard, the Jiuzhou famous generals list, will be announced shortly. Li Mu had yet to fully grasp the blessings bestowed by the heavenly path when he was led into the palace by Li Jinzong. During their journey, Li Jinzong conversed with Li Mu at length. Old servant pays respects to His Majesty. Upon entering the hall, Li Jinzong knelt before the Dazhou Emperor on the dragon throne, bowing his head and stating, Your Majesty, His Highness is waiting outside. Summon him. The Dazhou Emperor's voice, calm yet commanding, resonated throughout the hall, reminiscent of a deity overlooking the realms. Li Jinzong rose and turned to the entrance of the hall, calling out, His Majesty commands, summon His Highness into the hall to pay his respects. Outside the hall, upon hearing the summons, Li Mu straightened, stepping into the grand chamber with a resolute demeanor. He approached the figure seated on the dragon throne, walking with unyielding posture, his gaze unwavering. Even before the supreme authority of the realm, there was no trace of trepidation in his eyes. The attention of all present fell upon Li Mu, their expressions momentarily frozen. He seemed to emerge from the dawn's light, striding towards the eternal and unchanging. His presence exuded an aura of solitary grace, ascending to the heavens. As Li Mu entered the hall, his focus remained steadfast ahead, and the silhouette of the Dazhou Emperor gradually came into view, prompting a complex stir of emotions within him. His brows knit slightly before relaxing. The individual seated on the dragon throne, a person of iron will, had sent the frail 8-year-old Li Mu to the desolate and frigid land of Liangzhou 13 years ago. Were it not for Li Mu's traversing into the body of the young Li Mu and awakening his potential, he would have perished long ago in Liangzhou. Li Mu harbored resentment towards the man on the throne. A tiger does not consume its cubs. Yet, this man had dispatched his sickly son to the borders, indifferent to his well-being. This heart was as hard as iron, cold as ice. Memories from before the age of 8 flickered through Li Mu's mind, evoking an inexplicable ache within him. Perhaps it was sympathy for Li Mu's plight, a sense of indignation over his suffering. Your Majesty, Li Mu halted, bowing respectfully to the Dazhou Emperor. According to Dazhou's laws, the military commander of the borders need not kneel before the emperor, a privilege granted to honor those who guard the frontiers, acknowledging the emperor's benevolence and compassion for the soldiers. After all, the borders are fraught with hardship and conflict. As the commander of the Northern Front, Li Mu was naturally permitted to stand before the Dazhou emperor without bowing. However, regarding his status as the crown prince, he was still obliged to kneel. Rise. The Dazhou emperor slowly raised his hand, his voice resonating with authority throughout the hall. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Mu straightened, the figure of the Dazhou emperor now clearly in view. Their gazes met in the vastness of the hall. The Dazhou emperor's eyes burned with fervor, a heart brimming with joy, while Li Mu's expression remained tranquil as a still pond, his gaze devoid of tumult. He felt no elation at their reunion, but rather a sense of detachment. Seeing Li Mu's indifferent demeanor, the Dazhou emperor felt a pang in his heart, sensing an unfamiliar distance. Mu'er, I know you have endured great hardships in Liangzhou. These years must have been difficult for you. The Dazhou emperor gazed at the gaunt features of Li Mu, harboring silent sorrow within. Having been separated from Chang'an at the age of 8 and sent to Liangzhou, Mu'er must have faced countless trials over the past 13 years, earning the title of the God of War in the Northern Territories. Mu'er, I was foolish in the past, but I will make amends for you in the future. The Dazhou emperor's eyes brimmed with regret. You may leave now. Li Mu glanced at Li Jinzong, speaking coolly. The reunion of father and son brought an awkward air, with words left unspoken. Understood, Li Jinzong nodded, beckoning the palace maids and eunuchs to exit the Yangxin hall, closing the door behind them. Within the hall, only Li Mu and the Dazhou emperor remained. Had Li Mu harbored murderous intent, the Dazhou emperor would have surely met his demise in that moment. The flickering candlelight cast an atmosphere of tranquility, enveloping the two in silence as they merely gazed at one another. Perhaps, at this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Mu'er, the journey from Liangzhou to Chang'an has been arduous. Ultimately, it was the Dazhou emperor who broke the silence. Li Mu nodded slightly, still maintaining his cold demeanor. The Dazhou emperor rose, a smile gracing his face as he approached Li Mu. It has been 13 years. Let me take a good look at you. The Dazhou emperor stepped before Li Mu, placing a hand on his shoulder, nodding in approval. You've grown taller and sturdier. Li Mu merely nodded in response, uncertain of what to say to this man before him, his heart a whirlpool of conflicting emotions. To reject him completely would be to ignore the fact that he was Li Mu's biological father, sharing the blood of the Li family. Yet, to embrace him warmly felt insurmountable, given the Dazhou emperor's past cruelty towards Li Mu. Since words failed him, perhaps silence was indeed golden. The Dazhou emperor gazed at Li Mu. His eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, as if recalling something. These eyes, this nose, this mouth, so much like your mother, the Dazhou emperor remarked. 13 years ago, I was momentarily foolish, sending you to Liangzhou to guard the borders. Over these 13 years, you have managed the northern army with remarkable skill, preparing for battle and ensuring the 3 provinces of the north are fortified. My heart is greatly comforted by this. You have endured much hardship during these years. The Dazhou emperor spoke with heartfelt sincerity, patting Li Mu's shoulder, filled with regret. Yet, despite the Dazhou emperor's words, Li Mu remained largely unmoved, continuing to nod silently. Seeing Li Mu's response, the Dazhou emperor felt a sharp pang in his heart, akin to a needle piercing through him. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously inquired, Mu'er, do you blame me? Chapter 56. The sudden concern from the emperor of the Great Zhou caught Li Mu off guard. Leaving him somewhat bewildered and at a loss, he furrowed his brow, his thoughts in disarray, and his mind a blank slate. The emperor was a stranger to him. For 13 long years, there had been no inquiry, no sign of care. Just as leaves do not turn yellow in a day, so too does the heart not grow cold overnight. Such belated concern is worth little. Li Mu was a man of profound clarity amidst the world's tumult. Had the emperor shown even a modicum of regard over the past 13 years, Li Mu would not harbor such animosity towards him. After a moment of silence and hesitation, he stepped back. Maintaining a respectful distance from the emperor, Li Mu's actions left the emperor momentarily stunned, his outstretched hand suspended in midair. Unmoving, a discernible sense of disappointment and dejection clouded the murky depths of the emperor's eyes. Alas, this is all my doing. Had I not been so foolish in the beginning, you would not have lingered in Liangzhou for 13 years. 13 years of neglect would breed resentment even in me. If you blame me, I do not blame you. All of this is my fault. The emperor fell silent for several breaths, then sighed helplessly, regret seeping into his tone. I dare not, Your Majesty. As soon as the words left the emperor's lips, Li Mu clasped his fists in salute and spoke in a low voice, boom. Those three simple words reverberated in the emperor's mind like thunder. The emperor's body trembled, his heart pierced by pain. Unbeknownst to him, a veil of mist had obscured his vision, rendering it hazy. He could sense the profound resentment Li Mu held against him. I dare not. What a remarkable declaration of submission, the emperor mocked himself inwardly. I dare not. Li Mu referred to himself as a subject, not a son. Was this not a clear indication of his grievances? How could a subject dare to reproach a sovereign? Traditionally, the fault lies solely with the subject, never the sovereign. Such thoughts churned uneasily within the emperor, leaving him feeling discomfort, sour, and desolate, akin to the rippling of a clear spring's azure waves, growing ever more intense. The taste of this moment was beyond description. Silence enveloped the grand hall once more. Both men remained mute, the atmosphere laden with subtle tension. It was not that Li Mu and the emperor had nothing to say. Rather, they were uncertain of how to articulate their thoughts. Time trickled by. The candles within the hall gradually burned Li Mu, and the emperor stood as still as statues, unmoving. Suddenly, the emperor sighed deeply and spoke slowly. You have grown, possessing your own convictions. I shall not force you to change your mind. You have held the northern border of the Great Zhou for 13 years, fortifying Liangzhou, Bingzhou, and Huangzhou, achieving numerous victories against formidable barbarian tribes on the plains. Your military exploits renowned far and wide. Recently, you led your men northward to confront the barbarians, shattering the left camp of the northern king escort and slaying the left king, Nuerchi, thus sealing the Wolf-S Pass, a remarkable achievement, pioneering the campaign against wolves in the north. Today, you have ascended to the top of the 9 provinces' sword path rankings, your name echoing throughout the realm, greatly enhancing the prestige of the Great Zhou and bolstering its fortune. Speak, what rewards do you desire? Whatever it may be, even the position of crown prince, I shall surely grant. The emperor was aware of the resentment Li Mu harbored towards him, realizing that appealing to emotions might not suffice. He devised a strategy to win back even a sliver of Li Mu's favor, hoping to gradually alleviate the rift between father and son. He knew he owed much to Li Mu, who had suffered greatly in the harsh northern lands during his childhood, enduring hardships that most could scarcely imagine. All of this must be compensated. Even if Li Mu were to request the title of crown prince, the emperor would acquiesce without hesitation. The moment Li Mu's name appeared on the 9 provinces' sword path rankings, the emperor had already made a mental note regarding the crown prince position. No one but Li Mu was more suited for it. The Great Zhou dynasty required a crown prince who could command respect across the realm. However, it seemed Li Mu did not share this sentiment. Defending the northern borders and repelling invaders was merely the duty of a commander. I dare not claim any credit. If your majesty truly wishes to bestow rewards, then grant them to those valiant soldiers stationed at the borders of Liangzhou, Bingzhou, and Huangzhou, who have risked their lives in defense of the realm, as well as to the families of those who have fallen in battle. And no sooner had the emperor finished speaking than Li Mu's resolute voice rang out. Unwavering and sharp in Liangzhou, every household is left with empty chairs. Men serve in the army to protect their homes and country, guarding the borders and sacrificing their families for the greater good. As a commander and the sovereign of the dynasty, one must not allow the spirits of the border defenders to be dampened. The emperor nodded appreciatively, satisfied with Li Mu's words, recognizing the true demeanor of a leader. I shall not forget the soldiers stationed at the borders. I have other rewards prepared for them. I am just and fair in matters of reward and punishment. You have achieved remarkable military feats in the northern territories, and you shall be rewarded. There is no need for false modesty in my presence. The emperor gazed kindly at Li Mu, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Yet, Li Mu shook his head, stating, Your Majesty may bestow my reward upon the soldiers defending the northern borders. Li Mu had no intention of seeking any rewards from the emperor. Given his lingering grievances, to ask for a reward would feel disingenuous. To request something would feel like grasping for favors. It would tarnish the essence of his character. Although he felt a flicker of temptation at the mention of the crown prince position, he maintained his rationality, observing the steadfastness in Li Mu's gaze. The emperor nodded, but a flicker of disappointment crossed his features as he spoke slowly. Since you say so, I shall not press the matter further. I will reward the soldiers of the 3 northern provinces handsomely. With that, the emperor turned away, heading towards the dragon throne. In an instant, he appeared aged, his back slightly hunched, hair graying, the aura of desolation and sorrow enveloping him. Watching the emperor's retreating figure, Li Mu felt a surge of inexplicable sorrow. His emotions tangled. Perhaps blood runs thicker than water. You may depart, the emperor called over his shoulder, motioning weakly, his voice laden with fatigue. And summon Li Jinchong as you leave. I take my leave. Li Mu bowed respectfully to the emperor and turned to exit the hall without looking back. Neither the emperor nor Li Mu mentioned the matter of Li Mu's unbidden return to Chang'an, their silence a tacit understanding. Perhaps in the emperor's heart, Li Mu had been absolved upon his ascension to the rankings. Upon exiting the grand hall, Li Mu informed the eunuch Li Jinchong of the emperor's summons. Li Jinchong instructed a young eunuch to escort Li Mu out of the palace. However, just as Li Mu took a few steps, he heard a voice calling from behind, "Royal brother? Royal brother? Royal brother?" Turning around, Li Mu beheld a young man clad in resplendent golden robes, adorned with a golden crown, rushing towards him, his face alight with excitement. Chapter 57. The Second Prince. "Li Qiu, who are you?" Li Mu inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion as he scrutinized the youthful figure before him. He nodded slightly, yet could not place him. The young man, panting heavily after rushing over, straightened up and beamed with joy. "Royal brother, it is I, Li Qiu." The splendidly dressed, handsome young man was none other than the second prince of the great Zhou, Li Qiu. Li Qiu had been attending to state affairs in the Wuying Hall when he learned of his elder brother Li Mu's return and his audience with the emperor. He set aside his tasks to wait outside the Yangxin Hall. The Wuying Hall served as the venue for the emperor to manage state affairs. Today, the emperor feigned illness, delegating authority to the second prince, Li Qiu, who was assisted by the prime minister and the 6 ministries. Upon seeing Li Mu emerge from the Yangxin Hall, Li Qiu had easily deduced that the figure before him was his elder brother. It is my younger brother. 13 years have passed, and you have grown. I hardly recognize you." At Li Qiu's words, a memory flickered in Li Mu's mind, and he smiled warmly, recalling a moment from 13 years past when a small child had gifted him a sable fur coat and a soft armor as he prepared to depart for Liangzhou. That child was none other than Li Qiu. In Li Mu's eyes, his younger brother Li Qiu was someone with whom he could forge a deep bond. And you, dear brother, have changed as well. Not only have you become a formidable general feared by the barbarian tribes of the plains, but you have also risen to the top of the 9 provinces' sword path rankings. I find myself envious of your accomplishments, Li Qiu declared with a radiant smile. If only I possessed even half of your brilliance. You would likely surpass me if you had endured the hardships of the northern territories. Li Mu replied, engaging in playful banter. The sharpness of a sword emerges from being tempered. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from enduring the bitter cold. Li Mu had indeed faced numerous trials in the north, particularly the chilling poison that had led him to glory. Upon hearing Li Mu's commendation, Li Qiu scratched his head sheepishly, but in the next moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Royal brother, you are the crown prince. Now that you have returned, the responsibility of managing state affairs will fall upon your shoulders. For over 2 months now, I have been ceaselessly attending court to manage state affairs, ensnared by the incessant demands of court officials, leaving me no time for study. Fortunately, my elder brother has returned. Li Qiu is prepared to shift the burden onto Li Mu, for managing state affairs is exceedingly taxing. Rising before dawn and leaving the palace only after dusk, I awaken earlier than the rooster and retire later than a dog. This hardship is a trial I wish to evade, and my purpose in lingering near the Yangxin Hall is solely to offload this responsibility. The return of Li Mu brings me immeasurable joy, for I am on the verge of liberation." However, Li Mu merely waved his hand in refusal, saying, "Second brother, you must understand that handling state affairs is not a task for the faint-hearted. Since His Majesty has entrusted this heavy responsibility to you, it is a testament to your abilities and a demonstration of His trust. Work diligently and do not let His Majesty's expectations down. I firmly believe you can excel. With a brotherly pat on Li Qiu's shoulder, he spoke earnestly. Offloading this burden is not as simple as it seems. Rest assured, I shall not accept it. The old man did not summon me for these affairs. He added, well then, apply yourself diligently, and should you succeed, I shall arrange a marriage for you. Li Mu contemplated, his thoughts lingering on Li Qiu as he spoke. Upon hearing Li Mu's refusal, Li Qiu's expression fell. His face clouded with despair as he stared pitifully at his brother. Second brother, having spent years in the northern frontier, my expertise lies solely in leading troops into battle. I am ill-equipped to manage state affairs. If you were to command an army, I would comply, but to engage my intellect in governance would be akin to asking me to sever my own head with a sword. My reluctance is not from a lack of support, but from sheer powerlessness. The fact that His Majesty has not delegated these duties to another speaks volumes of your competence. So apply yourself well. Li Mu, feeling a pang of sympathy for Li Qiu's woeful demeanor, sought a way to comfort him. He spread his hands, feigning helplessness. Once again, the conversation turned tense. Li Qiu seemed oblivious to the fact that Li Mu referred to the emperor not as father but as His Majesty. Nevertheless, Li Qiu was determined to make one last effort to resist, but as he opened his mouth, Li Mu interjected, second brother, spare me the buts. As a subject, it is your duty to share the burdens of your sovereign. As a son, you must also alleviate the worries of your father. You are both a son and a subject. What is wrong with sharing the burdens of your ruler and father? His Majesty trusts you to manage state affairs, and to disappoint him would be an act of disloyalty and unfilial piety. Li Mu spoke with grave sincerity, leaving Li Qiu momentarily stunned, his expression blank and brow furrowed. It must be said that Li Mu's persuasive skills were truly remarkable. Li Qiu gazed at Li Mu with a peculiar look, as if he were beginning to grasp the rationale behind his brother's words. Disloyalty and unfilial piety? I, Li Qiu, have studied the sacred texts since my youth, learning the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. How could I possibly act disloyal or unfilial? Elder brother, I understand now. After some contemplation, Li Qiu spoke earnestly. Li Mu gently patted his shoulder, nodding in approval. This brother knows how to act. He truly listens. By the way, elder brother, now that you have returned, you must have no place to settle in Chang'an yet. I have a villa in the western part of the city. If you do not mind, I would like to gift it to you as a token of celebration for your return. Li Qiu leaned closer to Li Mu, lowering his voice. Very well, this brother knows how to treat me well. I was indeed looking for a place to stay. Li Mu's eyes brightened with this thought. He was not without a place in Chang'an, but those who had accompanied him from Liangzhou needed accommodation. If it were just him, he could easily stay with his younger brother, Li Yuan. Your kindness is overwhelming, so I shall graciously accept, Li Mu replied, bowing slightly to Li Qiu as he accepted the villa without hesitation. One should not pass up a good deal, Li Qiu thought, unable to suppress a smirk. This elder brother is indeed quite unreserved. Yet, Li Qiu couldn't help but feel a bit amused by the matter. Younger brother, I shall take my leave now. You are busy. When you find some free time, I invite you to join me for music in the pleasure quarters. After receiving the address of the villa from Li Qiu, Li Mu quickly departed, leaving behind a knowing smile that only a man would understand. Wait, what was I here for? As Li Mu's figure faded into the distance, Li Qiu scratched his head in confusion. He had failed to offload the burden and ended up relinquishing a villa for nothing. It felt like a significant loss. Late at night, in the villa in the western part of the city, most of the inhabitants were fast asleep, exhausted from their long journey. However, Li Mu found himself restless in a room adorned with ancient charm, illuminated as if it were daylight. Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed, gazing at a luminous orb suspended in mid-air. This is the blessing bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Chapter 58. Blessings of the heavenly Tao. An essence of Xianhuang. Is this essence truly a blessing from the heavenly Tao? It appears no different from the ordinary, Li Mu pondered, resting his chin in thought, his brow furrowing. This orb of Xianhuang light exuded a mysterious aura, enveloped in an ancient essence that seemed to have endured countless ages. Slowly, Li Mu raised his right hand towards the suspended orb. Upon contact, a wave of warmth enveloped him, a most comforting sensation. Suddenly, the Xinhuang light erupted magnificently, transforming into a sea of brilliance. Li Mu quickly closed his eyes to shield them from the blinding radiance. Though his eyes were shut, he could distinctly sense a movement along his arm. The orb of Xinhuang light transformed into wisps of energy, flowing down his arm and spreading throughout his body. Ah! A sharp pain surged through his mind, causing Li Mu to wince and let out a cry. His teeth clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead as he endured the torment, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Soon, the sensation of pain began to dissipate. With a sigh of relief, Li Mu felt his limbs grow weak, a profound exhaustion washing over him, as if he had just fought a fierce battle. Simultaneously, a wealth of information flooded his mind. An essence of Xinhuang can consume the sun, moon, and stars. After regaining his composure with several deep breaths, a sharp glint ignited in his eyes, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Xinhuang energy. That orb is Xinhuang energy. Xinhuang energy, born at the dawn of creation, brimming with supreme transformative power, is indeed the very first essence of true energy in the world. The blessing bestowed by the heavenly Tao upon Li Mu is precisely this essence of Xinhuang. Although Li Mu possessed merely a single essence of Xinhuang, the true energy contained within flowed forth like a mighty river. With this essence entering his body, it perfectly compensated for his inability to cultivate true energy. Li Mu's physical form had also grown significantly stronger, comparable to that of a nascent second-tier warrior. Clenching his fist, a smile crept across Li Mu's face as he declared, "With this strength, I could easily vanquish any second-tier martial artist with a single blow." In addition to enhancing his physical capabilities, the Xinhuang energy also contained supreme transformative power, proving itself to be remarkably profound. As he spoke, his tone was laced with uncontainable joy. The supreme transformative power of the Xinhuang energy required time to comprehend. By the way, now that the Xinhuang energy has entered my body, I wonder if the cold poison still lingers. Li Mu's eyes gleamed with realization as he recalled the cold poison afflicting him. The Xinhuang energy was incredibly mysterious. Perhaps it could eradicate the cold poison. Li Mu closed his eyes, delving into his inner consciousness. Moments later, he opened his eyes, disappointment and helplessness flashing across his gaze. With a sigh, he pondered, what on earth is this cold poison? Even the Xinhuang energy cannot dispel it. The cold poison remained within him, unexorcised. It seemed that ridding himself of this affliction would rely on the great immortal phoenix. Li Mu shook his head in resignation, glancing at the table before him. A plump immortal phoenix lay sound asleep, a stream of drool trickling from its beak. The immortal phoenix, since returning from the Northern campaign, Hong Xiu had periodically drawn blood from the immortal phoenix to alleviate the cold poison. After consuming its blood, Li Mu found significant relief from the cold poison. Otherwise, he would have become a frail invalid by winter's arrival. The most pressing matter now was to eliminate the cold poison. Only by doing so could he possibly regain his lost cultivation, or even ascend to greater heights. Without stepping into the first-tier realm, he could only be considered a second-rate expert. Li Mu's gaze remained unwavering as he regarded the immortal phoenix on the table. After falling ill years ago, he had lost his first-tier cultivation, and the cold poison had accumulated within him. Over the years, the cold poison had remained unpurged, preventing him from cultivating true energy. Li Mu suspected that the loss of his cultivation was undoubtedly linked to the cold poison. In other words, the cold poison acted like shackles binding him, sealing away his powers and inhibiting his true energy. Eliminating the cold poison would not be a task accomplished in a single day. Perhaps he should first seek to comprehend the supreme transformative power within the Xinhuang energy. Who knows what unexpected gains might arise? Li Mu pondered for a moment, then closed his eyes, his hands grasping the air as if holding an iron ball. Positioned at his abdomen, within his lower dantian, a swirl of profound yellow energy floated, mottled and ancient. Li Mu felt a fleeting disconnection of his mind, which then manifested within the realm of profound yellow energy. This was a world suffused with the essence of profound yellow, where the front was void and the back was chaos. Everywhere his gaze fell was steeped in profound yellow. I in this ethereal realm. Li Mu's spirit meandered forward, though he lost track of time. Soon, he beheld a flickering light ahead, reminiscent of stars winking. He quickened his pace, and before long, he saw an ancient golden character suspended in the void. Surrounded by an exceptionally pure and dense aura of profound yellow, it was the character Ling. Yet, Li Mu did not recognize its significance. Instantly, numerous golden characters appeared in midair, as plentiful as the stars in the sky. Surely, this was the supreme transformation within the profound yellow energy. As he gazed upon the floating characters, his eyes ignited with fervor. He then settled cross-legged, palms pressed together, and began to meditate under the hovering character. Thus, a night passed quietly in the antique room. Li Mu gradually opened his eyes, emerging from his contemplative state. The supreme transformation was indeed extraordinary. He smiled and couldn't help but express his sentiments. It seemed that this night of insight had yielded profound benefits. He then rose from the bed, donned his shoes, and made his way to the door. The early bird catches the worm, and after a night of reflection, his stomach was empty. Creak. He opened the door. Squinting as the gentle sunlight bathed his face warmly as his eyes adjusted to the daylight, he glanced at the sky, where the resplendent sun was gradually ascending. Fixating on the direction of the sunrise, Li Mu suddenly thought of Old Gung. The sun rises in the east, casting light upon the world. Calculating the days, Old Gung should almost have arrived at the invincible empire by now, Li Mu murmured to himself. Feeling an inexplicable unease and concern for Old Gung. "Your Highness, you are awake." A soft voice interrupted Li Mu's reverie from a distance. He turned his attention towards the source of the voice. A figure clad in red entered his view. An exquisite beauty with a captivating figure. It was the maid. Hong Xiu Dingmem thought Li Mu nodded and spoke. "Hong Xiu, is there anything to eat?" "Yes." Hong Xiu approached Li Mu, first performing a slight bow, then nodding her head. She had prepared breakfast for him. "Excellent." Li Mu's eyes sparkled with delight. "However, Your Highness, there is another matter." Hong Xiu's delicate lips parted as she softly continued. "The palace has sent someone." Li Mu furrowed his brow, intrigued. Hong Xiu elaborated. "A eunuch from the palace has come to convey the emperor's decree, summoning Your Highness to court today. He has also brought the dragon robe and jade belt." In the grand palace of the great Zhou, a majestic edifice loomed, as imposing as a towering mountain. This was the venue for the minister's court assembly, the Hall of Great Virtue. Before the Hall of Great Virtue, civil and military officials awaited the court session. Ordinarily, the court officials would not cluster together in groups while waiting. The great Zhou emperor abhorred factions among his ministers, even in the face of political strife. Such matters were seldom brought to light. Yet today, the ministers were markedly different from usual. They huddled in small groups, animatedly discussing. All this was due to one man, the Crown Prince, Li Mu. Have you heard? The prince guarding the northern frontier has returned to Chang'an and nearly clashed with the third prince at the city gate. He even ascended the sword path ranking, claiming the top position. It must be said, the Crown Prince possesses extraordinary talent. When he was born, auspicious clouds gathered from the east, filling the skies for 100 miles, and there were visions of dragons and phoenixes. In his youth, he traveled to Liangzhou, guarding it for 13 years, becoming the northern god of war feared by the barbaric tribes. At such a young age, he ascended the sword path ranking. Our great Zhou has a dragon among us. As the officials spoke of Crown Prince Li Mu, their words were filled with admiration and respect. This crown prince had undoubtedly outshone the other princes. A civil official glanced around and whispered to those nearby. "I also heard that later, the crown prince was summoned to meet the emperor. Do you think they discussed anything of significance?" The emperor has not attended court for many days, yet summoned all officials to court the day after the crown prince's return. Perhaps he intends to announce something. Could it possibly relate to the position of crown prince? The official's words trailed off as he hastily closed his mouth, wary of speaking further. Misfortune may come from careless words. Caution is prudent. The officials exchanged knowing glances, silently shaking their heads. The position of crown prince involved multiple factions and could not be spoken of lightly. If such words reached the emperor's ears, not only would their positions be at risk, but their very lives might be in jeopardy. Several officials nodded, choosing to refrain from discussing the crown prince's position. However, the third prince, Li Yi, overheard the civil official's comments. Li Yi cast a cold glance at the official, his expression darkening like rippling spring water. That position of crown prince is rightfully mine. What is Li Mu to me? He clenched his fists tightly, feeling an intense unwillingness. While the officials awaited, a figure, graceful as a jade tree, adorned in a black dragon robe with golden patterns, ascended the white steps leading to the Hall of Great Virtue. This person had brows like swords, eyes like stars, well-defined features, and stood over 7 feet tall, exuding an aura of might and royal authority that commanded respect and Chang'an. Who else but Li Mu possessed such regal demeanor? As the officials noticed Li Mu's silhouette at the top of the steps, their eyes narrowed. Dragon robe? Upon seeing the black dragon robe adorning Li Mu, the officials' expressions shifted dramatically, their scalps tingling. A figure instantly surfaced in their minds, unfamiliar in visage, yet clad in the dragon robe, radiating the authority of a sovereign. Who else could it be but the crown prince, Li Mu? I have seen the crown prince. One official bowed respectfully to Li Mu. No need for formalities. Li Mu glanced at the official, waved his hand dismissively, and spoke calmly as Li Mu descended the steps and approached the open space in front of the Hall of Great Virtue. More and more officials recognized him. I have seen the crown prince. I have seen the crown prince. Numerous officials stepped forward to bow before Li Mu, seeking to establish familiarity. Everyone, there is no need for excessive formalities, Li Mu responded amiably, devoid of any haughty airs befitting a crown prince, yet exuding an undeniable royal authority that inspired awe among the officials. Royal brother, you have arrived. At that moment, a young man clad in a golden-patterned robe waved enthusiastically at Li Mu. The speaker was none other than the second prince. Li Qiu. Li Mu turned his gaze towards Li Qiu, nodding in acknowledgement. He held a favorable impression of the second prince. Unlike that scoundrel, the third prince, Li Yi. Remarkable indeed. The dragon robe and jade belt signify that in the eyes of our father, your status is incomparable to that of us younger princes. You have guarded the northern frontier for many years, achieving remarkable feats. This dragon robe and jade belt befit you well. Li Qiu stepped closer, appraising Li Mu's dragon robe, unable to suppress his envy. The dragon robe and jade belt were bestowed only upon those with exceptional military merit, granted by the great Zhou emperor. Though devoid of real power, they symbolize status, representing one who stands above thousands. Even the crown prince must show respect. Among all the princes, only Li Mu bore such honor. It was evident how highly the great Zhou emperor regarded Li Mu. Perhaps, Li Mu replied to Li Qiu with a calm smile. His Majesty summons the court. All officials enter the hall. At that moment, a middle-aged eunuch at the entrance of the Hall of Great Virtue raised his voice. As the announcement concluded, the officials outside arranged themselves according to rank and entered the hall, civil officials in one line, military officials in another, leaving a gap in between. Li Mu remained outside the hall. Just as he prepared to enter, he was stopped by the middle-aged eunuch at the door. After the civil and military officials had entered, the great Zhou emperor, supported by the Grand Steward, Li Jianzong, slowly emerged from behind the door beside the dragon throne, his complexion pale and bearing a sickly appearance. Rise for court. The great Zhou emperor took his seat, and the Grand Steward flicked his ceremonial whisk, proclaiming loudly, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" Inside the hall, the civil and military officials simultaneously knelt, bowing deeply, their voices filled with utmost reverence. All rise. The great Zhou emperor waved his right hand, his voice resonating with the authority of a ruler. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials stood. Then, the great Zhou emperor glanced at the Grand Steward, who nodded in understanding. From a golden silk tray held by a nearby eunuch, he retrieved a decree and called out, "The emperor has commanded, summon the northern frontier commander, Crown Prince Li Mu, to enter the hall." The emperor has commanded, summon the northern frontier commander, Crown Prince Li Mu, to enter the hall. The emperor has commanded, summon the northern frontier commander, Crown Prince Li Mu, to enter the hall. Your Majesty has decreed the summoning of the Northern Border Military Commander, the Crown Prince Li Mu, to the palace. The voice of Li Jinchong resonated, prompting a eunuch to loudly announce the order, echoing throughout the realm. Upon hearing the summons, Li Mu stepped into the Grand Virtue Hall with measured strides. Clad in a dragon robe and adorned with a jade belt, he exuded an air of solitary grace, akin to a cloud emerging from a mountain, transcending the ages. His unparalleled elegance was truly remarkable, unmatched in history. Your servant pays his respects to your Majesty, Li Mu proclaimed as he approached the forefront of the civil and military officials, halting to bow deeply in reverence to the Emperor of the Great Zhou. The Northern Border Military Commander may rise, the Great Zhou Emperor stated. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Mu straightened his posture. At that moment, the Grand Master of the Inner Court, Li Jinchong, stepped forward, unfurling the imperial edict in his hand. He began to read. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees. Crown Prince Li Mu, who has valiantly defended the northern border for 13 years and achieved remarkable military feats, is hereby granted the title of Wolf Jiusu, a testament to his historical impact, which brings me great comfort. Those who have excelled shall be rewarded. The commanders of the 3 northern provinces shall each be promoted by 1 rank, soldiers shall receive 3 years' worth of pay, and military academies shall be established for the sons of soldiers, allowing them access to education. Additionally, special envoys shall be dispatched to the 3 northern provinces to commend the troops. For the Northern Border Military Commander Li Mu, he shall be bestowed with a dragon robe, a jade belt, a 3-treasure golden crown, and the Shangfang Heavenly Sword, and shall be honored with the title of General Tian Su, with the privilege of establishing a governmental office equivalent to that of the 3 departments. Just as Li Jinchong concluded, before Li Mu could express his gratitude and accept the decree, a sudden voice broke through the air. A minister with gray-streaked hair stepped forth, declaring, Your Majesty, this cannot be. For a millennium, the Great Zhou dynasty had only one Tiansu general, the illustrious Emperor Taizong, whose title symbolized the very essence of the Great Zhou. This matter is of great import. I implore Your Majesty to reconsider. This individual was the current Prime Minister, Qin Hui. The title of Tiansu General represented the pinnacle of honor among military leaders. Over the course of 1,000 years, only Emperor Taizong had been bestowed this esteemed title. Yet, what of Emperor Taizong? He was the architect who led the Great Zhou to its zenith. Li Mu, having merely defended the borders for 13 years, despite his illustrious achievements, was not deserving of such an honor. Compared to Emperor Taizong, Li Mu was still far from his caliber. Moreover, the military commanders of the other 3 borders had served longer and achieved great victories as well. Should Li Mu be granted the title of Tiansu General, it would surely stir discontent among the commanders of the other 3 borders, potentially alienating them. As for the establishment of a governmental office equivalent to that of the 3 departments, Prime Minister Qin Hui had little to say. For Li Mu was the military commander of the North, and even if he were granted such a privilege, he would not remain long in Chang'an. It was the title of Tiansu General that he vehemently opposed. Qin Hui bowed deeply before the throne, exclaiming, Your Majesty, for a millennium, only Emperor Taizong has been granted the title of Tiansu General, which is the utmost glory for a military leader. If Your Majesty were to bestow this title upon the Crown Prince, who has merely defended the northern border for 13 years, what would the commanders of the other 3 borders think? The Crown Prince has valiantly guarded the north against barbarian threats and 2 great empires. But the south is bordered by the treacherous mountains of the southern frontier, the west is under the watchful eye of the western province, and the east suffers from the ravages of the canine giants and other barbarous tribes. The commanders stationed in the southwest and east have also contributed greatly. I beseech Your Majesty to reconsider. Qin Hui bowed once more but did not rise, intending to exert pressure upon the Great Zhou Emperor. If Li Mu were conferred the title of Tiansu General, the majority of military leaders in the court, as well as those in the Ministry of War, would likely align themselves with Li Mu, a scenario Qin Hui fervently wished to avoid. The factions in the court were currently balanced, but Li Mu's ascension would undoubtedly disrupt this equilibrium, leading to unrest within the court. Moreover, should the military leaders and the Ministry of War side with Li Mu, the military power of the northern border, combined with the support of the court's generals, would render his position as crown prince unassailable, leaving no opportunity for the prince he favored. The great Zhou Emperor's gaze darkened, landing upon Qin Hui with an unsettling chill in his eyes. Why decision is made. There is no need for further discourse, Prime Minister. The great Zhou Emperor's authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall. Qin Hui furrowed his brow, persisting, Your Majesty, I urge you to reconsider. Tansu General is the king of all generals. It symbolizes the supreme honor of military leaders. He'll bestow this title upon the crown prince, who has only defended the northern border for 13 years, may stir discontent among the other generals. Qin Hui's words were earnest, as if he truly had Li Mu's best interests at heart. Yet, the great Zhou Emperor paid no heed to his counsel. Qin Hui, you have spoken too much. The great Zhou Emperor narrowed his eyes and spoke sternly. The words struck Qin Hui like a thunderbolt, sending a shiver down his spine as a wave of dread washed over him. He sensed the overwhelming authority of the emperor bearing down upon him. I am the emperor of the great Zhou, and act with due consideration. There is no need to explain myself to you. The prime minister, as the head of the officials, is to alleviate my burdens, not to act in opposition to me. The emperor's commanding voice reverberated within the hall, enveloping the grand virtue hall in an aura of imperial might. The civil and military officials present trembled slightly, their hands and feet growing cold, lowering their heads in silence, fearful to even breathe. Who could have imagined that after more than 2 months away from court, the Prime Minister Qin Hui would openly challenge him? The atmosphere within the hall turned stiflingly tense, as if the very air had solidified. Silence reigned, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Li Jinchong, sensing the shift, discreetly gestured toward Li Mu, realizing that only he could diffuse the tension in the court. Your servant shall accept the decree and express gratitude, Li Mu declared, clasping his hands and bending respectfully. The cause of Qin Hui's ire towards the great Zhou Emperor stemmed from the bestowal of the title of Tansu General. With Li Mu accepting the decree, Qin Hui found himself with no words left to say. The imperial edict had been issued. The emperor's command was not to be defied, dismissed. The great Zhou Emperor cast a final glance at the still-bowed Qin Hui, snorting disdainfully as he swept out of the hall. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The officials cried, kneeling in reverence. After a moment, the civil and military officials finally rose. Prime Minister, what was the purpose of your actions? The second Prince Li Qiu approached, aiding Qin Hui to his feet. Your elder brother has served at the borders for many years and has achieved considerable military merit. Surely the emperor has his reasons for rewarding him. Why provoke his ire? Li Qiu had been handling state affairs on behalf of the great Zhou Emperor during these days, and Qin Hui had assisted him significantly. Thus, it was only fitting to offer support now. Qin Hui lifted his head, yet his gaze toward Li Qiu bore a different weight. Their eyes met, and Li Qiu's grip on Qin Hui's hand tightened slightly. Li Mu, holding the imperial edict presented by Li Jinchong, made his way toward the palace exit. He was not familiar with the courtiers within, and thus had little to say. The officials gradually departed the Grand Virtue Hall. However, a group of civil and military officials hastened towards Li Mu shortly after exiting the hall. 18 noon. In the western villa, a youth sat idly on the steps, propping his chin with one hand while absent-mindedly waving a twig in the other, lost in thought as he observed the ants on the ground. His attire indicated he was no ordinary person. A carriage pulled up at the entrance of the villa. Your Highness, we have arrived. The respectful voice of the coachman announced. A commanding figure emerged from the carriage. Li Mu stepped out and looked up at the sky. He realized that the sun was now directly overhead. Having left the villa early that morning, brother? Suddenly, an exuberant voice called out. Li Mu turned to see a youth beaming with joy, arms outstretched, rushing towards him. Brother, we must not. Li Mu's eyes widened in surprise. Instinctively rejecting the embrace in his heart, he attempted to step back, but it was too late. The youth leaped into his arms. Brother. The youth clung to Li Mu's neck, his eyes brimming with uncontainable delight. Who are you? Li Mu furrowed his brow, though his hands instinctively supported the boy's legs. Brother, it's me. I'm Xiao Yuan, the youth declared earnestly. Xiao Yuan, indeed. It is you. Li Mu's expression transformed into a radiant smile as realization dawned upon him. Li Yuan was his mother's younger brother. I remember when I left Chang'an. You were just learning to walk. I never imagined you'd grown so much. Li Mu's heart swelled with emotion. Brother, it's been 13 years. Li Yuan bit his lip, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, a wave of emotion threatening to spill over. He tilted his head slightly to hold back the tears. Indeed, it has been 13 years. Li Mu felt a lump in his throat, a bittersweet mix of emotions flooding his heart. He gently ruffled Li Yuan's hair, filled with affection. His early days in the northern border had been fraught with hardship, and his younger siblings in Chang'an had likely endured their share of difficulties as well. Blood ties run deep. After 13 years apart, Li Yuan recognized Li Mu at once. Perhaps this was the bond that transcends time and distance. In an antiquated room, the sound of shattering objects reverberated through the air. Tables and chairs lay overturned, teapots and vases lay in fragments, and the scholarly implements on the desk were scattered across the floor. Creating a scene of utter chaos, the one unleashing his fury within this space was none other than the third prince, Li Yi. Beside him stood a man clad in black, as still as a statue. With his head bowed and lips sealed in silence, an imperial edict had been deceitfully conveyed, summoning Li Mu back to Chang'an. With Li Mu's return, he could be accused of returning without summons or of forging the emperor's decree, leading to his imprisonment in the Dali Temple, where he would face execution without trial. Yet, what was the reality? Not only was Li Mu unscathed, but he had also been granted the title of General of Tiansu, awarded the authority of a minister, basking in glory. Was this your brilliant idea? Li Yi approached the silent man in black, seizing the collar of his garb with a vicious expression, his eyes filled with malevolence as he ground his teeth. Were it not for the suggestion of this man in black, how could Li Mu have attained the title of General of Tiansu? The General of Tiansu, a position second to none. Even a first-rank general would bow before the might of the Tiansu general. Furthermore, with the authority to establish a government and recruit officials and soldiers, Li Mu possessed both prestige and military power. In the city of Chang'an, which prince could rival him? Li Ye's heart burned with rage and resentment, accompanied by a tinge of regret for having heeded the black-clad man's treacherous counsel. The man in black furrowed his brow, his mind racing as he contemplated a counter-strategy. Your Highness, please remain calm. This was entirely an unforeseen circumstance. Were it not for His Majesty intervening to summon Li Mu to the palace, he would have already been imprisoned in the Dali Temple, or even executed by now. The man in black raised his head, his demeanor earnest as he explained. He had calculated every detail, save for the unexpected emergence of the Emperor of the Great Zhou. The Emperor had been ailing for over 2 months and had not attended court. Who could have anticipated his sudden involvement? Fear not, Your Highness, I shall handle everything. Even if Li Mu has been bestowed the title of General of Tiansu, or granted the authority of a minister, what does it matter? He may be adept in warfare, but in matters of strategy, I surpass him by a wide margin. In the political arena, how could Li Mu comprehend the lurking dangers? Within half a month, I shall ensure that Li Mu becomes acutely aware of the treacherous undercurrents in Chang'an. Gazing into Li Ye's eyes, a cold smile crept upon the lips of the man in black. His expression foreboding, he had devised a plan to deal with Li Mu. What scheme do you intend to concoct? Li Ye's eyes narrowed, suspicion etched across his face, yet he released his grip. If Li Mu were in the northern borders, commanding a legion of troops, I would have no means to contend with him. However, in Chang'an, I have myriad ways to deal with him. The man in black chuckled, a glimmer of chilling intent flashing in his eyes. Since I have chosen to align myself with Your Highness, I shall undoubtedly clear all obstacles in your path, assisting you in ascending to the throne. His voice was low yet resonant, imbued with unwavering sincerity. Observing the man in black's earnest demeanor, Li Ye's fury dissipated considerably, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes. You truly possess a method. Doubt lingered in Li Ye's heart. The man in black nodded confidently, exuding an air of certainty. What course of action do you propose? Li Yi inquired with curiosity. The man in black smiled before slowly articulating, Li Mu has spent 13 years in the northern borders, leaving countless corpses in his wake, a veritable mountain of bodies and rivers of blood. His excessive bloodshed has not gone unnoticed by the heavens. By crafting a narrative around this, the people of Chang'an will undoubtedly perceive him as a ruthless butcher. And public sentiment will turn against him, a despised villain, stripped of the people's support. What chance would he have of becoming the crown prince? The sinister smile on the man in black's lips grew ever more ominous, his shadowy eyes igniting with a chilling fervor. Gazing into those eyes, Li felt a flicker of fear arise within him in a fleeting moment. This man exuded an aura of extreme danger. Those skilled in manipulation were indeed formidable. With a measured breath, Li tempered his spirit and inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. I was hasty earlier. I hope you will forgive my impulsiveness. Henceforth, I shall rely on your expertise. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to speak at this juncture. Li lowered his demeanor somewhat. A blend of the stick and the sweet date is the way to govern. Your Highness speaks too highly of me. The previous oversight was mine alone, the man in black replied, bowing respectfully. Everything is for the grand design of your Highness, why modest efforts pale in comparison. However, there is indeed a matter that requires your presence. Oh? Li Ye's gaze flickered with curiosity. Pray, speak freely. Did I request that your Highness visit the Confucian Academy? The man in black proposed. The Confucian Academy, a revered sanctuary in the hearts of scholars across the realm, where the classics of history, poetry, and philosophy were studied, embodying the pinnacle of scholarly achievement, held a reputation that eclipsed even that of the imperial court in a western courtyard. Laughter echoed from a pavilion where two figures could be seen, Li Mu and Li Yuan. Brother, is it cold in Liangzhou? Brother, as the commander of the northern forces, do all the soldiers heed your command? How splendid that must be, brother. Do regale me with tales of your exploits in the north. Li Yuan rested his chin on the stone table, a radiant smile gracing his features. There's nothing much to recount, Li Mu frowned, feeling a twinge of annoyance at the question. What could possibly be interesting to share? Let's do it this way. Whatever you say, I shall listen, Li Yuan replied, his smile unwavering, exuding joy. Your Highness once cleaved through 800 cavalry with a single strike. At that moment, a soft voice chimed in. A graceful woman clad in red entered the pavilion, carrying a tray of tea. What? Cleave through 800 cavalry with a single strike? As the words reached his ears, Li Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. His face a canvas of disbelief. Tio cleave through 800 cavalry with a single strike. How extraordinarily powerful. I could scarcely imagine it. Then, a look of profound admiration washed over Li Yuan's features. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on Li Mu. That was when Li Mu was merely 15 years old, single-handedly annihilating an entire tribe, achieving fame in a single battle. By the way, Xiao Yuan, I trust that your sister Qing Chan is not facing any troubles in Chang'an? Li Mu, unable to endure the admiration radiating from Li Yuan's gaze, sought to shift the topic. Li Qing Chan, a sister of Li Mu, was the daughter of their mother, the Empress. She is a princess. Who would dare to bully her? Li Yuan replied without hesitation. A dignified princess, who would dare to cause her harm? They must be seeking to end their own lives. And what of our mother? Li Mu inquired further. At the mention of their mother, Li Yuan's expression tightened, forcing a smile, yet sorrow flickered in the depths of his eyes. After a brief moment of hesitation, he stammered, Mother is well. Chapter 62. 7 years prior, Sudden Death in the Palace, Part 4. Li Yuan averted his gaze, avoiding Li Mu's eyes, clearly feeling guilty and apprehensive, fearing that Li Mu might discern the truth. Li Mu, perceptive as ever, noticed Li Yuan's unease. His eyes narrowed, his expression turning grave. He scrutinized Li Yuan, speaking earnestly, Xiao Yuan, is mother truly well? If their mother were genuinely well, Li Yuan would not falter in his speech or hesitate for a moment. This was abnormal. In Li Mu's memories before he turned 8, their mother had showered him with affection. Especially after his severe illness, she had cared for him meticulously, embracing him to alleviate his overwhelming coldness. Even when her arms and body grew numb with cold, she would not let go. In those early days after Li Mu's arrival in Liangzhou, their mother had secretly aided him in many ways. Yet, after a few years, Li Mu had ceased to receive any correspondence from her. Li Mu felt a deep gratitude towards her. Mother is truly well. Li Yuan's face forced a semblance of a smile as he scratched his head. How could Xiao Yuan deceive you, brother? Though Li Yuan wore a smile, his heart was pierced with pain, as if 1,000 needles were driving into it. His heart felt as though it were bleeding. His hands, concealed within his sleeves, had already formed fists. Observing Li Yuan, Li Mu's expression remained stern, his gaze growing colder. Xiao Yuan, is mother truly well? Li Mu harbored uncertainty, suspicion gnawing at him. Li Yuan's demeanor was not normal. She is well, Li Yuan affirmed earnestly, nodding. Since mother is well, then take me to meet her. I have returned to Chang'an, but have yet to visit her. Li Mu's voice was firm, his tone resolute. Ah! Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's expression froze, momentarily stunned. Li Mu's words caught him off guard. Mother? Where shall we find mother? Li Yuan silently lamented, his heart in turmoil. What? Are you unwilling to accompany me? Li Mu's eyes narrowed. Li Yuan lowered his head, stammering. Li Yuan, do you even intend to deceive me? Speak truthfully. What has happened to mother? Seeing Li Yuan's bowed head, Li Mu raised his voice slightly, admonishing him. He stood up, glaring at Li Yuan. His frustration evident. Li Yuan, with a hesitating demeanor, concealed the truth, leaving Li Mu in a state of great anxiety. At this moment, Li Yuan's mind was a blank slate, his brows knitted tightly together. Li Mu looked at him. His gaze icy. Brother. After an interval of approximately 30 breaths, Li Yuan cried out with a quivering voice. Under Li Mu's watchful eyes, Li Yuan suddenly knelt before him. Witnessing this scene, Li Mu's eyes widened in shock. Utterly unprepared for such a display. Before Li Mu could reach out to help him up, Li Yuan's voice, laden with sorrow, rang out, Brother, we will never see our mother again. Mother has passed away. We no longer have a mother. As he spoke, 2 streams of bitter tears cascaded down Li Yuan's cheeks, each drop infused with an overwhelming longing for their mother. Subsequently, Li Yuan broke into heart-wrenching sobs, his cries tearing through the silence. Bang! The moment those words reached Li Mu's ears, it felt as though a bolt from the blue had struck him, leaving him frozen in place. His eyes were wide open, pupils constricted to the size of beans, yet devoid of life, as though his spirit had fled. Breath came in quick gasps, and his mind was engulfed in a profound darkness. Mother, mother, mother has passed away. After a prolonged silence, Li Mu's body began to tremble, as he stumbled back a step and collapsed onto a stone bench. In that instant, Li Mu felt as if the entire world had turned to ash. His hands clutched the stone table tightly, his arms quivering with suppressed emotion. Turning his gaze to the weeping Li Yuan, his expression turned frigid as he demanded, How did mother die? Why was I not informed of her passing? Until now, if it were not for my relentless inquiries, you would likely still be withholding the truth from me. As her son, you cannot possibly lie about her death. Li Yuan stifled his sobs, wiping away his tears, and with a choked voice admitted, Brother, mother passed away 7 years ago. 7 years ago. Li Mu's eyes widened once more, filled with disbelief. To think that their mother had departed this world 7 years prior. And yet he was only now learning of it. Puff! Li Mu felt a tightness in his chest, a warmth rising in his throat, as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Anger surged through him, draining the color from his face. No wonder there had been no news of her afterwards. It was a heart-wrenching revelation to brother. Noticing Li Mu spitting blood, Li Yuan hurried to his side, grasping his arm with concern. I am fine. Li Mu shook his head and coldly inquired, How did mother pass away? And why did you conceal this from me? Li Yuan pondered for a moment, hesitating in his heart, but ultimately decided to divulge the truth to his elder brother. He glanced at Hong Xiu, acknowledging the presence of another. There are matters that cannot be discussed in front of outsiders. Li Mu looked at Hong Xiu, who nodded and quietly departed. Then, with utmost seriousness, Li Yuan continued, Brother, mother's death was shrouded in mystery. I was only 8 years old at the time, and the details were relayed to me by our elder sister later on that fateful day. Everyone in mother's palace, including her, succumbed simultaneously, while her body was the only one left intact. The others were cremated on the same day. Rumors spread that mother had encountered something malevolent, causing unrest within the palace. Father issued a gag order, sealing this information away. Soon after, many new faces appeared among the palace eunuchs and maidservants, while old ones vanished without a trace. As for why you were not informed, it was not solely directed at you. It was Father's command to keep the news from reaching the outside world. You were stationed far away at the Liangzhou border, thousands of miles from Chang'an, and the news never reached you. Our elder sister dispatched 18 messengers to Liangzhou, but none returned. They likely fell victim to treachery along the way. The cremation on that day, the sealed information, the change of personnel within the palace, these actions are far too suspicious. Brother, I believe there is something amiss surrounding Mother's death. As he uttered these words, Li Yuan lowered his voice, and Li Mu's gaze sharpened, sensing something was amiss. How could everyone in the palace perish simultaneously? Li Yuan pressed on. 5 years ago, our uncle came to Chang'an and sought me and our elder sister. She informed him of the events, and fearing that you might act impulsively and march south with troops, he advised against telling you, opting to investigate discreetly. Over the years, our uncle has been quietly probing this matter. After much difficulty, he discovered that a group within the palace had been executed in secret. I suspect this is closely tied to the palace, where those concubines would stop at nothing to vie for favor. Upon hearing Li Yuan's revelations, Li Mu's expression turned icy, emanating an aura of terror. Marching south? Approaching Chang'an? His breath quickened, fists clenched so tightly that his fingertips pierced his flesh, blood seeping through. In that moment, he resembled a sovereign of the night, terrifyingly formidable. Chapter 63. The God of War Unmatched. A man's tears. 5th update. In the tranquil pavilion of the villa, silence reigned. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Li Mu sat upon a stone bench, one hand resting atop the stone table, trembling slightly, leaving shallow impressions with his fingers. His heart was a tumult of emotions, sorrow and bitterness intertwined, a heaviness weighing upon him. His eyes were red-rimmed, misty with unshed tears, yet he stubbornly held his head high, refusing to let the tears fall. A man's tears are not easily shed. Blood may flow, but tears shall not. Time trickled by as Li Mu remained motionless on the stone bench, seemingly turned to stone. Meanwhile, Li Yuan knelt on the ground, softly sobbing, guilt gnawing at his heart. It was unclear how long had passed, but the sun in the clear sky was nearing its descent. With a deep breath, Li Mu returned to himself, forcing down the sorrow that threatened to overwhelm him. He glanced at the kneeling Li Yuan, his brow furrowing slightly, feeling an inexplicable pang of compassion. Their mother had passed when little Yuan was merely 8 years old, and Qing Chan was just 11. Without their mother's protection, the siblings must have endured considerable hardship in Chang'an. All these years, they had suffered. In Chang'an, undercurrents swirled, and danger lurked in shadows. Those who vied for power were ruthless, especially the malevolent concubines of the royal harem. Little Yuan, Li Mu gazed down at the weeping Li Yuan, reaching out to gently touch his forehead. You need not carry guilt. This is not your fault. Brother, Li Yuan lifted his tear-streaked face, looking utterly pitiful, and implored, Brother, the circumstances surrounding Mother's death are suspicious. Rest assured, little Yuan, I am already aware of these matters. I will find out the truth behind Mother's death and avenge her. Looking into Li Yuan's pleading eyes, Li Mu spoke earnestly, vowing silently that even if it meant exposing the hidden forces in Chang'an, he would not hesitate. Upon hearing these words, Li Yuan finally rose to his feet. Though his steps were unsteady as he sat on the stone bench, my legs have gone numb from kneeling so long, little Yuan. Please call for your sister. I wish to see mother. Li Mu looked at Li Yuan. All right, Li Yuan nodded while rubbing his legs. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, thoughts of their mother lingered in their hearts. Before them stood a tomb nestled against verdant mountains, with a gentle stream flowing in front. The scenery was serene and picturesque, a fitting resting place. This tomb was the final resting place of Li Mu's mother. Before the gravestone, a richly dressed man and woman busied themselves. The woman, with her exquisite beauty and cascading black hair, donned an elegant green gown, her delicate hands arranging fruits and offerings. This woman was none other than Li Mu's younger sister. Li Qingchan. The man was Li Yuan, lighting incense with a solemn expression. As for Li Mu, he stood before the gravestone, fixated on the inscription, motionless and silent, though his eyes were already reddened, brimming with tears. Though Li Mu's face bore no visible sorrow, internally, he was already weeping silently. His voice hoarse from grief. "I in this world, sorrow takes many forms, but none are more profound than two. Some wail and weep, their hearts rent asunder. Others remain silent, burying their grief deep within." Li Mu was of the latter kind, preferring to conceal his sorrow, silently enduring the suffering. "Brother, please light incense for mother." Li Yuan approached with 3 lit sticks of incense, speaking softly. 7 years had passed since their mother's death, yet Li Mu had never offered her incense. Li Mu nodded, accepting the incense and walking toward the gravestone. After Li Qingchuan arranged the offerings, she stepped aside, quietly watching her brother, tears glistening in her eyes. Li Mu knelt before the gravestone, offering the incense. Afterward, he did not immediately rise but instead extended a trembling hand to caress the cold stone. His silhouette appeared desolate and mournful. That brother, Li Yuan, watching Li Mu's back, could not help but call out, wanting to help him up. Yet Li Qingchuan quickly reached out, halting him, shaking her head. "It has been 7 years. Brother surely has many words to share with mother. Let him have this moment alone. We shall wait for him over there." With gentle words, Li Qingchuan led Li Yuan away. After they departed, Li Mu remained silent, not from a lack of words, but because his heart was too heavy to express. His hand continued to gently caress the cold gravestone, while memories of his mother flickered in his mind like fleeting shadows. He vividly recalled that autumn when the rain fell upon Chang'an, a young child wronged by others, provoking the emperor's wrath, resulting in a decree that sent him to the harsh land of Liangzhou. The child's mother donned her battle armor anew, with a heavenly blade at her waist, storming into the palace with determination. Sharpening her blade against the emperor, Li Mu reminisced about the past, feeling a growing pang of sorrow within his heart. Leaning against the gravestone, he sat down, resting his head upon it, his expression vacant as he delved into childhood memories. The past was like smoke, yet it remained vividly etched in his mind. Time slipped away unknowingly, and soon Li Mu's vision began to fade, his eyes gradually closing. "Mother!" As his eyelids fell shut, a faint whisper escaped his lips. A crystalline tear rolled down the corner of his eye. Li Mu had shed tears for the first time in 13 years since crossing into this world. Is there not a saying that men do not weep lightly? It is simply that the moment of sorrow had not yet arrived. In the grand palace of the great Zhou, the emperor arrived in a dragon carriage before a dilapidated palace. Shortly, he descended from the carriage and opened the door. Gazing at the palace gates bound by iron chains, the emperor spoke in a deep voice, "Li Jinchong, you shall wait outside. Without my permission, none shall enter. Those who intrude shall face death without mercy." After delivering this edict, the emperor strode towards the gate, entering the crumbling palace alone. Moments later, he found himself before a foam mountain entwined with withered vines in the courtyard. Without hesitation, the emperor stepped forward. And in an instant, his figure was drawn into the mountain. Behind the Fade lay a hidden paradise. The emperor felt a momentary disorientation, and the next, he was greeted by a serene and elegant courtyard, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Amidst the blooms, a woman clad in white was watering the plants, her ethereal grace akin to that of a celestial being descending from the heavens. She held a yellowed gourd ladle in her hands. As the emperor approached the white-clad woman, she sensed his presence but continued her task, seemingly unfazed. "Muir has returned," the emperor announced from a distance of about 10 paces. At the sound of his voice, the woman's long lashes fluttered, and the gourd ladle slipped from her grasp. Chapter 64. Master of the Floating Fragrance Pavilion, a scholar of Confucianism. The night was deep and dark. The autumn wind howled, and the moon hid behind the stars. Beneath the towering green mountains, a figure leaned against the gravestone, resting his head upon it, eyes closed as if in slumber. This person was none other than Li Mu. Though the night had grown late, Li Mu remained at the tomb, unwilling to depart. Beside him, Li Yuan and Li Qingchuan had not left either. The siblings waited by the carriage for Li Mu. "Sister, brother has returned and has been bestowed the title of General of Heavenly Strategy, with the authority equivalent to 3 divisions. Li Yuan gazed towards the direction of the tomb, speaking softly. If only Mother were aware of this. How joyous she would be. Mother's spirit surely observes this from above, Li Qingchan added, her lips parting slightly, a flicker of sadness passing through her elongated eyes. Yet she quickly smiled, her eyes brightening with joy. After 13 years, the 3 of us have finally reunited. Time flowed silently through the night, and soon dawn approached. Morning broke, the sun rising over the western villa, where a carriage slowly rolled to a stop at the entrance. A handsome young man alighted from the vehicle. It was Li Mu. He had remained by his mother's grave throughout the night, only departing as daybreak arrived. Li Yuan and Li Qingchan had kept him company. But at this moment, they were nowhere to be seen as they had gone to catch up on sleep after a long night. Your Highness, upon spotting Li Mu, the guards at the gate immediately bowed in greeting. Li Mu regarded them with an impassive expression and commanded, summon Hongxiu to see me. With that, he entered the villa without awaiting a response. One guard hastily made his way into the villa to find Hongxiu. Inside an elegantly furnished room, Li Mu sat at a desk, diligently writing. Your Highness, you called for me. At that moment, a woman clad in red, with a graceful figure, entered the room. This was Hongxiu. Hongxiu, I need you to visit the floating fragrance pavilion. Find the pavilion master and deliver this to her. Li Mu did not lift his head, simply pushing a letter towards the edge of the desk. Understood, Hongxiu nodded, taking the letter before departing the villa. Meanwhile, Li Mu continued to pour ink onto paper, growing increasingly dissatisfied as he crumpled each failed attempt and cast them to the floor. Paper balls littered the ground as he sought to piece together the threads surrounding his mother's sudden death 7 years prior. To uncover the true cause of her demise, he knew he needed to prepare thoroughly. Otherwise, he would merely flounder aimlessly. He inscribed on a piece of paper, the events from 7 years ago have been sealed away, suggesting no written records exist. Therefore, I must begin with those from that time. However, many faces had vanished from the palace since that incident, most likely silenced forever. He wondered if any had managed to escape. For now, this was his only lead, or perhaps infiltrating the inner palace to investigate further. Soon, an hour had passed. Hongxiu returned, accompanied by a voluptuous and enchanting woman. The alluring woman possessed exquisite features, her eyes like distant mountains, with rosy lips and a charming smile that was both captivating and enticing. This was Yifei, the master of the floating fragrance pavilion. Your Highness, the master of the floating fragrance pavilion has arrived, Hongxiu announced as they entered the room, the former's delicate hand resting on her waist, slightly bowing. Hearing this, Li Mu lifted his gaze, his eyes falling upon Yifei's breathtaking visage. I have seen your Highness, Yifei said, bowing slightly. There is no need for excessive formality, Pavilion Master Yi, Li Mu gestured dismissively. Although Yifei appeared to be a gentle and delicate woman, Li Mu knew that she could be as ruthless as a viper when provoked. Her cunning rivaling that of any man.as, the master of the floating fragrance pavilion, Yifei was one of Li Mu's covert operatives in Chang'an. The floating fragrance pavilion, a place of revelry and indulgence, attracted men seeking pleasure, from noble lords to commoners. All frequented such establishments. Operating a brothel in Chang'an was undoubtedly an effective means of gathering intelligence. After a few cups of fine wine and the allure of captivating women, what secrets could not be coaxed out? Your Highness summoned me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Yifei inquired directly, her keen intellect evident. Li Mu nodded, approaching the matter straightforwardly. Pavilion Master Yi, I need you to investigate a peculiar incident from 7 years ago in the palace. He refrained from mentioning his mother's death directly, believing it prudent that fewer individuals be privy to such sensitive information. A peculiar incident from 7 years ago. Yifei's eyes narrowed slightly, a sense of pressure enveloping her. The palace's defenses were formidable, and delving into a matter so old would pose significant challenges. Sensing her apprehension, Li Mu reassured her. I understand the difficulties involved, but rest assured, all our operatives in Chang'an will assist you. You may mobilize every resource at your disposal, including those within the court. With the backing of all operatives, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground, they could uncover the truth behind the incident from 7 years ago. Li Mu's gaze was resolute, radiating an indomitable spirit. The primary task now is to find someone who knows about that event from 7 years ago. Yi Fei vowed, determination evident in her eyes. As she looked into Li Mu's eyes, she nodded earnestly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Very well, I shall proceed. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively, and both Hongxiu and Yi Fei nodded before turning to leave. Just as they reached the door, Yi Fei paused, turning back with a smile, her voice soft and inviting. Your Highness, would you like me to arrange for a few maidens to attend to you as you retire? At her words, Li Mu's hand trembled, leaving a long stroke on the paper before him. He looked up, astonished, yet felt a surge of warmth within. Yi Fei's gesture was genuine, but before he could respond, Hongxiu interjected, Your Highness needs no one but me to attend to him. With a meaningful glance at Yi Fei, Hongxiu continued, I am sufficient for Your Highness. In the Confucian Academy, within a refined study. The third princely Yi bowed respectfully to an elderly man in a gray robe whose hair was touched with frost. I appreciate your assistance, esteemed teacher. The third prince is too kind? The old man replied. The elderly man clad in a gray robe returned the gesture with a bow. Soon thereafter a sinister smile crept upon his face as he coldly declared, that merciless fiend, who slaughters indiscriminately, must be put to death by all. As an aged scholar of Confucianism, I have cultivated a righteous spirit, and in this instance, I shall act as heaven's agent to obliterate that villain. Chapter 65. The Demon of the Realm, 13 Great Crimes. The Master has decreed that all informants in Chang'an must investigate the peculiar occurrences that transpired within the palace 7 years prior. Any intelligence obtained must be relayed immediately, with generous rewards promised. Within the floating fragrance pavilion, a clandestine order was quietly disseminated, sweeping through Chang'an like a gust of wind. Before long, the numerous informants stationed in Chang'an received their directives. Among the informants, there existed a unique method for conveying messages. Those who learned of the command promptly set aside their current tasks and ventured into secluded alleys, where few tread in a matter of moments. Some ordinary folks vanished mysteriously from the bustling thoroughfare. How much for the noodles? A customer, having finished their meal, looked up at the stall, only to find it deserted despite the pot still simmering with noodles. Where is the stall owner? The customer, bewildered, scratched their head in confusion. With the stall owner absent, would they still be charged? Excuse me, how much is this? At a stall selling peculiar trinkets, a customer fiddled with the items but received no reply. Raising their gaze in puzzlement, they found the stall empty. Where has the owner gone? They were just here. The customer, now frowning, was utterly perplexed. Similar scenes unfolded along the long street, as countless individuals disappeared under the same circumstances, all quietly slipping into deserted alleys. Once there, they would tug at their coarse garments to reveal black and white embroidered robes, with sharp daggers tucked at their waists. These robed figures darted through the alleys with remarkable agility, swiftly vanishing from sight as they advanced towards predetermined rendezvous points. The master has issued a command. Who would dare defy it? Investigating a matter from 7 years ago in the palace, the strength of one is always limited. Thus it is essential to gather manpower and deliberate carefully. Meanwhile, within the Great Zhou Palace, in the Wuying Hall, the second Prince Li Qiu wore an expression of utter disillusionment as he sifted through the memorials presented by the court officials. To his left lay a stack of already reviewed documents, while to his right rested those yet to be examined. Having entered the palace early that morning, he had yet to sip a drop of water by midday. Reviewing memorials is indeed a laborious task. Holding a jade brush, Li Qiu dipped it in ink and inscribed several powerful characters in red upon the documents. Having completed another, he placed it in the left pile and turned his gaze towards the right stack with a sigh. So many memorials, when will this ever end? With a weary breath, he felt his hand tremble slightly as he mused. A foolish ruler lives like a god, while a wise ruler toils like a dog. At that moment, a young eunuch dashed into the hall, bowing deeply as he reported, Your Highness, Scholar Zhao Qixian from the Confucian Academy requests an audience. Oh? Hearing this, Li Qiu abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of curiosity flashing in his eyes. What could the esteemed Scholar Zhao Qixian want with me? Please invite Scholar Zhao into the hall, Li Qiu commanded, placing the memorial aside. The Great Zhou dynasty holds great respect for scholars dedicated to the study of virtues, especially those of profound learning. Even as the second prince, Li Qiu felt compelled to show deference to such a learned individual. The righteousness of a venerable scholar can rival the true energy of a martial artist at the second tier. In this world, scholarly pursuits can also lead to enlightenment. Above scholars stands the Confucian sage, equating to a martial artist of the first tier, embodying righteousness that fills the universe. Furthermore, the realm of the Confucian sage comprises 4 stages: self-cultivation, family governance, state management, and world peace. The stage of world peace is akin to that of a Confucian saint, corresponding to the 4 stages of martial arts at the first tier. Before long, the young eunuch led scholar Zhao Qixin into the grand hall. "I have the honor to meet your highness," Zhao Qixin said, shaking out his gray sleeves and bowing respectfully to the second prince and the great Zhou. Scholars who have cultivated righteousness do not kneel before the sage, let alone before a prince. Clad in a gray robe that radiated scholarly elegance, Zhao Qixin's deep-set eyes brimmed with clarity. "There is no need for excessive formalities, Scholar Zhao," Li Qiu gestured with a hand, returning the greeting as a student would. Having studied the classics from a young age and embraced the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, he had also attended the Confucian Academy, considering himself a scholar of that institution. "What brings you here, Scholar Zhao?" Li Qiu inquired with a smile. "You usually dedicate yourself to self-cultivation and do not frequent the Wuying Hall. I am not one to visit without reason," Zhao Qixin replied with a chuckle. "Today, I have a memorial to present. The Emperor of the Great Zhou has granted scholars the privilege to communicate directly with the throne, a gesture of respect towards those who uphold virtue in their studies." Although Zhao Qixin was not a court official, as a scholar, he had the right to submit memorials. With that, Zhao Qixin produced a prepared document from his robes and presented it. Li Qiu's gaze fell upon the memorial in Zhao Qixin's hand, and he remarked quietly, his brow furrowing slightly. "It is uncommon for scholars to submit memorials. This must be a significant matter." Yes, soon as Zhao Qixin's words echoed, a eunuch stepped forward to take the memorial from Zhao Qixin and present it to Li Qiu. The moment Li Qiu accepted the document, he heard Zhao Qixin's voice resonate in the hall. "I, Zhao Qixin, a Confucian scholar, hereby submit a memorial against the eldest Prince Li Mu." Zhao Qixin's bold declaration reverberated throughout the hall. Upon hearing this, Li Qiu's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment as he stared incredulously at Zhao Qixin. "What? A memorial against my elder brother Li Mu? How could he have offended the esteemed scholar Zhao Qixin upon his return to Chang'an?" Li Qiu's gaze shifted, becoming somewhat peculiar as he suddenly felt the memorial in his hand grow unbearably hot. Zhao Qixin's voice continued to echo, "Your Highness, that Li Mu is ruthless and merciless, committing countless atrocities in the northern territories, his sins too great for heaven to tolerate. I have enumerated 13 grave crimes against Li Mu in this memorial. Each of these charges could warrant the execution of Li Mu at the Noon Gate. Your Highness, as you manage state affairs on behalf of His Majesty, I implore you not to act with partiality or protect your elder brother. Let justice be served, and restore blue skies for the citizens of the 3 northern provinces of the Great Zhou." Zhao Qixin's words were sharp and precise, striking with remarkable clarity. At that moment, Li Qiu's brow furrowed deeply, his complexion darkening as he braced himself to open the memorial in his hand. Upon reading the contents, his pupils constricted in shock. The document detailed a series of murderous deeds. The eldest prince of the Great Zhou, Li Mu, once treacherously slaughtered 30,000 surrendered soldiers, exhibiting unparalleled cruelty. This is the first crime. Deserving of execution, the eldest Prince Li Mu forcefully conscripted young men from the 3 northern provinces for military service, leaving countless households bereft of sons, provoking widespread public outrage. This is the second crime, equally deserving of execution. Note: the remaining content includes unresolved mysteries about the identity of the woman in white, the true nature of the late emperor, and the events of 7 years prior, which may conceal a significant secret. Readers, what are your thoughts? Additionally, heartfelt thanks to all readers for their generous gifts and support. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. Chapter 66. The Scholar's Maneuver, A City in Turmoil, Part 1. Li Qiu's gaze swiftly scanned the memorial, his brow knitting tightly in evident distress. The document, penned by scholar Zhao Qixin, meticulously listed 13 charges against Li Mu, each sufficient to warrant the most severe of punishments, death by 1,000 cuts. It was clear that Zhao Qixian had prepared extensively, presenting an arsenal of accusations that left Li Mu cornered. Even as a prince, suppressing such damning evidence would be a formidable challenge. Should these 13 grave crimes spread through Chang'an, a great uproar would ensue, plunging Li Mu into dire straits. At this juncture, Li Qiu found himself in a precarious position, feeling the weight of the dilemma pressing upon him. His elder brother Li Mu was not someone he could simply condemn. He lacked the authority to do so. With Zhao Qixian's memorial accusing Li Mu of guilt, Li Qiu could only delegate the matter to the Dali Temple or the Ministry of Justice. It was widely known that the second prince was fair and impartial, and it was assumed that he would not shield Li Mu, allowing this earthly demon to roam free. Zhao Qixian bowed to Li Qiu, applying further pressure. With his head bowed and eyes downcast, Li Qiu addressed Zhao Qixian, speaking slowly, "Scholar Zhao, is there perhaps a misunderstanding here? My elder brother has defended the northern borders for 13 years, fortifying the defenses and achieving remarkable military successes. How could he possibly be guilty of these 13 grave crimes? Even if his methods were harsh, the lives taken were those of enemies. Should we not eliminate foes? If we do not strike first, we risk being struck down." Li Qiu gestured towards the memorials on the table. "Speaking on behalf of Li Mu, Your Highness, have you ever laid your eyes upon the battlefield of the northern frontier?" Zhao Qixian smirked, countering with a question, maintaining an air of strategic composure. "Everything is well within my grasp." "Never." Li Qiu shook his head. "But have you ventured into the 3 provinces of the north and witnessed the plight of its people?" Zhao Qixian inquired once more. "I have not," Li Qiu replied, shaking his head again. "Then it is as I have said." Zhao Qixian narrowed his eyes and continued, "What Your Highness knows is merely hearsay, not first-hand experience. How can you be certain that what you comprehend is not simply the narrative that Li Mu wishes the world to see? Li Mu, the commander of the northern frontier, is a ruthless figure, a tyrant without morals, wielding power with an iron fist. The common folk of the 3 provinces live in fear of his methods. Who would dare to speak ill of him? All resentment must remain buried in their hearts. Were it not for the presence of my students from Liangzhou and Bingzhou, I too might have been deceived by Li Mu. He is not a hero of great military achievements, but a devil incarnate, willing to resort to any means for power. Such a fiend must be vanquished. Your Highness, please eliminate Li Mu and quell the people's grievances." Upon finishing, Zhao Qixian bowed deeply to the second prince. Li Qiu, bending at a 90-degree angle, his demeanor exuding utmost sincerity, embodying the essence of a scholar devoted to the welfare of the people. He did not immediately rise, for he awaited Li Qiu's response. At that moment, Li Qiu felt an immense pressure, as if a thorn pricked at his back. On one side stood his elder brother, Li Mu, and on the other, the relentless advance of the scholar. His mind raced, contemplating a strategy. After a brief pause, Li Qiu's gaze sharpened as he addressed Zhao Qixian. "Zhao Ru, you are pushing me to the brink. Please rise. This matter is of great magnitude, exceeding my authority. I shall report it to our father, the emperor, in its entirety. Let all decisions rest with him. What use is it to hold onto a hot yam? One should simply discard it," Li Qiu thought, knowing that behind him stood the might of the great Zhou emperor. The indecision he felt would ultimately find resolution in the emperor's judgment. Li Mu was the eldest prince, while he was merely the second. The status of the second prince could never rival that of the first. "Then I shall await your command. Ah no, I shall await His Majesty's decree." Upon hearing Li Qiu's words, Zhao Qixian straightened and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, stating, "I shall take my leave." He then turned and walked towards the palace exit. Li Qiu remained seated upon his golden throne, watching Zhao Qixian's retreating figure, still feeling as if he were on pins and needles. This was the pressure exerted by a great scholar. The Confucian Academy, a revered sanctuary for all scholars, commanded respect even from the emperor of the great Zhou, for within its walls resided the essence of Confucianism. Furthermore, the academy could choose its allegiance with either the great Zhou dynasty, the Tujia dynasty, or the Northern Liang dynasty. The location of the academy signified the heart of Confucian teachings, drawing the hearts of scholars from all corners. The great scholar Zhao Qixian strode confidently out of the great hall, making his way toward the palace gates. Soon, he exited the palace, where a carriage awaited him. It is time to act. Zhao Qixian approached the carriage, leaving behind a single phrase before boarding, understood. Beside the carriage, servants bowed respectfully before departing. In the western villa, Li Mu sat alone in his chamber, pondering plans to investigate the events that transpired in the palace 7 years prior. After much contemplation, he remained at a loss. The records were silent. The key lay with people. Suddenly, Li Mu's eyes brightened with joy. The peculiar incident from 7 years ago had circulated within the palace. Although many had been silenced, it was certain that others had heard of it. It was impossible for every servant and maid in the palace to have been eliminated. Some of the elder residents still present in the palace could potentially serve as a breakthrough. From their lips, he might glean unexpected insights. With excitement, Li Mu began to write on rice paper. Squeak! On the floor, the plump immortal phoenix raised its small head, gazing at Li Mu with a puzzled expression. What is happening with this fellow? It thought, feeling a twinge of resentment. Li Mu, your days are numbered. Once my immortal fire awakens, you shall be the first to burn. The immortal phoenix, brimming with arrogance, glared at Li Mu, its wings akimbo, silently scoffing. Sensing an unusual gaze, Li Mu glanced sideways at the immortal phoenix. It trembled in fright, quickly lowering its head and stepping delicately over the paper, pretending to know nothing. There was no choice. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Li Mu's gaze shifted to the door, where a figure clad in red entered. It was Hong Xiu, who rushed in with urgency. What troubles you? Li Mu inquired, noticing the worry etched on Hong Xiu's face. Your Highness, it is dire. In Chang'an, some unfavorable voices have suddenly emerged regarding you. Upon hearing this, Li Mu's lips curled into a smile. His demeanor light and untroubled. It seems some are unable to remain still. The undercurrents in Chang'an run deeper than I had anticipated. As he spoke, a chilling glint sparked in his eyes. Shall we send the shadow guards? Hong Xiu asked, her brows furrowing slightly, her tone gentle. Li Mu shook his head, a wicked smile playing on his lips. No need to send the shadow guards and alert the snakes in the grass. Let us observe the situation first. I aim to catch a big fish. Chapter 67. The Scholar's Tactics, a City in Turmoil, continued. An hour earlier, on the bustling streets of Chang'an, throngs of people moved about, and carriages passed in a constant flow. Ordinary folk traversed the streets, entering the numerous tea-houses and taverns brimming with guests. The eldest prince had commanded the northern borders for 13 years, preventing the enemy from encroaching upon the northern frontier for all that time. He had even attained the top rank on the 9 provinces sword path list. The eldest prince possesses unparalleled talent, a gift to our great Zhou dynasty. With the eldest prince at the helm, our dynasty shall surely thrive. Indeed, the eldest prince encompasses the sun and moon within his chest and the cosmos within his belly. Given time, he shall sweep through foreign courts and unify the central plains. General Tian Su, with accomplishments surpassing the heavens, has been awarded the title of Grand Chancellor. The day the eldest prince unifies the realm is nigh. In a tea-house, patrons engaged in animated discussions, their words filled with admiration and praise for Li Mu. Among them were individuals from all walks of life. The eldest prince, Li Mu, had claimed the top position on the 9 provinces sword path list. The emperor had decreed his title as General Tian Su, granted him the Grand Chancellor's office, and adorned him with a dragon robe and jade belt, allowing him to bask in unparalleled glory. These events had spread throughout Chang'an, making Li Mu the focal point of attention. After meals, people would invariably discuss the eldest prince. Even young children with their hair tied and horn braids sang songs in the streets, proclaiming, Prince Mu, incomparable in the world. Atop the list, General Tian Su, adorned in dragon robe and jade belt, a match for the celestial. It is evident how high Li Mu's reputation soared among the common folk of Chang'an, far surpassing that of other princes, earning him the people's favor. How absurd that a figure drenched in the blood of countless victims is so extolled by society. One could only wonder at the state of the world, truly laughable. In a corner of the tea-house, a jarring voice pierced through the chorus of praise for Li Mu. This sarcastic remark stood out starkly amidst the chorus of adulation. Many patrons turned their heads, their faces flushed with indignation. A young man, clad in a worn gray garment, sat alone, drinking in silence. He sipped his drink while shaking his head in a bitter smile, exuding an air of melancholy. The fiery liquor barely dulled the ache in his heart. "Hey, what nonsense are you spouting?" A robust middle-aged man, eyes wide with fury, slammed his palm on the table, pointing at the young man and berating him. "Utter nonsense. My fists are no trifles with that." The middle-aged man raised his fist threateningly. The eldest prince, a figure without peer, was not to be defamed. Li Mu's fame in Chang'an had garnered him many admirers and devoted followers. And this middle-aged man was one among them, however. The young man remained unperturbed, calmly continuing to drink, treating the middle-aged man's words as mere background noise. Or perhaps he chose to ignore him entirely. He filled his cup to the brim and downed it in one gulp. Sneering, "Ha, a mere brute, a fool. With brawn but no brains, it is no wonder you would extol a devil." The young man's face was flushed with intoxication. "You dare call me a brute? You are asking for a beating. I'll tear your mouth apart." The middle-aged man, already hot-tempered, was immediately incensed. He stormed toward the young man in the corner, fists raised in anger. "Calm down, my friend. Don't resort to violence. Engaging in a fight could land you in trouble and behind bars. Look at the young man's attire. He seems to be a scholar. If you harm him, you'll face punishment." Drunken words from a drunkard. Let us not stoop to his level. Perhaps he has failed to achieve anything and drowns his sorrows in drink. As the fist of the middle-aged man was about to descend upon the young man, those around swiftly intervened to restrain him, urging the former to refrain from acting impulsively. In the Great Zhou dynasty, scholars are afforded protection. Even if a student errs, common folk are forbidden from resorting to violence. Otherwise, they would face punishment and imprisonment. Should a scholar commit a transgression, it is the duty of the Confucian Academy or the authorities to administer justice. Heeding the counsel of the bystanders, the middle-aged man's fury subsided considerably, and his raised fist gradually descended. A brutish warrior, just as vile as that demon. The young man cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged individual before shaking his head and taking another sip of his drink, deliberately provoking him. "Damn you! I could crush you!" Enraged, the middle-aged man transformed into a furious titan, breaking free from the restraints and striding forward. He seized the young man's neck, lifting him effortlessly as one might a chick. With a fierce glare, he admonished the young man, "Even if you were to kill me, it would not alter the truth that Li Mu is a demon." The young man tilted his head, a cold smirk playing upon his lips, his eyes brimming with disdain. "You speak nonsense," the middle-aged man shouted furiously at the one before him. "How could the crown prince possibly be a demon? He is the unparalleled prince of the Great Zhou." "Unparalleled prince, you say? How ignorant," the young man replied, casting a sorrowful glance around at the onlookers, continuing with a tone of indifference. "A man whose hands are stained with countless bloodshed. What else could he be but a demon? For 13 years, Li Mu has ravaged the northern border, claiming countless lives, leaving mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. He is truly a scourge upon this world. You ignorant fools continue to extol him. It is nothing short of absurd." The young man's tone dripped with irony, as his words echoed through the tea-house. An unexpected silence fell, with the patrons exchanging glances, rendered speechless as if they had just heard a momentous revelation. The young man surveyed the room with a cold smile, preparing to stoke the flames further. "You, so far removed in Chang'an, how could you possibly know the affairs of the 3 provinces in the northern border?" "I hail from Liangzhou, having witnessed firsthand the merciless atrocities committed by Li Mu, executing surrendered soldiers, slaughtering entire cities. He forcibly conscripts the men of the northern border provinces into military service, and those who refuse, he kills.